No. Thinking ahead a month or so, I was
in the moment is the 243
in the gravel trap. So I was waiting for you to try and identify which gravel trap that is.
Oh,
I think that's on the Grand Prix circuit, yeah, because it's actually a gravel trap of size, and it's not Nurburgring.
So he's already on a tour up.
Yeah. So the cameras have caught up with that relatively late on in the day.
It's our Cup 5 leader, actually.
Oh, is this indeed?
It is indeed.
Ah.
Pick some Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW.
It's sort of rather natty blue and orange, predominantly orange, and then not a Gulf blue, but a blue. Blue moon, blue. Actually, while I was driving in, I did notice how spectacularly starry and very dark indeed it was, and also how busy the back roads are around here. Took an age to get out of the circuit at 11 o'clock last night. This night, tonight, today, yesterday.
No, I'm wrong. It's not the Cup 5 leader, Mark.
And there's lots and lots of traffic around. Here is the Ferrari on screen, having a wash and brush up, and attention to the rear end. See, things that cause vibrations, and I was about to say this, and it does seem that they're trying to reattach the splitter. They also have stuck up the exhaust pipes, well, caps on the end of the exhaust, basically, so that when you're working on the splitter, you don't burn your hand on the exhaust pipe. It's got an aluminium cap over the end.
I'm not really sure why you would do that. Maybe to stop flames?
Or fuel...
Excess
I don't
fuel
know. Well, I don't know. There is a gentleman there. They've both got a little hook, or a little strap, so he's got a hand on each one, whips them off.
It is precisely to stop little excess fuel in the exhaust igniting and spurting out and causing extra flame when you're refueling the car. We have seen them used before.
If the engine's off...
Yes, but if the fuel spills and you just get a little bit of fuel coming out of a hot exhaust, then it will ignite. And if that ignites and there's a fuel spillage as well, then you get a much bigger fire than if you've blocked off those things and you don't get any flames flying around anywhere.
Indeedy. So it's like snuffing a candle, essentially, only a candle with many horsepower.
Putting a shade over a candle when you're lighting your cigarette.
See, now you're talking language I don't understand.
Me too.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
No, couldn't possibly.
I'm trying. Anyway,
let's snuff that one out.
Let's go back to looking at the race.
Let's do that.
I just need to do a little bit more admin on this side because...
you carry on, and I will say that we have reached a landmark. We have now completed 80 laps. So we have... looking for an indicator now. Time remaining.
Well,
it's 3:53, so the 12.
It's 11 hours and 36.
The one and, so there you go.
11 hours and 36 minutes remain. I know you were just about there.
Just about there.
Didn't anyway, the point being that what you were trying to get to is if we're going to reach 160 laps, which is what we need to do in order to break the record distance, we need to be going faster than we are at the moment.
Yes.
And that's largely because we've had over an hour and a half, something like maybe, we'll just say over an hour and a half worth of barrier rebuilding, which slowed various parts of the circuit to 60 kilometres an hour at various moments.
Have we indeed? Okay.
However, having said all of that, the current projection, which is on that screen there, is showing that we will actually get to 159 laps by the end of the race. So at the moment we're on for tying the distance record. So if we can get more green flag running, then it's certainly possible still to get back to 160 laps. The key number that you need to keep in mind is 6.7. Martin, the key number is
6.7
laps per hour. So that is the number of laps per hour you need to be getting in order to get to the record distance.
Crikey O'Reilly. That's fairly specific, isn't it? 7 would do, though.
Oh, 7 will take you way over, yes.
And we're not going to get that.
No, but if you get 6.75, then we'll get there.
Yeah. But and what are we averaging currently?
6.6. So,
damn, he had the answer.
so we're very close.
Passes.
Remember the way that the end of this race works, though, is not like 24-hour races in other places where you wait until the leader comes round after 24 hours has elapsed. The flag goes out at 24 hours. Depending wherever you are on the circuit, the flag will go out at 24 hours, and so the leader may not be the first one to take the checkered flag.
Can I just...
So you could end up a
doesn't
lap
that happen
down.
at Le Mans anyway?
No,
They
they
don't
wait.
bring the checkered flag out until the leader comes.
They don't wait. Take the checkered flag out until the leader comes past.
Okay.
That's right. The leader comes round, and then the leader is the first car to
Then
take
the
the
race
checkered flag.
ends.
What Paul means is that as the clock ticks past 24 hours, the first car could be in 75th place. It will take the checkered flag, and its race will end.
Yeah. Excellent.
Which does make it slightly easier for people to calculate how long they're going to have to go, because what you have otherwise is the potential that the checkered flag will only come out at 8 minutes past 4 or 8 minutes past the 24 hours has elapsed. And if you're behind that, you have to then do another lap, which could take you another 10 minutes, as we could still be here at half past or half an hour later.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we wouldn't, but they might still. Yes. Trevor Austin, what's the time now? It's 5 to 4 in the morning, Central European time. I don't know where Trevor is.
Where's Trevor?
Well, he wants naming and shaming. He said, can we have an update on who are the non-transponder cars in the top 10? You mean people who can't be bothered to let us know who's... Yes, we can, actually. 98, non-transponder car lies in third. Non-transponding number 50 is in the pit lane for its 12th stop. So that's after 7 of Paul's laps. Number 42 in 7th place. The second of the Schnitzer BMWs, that's not trifling with the transponder. The number 22 Ferrari, which has just had its 11th stop, that isn't trifling with the transponder. Neither is the number 1 Mercedes, and those are they in the top 10. And I think naming and shaming can go further down. Number 31 Mercedes in 12th place. The number 8 Audi in...
Number 8 is Mercedes.
beg your pardon, Mercedes in 13th. The number 99 Rover Racing BMW in 15th. The number 704 Glickenhaus in 6th. Lots.
Can I just put the case for the defence? Actually, before I do that, I'll just, because you've missed this as well, Martin, you asked me what happened. I failed to tell you this. In the number 8 Harry Abode Mercedes, about which you just spoke,
indeed, yes.
Uwe Altzen isn't driving anymore. He doesn't feel well. He was supposed to be doing a double stint, came in at the end of the first part of that double stint and said, I can't carry on, has been taken off, examined by the local medical person, and they've just agreed between themselves that he's not going to take any further part in the race.
Inspected, detected and rejected.
Something like that.
Brake chain.
In fairness to those teams who aren't necessarily having transponders, rather than naming and shaming them, some of them do actually have the transponders in the garage, but they just weren't told to fit them.
Usefully.
Yeah, quite. There's nothing in the regulations that says they have to have them, and they just assumed that they wouldn't be needed because it's not in the regulations to have them.
Indeed.
So it was a bit of miscommunication, but also the organisers say, well, OK, what if we do enforce the transponders as they are in other forms of racing? How do we police it with so many cars? And it all gets too complicated. So they were relatively light on the teams.
Well, I do agree to a great extent, actually. If you're a very budget team and you happen to be running your Opel Astra or your Renault Clio, whatever, you know, spending another grand on a transponder and training your drivers to turn a switch when they get in and out is actually another added level of detail that you probably don't need.
We're not talking about a Renault Clio though at the top of the field, are we?
No, indeed. But you know, if you mandate it for the Glickenhaus and the Audis and the Ferraris and so on, you know, the teams with a professional team running them, then you also mandate them for you, me and Johnny Boy with our Renault Clio out for
I disagree. I think you could mandate them for the for the top 30.
Okay.
So, you know, the top 30 have the blue lights flashing. Why don't we mandate them for the top 30? You know, the
all right.
GT3.
I'm taking that wholly on board and refusing to disagree with you.
In refusing to disagree, shocker.
Making a note here.
The
Must
42
not fall into his traps again.
The 42 Schnitzer BMW has just taken on a new set of brake discs and pads. And,
full brake change. Is that the first one we think that you might have noticed?
I have not. That is the first one I've noticed. Paul might tell me differently.
I can't offer any further intelligence on that because we just don't have the information. You can't work it out based on the time of the pit stop either.
No.
Because very often they'll get that work done, and that 42 car, for example, you're just talking about, still has another 15 seconds to go before it comes out of the pits.
And in fact, it has been pushed on its way. Number 47. Number 47. Is that 47 or 48? I think that's 47 Mercedes.
What?
The one that was in
Mann-Filter?
forever and ever and ever and ever with the 911 that eventually retired.
It's 48, the Mann-Filter one.
Well, there's two, 47 and 48.
All right, hang on. I'll tell you.
Another little Glickenhaus detail I've just noticed. Not only whoever's in 702 at the moment has got really jiggly leg syndrome, but also inside the door, when the door is open in the carbon door frame, if you like, part of the thing, it's got a little yellow plate that says Machine Duo.
Do not step.
No, machine number 2.
Chassis number 2.
Due.
It's number 4. The Mann-Filter, there's only one Mann-Filter.
Is there any?
Yeah.
And
number
that's
48.
48, oh, okay. So
it's 7 p.m. in Oregon as well, Martin.
it is.
Which is where Trevor is.
Trevore. So 47 was the HDP Mercedes, which is what Mercedes then?
That's the one that's been retired a long time ago. I can't remember who was driving it. It might have been Stefan Mucker.
It was Stefan Mucker,
who was
wasn't it?
driving
Yes.
it. It had some accident damage. They looked at it, decided it was going to be too lengthy to repair. They still had the 2 cars running, so they were going to concentrate on the other 2.
Yes.
So the 47 car is out. The 48 car, which is the one sponsored by Mann-Filter and is the one that has Bernd Schneider behind the wheel, is still going reasonably well, although they suffer with short stints, and is in 19th place overall. And the number 50 car is the one where the HDP attention is concentrated perhaps, which is, I think I told you it was Mortara that was behind the wheel last time.
You did.
He got in it just before 3 o'clock, so it's probably just changed at that pit stop.
Did you misspeak then?
Which should be to Baumann on the rotation.
Right.
And so that car, having just had its pit stop, is the other of the HTP. That's the kind of very Mercedes grey metallic coloured car.
Has it just
come out of the pits?
Has it? It's had 12 stops. Oh, okay. Last stint was 7 laps. Okay. Number 48. They were examining with torches in underneath the bodywork and over the top of the rear diffuser. Because I can't call it split because it doesn't split, does it?
Not if it's at the back.
Well,
it diffuses if it's at the back.
Yes, it does. Yes. And that has now been sent on its way. That's the number 48 Mann-Filter's Mercedes. Mann-Filter's couldn't give away their yellow sunglasses last year for obvious reasons, as anybody who was here or watched it will remember. And they ran out on Thursday this year, unsurprisingly. Almost everybody I've seen in the crowd is wearing a pair of bright yellow Mann-Filter sunglasses. So 48 back on its way. It lies in 19th place, just ahead of 702, which is no longer the better placed of the Glickenhaus machines. But Paul, for the longest time, it was before I sneaked off for clean clothes and a wash. So what availed the 702 car, or what ailed it?
That I can't tell you straight away. It was having trouble getting the fuel out of the tank. It wasn't being able to go a full... Well, in fact, in the case of the 704 can regularly do 9 laps, whereas the 702 has on occasion managed 8, but was quite often coming in on 5-lap stints. They had one longer stop at about there, 6 hours and a half into the race, which will have taken it to about 10 o'clock at night. They had a slightly longer stop when they tried to resolve it. That cost them another 3 or 4 minutes. And that stint that they've just done was another 5-lapper. So, again, it's one of those problems where they can't get all of the fuel out of the tank, or, for whatever reason, they're not being able to fill it. So that's why the 702 has then dropped behind the 704 again, which since its bodywork damage, it was only bodywork and not its fault in many ways, has been running like a train and been very quick on many occasions, the 704.
Third place car in the pits, the Rover Racing BMW spits out a driver and takes on a new one. I'm going to have a stab at helmet recognition, because that was vaguely familiar.
That'll be Katzberg if it's vaguely familiar to you.
No, I had a feeling that was Alexander Sims getting in.
Yeah, it looked body shape, looked like.
Well, yeah, they all look like a stick with
true.
a helmet. They all look like bobbleheads, don't they? That's the problem, you know.
Yeah.
Even Darren Turner's avoided the Niki Lauda body shape. That is Alexander Sims, and I can double say it because he's got his specs on.
Yes.
So Alex Sims is in, and that wasn't Marcus Paltella, but I didn't think it was Nicky Katzberg either. So was that Richard Westbrook's helmet? I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, Alexander Sims is in now, Paul, into 98. So we would assume, what with it being Oh Dark 100 still, and moderately cool. Temperature outside, certainly shirt sleeve weather. You might be contemplating the short, were it that temperature at sort of 9 o'clock in the morning. Yes, I think it might warm up to a nice shorts day. It's probably still about 12 or 13 degrees outside air temperature. So it's
still
really
warm.
quite
It's
nice.
It's
yeah,
pleasant,
it is
isn't
really quite nice. It's cool enough to be just refreshing.
Yes.
It would have been Paltella, and it is now Sims.
It is definitely Sims, that much.
So
We do know that. It's definitely Sims.
what little I know,
let me
I
tell
have
you-
just used.
Let me tell you that having done the bit of homework I had to do that, it was definitely Paltella, and it is now definitely Sims. So
Very good.
that's the sequence there, and that also fits with the way that the car has gone on that schedule, and it will be out of the pits in the next 15 seconds.
We should have just deferred to you in the first place, Paul.
I just need a bit of time sometimes.
And that's why we waxed lyrical and sort of stalled, giving you enough time. We've got another one for you coming up in about just under a minute. It's the number 19 BMW, which has now that's got a transponder. So at the moment we can
John
tell
Edwards.
you John Edwards will
coming
be handing
towards-
over to who do we think?
It'll be John Edwards coming towards the end of a double stint and handing the car over to Jens Klingmann.
Now, I have a question for you. I'm clearly being led astray here, but has anybody other than Kelvin van der Linde ever driven the number 29 Lance Motorsport Audi, the race leader? Because every single time I've looked at the screen, I admit it's not been that often, but you know, it has been several hours apart. It says Van D as the driver.
Christopher Meese was in it before that.
No, Christopher Meese hasn't driven the number 29 car at all. That was.
That's right. There was Meese in the other one, wasn't it?
So Meese is driving. There's two Land Motorsport Audis, 28 and 29. Although Meese is down to drive as one of the drivers for both of them, as is Conor De Filippi, in fact. Meese is only driving the 28, and Conor De Filippi is only driving in the 29. The rest of the time has been fairly evenly shared between Marcus Winkelhock and Conor De Filippi. What they have done in that leading car, though, is to double stint it pretty much since the beginning of the race. The first stint was a single, but from Kelvin van der Linde's second stint onwards, they've double stint it. So van der Linde has now done two double stints, or he's partway through his second double stint now. Conor De Filippi has also done a double stint, so has Marcus Winkelhock. But that car's lead, although it looks the same as it was at 1 minute 37 seconds, is not as substantial as it was before, because its previous pit stop came early, and when it comes in for its next pit stop, which should be in 3 laps, it will lose the lead because its gap is only that much, whereas previously it was being able to stay out after the 9 and the 43 came in for their respective pit stops, but that's now changed around.
In other drivers who definitely aren't driving both the cars they're down for, René Rast has driven the number 9, but not the number 10 WRT Audi?
No, he hasn't driven the number 10. However, in the number 10 car, Nico Müller has driven in the number 9.
Ooh,
So although
okay.
because Nico Müller was in the number 10, remember when it crashed, but they've let him out in the number 9 despite that.
Ah, so he's Martin Brundling there, is he?
In the sense that you're referring to Le Mans 1990.
At some Le Mans in the past, I'm afraid.
He's just going to zip up his anorak now.
Abandoning a car previously crashed and hoofing a Salazar out of the other
I
one.
was going to say, except that led to the other driver not being allowed to drive it,
Yes.
whereas in this case, he's merely was on the list anyway to drive the car.
Now, you pointed out earlier on, sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Guy Smith has brought the 36 Bentley in. He's handing the number 36 Bentley over to Soule after a brake and pad change. He's 34th overall. And as scheduled, the number 19 BMW will be, John Edwards will be handing over to, who did you say, Paul?
Jens Klingman.
Jens Klingman. Tom Onslow Cole's in that car, so can I tell my Tom Onslow Cole how he cost us a race win with your mate Harry Volkard? He cost Harry Volkard a race win in British Touring Cars in 2008. Shall I tell you the story?
Isn't that everybody's job?
Well, yes.
Stop Harry winning, but I mean, not
well,
specifically Harry, but
yeah.
anybody else.
Well, yes.
The
well,
lead gap, Joe, the lead gap is 1 minute and 37 seconds.
Right, well, all right, so I've got the story in 1:37.
Go.
Right, start the clock. Rockingham on the grid.
1:30.
Well, stop now. Stop, because I'm not going to do the countdown, right?
1:20.
So what you do with a front-wheel drive touring car is you take the car leaves the pits with the rear wheels and tyres on the front of the car, and when you get round to the grid, you diagonal the wheels. You take the front wheels off and put them on the back. So we're doing that, and the wheels come off, the slick tyres come off, and I pause everything. Now, you've got plenty of time to do it, but it's really cool when you get the guys to do it really quickly. So we always did it really quickly, like a NASCAR team kind of thing, because it's cooler when you do that. So the thing is, there was a massive black cloud just coming over the grandstand. So I say to Harry on the radio, because we're at the back of the grid, nothing to lose. Harry, it's about to rain. I'm thinking about putting wets on the car, because if that rain comes, looking around, no one was going for the same thing. Everyone had put slicks on their car. So our car's the only car sat there on its jacks without any wheels. So time's ticking, time's ticking. We're getting towards the 3 minute before the car has to come off the jacks. If the car doesn't come off the jacks, as the clock ticks by, you then put to the back of the grid. Well, not that that mattered to us. So right at the very last, Harry and I are deliberating over the radio. So I said to Harry, look, I'm going to put you on wets, because if it doesn't rain, all we're going to do is destroy some wets and stay at the back. But if it rains, everyone around us is on slicks. So we go for it, we put the wets on. Off we go on the green flag lap, and it torrents down. And we are the only car on wets. So as we pull on the grid, Tom Onslow Cole parks his car at 45 degrees on the grid at Rockingham, which is kind of like slightly sloped. And because he's parked at 45 degrees, it's a delayed start, at which point everybody can go onto the right tyre. So I recently said to Tom, well, I said recently, a couple of years ago, I said to Tom, can you remember when you completely shafted us at Rockingham? You know what he said?
No, I don't remember that.
He said exactly that, Paul. And I'm sure it was a message from his team manager to say, Tom, just pull the car at 45 degrees to go a delayed start, because we need you on wets.
I've just found out why there is a code 60 at the end of the lap. It's because the number 101 BMW has ground to a halt. So that's the Valkenhorst, Tresson, Van Lagen and
he's virtually in the pit lane.
Schweier. Yes, he's being dragged in, so I'm suggesting that he might have had a pint less than he needed for driving. Stiffy Van Door, Matt Guest, speaking of the number 19, he was just tweeting, it's past 3:30, Martin Haven is in the booth, time for another of Bradder's possibly litigious stories. And right on cue, there it was. It does sound very much like, having been caught on the wrong tyre, they went, how are we going to get out of this? Oh, I know, I'll park the car badly so they have to reform the grid and do another formation lap. And of course, by that time, if we're not going for a start, then everybody's safe.
We would have won that race by a lap, Martin. Of course, that barring Harry flinging it off. which was every chance.
Well, now then, and now, lawyers around the planet, we open another can of litigious worms.
I'm sure young Volkard would agree.
Car number 1 is in the pit lane. This is Team Black Falcon's Mercedes. And
we think this is Adam Christodoulou coming to the end of a double stint.
Okay, lock the doors because he knows where the currywurst is.
He was up with us earlier on, and he did warn us that he would be doing the night stint. Well, it's not quite dawn yet. We've got about another hour to go until the sun rises, but he was pretty much on it, and we'll see whether Christodoulou is getting out of the car, and I think he hands over to Manuel Metzger.
Door is open, and is there actually anybody in the driving seat? It seems insane that there wouldn't be, because the window net is still in place. Window net, safety net thing. His headlamps are being cleaned. I've just discovered, by the way, that Range Rover Evoques have automatically dipping headlights. How cool is that?
I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either. Also, when you clip it to unlock it, the door mirror shines a little circle of light down so you can see which puddle you're about to step into, with a Range Rover Evoque logo blacked out in it. How cool is that? So it looks like the side of the ProDrive building. Other things that I found out by having a surprise and very substantial upgrade in my rental car, it went from being a Ford Fiesta spec Class 2 car to, I have a nice upgrade for you. Oh, okay, thank you, that's very nice. Is a Range Rover Evoque okay? Yes. Good chin. This is just to fill the gap while number 1 sits there. And again, the number 1 Mercedes, the side exit exhaust on the Mercedes comes out under the door, and again we saw with the MAN Filters car, they've got a little cup that goes over the exhaust. The number 1 car has got presumably a cup that goes over the exhaust, or a tube, but it's got a handle, a long sticking out handle on the end, ideal for just really gouging your shin when you've forgotten that the wretched thing is there.
About another minute and 15 seconds to pad, Martin, if you can, because that's how long the number 1 still has to spend in the pit lane.
Yeah, the fuel pump is still stretched across to it. Now, they don't, or they haven't, herringbones the car in sideways to get the filler hole nearer to the filler nozzle. And so they are still pumping away. It was a very, very, very long shot a few pit stops ago, I noticed around 3 in the morning, of the cameraman had zoomed in on the gauge, clicking over, and held it there from about 45 litres to 105 litres. That's quite a long, tedious shot, even for me.
Yeah, so, and indeed, some of these pit stops may seem quite long and tedious, of course, because they do have to spend the minimum time in the pit lane. What the clever team manager has to do is to work out how much of that is spent at rest and how much of that is travelling at 60 kilometres an hour from one end to the other.
I think, well, that's all done for you, because they tell you in the penalties that you're going to get for speeding 3 minutes and 42 seconds or 32 seconds. So it's 3 minutes penalty plus the time it takes you to get in and out. So that's sort of pre-done, that's predetermined. Length of the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour is exactly 32 seconds, no less. Otherwise you'll be back in to see us.
And the pit stop exactly on the money for whoever it was, Manuel Metzger possibly, going out at the wheel of the number 1 car.
I'm not sure. That looked a more familiar helmet. I don't know what Manuel Metzger's helmet looked like. That was a blue and white sort of echelon-y, stripy thing. I don't think it was Mario Engel, but I'm trying to remember if that was Adam Christodoulou or Yelmer Berman's helmet. Okay. And I wonder whether there is enough driver after 2 stints to risk trying a 3rd. That seems like a very large amount of brutality to the body.
Well, it's also, yeah, it runs a little bit over the
maximum drive time.
Well, the maximum drive time is 3 hours, but it does include time spent in the pits,
yes.
Unlike in other series. However, looking back to the leader of the race, just heading off onto his 85th lap now, and in terms of stints, this is the 8th lap of Kelvin van der Linde's stint. And so he should be coming in at the end of the lap that he is currently on. And in second and third places, numbers 9 and 43, 9 and 28, sorry, in second and third places. Both of the Audis, 9 being WRT, in 28, having moved up now into third place ahead of the 43 BMW, the second of the Lant Motorsport cars. But both of those cars in second and third places, no, it's not, is it? Because the Lant car is on his 7th lap, Freins is on his 6th lap, but it certainly second and third will be able to go through ahead of Kelvin van der Linde after they make their equivalent pit stops to the one that Kelvin will be making at the end of the lap that he's currently on.
I was sort of going to get to driver stints a little bit, just for reference. For a month's time, Paul, talking to an LMP1 hybrid driver who shall not be named recently, and saying that now the tyres are so good that they are looking at quintuple stinting as a standard through the night, which means just under 4 hours, given no safety cars or full course yellows, in the car for the driver, which is starting to get really surely to the bounds of human endurance.
It's been done before, although it wasn't done as standard, but there was a very famous Audi year when they were planning to quintuple the stints until somebody crashed the car in the early stages. But the point that then whether the pit stop counts or not does make a difference, because in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans, the pit stops do not count towards your driving time. So therefore you can deduct a minute and a half off every double stint, and if you're doing a quintuple stint, you can take 5 minutes off it.
Yeah, the problem is, though, the driver is still in the car.
Yeah, but
and you end up.
He's a professional. He does.
Yes,
what,
I know.
he does what he's told to do by the team. But we'll see what happens at Le Mans, and we'll not get ourselves distracted by that at this stage in the race, because we have to concentrate on the Nurburgring, Martin.
Slew of cars in the pit lane, including the Haribo Mercedes number 8 is in. That is in 12th place, and that will be its 13th stop. So again, 2 stops now ahead of the leaders, although they need to come in a lap or 2. Number 20 is in the pit lane as well, and that's showing with Jörg Muller at the wheel of the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Whether he stays in or not will remain to be seen. And 704 is in as well after a 9-lapper, the leader of SPX. So that, did I read across all the way? Yes. The screens are very wide from my eyes, and I don't have a piece of paper long enough to stretch across. So that 9-lap stints.
It's perfectly normal for 704.
Yeah.
It is the only car in the SPX or SP9 classes that is capable of doing that. For 702, it can't do it for whatever reason, which we'll probably find out eventually in the magazines. But at the moment, it's a bit of a mystery why the 704 can and the 702 can't. But it has been almost as regular as the number 7 Aston Martin has at doing its 8 laps, has the 704 at doing its 9 laps.
The little yellow car that can, although not quite so little, I suppose.
I tell you what, guys, there's certainly a lighter shade of blue in the sky.
Yeah.
Sunrise scheduled for 5:31, coming up to 4:24, so we're just over an hour from sunrise. But because we've got such clear skies and beautiful weather, I think we're going to see things lighten up a little bit earlier.
I learned a term this year. It's nautical twilight.
Nautical twilight, because
within an hour
right.
of sunrise, you reach nautical twilight.
And
Go on,
what
Martin.
don't you have in the nautics that you do on land?
trees and mountains.
Stuff in the way.
Yeah.
Correct.
And as a result, you
Other
can
big waves, obviously.
You can then sail your boat if it's nautical twilight.
I see your nautical twilight, and I raise you Ponzi shooting video film term, blue light, which is the ambient light that's in the sky after sunset and before sunrise, which gives a very
Ambient.
beautiful, not harsh.
We talk about that being the romantic hour, don't we?
Yeah.
Sundown.
Yeah.
and sunrise.
Yeah, particularly when you're sitting on a beach watching the sun set with a perfectly placed fishing boat and a gin and tonic.
I wouldn't be sitting.
Time to go home normally.
I wouldn't be sitting on a beach with a gin and tonic seeing
At
the
sunset.
sunrise.
Oh, I think you might.
Seeing the sunrise.
Why not?
Why? Because I'd be asleep.
Not if you were sitting on a beach with a gin and tonic, you wouldn't.
No, that's right, but I couldn't see the point. I'd be there. I'd have been there.
You'd be drinking gin and tonic, be going, oh, look, the sun's coming up.
Yeah, too early. Only
No,
one,
that's not early,
only,
that's late.
Only 1:05. Well, that's right. That's very true. Wouldn't be the
I
first time.
thought you were the Ibiza party animal, Noel.
Yeah.
What do
yeah,
you call, like 11:30? Is that's really pushing the...
That's when the Domino Club finishes.
That's when the dominoes topple and you with them.
Yeah.
7:04 has just gone out. I was going to say, is that a longer stop? No, it has just gone out.
Well, it is a longer stop because it's done a longer stint.
Yes, but not
Abnormally longer.
Yes, not disastrously longer.
No, it's a regulation longer, as it were, really. The 7:04 pit stop having been 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Actually, that for a 9-lapper, that's too short.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh no, sorry, it's 3:58. 3 minutes 58. That's perfect. Yeah, 3 minutes and 58 seconds was the pit stop for 7:04, which is exactly right for a 9-lap stint. You probably aren't going to be covering the end of the race, are you, Martin? I don't know what your shift pattern is, but
no.
As we get towards the end of the race, the minimum pit stop times, instead of depending on how long your stint was, it depends on how long there is to go in the race. And so they change it around based on the amount that you need to put less fuel in if you're closer towards the end of the race.
So they assume that you will back time.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, and in fact, in the last half an hour of the race, there is no minimum pit stop time. So if you need a splash, you're not constrained at all by minimum
To do it
time.
for 3.5 minutes.
Or anything like that,
Indeed.
correct.
Black Falcon's number 4 Mercedes has been and gone. And again, still not entirely sure who's in
They look like they're
that
getting
car.
ready to receive another car.
Well, I think they've just... Well, their Black Falcon Porsche is in as well, so they're dealing with that. I think they were sort of totting up, and I think they were getting the credit card through the machine there for the number 4 car, paying for their petrol.
The number 3 is also still in the race.
the
So
SP10
Black Falcon has a full house of its Mercedes as well as its Porsches still running.
The 72 Porsche came in as the SP10 leader.
Excellent.
42nd overall. That's what we're seeing.
Now,
Yeah,
I think
the
to bide out the time that you need to spend, instead of the driver just sitting there twiddling his thumbs, I think he needs to go into the shop and come back with, a Mars bar and a fizzy drink. That should be part of the regular. If you're using regular petrol pumps, then you ought to stop like a regular person.
This
Get
is
yourself a coffee.
This is a serious motor race, Martin.
It is a very serious
Stop being
motor race.
light-hearted. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning, but
I was about to say.
yeah, I don't mean to nag. The number 3, just to round out that story, though, is still an awfully long way behind, having had the accident, which I think Martin, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, at least eavesdropped on the conversation with Thomas Jaeger afterwards.
Yeah. I'd gone down to the garage to find out what happened, and Thomas Jaeger just said basically the Glickenhaus stopped in front of him.
Yes, because there was a yellow flag zone just ahead of it, probably. The car lost over an hour and a quarter in the pits, having repairs done. The Glickenhaus also lost time, but clearly not as much. And the 704 comfortably within the top 20 now, having just had that pit stop that you described as well.
2 more leaders in the pits. Our overall leader, the number 29 Audi, has come in with to make its 12th stop after 8 laps, and our SP8 leader, the Aston Martin number 7, has come in. That's in 26th position, and that is making its 11th stop.
And watch very carefully, Martin, because Kevin van der Linde will be getting out of the car. He's done a double, although the first part of the double was slightly shorter because of a puncture, we think. Marcus Winkelhock should be taking over, and Robin Freins will be coming through at the end of the lap he's on before Marcus Winkelhock is out of the pit. So we'll have another change of lead on the pit stop rotation.
We'll do a little catch-up. Joe, if you have something, throw it in.
Well, we've got the hourly update, Martin, so if you want to throw the link.
Crikey, yes. We're a minute to go. just say that Andrew Roberts on Twitter says he's just got off post 153 marshalling from 11:30 to 3:30. Now that's a stint, and found a BMW lurking in the woods. And he sent us a picture of a BMW race car jacked up on one side with work going on. More Cesare Fiorios. Oh no, see now, that would have been a complete tweet, but in fact it wasn't. More Cesare Fiorio Secret Servicing going on there. Let me see if I can get the picture to load. Oh dear, no, that's taking far too long.
We've been told that number 101, the Valkenhorst BMW M6, is stuck on the circuit, although it's not in the forest, it's at the end of the Nordschleife, just at the start of the Grand Prix loop, so very close to the pit lane entrance.
This is a white car, and it looks much more like sort of 1 Series Cup car. However, we are now at 4:30 in the morning Central European time, with 11 hours remaining in the Nurburgring at 24 hours.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So the number 29, the Land Audi R8, continues to lead with Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. Second place is the number 9, that's the WRT Audi R8. Robert Friens remains at the wheel in second place, and the number 43 BMW with Augusta Farfus at the wheel of the BMW is in third. That's our overall first, second and third. Let's go have a look at our class, or some of our classes, on the hourly update. SPX currently is still, I should say, our pole-sitting car. That's the 704 Glickenhaus, currently in 16th place overall. SP3T is currently being led by the LMS Engineering Audi TT, car 89, currently in 28th place overall. SP10, we've just mentioned it, just got into the pits and is back out onto the track. The number 72 Black Falcon Porsche Cayman is in 42nd place overall. Just ahead of it, in 41st place overall, is our TCR leader. That's the number 175 Matilda Racing Golf. V6, Class V6 that is 60th overall, and that's the number 133 Black Falcon Porsche Carrera. The AT class is 62nd overall, and that's the number 320 Care for Climate Porsche Cayman. In 100th place overall, the 100th car in this race so far is our V2T leader, and that's the number 177, the Strychek family Opel Astra. And rounding off our 4:30 hourly update is the SP2T class, and 79th overall sees the number 114 Renault Clio of the Stanko Tanati.
Joe Bradley. Pierre Caffer has vacated Audi number 28, the Land Motorsport car which lies in 4th place. Marcus Winkelhock, as suggested by Paul, has indeed taken over the number 29 lead Audi, which is also run by Land Motorsport. That car has headed back out after its 12th stop. Teammate Pierre Caffer didn't see, I saw Caffer's helmet, I can still see Caffer's helmet in the back of the garage. Didn't see who got in though, because I was paying attention to other things. We were trying to identify a lost BMW, well not lost, a BMW in the woods being worked on at Marshalls Post 153. Lord knows where that is, somewhere out in the forest. And Paul suggested that 101 had got missing. 101 we saw being towed in about 15 minutes ago, didn't we? Which looked like it had just basically run out of fuel. That is Pierre Caffer, yes. He's now got his helmet off. That is Pierre Caffer, who got out of 28. So it wasn't a driver waiting to get in. It was a Pierre Caffer who'd got out. So 101 got dragged in on a tow rope and is back out on the circuit and is down in 45th with the same driver on board. So, yeah, I think that had sort of spluttered down at the end of Tiergarten and not quite made it in.
That was me trying to piece together messages on the screen about cars that had stopped on the circuit that were BMW shaped. Pierre Caffer only doing a single stint at the wheel of that 28 Land Motorsport car then, if he has indeed, as you say, got out of the car.
Yeah, I can see him in the garage.
So I would hazard a guess that Christopher Haase has got in his place. Pierre did a double earlier on in the race, but
I've got to say, he took his helmet off and wandered back out to look at the car and look, you know, relatively was not being helped.
Yeah, maybe they just want to have Haase in the car as the sun rises, because the next stint should cover sunrise, and of course that will be a time we all look forward to because of happy hour and opportunities to go more quickly.
And of course then the race is nearly finished.
Or by the shouting.
Or by the remaining 10 hours.
Yes, I mean, we're we had a good hour there. I kind of count the number of, as I say, number of laps we had in the hour, and that's 2 on a trot. That counting in terms of whole numbers of laps, we've had 7. So it's helped our average a little bit. And if we can keep, as I say, at the 6.7, then we'll be still on for that record distance, and it's still possible. And I would, fingers crossed, say that as more and more cars drop out, the less and less chance there are for accidents to happen. So there's certainly the pace which the leaders are showing is fast enough to enable a record distance to be achieved by the end of the 24 hours.
BMW being worked on in the woods, Paul, is not 154 Sorgren Sports BMW 325i, because that is in the garage. However, Matt Guest, who clearly has far more screens at his disposal or more brain power than I do, either of which wouldn't be that difficult, thinks that the missing BMW being 251 Team Matol Racing. Which is an M235. That's sort of what it looked like. It didn't look sort of big and fat and wide and leery like an M6 or something. So a 235i, that had all the hallmarks of being that, actually. So, can we plump? Is it too early?
No, I think.
Do you know, I'll be led by Matt Guest.
And I can add to that, and possibly a screen. I don't know where Matt Guest is, but the 251 is stuck in sector 4 and has been for the best part of 4 hours. So, if there is, because you were suggesting it was on jacks and being worked upon, so it's had a while out there to have been worked on. The only other potential one is not. No, that was no. So I'll concur with Matt.
That could be an M4, you know, looking at the front of it. You reckon, or maybe a?
No, well,
it's got to be that. It's got to be the one that.
I think a 4 is too wide. It's much. It's not wheel archy, and no, I think I'm with Matt.
I'm with Paul as well.
He's leading us by the nose there, and I think we go. He's also saying in sector 3, car number 132, the GT86 of Manhella Racing. Yes, Manhella Racing has gone. Steve Bolton updates us, Paul, on our numeracy and literacy of several dawns. Are all dawns evil, or no? Civil, nautical and astronomical when the sun is 6, 12 and 18 degrees below the horizon. Someone's been on Google.
Someone's drinking a lot of coffee.
You may possibly, if you've found my Twitter feed, have seen multiple suns setting as well over the paddock here. There were 3 suns going down yesterday evening, according to my photography anyway. So to answer Will Buxton, no, we're not on Tatooine, because that only had 2 moons, didn't it? Tatooine have 2 suns as well? I can't remember.
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. 34 in the pits. Now, this car's down in 36th position. Rather attractive red and white colour scheme. I've got some quite liking that. I'm not sure I've noticed that before. That's Car Collection's Audi R8 LMS in the SP9 class. And that must be about last in SP9, isn't it? 19th in SP9. Paul will tell us, obviously, immediately how many starters there were. Well,
156.
In SP9.
Oh, I see. 34. Sorry, in that particular class.
Yeah.
Haven't we got 34?
Hang on.
And the new race leader, or the current race leader, is in. This is yet another Audi. It's the number 9 car being wheeled back towards the fuel pump. And there is a driver change going on. So out gets Robin Freins, depending on how Dutch you're feeling. The number 34 Audi seems to be rather reluctant to give up its wheel. There are 3 people hauling on the wheel so firmly that the car is in danger of coming off its jacks.
Doesn't want to come off, does it?
Does not want to come out. Pop down to the Manta garage, lads. They've got a suitably sized Persuader.
That's the truth.
Because they're now at the stage where a think and a cup of tea and then going at it with a lump hammer would be the answer to all your problems.
From underneath.
Yeah. So Robin Freins has wandered off, but unfortunately the camera is showing the car next to him, the number 34 car, and as our circuit commentary team rush to get words with the Dutchman. We still don't know who's taken over. Paul will tell us, as I tell you that number 43, Augusto Farfus, is in the pits from second place in the Schnitzer BMW.
What was I going to tell you? There was 30 starters.
Who's taken over from French? Okay, so
30 starters in SP9. From Robin Freins, I'll hazard a guess that it's going to be René Rast. René Rast has skipped a shift, if you will. He hasn't actually been in the car for 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, about 4. Yes, it went Freins, Muller, Freins on the last 2 stints. So René's had a bit of a rest, and I would guess as we head towards sunrise, they've saved René Rast to put him in it for the sunrise hour.
That's not coming off, boys, is it? It's loose.
We're looking again at the number 34 Audi, and that car. Essentially what's happened is the wheel has gone on, and the wheel nut, or is this the old wheel they're still trying to come off? The wheel nut is sitting on top of the rear wheel arch of the car. And so the wheel has not been held on by the wheel nut, but in fact, merely by the drive pegs.
Now,
and they've had to take a big pry bar to wriggle it off.
Now, remember, this was the car that took quite a heavy shunt to the rear in the very early stage of the race, didn't it? Got hit by a Clio, I think, the very early stages. And the back end is not how it ought to be. And I suspect that something like that is what's caused that wheel to get stuck, Joe.
No, sorry, guys. That was just stuck on the drive pegs.
Okay. That was just heat.
Not a bit of...
That's heat and everything, and harsh environment. They do tend to do that, you know. If they sometimes do, they sometimes don't.
Not sure it cost them a place yet, but it may do. Gap between them and their nearest rival, 75, which is an SPX car, was 38 seconds when they came across the line. So it probably will cost them an overall position. That's car number 5, the
Frank Stippler driven.
Enormously delayed number 5 Audi.
One of the favourites, Martin, the Phoenix Racing Audi.
In fact, we're shown on its screen, it shows it as being in 40th place, but it's on our timing screens, certainly it came in 39th. But it was only 30 seconds ahead of its closest rival from behind, which was car number 69, the Dur Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that black and yellow Bumblebee car. So the Phoenix Audi, didn't have much luck, that car, did it?
No, it had the incident out on the circuit when it was in the hands of Nicolai Moller-Madsen, and took a long time to get back to the pits. Had to find a wheel to get to the right to the pits because it kind of stopped halfway round. Then, having repaired it and sent it out on its way again, they found it was still vibrating somewhere, and then whether they are now living with vibrations or whether they've managed to work out whatever it was that was doing that and sort it out, I don't know. But the car has fallen a long way down, and really now just trying to get to the honour of making a 24-hour race finish.
43 leaves the pits, and our data shows that Gusto Farfus stayed in. So the Brazilian still in the Schnitzer M6. BMW talked about this a little earlier. BMW introducing, we believe, a new range of 8 series cars, and apparently their next big GT racing project, big will be the operative word, because it's going to be an M8. It's Graham Goodwin. Graham Goodwin nods.
Sounds like it should be in Scotland. Have you done something like that before, presumably?
No, not at all.
So that's changed the lead back again, that pit stop, of course, for the number 9 WRT car. So back into the lead has gone the number 29 car, Marcus Winkelhock, at the wheel of the Lant Motorsport car. So it's just one lap that that car loses the lead for, but it's all as a result of an early pit stop a couple of hours ago, because it used to lead the race throughout the pit stop cycle. And I don't know, I just think if you lose the lead every time you come into the pits, it just puts you all under that little bit of extra pressure. Whereas if you can stay out and carry on leading the race, I remember it was you who was sitting there, wasn't it, Martin, when I said for the first time,
yes,
the number 29 car could lead the race through its pit stop.
Yep.
And that advantage that it had 6 hours ago, 8 hours ago, however long ago it was, it has now lost. Just shows how close this race has, because it's the 29 car, if anything, has lost a bit of its lead rather than gained its lead.
Graham Goodwin is on tea-making duties, for which I shall be very grateful indeed. And as Miss Jack says, and I'm going to approximate the accent here,
Go on.
3:30 a.m. is both too early and too late for coffee.
No.
So it doesn't sound even remotely like it, does it?
No.
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 No. Two other things. The Midweek Motorsport archivist, Mr. F. Schultz. That's a bit formal, isn't it, F? Am I misremembering, Paul Trustwell, or is there a minimum pit stop time? For my benefit again, there is a minimum pit stop time.
But
and Paul,
depends.
it's related to how long you've been driving.
Yes, although to be strictly accurate, it's not the length of time you've been driving, but the number of laps that you've done. What you need to do is to go onto the 24H-information website, look up the Bulletin 3, and there is an English version of it, and it will give you a lovely table which shows you how many seconds you have to spend as your minimum time, depending how many laps you've done, if you're in SPX, SP Pro or SP9 class cars. Now, you have to be slightly clever about it because there's 3 different versions of the table. There's one for the first stint, because of course you need a bit more fuel if you're doing the first stint because you have a formation lap at the beginning of it. You have a separate table for normal stints, and then you have the third table, which confusingly is actually called Table 2, but that's the one that is then based on the last hour and 10 minutes, because for the last hour and 10 minutes, the minimum pit stop time is based on the time remaining to the end of the race, up until the last 30 minutes when there is no minimum pit stop time. Did that make sense?
It did. So
Even at 4:45
so
a.m.
Jack Shilafsky said, short answer, varies. However, you had chapter and indeed verse. Now, I had a contiguous question which has completely escaped me. So say all that again, and the question will pop up again, and I can't.
Right. It varies depending on the number of laps completed. The longer, the more number of laps, the longer time you have to spend. It varies depending whether it's the first pit stop.
It was fuel.
Right.
Can you put enough fuel in before the start of the race to do the formation lap plus 8 laps? Does anybody ever do that? Do
Yes.
they do it? They do.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
I mean the prime example is the 704 Glickenhaus. The 704 Glickenhaus can easily do 9 laps, and at the beginning of the race it did a formation lap plus 8 laps.
Well, that's just a standard stint. No, my point was, can any of the cars take enough to do a standard stint plus the formation lap? So would it have done, say, 10? But it didn't.
No, I don't know.
No,
Last year, we were regularly getting into the 9 laps for a GT3 car. Because of the way they've changed the regulations this year, the cars have slightly less fuel available to them on their stops, which has limited the amount that they can, the distance that they can run.
Right, slightly less fuel available to them on their stops, but does that mean their fuel tanks are then smaller?
Yes.
Okay, right. 99 is in, which is whichever one of the BMWs it is. That's the Rover Racing BMW, Philippe Eng and crew. That car is in 13th position. Red sky in the morning, rather disappointing, because can you have red sky at night and red sky in the morning? I'm fairly sure it was the red sky last night. Yeah, but you don't normally get both. However, the roseate fingers of dawn have definitely stretched across the sky.
I'm doing a good one here. Is that a race for position?
Is that a race for position? We're on board with Christopher Haas in the number 28 Land Motorsport Audi.
However, the car in front, is that the 98?
Is that the 98?
No.
It looks rather more like a 43. It looks rather more like a Schnitzer BMW.
He's over a minute up the road, the Row Racing BMW 98.
Well, in that case, is that the 42 Schnitzer BMW, and is that motorsport coloured white with red and blue on?
Surely not. Surely not.
it's-
It's not going to be lapped by the
One
fifth place
Schnitzer
car.
BMW is white and the other one isn't it? 43 is the white one. That is an M6, though.
It's not
I
the
think,
98, of course.
I think that is Augusto Farfus. We get alongside almost, but unfortunately his headlights are so bright that all we're getting is a white glary BMW, so we'll have to see what happens when they come across the line.
I think I know how to suss that. So he's 2 minutes. He's 2 minutes away from the pits now. So I'm gonna look
Do
for
that
the
mentally
BMW.
while I say that 702 is back in yet again, Paul. Yet another 5-lap stint. If they've got a fuel pickup problem, boy, have they ever got a fuel pickup problem. 68 is in and 307 is in as well, which are all inside the top 40.
It looks like, from the 702's point of view, they do have the problem and they've not been able to fix it. They had one pit stop which was longer when they tried to fix it, but it didn't seem to do the trick. That's the second 5-lapper on the trot. Prior to that, they did 2 7-lappers on the trot. And of course, the only benefit to having a shorter pit stop is that, or a shorter stint, is you get a shorter pit stop for it.
Christopher Haas is still working through traffic as we head towards Dottingerhur, down Dottingerhur in fact, behind, I'm pretty sure that's Augusto Farfus in the 43 car. I'm not quite sure how that works. They're nose to tail, or at least their fourth and fifth positions, or at least they were after the BMW's most recent pit stop. Haas toes up behind him. 42, there you go, it wasn't 43, it was 42, so it is the other Schnitzer BMW. So I'm getting my BMWs confused. I wasn't quite sure how it could be, except for the timing screen doesn't update itself apart from every 8.5 minutes when the leaders come back around for another lap.
Sure, it wasn't 42.
No, it was 42, not 43, which is the better placed of the BMW. So anyway, this is, we're on board. Oh, hang a minute. We're now on board with Augusto Farfus in 43. Is that Christopher Haas has just gone by?
Christopher Haas has just gone by the 43.
So it is 43.
For position. That was a race indeed for position.
Yes, it was. Right, okay. And they crossed the line 0.4 seconds apart. Haas is on lap 3 of his stint and Farfus on lap 2. So they are very close together. That is 4th and 5th. And they are greater than a minute behind Marcus Paltula. Peter Dumbrek is back in the pit lane from 7th place. They all sort of fall like dominoes, don't they? You get this 3-lap period where suddenly almost all the top 10 are in and out of the pit lane. So Peter Dumbrek in the number 33 car is in 7th position. And that's the end of his double stint, I would think. Paul can or possibly cannot confirm. That's Falcon Motorsports BMW M6 that he shares with Alexandra Imperatori, Steph Dusseldorp and Marco Seefried.
The way that those cars there, the 28, the 4th and 5th cars is what I'm talking about. The 28 Audi has just passed on the road the 43 BMW. So that's a change for 4th and 5th. However, into the pits first will be the Audi, the number 28. That's on its 6th lap, is it? 5th lap.
No, 28 is on its third lap.
Third lap, and Farfus is on his
second lap.
Right,
out
so
of the
there's
pits.
just 1 lap difference.
Yeah.
So they're pretty close on pit cycle strategy, aren't they?
Now,
so that's quite significant.
So was Gusto only in front, sorry Paul, because of the pit stop the last time round?
Well, exactly right. They were the way round that they are now before the last cycle of pit stops, and I'm just wanting to check the pit stop time because no, the pit stops were of a similar nature, so it was purely that they were close together before the cars came into the pits. Having done their pit stops, they somehow managed to swap on in or out laps, and that can sometimes happen, and so it's in the same order as it was before, but it was a change which happened through the pit stop cycle and now has changed itself back again. You with it, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
So essentially, the 28 car is holding its lead through the pit stop cycle, or it's holding its 4th position, its advantage over the 5th place BMW. So,
yes, and that will turn into 3rd and 4th when we get the pit stop which we are due from
98.
98 in 3 laps' time.
Yeah. Oh, it'll drop. Yes, it will, because they're all covered by, well, quarter of a lap, probably. Not even.
And the difficulty that the number 98 car sometimes has is that it sometimes only manages 7 laps rather than 8. But recently it's been managing to do 8 laps, and I would suggest that was because it's been cooler and whatever tyre issues the number 98 has had haven't been affecting it. So as I say, the number 98 and 50 are the unreliable ones in swapping between 7 and 8 lap stints.
Just seen a little retweet from Baron von Clutch of a picture from Slade Perrins following the Nurburgring 24 Hours from Phillip Island in the Australian GT Audi garage. I'm definitely getting screen envy. Need to have a look at the setup here. Anybody else who's got a better setup than that? Has
he got his own pit wall?
It's the OVO live data wall with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 screens plus a laptop and room for 3 more. Now I'm saying
that race control at Phillip Island.
I'm saying that's not his house. He's in the garage. He's in the Audi GT garage at Phillip Island. So
it's what?
That is a Pratt Perch and 3/4. That is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that really is.
Are you okay, Paul? You're okay with that? You're not going to feel inadequate?
I'm focusing on what I've got rather than worrying about what other people have got.
Paul goes for
spirit.
quality rather than quantity.
Yeah.
Whereas we, of course, go for quantity every time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of that there can be no doubt. Pit stop for the Fricadelli Racing Team, car number 31, the Porsche 911. He's gone out again. That lies in 11th place. That lay in 11th place. That probably still does lie. He's come and gone. And René Rast did take over the number 9 car. So for the first time in the race, certainly to my knowledge, I know it was Robin Friens has done a lot of driving, but Renault Rast I've seen in that car. I've not actually been in the seat while the other two have sat in it. And Marcus Winkelhock in 29 still leading, so it's Audi 1-2, BMW in 3, in 3rd place with the number 98 car. And Paul, who do you think is driving that? Because they're not telling us.
The 98 is Alex Sims.
We did see that.
You did tell us, indeed. Well, I didn't remember it. I wrote it down. You were talking about René Rast, didn't you, in the number 9 car? I just wanted to pick out on things to look out for. René Rast in the early stages, he started in that car in the first 5 laps. He was the fastest man on the circuit. So at 3:30 yesterday afternoon, René Rast was on a big charge in the WRT car. Put him in it now, see what he's going to be capable of, because Joe will tell us whether we've got any yellow flag zones around the circuit. It is beginning to get a little bit lighter. There are far fewer cars around at the moment, so...
Doesn't look like when you look at that GPS.
Yeah, how many fewer?
Well, we've certainly lost 20, possibly 25.
Out of a starting number of?
156.
Oh,
may seem
125 left out there.
Seem like a drop in the ocean, but there comes a threshold where you tend to see far fewer cars out on the circuit when you get into your groove, and that enables cars to just get into the rhythm of the driving, and often therefore incidents are less likely to happen. And of course daylight will help as well.
Daylight definitely does help, but one thing that daylight does is start to, quote, remove uncertainty, and therefore do we not find that drivers tend to take more risks, and therefore it increases the number of accidents?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think more likely to happen is the consequence of daylight, that the ambient temperature rises, and components that have been nice and cool overnight suddenly find themselves getting a bit warmer, and radiators perhaps which weren't doing as much cooling overnight, which have got clogged, suddenly have to do more work, and they can't because they're more clogged up. So temperature-related problems tend to creep in as daylight or the dawn turns into a nice summer's morning.
Well, yes. Well, this year, yes. Previously, it comes from sort of apocalyptic Arctic sub-zero to just about bearable with 8 layers and some mittens. So, yeah, this year is definitely going to be much more like a classic hot Le Mans. Because, yes, anything that's feeling frail in the current temperatures, which are very pleasant indeed outside, will be really in trouble when it gets back to Scorchio.
Well, I'm about to hand over to Gigi.
Are you indeed? Well, he doesn't look even remotely ready for handing in there. He's leaning on the window.
Guess what he's doing?
He's holding cords. That's what he's
chatting.
doing. He is chatting.
He's chatting. Well,
Well, you can chat on as well. Beautiful dawn here at the Nordschleife of the Nurburgring. And just to confirm, yes, the I Heart Horn is a logo for Deutsche Post. It's all to do with the post horn. So we'll move on from there. There's now a thread going, everybody tweeting in their pictures. Matt Guest struggling along with just 4 screens, and Ken Childs with just the 1. But he is in the position where he normally watches bobsled all winter at ungodly o'clock in the morning, and he's enjoying it at a sort of sensible time in the late afternoon. So very good. At 11 p.m. on the east coast of the USA. Says Chris, who's Racing Nation TV, so it's getting towards bedtime there. And somebody tweeted in earlier saying, is it wrong that I've been watching right from the start of the race? Is it bad I've watched every minute of this race and have seen the Nürburgring go from dusk to dawn? You're not alone. The wrongness or otherwise of it would be how much beer you've consumed in the meanwhile. Good morning. Hi. Brad has just turned off the microphone. How are you? Good morning, Peter. Kate, welcome back to the Nürburgring.
Thank you, and welcome back to the suite after the best couple of stints in my life.
Well, your name was being bandied around earlier on when we had David King with John Heidhoff saying that you come here and just bleed love for the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
What's so special about this race from a driver's point of view?
I mean, first of all, being a Brit and driving an Aston Martin is already a dream, but then to do it here with a track that you can never, I mean, you can learn it, but you can never say you know it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's different every year, not just resurfacing, but bumps move and change, curbs go up and down, obviously traffic, obviously oil, weather, whatever. It's a phenomenal place. It's a huge challenge, and yeah, there are other circuits that are a challenge for sure, but here it's, you know, just driving around on your own is an absolute blast.
So, I mean, obviously you're very far from being on your own. We were just actually finishing a conversation about how few cars there are left in the race. Paul was saying that we've lost at least 25, so we're down to sort of only about 125 left. Does there come a point when you go out and you think, oh, there does seem to be a little bit more elbow room than I remember?
Certainly. I mean, qualifying's mad because, you know, all the kind of crazies, if I can say that, are still there going. But, you know, the evening and the night tends to get rid of a few. The problem we have is that we're running in a class which is not quite as fast as the SP9 SPX, so they're coming past us, but then we're closing on all the other classes, more or less. So we're having to overtake and be overtaken, and that makes it very busy for us. Whereas if we were in a very fast or a very slow class, we would only have one or the other problem, really.
Yeah. So you're sort of an LMP2 where there are still quick cars whistling past your ears, but predominantly you're also trying to look for the gap in traffic while keeping a weather eye on the mirror.
Exactly. But I mean, I would say the GT8 just now was driving pretty much like an LMP2. It would just, wherever I pointed it, it went. It was amazing. It just stayed very consistent through the stint, no problems at all.
Now, what about the weather? I mean, this is not Nürburgring 24-hour weather in anybody's living memory or anybody's recent memory. What has the much higher temperature done? Does that mean that you feel different grip levels or different temperature in the car? I mean, what's the biggest change that you notice as a driver?
Well, first of all, I think we've paid for this weather over the last 10 years, so it's well overdue. And the fans too, they must be glad not to be standing knee-deep in mud. But first of all, yes, it's really hot in the car. We obviously run vents and so on, and it's all about airflow, all about hydration before and during. But I think you've seen, not just with our team, but all the teams have had tyre issues because all of the testing this year and all of the preparation has been done at, you know, between 7 and, say, 15 degrees C. and here we are with temperatures above 30 on the track. So a lot of cars are running compounds they haven't tested for, or the suspension's not set up for. I've heard tell of other teams being able to run 4 laps before they have to change their preferred tyre, so they're obviously running a non-preferred tyre. We've been very lucky with Dunlop. They've done a great job. We've got 2 compounds, one for the day, which is slightly harder, and the car's balanced on both, and we can just keep on going.
Now, Dunlop work very, very closely with the factory Aston Martin GTE cars. What about the deal that you've got? Is that a customer tyre that you have bought, and that's not a sort of chassis related?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
And obviously the car we're driving is essentially based on very closely on a road car.
Yeah.
So a lot of the suspension, a lot of the the diff and so on is not trick at all. So we really have to work closely with the tyre guys, but they're not. It's not a bespoke tyre.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but again, their knowledge knocking on from all of that GTE experience is sort of trickled down as well. So,
Absolutely.
And the car at the moment hovering around 27th position. David was saying, okay, we want to be sort of top 20 by dawn, but there's been rather too little attrition ahead of you to make that quite happen. In terms of how does it feel? How does it feel, the car?
The car was immense. I mean, everybody dreams of a stint where you kind of get in that zone where you just have to do the basics, almost PlayStation. Turn left, it goes left; right, it goes right, and there's never any untoward reaction. And it was like that for the last 2 stints. So 16 laps in the night. What more could you ask for? I think the position though is incredible, because when you think we qualified 50th or whatever it was, somewhere in that region, I think we crossed the first lap line 48th. And all the cars ahead of us are in quicker classes, so it is about attrition now. It is about making sure we survive to the sun up, and then we'll reassess and decide what we need to do. The guys behind us in the Lamborghini are well behind us,
Yeah.
a couple of laps down. I have to say the car's quick, that Lamborghini, but not particularly quick on the Nordschleife, which helps because that's most of the lap.
Yeah, being quick on the Grand Prix circuit is like being quick in the pit lane, really. It doesn't help it. Ooh, we're on board with a Team Smolsky BMW 325. Sounded like he just drove through a huge amount of gravel, and the car in front of him that he was going by was also throwing up dust, so somebody has strewn gravel everywhere. Now, again, from that, in the darkness, you don't pick up an awful lot of debris or bits of rubber or whatever on the track, or can you actually see that?
In some places you can. I mean, dust is actually very visible in the night, but as you say, debris, and especially if you're blind corners or dips around here, you rely a lot on the marshals. They do a great job, but the red and yellow flag is shown for when there's debris on the track, and it really does work well. And we also try to talk to the pit and talk to the other car, because we've got effectively 3 cars running here, so if there is something on one side of the track, we'll radio in, and the cars stay left, stay right, and that tries to avoid punctures and such like.
Sort of 10 minutes later, you've got to try and remember, where was it I was supposed to... just here.
Turn
Rats.
42. Which one's that?
Yes. Well, you see a lot of that, don't you? Yellow flags at turn 53. What? Where's that?
Yeah.
But I suppose you can't really put the corner names up because they don't all have them. You've just moved back up to 26th position. The 63 Porsche has been in the pits for its 10th stop, so it's sort of that's now its 11th stop, and that's a reasonably close battle for position with them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I try to let these cars past if they're behind us, because they're not in our class, and we're driving to a rev limit. We're taking a gear up on the slow corners to try and protect the engine and make sure we follow the strategy. It looks like we're bouncing between 26 and 27. I'm looking at the lap time that Nicky's done. It's very similar to what we would expect for this time of day. The dawn's come, it's cool, or relatively cool. So, if we can keep doing that, and the other cars have to pit, more often than us if they're wearing their tyres or having other issues, that's the only way we're going to move up, I think. But it would be wonderful to finish in the top 20. It would be a dream.
Well, yes, I mean, getting to the end, obviously, is everybody's prime concern, because that's by no means a given. This isn't a 20-lap sprint. It's not a 2-hour or 6-hour race. This is a monumental car killer, and you don't have to actually inflict the fatal blow yourself. That can come from any direction, can't it?
It can, and often late and unexpected. But we've been there. You know, that's why it makes it more satisfying when it does work out.
Well, absolutely. Well, everything crossed. And nice of the team to give that young Danish chap, Nicky somebody, give him a go. Yeah, I think he might have potential.
Yeah, I think he has, yeah.
Could do with a haircut. But other than that, he's got stuff going.
He's a great actor as well.
Yes, indeed. Excellent. Now then, we have, oh, blimey, we have I was going to say we have a slew of leaders in. Thank you very much, Peter Cate.
You're welcome.
When are you back in the car?
Around 10ish this morning.
All right, okay. A bit of sleep. Very nice indeed. Thank you very much indeed. He is back in the number 7 Aston Martin around 10 o'clock this morning. However, 98 is in the pits. That's the car that's in 3rd place. So is the number 50 Mercedes. So is the number 28 Land Motorsport Audi. So is the number 42 Schnitzer BMW. So that is 4 of the top 7 cars, Paul, in the pit lane.
And more or less are they expected, because the number 28 certainly is not expected into the pits. Christopher Haase only took the car over 4 laps ago. So 28, the Land Motorsport car, which was potentially knocking on the door of being in the top 3 a little while ago, but has fallen away with the result of that pit stop. The 98 car, it was a 7-lap stint, and I did say that there was a little bit of variability amongst that number 98, the Rowe Racing car. And the other one you said that came in was 42, wasn't it? And that was on the end of its 8th lap. So that one's the Schnitzer BMW, a perfectly routine one. But the 28, definitely not routine. And the 50, the 98, as I say, with a 7 laps stint.
Yeah.
The other thing which Graham Goodwin and I were just whispering about whilst we were hearing from Peter Cate is the SP7 class car, number 63, coming to the pits. That is having a longer pit stop. It's been in the pits now for over 10 minutes and is still stationary, and that's a lot longer than its minimum time should be. So a problem for the car that's now 2nd in SP7.
That means that the positional change for the number 7 Aston Martin is a real one. It's not on pit cycle. That is a real positional change and goes up to 26th position overall for the number 7.
But it is only as a result of attrition, and I think Peter was saying, I mean, the opportunity to improve is purely down to the misfortune that others have. And that's kind of, yes, it would be lovely to be 20th, but the only way they're going to get there is because of the problems that others have. But that, of course, all assumes that they don't have any problems, and it's certainly not. And David King will tell you it's certainly not a piece of cake to come to the Nurburgring and drive a car around for 24 hours.
Yeah, never assume. 28 back in the garage now at Land Motorsport, and as you say, Paul, slumped down to 7th place and dropping because it's now gone behind the number 42 Schnitzer BMW.
But what are they doing to it?
They are pointing torches down in the rear of the engine bay, so engine, transmission, tail end of the cam covers is where they're looking behind. Anybody who's looking at it online and has not got involved in the Twitter fight of where the greatest sunrises and sunset pictures are coming from, I have to say this year's sunrise is a real contender.
But does it look as though they know what they're doing and they have a plan, or are they investigating?
They are putting the lid back on. So they are topping off the car, the engine cover goes back on, the laptop is unplugged, but all of which suggests that they have got a power problem of some kind. Do you know what? It's actually daylight outside, Graham Goodwin.
Just about.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen and lady. In fact, it's getting light.
Ladies?
Lady.
No.
Z's out
because
there.
Although you can't see her, Miss Jax is still representing.
Is she?
She is.
Morning, Miss Jax.
Morning, Miss Jax.
But no, we've had a beautiful purple sunrise this morning, and light is beginning to play onto the pit lane.
Oh no, not beginning. I mean, if we turned all the floodlighting off, you'd still be easily able to see what you're doing on the pit lane. It's properly light.
But that didn't look like they had a plan. It looked like they were looking for where the problem might be.
That's what I was trying to get to say, because not everybody can see the pictures, including myself. So I can kind of see them at an angle, but and I am worried about that car, which, as I say, was running very strongly and was threatening to catch up. Its pace was there or nearly there, and Land Motorsport clearly have a very good plan, but having brought the car in early and now having been at rest for 5 minutes in the pits, that is clearly turning into a problem. The other cars which came in when you described the flurry, Martin, have already been and gone.
Yes, they have, and left the 28 car trailing in its wake. The 28 crew have also just dropped the petrol pump.
But the very fact that they actually put the car in the garage before they fueled it is reasonably unusual.
And in fact, they only put 50 litres in because, of course, it had only done half a stint, so they couldn't put any more in. So it is now behind and out of sync with the flurry. So that'll be that will be back at sort of in sync with the number 9 Audi and the number 43 BMW, which have completed 3 laps of their stints, and the Land car had completed 4 laps of its stint. So back with Christopher Haas. Don't forget, it was only one shift change ago that we were sitting watching Christopher Haas going, is that really Augusto Farfus at 43 or is that 40? No, it was Farfus, and he had gone by him for 4th, or at that stage for
At that stage
third,
it was for 4th, but it turned into 3rd.
because 98 stopped.
I can explain why the confusion, because I think you were looking at the ETA, weren't you, which was confusing the situation.
No, because that we were on board with Christopher Haas, as indeed we are now, and the BMW was right in front. And I went, that's the Schnitzer, where's the Schnitzer? And then we got alongside, couldn't quite read the number, and then as they came across the line, he had passed him, and yes, Augusto was behind, but the 43 Schnitzer BMW is now in 4th still, and Christopher Haas in the number 28 Land Motorsport Audi has dropped to 7th position. That will be reflected when the 42 BMW, the other Schnitzer car, comes across the line next time, which will be in 5 minutes, because that is currently in sector 3. And Augusto Farfus in the witching hour, 1 minute 58.3 sector 3, so he's got a good clear run through there, and that is the fastest 3rd sector that car has recorded in the race.
Yeah, there's several teams setting fast lap times again now, and setting their own personal best lap times, for example, including the number 1 Mercedes from the Black Falcon team. Kind of lost track of who was getting into that car because it didn't have a driver change at the last stop, and I thought it should have done. So not quite sure who's in that at the moment, but it's just set its personal fastest lap. And also from the number 8 Haribo Racing Team Mercedes, that has just set its personal best. So we're into that kind of time, a green racetrack, getting light, nice cold air, where lap times are getting quicker and quicker. And importantly for the battle for the lead, Rene Rast, who's been out for 4 laps, as you were saying, is lapping around about 2 seconds a lap quicker than Markus Winkelhock in the race-leading Land Motorsport car. Now the gap between them is down to 1 minute and 22 seconds. Remember, that was over a minute and a half. In fact, going up to 1 minute 40 not so very long ago. So Rene Rast is potentially putting in a bit of a hero stint. Let's see how it gets on. And 4 laps of it, it's not yet a hero stint, but it's got the potential for being one. He's the quickest car out there, and let's see what he's going to be able to do as this stint wears on.
Took a 1.8-ish seconds out of Winkelhock, the leader, last time round, but then again that could be being held up by 1 car through 3 corners. So
that's why you need to look at the average. If you look at the average of because Winkelhock's been out for 5 laps, Rast's been out for 4. Now what I can't do is take into account yellow flag zones, but over that 4 laps, Rast is 2 seconds a lap quicker. Not
sure we've had a yellow flag zone in the last 4 or 5 laps, to be honest. I think that's fairly, it's been fairly clear. Now we were talking about the Trofeo Lamborghini with Peter Cate just a few moments ago. That was the car that was on their heels, still is in fact now, the number 89 car. That's in the 63 rather, in the garage, in the pit lane. It's not on their heels, in fact it's dropped down.
It's 2 laps down.
It is 2 laps down behind them. They were sort of swapping positions with that until it had a bit of a drama.
That's right. This is the GT tired car. And not looking that tired, but 69, the yellow and black Lamborghini Super Trofeo, as Peter was saying, very quick indeed in a straight line, this car.
Where did GT tyres come from? That's G-I-T-I, not as in G and T.
I've got a feeling that that company is now Chinese-based.
Ah, okay. Not a name I've come across before.
The programme was announced, actually, was overlooked by many.
Including me.
Yes, towards the end of last year. But I've got a feeling they produced the tyres in China. We're trying to recall if it's a Malaysian or Indonesian brand initially. I'll have a quick look.
Interesting. In qualifying, neither of the cars participating in the top 30, but in their qualifying session, the Lamborghini was 6 seconds a lap faster than the Aston Martin. And when I spoke to David King about it, he said, "Oh, it's not a problem. You know, we'll be able to get past it because not all their drivers can drive it 6 seconds a lap quicker. Whereas they've got some drivers that are all pretty consistent." So another mention for the way that Aston Martin go about things, getting things consistent. The Lamborghini can be quick, but it's not just a question of being quick in a straight line, but it's also a question of having the drivers who are all capable of doing the same lap times. Meanwhile, Graham Goodwin has the answer, just like that.
Headquartered in Singapore, but with manufacturing facilities across Asia by the looks of things. I'm just waiting for their corporate website to wake up and answer the clarion call to tell me where their factories are.
That ain't happening.
I'm pretty certain that the gentleman I actually had a quick chat with earlier from GT Tyres told me that the competition side of things is based in China.
On an entirely unrelated, but somebody's just sent in a little bit of clip of film to remind me of it. If you're not all over the America's Cup and the round robin racing, you probably need to. Also, this just in, America's Cup organisers, you need to think of a driver standards advisor. There's been some fairly... I didn't know that rubbing was racing in yachting, but apparently now it really seriously is. So
You're very easily distracted, aren't you?
very, very easily distracted. And in the pit lane is the 6th place car, so that's going to distract me further.
That's okay. That's the Nurburgring. That's the Nurburgring 24 hours. That's the reason we're here. So
I can divert him back, if you like, by saying that there is actually a top-line sports car racing team that also has yachting interests. They do race in the Gravontic 24-hour series. They will be racing at the Le Mans 24 hours, and they do have a round-the-world yacht racing team, and that is EDEC Sports. But back here to the Nürburgring.
It's Jens Klingman coming in the number 19 Schubert BMW.
Yeah.
And it should be Jens staying in to do a double stint. If it's not, then Tom Onslow-Cole will be the driver to get in. But
didn't see a sign of a driver change, so I think Onslow is probably still fast to kip.
Taking photos of sunrises.
Well, do you know what? I was thinking when all these photos came out, I thought there may be some photographers who stayed up late yesterday evening and went, oh, do you know what? I'll just give the Dawn a miss this year. It was not worth getting out of bed last year. Oh, boy. That's going to be so the wrong decision.
So that will drop the number 19 car out of the top 6 as a result of the pit stop, because the number 50 HTP Mercedes will be able to get past it. And next time around, we'll almost certainly have the number 1 Mercedes coming in for its stop, another routine stop, and then we'll be able to find out what was going on with the double stint and whether it was Christodoulou doing a double stint later than I thought, or whether Manuel Metzger has been in that car. But that car, number 1, will be in next time around. But again, you see just how closely these things are bunched, because you only need to have a pit stop. And you can go from being in number 1 Mercedes case, 4th place, and you'll drop outside of the top 6 as a result of your pit stop. So, you know, we've talked a long time about how strong the field is, but even though the gaps are increasing amongst the cars to about a minute or so in some cases, there's still a minute is nothing
No.
when you just get a puncture or something like that. So
Well, a minute is something if you're only racing on the Grand Prix circuit, but we're not. I'll just tell you that the red Bentley, number 36, is having a pit stop, and Graham will update you on Rallycross.
Indeed, the number 68 Porsche came in the runnings 4th in SP7 and 35th overall. Just took what I think we can call is a long cut rather than a short cut.
That was the Joker lap, wasn't it?
It was,
yeah.
was all over the grass and didn't seem very keen to rejoin the grey stuff.
No,
really.
it was quite bizarre, actually, for those of you who aren't watching the streaming pictures. Well, how are you listening to you? Are you on the TuneIn app and haven't got a laptop? Anyway, yeah, went off a little bit on the Grand Prix circuit and then basically did
Just carried
most
on.
of the rest of the lap on the grass because it
Carried
felt
on.
quite comfortable.
Pleased to report, by the way, that for once that during this race I've actually been right, so that actually most of the GT tyres are indeed produced in China.
Making a note.
Indeed.
Goodwin,
It went up
not
again.
incorrect.
There you go. Also a plant in Indonesia and a future tyre plant in South Carolina, the USA.
Paul.
new fastest lap of the race to, guess who? Rene Rast, 8:22.423. I did say he was going to put in a hero stint. Well, he's now done 5 laps of his forthcoming double stint. That's going to be the hero stint of the race, where he puts the WRT car into a winning position, marking his card. 8:22.423, new fastest lap of the race for Rene Rast. He continues to close in on Marcus Winkelhock for the lead of the race, and he's now got the gap down to 1 minute and 11 seconds, and that is coming down at a rate now of around 3 or 4 seconds a lap, when it was in the first couple of laps of the stint 2 seconds a lap.
Back into the pits, I'm afraid, for the number 28 Land car.
I thought you were going to update us on junior rallycross.
That was the 128. So 28 in the pit lane, 128 all over the
Yes.
gravel, scared off the track, but not by Rene Rast. Just I think anticipating Rene Rast getting by and missing his braking point.
The number 28 car that Christopher Haas took over, when he took it over and went back out, past Augusto Farfus for what was then 4th. He comes in now after a single lap, after 2 laps. After a single lap, he's in 13th, and they are pushing the car back into the garage. So whatever ailed it clearly still ails it, and plugging the laptop in didn't fix it, nor did shining a torch inside the engine bay. So they're going to actually have to do a little bit more work than that. And unfortunately, that brings Lance double challenge down to the single car, which is still leading. And Paul, how do you tell on the timing screen that he's done the fastest race lap?
Yes, I have to admit I made a mistake there, because I had a bit of a glitch in the system, and it wasn't the fastest lap, because the fastest was actually an 8:22.262 done by Van der Linde in the middle of the night. So it was just outside the fastest.
Okay.
It was the fastest for that car.
Well, it didn't even come up green on my screen. It just came up yellow.
It does very briefly.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so
you know, there's 8 minutes 40 before it comes round again. They could at least hold it for that long, so bears of little brain like myself could note.
Yes, apologies. I got a bit overexcited with it, but Rast is nevertheless still closing down the gap, even though it wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race. But it's a good performance,
Yep.
and
Yes.
he is still 3 laps away from his next pit stop, whereas Marcus Winkelhock will be in 2 laps' time. We had the pit stop, did we, from the number 1 car?
We do now.
No, it is. There he goes. Yes.
We do now. In fact, we're on board with him as we come into the pit lane. It really is very daylight. So it's now tomorrow, definitely. 10 hours left. It is sunrise was at 5:31. It is 5:26. So yeah, we'll go for that 5:20. Alley updates. I'm poking Goodwin in the ribs. Odd numbers, please.
Odd numbers?
Odd numbers, please.
I'll do my best.
7:02's in again, Paul, having completed 4 laps this time on its stint. So that's an even less abstemious run from that car. So its regularity of coming into the pits is increasing.
Getting worse, yes.
Yeah,
And
its frequency of stopping.
Yes, it might even just be a dodgy fuel pump problem, which is not pumping the fuel properly. So,
But then you'd have used you'd push the car down to somebody else's garage and use their fuel pump.
No,
or
sorry, I mean the
something.
fuel pump on the car.
Oh, in the car, yeah. So yes, not picking up from the bottom half of the tank.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they're getting enough fuel in the tank. It's just the pump has either stopped pumping or it may just be that it can't get to the bottom of the tank. I don't know, but shame for that car, because the number 704, which seemed to fall out of contention earlier on after the contact, has had a relatively good run of it since then. Number 704, 16th overall. Has
fallen out of contention, but yes, is still lapping quickly, and in fact is on its fastest lap of the race at the moment. Fastest in Sector 1 and fastest in Sector 2. Also, just to document, 28 is back out. Are on board with him, shows him just heading out onto the Hatzenbach, and the caption says Christopher Haas. However, our timing screen says Conor De Filippi. So, perm one of those two, or possibly one of the other two. So somebody's in it, but it has gone straight back out.
Conor has only been driving the 29, so I think it's unlikely to be De Filippi.
Right, so they fiddle with something, some result of which is that it's changed the driver ident on our timing screens and also allowed the car to leave the garage after what must have been a fairly short stop, Paul. Sector 1,
yes.
5:38, so it was in for 4 minutes basically, including 30 seconds driving through the pit lane.
Not even, it was in for less than 2.5 minutes, which is close to the time for that length of stop.
Well, a standard Sector 1 though is 1 minute and 24, and he's done a 5:38 Sector 1, so there's a couple of minutes missing from that equation.
Okay.
However,
I'm just giving you the last pit stop time.
Yeah. However, being pushed back into the garage and then straight back out again, and seemingly, I mean, from the pictures and from the sound, it seems like he's got all the cylinders going and is going really quite quickly. So, not entirely sure what that was about at all. However,
I'm just giving you the last pit stop time.
Yeah. However, being pushed back into the garage and then straight back out again, and seemingly, I mean, from the pictures and from the sound, it seems like he's got all the cylinders going and is going really quite quickly. So, not entirely sure what that was about at all.
And we'll keep counsel about Conor De Filippi, because he's certainly being shown as the driver on more than one screen. He is a nominated driver for both cars, so there's nothing to stop him driving both, provided he has the requisite amount of rest period between.
It's like being a bus driver, isn't it?
Has, yes.
If you stop, if you finish your route on the 53, you've got to have 2 hours off as a fag break before you get into the 28.
Exactly so, and that's what De Filippi has done. He was out of the number 29 car 10 hours and 47 minutes into the race. We're now 14 hours into the race, so he's perfectly entitled to get into another car. And the fact that we are 14 hours into the race means that there's only 10 hours to go now.
There is indeed. It is 5.
Live from the Eiffel Mountains, this is RadioLeMans.com.
5:30 p.m. Central European Time, 03:30 GMT. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, waving at you in the middle of the dark night, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us on RadioLeMans.com. We are in the Aston Martin Lounge, overlooking the pit lane at Germany's Nurburgring. And unlike some of the hard work mechanics, we are still awake and watching the race as we have. At 5:30, just under 10 hours remaining. So the race will continue now in daylight until 3:30 this afternoon local time, at which time we will find out whether it is an Audi, a BMW or a something else that wins this race. And it seems unlikely now that it's going to be a something else. Currently riding on board on our live streaming pictures in 16th place with the number 704 Glickenhaus. That car that started on pole position from what I don't think we've actually answered the ask. Was it the first ever American to start the Nürburgring 24 hours from pole position?
American car?
American driver.
Oh, I don't remember being asked that one, but it's a very good one.
Can't believe that nobody asked. That was my very first thought when I saw one on the grid. However, at hour, it is customary for us to update positions. I will start by telling you that the top three are as follows. Marcus Fingerhock in the number 29, Lant Audi car number 29 is the leader. René Rast in the number 9 Audi is in second place, and Augusto Farfus, the number 43 BMW, is in third. Graham Goodwin, what other class leaders do you have?
We're going to go through the odd ones we have at the moment, odd in terms of numerical value and the order we've got them. SP7 is the first beyond the leading SP9 class. That is, of course, the Porsche Cup class, led still by the number 66 car. That car in 24th position overall, followed up by the number 62. That's in 30th position. Third, just as I speak, I think is about to go the way and does to the 68 car with the continued pit stop still underway for the 63 that had been, I think, sitting in second position, but has been tumbling down the order. That's SP7, top three within the top 34 positions now. Cup 3, which is the Porsche Cayman class, again sitting well up the order, 33rd position for the number 308 car. 37th is the sister Teichmann car in 37th position, and the 304 down in 46th position are the top three in the Cup 3, all Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport cars. SP6 starts off with the number 76 car. I'm scanning down the order where that one's gone. It's there, 48th position for the number 76 car. And the 76 car, just to remind listeners and viewers, is the number 76 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup HRT. That car, I think, has led that class almost from the very start. The 80 and the 81 complete the provisional podium positions, and those two are the two Hofer Racing BMWs, the M3 GTR and the M3 CSL. In the correct numerical order, 80 leads 81 second and third. SP8, that is the class led by the Aston Martin GT8, now up to 26th position and closing in again on the number 150 Montai Porsche Cayman for 25th still. 69 is second, that is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo we've been discussing just a little while ago. That car sitting just outside the top 40 now, tumbling down the order just a little with a couple of minor problems overnight, and completing the trio of provisional podium finishers in that class is the number 2 Ford Mustang. Another car that had some problems a little earlier in the race, sitting in 66th position, the number 2 Ford Mustang. Cup 5 and the BMW M235i single make class, the number 249 is the leading car in that class, and again checking where that one has actually risen to overnight. 47th position, ahead of the 238 and the 242, and both of those cars still well up the order, although some of the other class contenders have hit trouble overnight in Cup 5. SP8T still led, as it has been for several hours now, by the Sorg Rennsport number 40. This is the BMW M4 GT4, and ahead of the number 52 and 53 cars. 52, another BMW, the Team Schirmer BMW M4, and the sister car for Team Schirmer.
Sorry, I thought it was a race leader, Land Motorsport Audi, with a flat tyre, just had a looping spin. It's not the leader, it's the number 28 car, and he's trying to get it refired. It was leaving those two black lines behind, which show that it's only running on the shoulder of the tyre, and then he's looped it around in, guesses, in the Tiergarten. Okay. No, at the Hatzenbach. According to my map, that's where there is a code 60, and it is Christopher Haas in the delayed car. And he is trying to, and if that is in the Hatzenbach, and I think it might be, because there's the code 60 ball being shown, he's going to struggle to three-point turn that, and he can't find reverse. There is a service road right behind him in the direction of travel, and that has got to be his best chance. of getting back to the pits, because where he is now, he is in a lot of trouble. He is nose up to the barrier, bar a foot.
Trouble is, he's in sector 5, Martin, which is why I suggest it's the Tiergarten rather than the Hatzenbach.
Well, that's
there must be another reason for the code 60.
Entirely sensible. Well, there's a code 60 board being waved where we can see the car. So is there another code 60 being shown? Now he's found reverse.
Almost reverses into one of the Black Falcon Porsches.
And
Gets away.
I'm trying to find him. No, there are double waved yellows, and 28 is shown at the Tiergarten. So you're absolutely right, Paul.
And he comes into the pit lane now.
But our data thing says there is also code 60 at the Hatzenbach, and I'm not quite sure. I can tell you why. It's for car 93, which is I don't know what.
Should we finish the update?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, very quickly, SP5, one-car class, the number 83 BMW is still circulating in that class, and V4 led still by the number 156 BMW, ahead of the 158 and the 143. That was a very strange incident, wasn't it, for the 28?
Well, with that puncture, it wasn't that strange at all, actually, because he was motoring on really quite quickly. I was looking. We first picked him up, we could see two thin black lines behind the car, and I thought, are they on the road as he came down the straight or not? And it turns out they weren't. He was leaving them.
The reason it's strange is that he took a lot of curb for a car that he must have known had a puncture.
Exactly. It was Conor de Phillippi's outlap, and he was coming around to the completion of his outlap with the puncture on the car that had been worked upon on the previous stop, having had some kind of engine problem, and as you say, then it was a rather curious incident, but he did manage to eventually get it to come back into the pit lane without quite managing to hit anything.
Nearly reversed into some poor Porsche Cayman GT4 car, and he's been sent on his way again with another tyre. And 29 is in, so the race leader comes in, which may explain why he was sent on his way with a tyre on his car and a flea in his ear. Get out of the way, important Land Motorsport car arriving.
Yes, and this is Markus Winkelhock coming in, and he will almost certainly stay behind the wheel of the car, but will undoubtedly, dangerous words, hand the lead of the race to René Rast, who will come through whilst Markus Winkelhock is getting his fuel and tyres. The other thing I must tell you is that there is a new fastest lap of the race, and this is a real fastest lap of the race rather than me getting a bit presumptuous, but it's not to René Rast, it's actually to Jeff Westphal behind the wheel of the number 704 Glickenhaus. He's done an 8 minutes 21.335 on his previous lap. So I did mention there's nothing wrong with that other 704 car. There is nothing wrong with it. It just is a lap and 3/4 behind.
For reasons of completion, what was the pole time?
8:15.
Okay,
minutes.
all right, so that's the difference between...
The quickest lap time was 8:40.
8 minutes 14.591 was the fastest time in qualifying, which was to the Ferrari, and Westphal did 8 minutes 15.427.
Okay.
So we're well away from that.
But only 6 seconds slower on a car, on a track with 125 other cars on it.
And also with lots of debris and all sorts of other stuff on it.
But on his final lap of or his penultimate lap of the stint, because that was his 8th lap, and he is yet to come in at the end of his 9th.
But we know how many laps the 704 does, don't we, Martin?
So he was low on fuel, exactly. So that was his 8th lap, and this is now on his final lap of the stint, so he'll be in at the end of this lap, feeling fairly chipper, I would have thought, because, as you say, barring that accident damage, that car might well still be in the lead of the race, and if not, at least working for.
And he's in the pit lane now, the 704.
There you go. So on cue, Markus Winkelhock still in 29, which is still in the garage. The race leader remains in the pit lane, and essentially tyres are being fitted, every glass area has been cleaned, and they are pumping in fuel as fast as the little pump will pump.
Except that it's not in the lead anymore, because already having gone through is René Rast, and it won't actually come up as a leader change until either it gets to a sector point or it gets to the end of the lap, depending how you measure these things. But in reality, on the road, it is René Rast at the wheel of the WRT Audi, and also has now gone through, hasn't he, the number 43 Schnitzer BMW?
Correct.
With Augusta Farfus behind the wheel.
The Code 60, the Hatzenback, by the way, is for the red Opel Astra that was pulled over at the side of the road, so that is being recovered. Yes. I've done literally thousands of laps in the sim, and that is 100% the Tiergarten, says Jack Shalafsky. Well, fair enough, Paul was right and I was wrong, but there was a Code 60 board being shown. We could clearly see, even though that wasn't reflected in the app that shows us where all the Code 60s are. So that was what was confusing this particular Simple Bear. Also, thousands of laps don't mean that you know the track, I'm afraid. Ask Jan Erlache. He said, he was talking to us, the rookie in the World Touring Car Championship. He said, I used to do this track every night after school for years. He said, I knew this place inside out until I went out on it in a car. Apparently, not the same track at all. Literally his words, apparently not the same track at all.
Well, didn't Peter Cates sit in the chair where Graham is now sitting a little moment ago and said even though he comes back here year after year, it always changes. Never mind the fact that it resurfaces, you get little bumps happening in different places. And I've spoken to other drivers who say how the track evolves over the course of even the 24 hours, where you'll find little bits of grip, a little bit more somewhere else, somewhere that doesn't necessarily give you the grip that you expect it. You start experimenting with lines. The track, I think most of the experienced drivers will tell you, is a living thing and changes as the race progresses.
And this year more than ever, because can't be many people who have ever raced at Nordschleife for 24 hours in this sort of weather.
Well, I was about to say this, Martin. I mean, anybody that actually made their debut last year won't recognise the place at all.
No.
What's the big orange ball in the sky, for starters?
They'll be going, why am I not wearing my ski gear?
Absolutely extraordinary things last year.
Yeah. So when is the bobsleigh race? Because we haven't had it yet, and I'm sure it was on Saturday last year. So yes, all sorts of different stuff going on. New leader or a lead change, not a new leader. When was the last time we had a new car in the lead? Paul Truswell will tell us in a moment or two.
What you mean? We've had 5 cars in the lead so far.
Only?
Yes, it was the number 8 car, which was the last new car to lead, and that was at 7:10. The number 8 Haribo Mercedes led for 2 laps, lost the lead at 7:30 to the number 29 Motorsport Audi, which then led for hours and hours and hours until just before 3:30 this morning, when it made the number 29 Land car made that extra early pit stop, and that allowed the number 9 WRT Audi through into the lead. And since then, the 9 and the 29 have alternated in the lead. Every time one of them's made the pit stop, it's lost the lead, and the other one has taken it back again.
Yeah. And Augusto Farfus in a solid 3rd place in the Schnitzer BMW, number 43 M6. In 4th place is still an unidentified driver in the 98 car. What's left of the yellow Bentley has now come in for bits to be taken off it.
This is the 37 car after the retirement yesterday or the withdrawal rather yesterday of the number 38. Seemingly braking problems of that car, having taken 2 rather rapid trips into and through the gravel trap at turn 1.
Yeah. And,
rather worryingly so.
Did we end up with a final explanation as to, because we couldn't quite tell whether it had just decided not to stop or whether the engine was powering it on. And I'm sure when the engine in the Bentley decides it's going to continue and not responding to the throttle, that's a fairly large worry.
Great change for the 37.
Yeah. Those are big old Brembos, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Big old discs, big old calipers.
Big car.
Well, yes, physically it looks really intimidating size-wise, doesn't it? But in fact, weight-wise, it's no bigger or heavier, particularly than any of its rivals. But these things carry so much speed here that you do need astonishing brakes.
Well, whilst at the moment it's looking very good indeed for Audi 1-2, I'm looking at that number 43 BMW, and every time I've seen that car, particularly with Farfus at the wheel, that car has been going remarkably quickly. And again, sector 3 on this current lap, a purple sector, the fastest 3rd sector of the race for the number 43 car. For any car.
Yeah.
So he is pushing on 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind the leader at the moment, and that is how can we put it, the shiniest bullets in the BMW gun at the moment.
Yeah.
2 Audis lead, then a pair of BMWs, then the first of the AMGs, and then we get into 2 further BMWs. That's your top 7.
On our screens, a very fatigued looking Malcolm Wilson in the extreme left-hand side of the shot, watching on as the Bentley receives service from the other Bentley's garage. There were 3, they are now down to 2. The red one and the yellow one still circulating. The yellow car bearing allegiance to Deutsche Post. So, not sure who's in 37 at the moment. Course car pulling on at the end of Dottinger Höhe. I'm not quite sure why, because we're not showing anybody in strife down at Tiergarten.
On occasion, it can simply be just a shift change.
Yeah.
And also just to
They do that on the track.
And they also do that to reposition themselves, because they have certain points where they come on the circuit, but if you find yourself using too many of them at one point, they need to just reposition themselves around the circuit. I saw a little bit of that during the classic race yesterday when Johnny Palmer and I were out walking around, and suddenly you realise quite how many service vehicles do go out onto the circuit, and a lot of them it's just a case of repositioning, because what you don't want to do is, if you've been out and gone a mile down the track to sort something out, you don't want to go a mile back, so you go on to the next spot and everybody moves round one, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Being asked by Chris Orello on Twitter whether we would care to speculate on why the Mercedes seem to be off the pace of the Audis and the BMW. I was sort of led to believe coming in that BMW might be the ones that were really going to be in most tyre strife, but they seem to have dodged that bullet. Graham, any thoughts?
I think there's two games at play. Tyres are certainly a big part of the story here, and I think that's still to unwind as time goes forward. The other thing is, these are GT3 cars, and, well, to sort of coin a phrase, balance of performance giveth and balance of performance taketh away. And there are cars that some years just get the rub of the green, and last year Audi weren't one of them, and this year they clearly do. And I think it's in part, at least, Paul, it's that.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I would only add into the mix Porsche and leave it at that for the time being, because Porsche has been nowhere. Now, admittedly, we've lost a couple of the Manthey cars, but they weren't really in the mix before they fell out of the race. No. The highest placed Porsche at the moment is the Fricadelli car, number 31, in 9th place. And frankly, it's got the Black Falcon Mercedes behind it, and it's also got a Row Racing BMW behind it. And I think it might well, before the end of the race, get overtaken by both of those. So we might not even see a Porsche in the top 10. And again, despite the fact that Porsche got a bit of a balance of performance break coming into the race compared to where it was for the qualification race. But I think, as Graham says, the Mercedes... It's all about reliability, and they've not had as many cars running cleanly, but Audis have certainly had clean runs, but they're also very rapid.
But there's also a lot of them, so you sort of have the 28 has trouble, the 5 Phoenix car has trouble, there's still a big bunch of them. Incidentally, our leaders are in. Number 9, I think René Rast got out.
These races do produce those almost career-defining stints, and one I always remember was back in the GT1 days of Marcel Fesler in a Corvette GT1, where it's, you know, when you watch that race with rain coming and going, and he was so much faster than anybody else in that car, it felt like he'd driven for 18 hours, and I think he looked at the end of it like he'd driven for 18 hours. I firmly believe that was the race that defined his career moving forward.
I wasn't trying to get into career-defining drives, I was trying to get into René Rast's only doing a single stint when I would have expected him to do 2.
Apologies.
Having had a long rest. He'd had a long break. He'd had a break because Nico and Robin had covered the night, and so you wouldn't have expected him just to do a single stint unless he's not feeling well.
Well, again, he looked... We talked about this when Pierre Caffer got out after just a single stint hour and a half or so ago. No, he looked
He looked fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
certainly wasn't being held up. He seemed to be quite happy, quite cheerful, chatting away to Timo Glock. So,
Right.
yeah, and not sort of helmet off and in the back of the garage collapsed in fatigue. So
Perhaps this is a mark, Paul, of this timed pit stop.
Yeah, if you can put a fresh driver in, you can put fresh tyres on.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't you?
You don't have a weak link there.
Yeah.
I think that might very well be it.
So the change anyway, then, for...
driver change also in 43, Paul, because Antonio Felix da Costa is shown on our timing screens as having taken over for Augusto Farfus. Have to say I didn't see it, and again, TV captioning says it's still Gusto at the wheel, but the timing screens say Antonio Felix da Costa.
And Marcel Fessler being shown as having taken over
Yes,
the
number
WRT car. So those two cars, as a result of those driver changes, Fessler in the number 9 WRT car, Felix Acosta in the 43 Schnitzer BMW, but the number 29 Lant Motorsport Audi is now back into the lead of the race, with Markus Winkelhock still behind the wheel, having stayed at his last pit stop and not changed, whilst others have been doing.
Now can see Augusto Farfus very clearly in shot on the Pratt perch chatting to the Schnitzer BMW team, so he is definitely no longer in that car. But he did,
do a
double stint. Yes,
so,
he did.
Yeah.
And I wonder now that we're heading into dawn and the temperature is going to start to come up, whether they're now going, okay, yeah, we can put fresh drivers and fresh tyre in, and that keeps you absolutely on top of your game. No need to double stint now. Everybody's had a sleep, so we are now just going to start turning the screw. And clearly, if you're in the top 6 now, there seems to be, we're not in the final hour, we're now in the final 9 hours. Now the game is on.
I think it's the top 4. There's a 2.5 minute gap between 4th and 5th now. Now, given that the pit stops in the bottom half of the top 6 have kind of unwound themselves, I think that's a real gap. But what we do have is a battle on behind, because immediately behind Peter Dumbreck in the Falcon BMW is, if it is Peter Dumbreck, I might have misread that one. No, it's Steph Dusseldorp at the wheel of the number 33 car. But behind him is Dominic Baumann in the number 50 HTP Mercedes, and they're very close together indeed, or at least they were when they crossed the line last time round.
6-7 seconds, if I read that timing screen correctly at the moment, on the count back. So there are battles still being fought, but I sort of tend to agree with you, Paul. What this is coming down to at this stage is pace and reliability, or otherwise the top 4.
And the unexpected, like punctures, because you know those can happen. And the sun rising now, that'll cause heat to start making its effect. I'm replaying my weather forecast that I unfortunately gave to David King earlier on, and it's now suggesting that the rain that we're going to have is now less than 50% likely. It's still the same amount of rain, but it's kind of swinging through, and whether it hits the Nurburgring or hits one of the villages on one side or the other, I mean, it's a big circuit. I suppose what could happen is that we get part of it on one part of the circuit and not on the other part of the circuit.
Entirely right, yes. If it hits one village, it'll be somewhere over in Adenau or wherever, and not necessarily in the pit lane. Just having a look at the Opel Manta. I want to say hello to Ali, who's watching online, Arga 080. Has just had surgery in hospital, so yeah, do feel better and rest up wherever you are watching us. I hope it's daylight and you're not up, have been up all night, because that's not good rest and recuperation. One other point, I was saying there seemed to be a safety vehicle coming on from the tourist entry and going down Dottinger Höhe. You say it might be repositioning, and a man who should know, Chris Buckler, who's a marshal, says they're also used as shuttles because some marshals' posts can only be accessed via the track. Well, and that's a very good point as well, because, of course, the men and ladies in orange, like us, like the drivers, do need the odd shift change, because although they are superhuman apparently there is still a human part to them. They're not all androids.
Just to show that nothing's ever certain in motorsport, we're seeing pictures on the live stream now of the number 122 Kistling Motorsport, the Foxtail Manta. This, the car that was comprehensively remodelled in short order, first by a rapid intervention by an Armco barrier into the rear of the car, and then second by a very large pit crew member with a lump hammer, but is out there and lapping reasonably quickly again. It's well down the SP3 order, but has smashed the challenge from its younger siblings, the Calibras, both of which are way further back. So if you like, the Opel subclass of SP3 comprehensively at the moment being won by the older car.
And in fact, they're a much more modern Opel Astra sitting on the side of the road, being passed very frequently by what is possibly the world's finest current racing Manta, the Rover Racing number 99 BMW in 12th position in the pit lane, having tyres and fuel but no driver change. So Alexander Sims staying in that one for a second stint, but brake change going on that car as well. And just outside the top 20, a bit of a... By the way, the Foxtail looking particularly luscious.
Yes.
That's a new shampoo. Thank you for noticing, they said.
And conditioner.
Yeah, and conditioner.
Yes,
right, okay, good. No, they did say
Sponsored
thank you for
by
mentioning
Tangle
it.
Teaser now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought that was the Aussie product they were using. Okay, no, right, very nice. Very nice. So number 99 in the pit lane in 12th position, new brakes. And very, very daylight, really pretty morning again. We're going to pay for this for like the next decade, aren't we? You know, on the checks and balances, we are going to get absolutely rooted by the weather. I'm going to bring my bobsleigh bag next year.
Absolutely.
If I get asked back, and that's by no means certain. 22nd, 23rd, 24th cars in the pits, including 702, the less well-placed of the two Glickenhauses, and the camera's picking out car number 17-something.
175, that is the TCR class leader. Actually just leaps up to 37th position as it completes its lap. That car has led the TCR class, I believe, from the beginning of the race, has proved to be remarkably rapid, has been in and around the top 40 for hour after hour after hour, and has looked absolutely untouchable. The closest car to the 175 in the order is 10 positions further back. It's the 172 car, 47th position for that car. But these TCR cars, and these are cars I know you know rather more about than I do, Martin. I like them.
I do too. I think they're a hugely cost-effective way of going motor racing. Very slow car in 121st place. It's a Hyundai, and he has only got 3 wheels on his wagon. And there is a tyre mark in the door, as well as a broken right front corner. So broken right front corner and tyre mark on the right door. I'm saying the two may not necessarily be unconnected. This car 11th in its class.
123rd overall for the number 95.
I was wondering which of the Scottors was driving it. It turns out to be Peter Scottors. Not necessarily driving it now, but he's on the entry list. Paul.
Another change in the top position, in fact, top 3 places, because the 98 Row Racing BMW has now moved up into 2nd place. And I think we've now moved on in that car. Just want to work out who is currently at the wheel of it. It could well be Nicky Katzberg, but the 98 car has moved ahead of the number 9 WRT Audi, and that's as a result of its last pit stop having been shorter, because the 98 car occasionally does these 7-lap stints, got a slightly shorter pit stop. But it's an illustration of how close the race is, that because your pit stop is shorter, he's managed to get himself ahead of the number 9 car, now out in the hands of Marcel Fessler. which had a longer pit stop because it had done an 8-lap stint with René Rast, and that's why those two have swapped around. Now, it won't last for very long because the 98 car, if it is in the if it is being driven as I said it was, then it will be coming in either at the end of the lap that it's on or the lap after, and then we'll swap back to having the WRT Audi back into second place and back to the situation of an Audi 1-2. But for the moment, at least, it's Audi, BMW, Audi in the first 3 places, another BMW in 4th, Mercedes in 5th place, and the top 6 rounded off by another BMW. Good performance, Graham, from the Ferrari, still going strongly. The Rinaldi Racing Team Monschau Wockelspiegel car, number 22 in 8th.
I don't think that car's been out the top 10, has it?
No.
At any point. And that, well, by anybody's money, it's pretty impressive, and particularly for a first effort at this race by such a new car.
Yeah, and the car as well, having had various bits of damage which they've had to address using the minimum pit stop rule, if you will, using that bit of time when they have to hold the car at the end of the pit stop to let the time tick by. They've been repairing bits of bodywork at the back where they've been thumped, and at the front where perhaps they've thumped somebody else. So it's not been trouble-free, but patching the car up, keeping it going, that's what it's all about so far. But the Ferrari maybe not doing quite as well as its time in the qualifying session led us to believe it might, but as you say, never outside the top 10 and going nicely in 8th place at the moment.
One for Graham Goodwin, which I was trying to ignore, but Evil Eve has retweeted. What's going on in SP3? Go. No, research it first, because it's on a screen that I can't even see.
Do you want me to do an SP3 summary?
Oh, yeah, you have the
Clio's.
knowledge.
I'm pretty certain it's a Clio lead.
SP3 is led by the number 127 Clio.
Yes.
And 127 is... Find it in a minute. The Jürgen Peter, Klaus Groning and Arndt Hallmann's car. In second place in SP3 is another Clio, the Avia racing car, number 131. And that is in those two cars in 78th and 79th places overall, separated by just 2 minutes. And then in third place in that class is car number 126, quite a long way behind.
That's a racing car.
About a lap behind. That's the Toyota GT86, as Graham says. So that's the top 3 in SP3. And still, I think, 13, if not 14, of the 15 cars that started that class are running.
Right, so at least one of the Calibras went missing hours and hours and hours ago, didn't it? We actually get some fabulous...
It was in that dead car park, wherever that was,
well,
that the Phoenix Audi was in.
Yeah.
Yes, well, SP3 also has the Strychek Manta in it.
We're watching for the in-car at the moment.
As well as the 2 Calibras.
Yeah.
But certainly one of the Calibras is out. And there's also a Clio Cup car, which has been in the pits for a long time.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're getting a fantastic in-car sight from the driver's point of view of the Manta at the moment, with a very 90s soundtrack.
Yeah, ignore the sounds, because they're not even remotely synced up with his hand gear lever action. He's changed it. It's a bit like, you know, one of those Hollywood chases where he's in 9th gear by the time in a 4-speed gearbox.
It's got more soft toys aboard than a 6-year-old's bedroom.
Well, that's obviously to stop the roll cage and the dash chattering.
Absolutely.
They're just wedged fluffy toys in there. And somebody did ask what kept the foxtail on. Well, obviously string. You know, it's old school engineering of the highest caliber.
No, sorry, it's the Fox. You realise the Fox actually does live in the roof of that car.
I do not want to know where the aerial is, in which case. Very quickly, Adam Wareham on Twitter saying, had a first date with a girl at the very start of the race. She didn't mind me watching the start whilst on it. She's a kid. Whilst on the date.
No,
whilst on the date.
Stop there.
She's a keeper. She is a keeper. They are few and far between, and we're blessed to have one with us.
Is her name Sabine?
I don't think Adam Wareham is the sort of chap who would necessarily bump into a ring mistress called Sabine, but he may have done. Who knows? there was another. Oh, it was Miss Jax who retweeted. Jax, I can't remember who asked about SP3, but that has been comprehensively answered. So Evil Miss Jax was the one who retweeted that. And also, by the way, every time the Manta appears on screen, all the Twitter feeds on the planet go into meltdown with Manta pictures, which is just absolutely gorgeous. It does look, you know, in the modern field, as though he's a bit late for the historic race,
It's basically
and nobody's spotted, but it's just wonderful to see it out there.
Bertie Fisher-tastic.
The 33 Falcon tyres are sponsored and supplied BMW, having done its pit stops. Steph Dusseldorp has handed the car over now to Alex Imperatori, and that car is another car that's had a quiet run thus far. Is the third place BMW, but for the moment at least is ahead of the 42 Schnitzer car.
I think we've got a couple of cars that look to me to be in likely some trouble, and
Yeah.
they're both an SPX. It's the 702 Glickenhaus that has been tumbling down the order to 25th now, allowing the number 7 Aston Martin up to 24th, and also
45 minutes in the pits for the 702.
and the 35
Ooh,
Renault as well.
Crikey. Yeah, the RS01 had the engine cover off when we saw it about 10 minutes ago, so that looks like that may be a longer stop. Nicky Team has just had a brake change on the number 7 Aston Martin, the SP8 class.
Yeah,
Continues.
the RS01, number 35 car, hasn't actually been as long in the pits as the 702, but there's not too much separating them. The 35 came in 8 minutes later than the 702. There are only 3 cars in SPX, aren't they? The two Glickenhausers and the...
No.
Oh, no, there's...
Because 702 and 35 are shown as being 3rd and 4th in the class.
That's right, because
the
the Porsche Cayman Manti car, which is a funny SPX car. Well, it is a funny SPX.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It falls into the category of SPX, but only because of other reasons. The other one being the other Cayman, number 75 car, which is still running. So the 75 car, despite those pit stops, long pit stops of more than half an hour for the 2 cars we were just talking about, the 702 Glickenhaus and the 35 Renault, the 75 car, although it is still running, hasn't been able to catch up with the with those 2 cars in the pits. And the 2 Audi R8 GT4 cars are also still running, but a long way down the field, especially after the various sales that the number 17 car has had. That's way down in the hundreds in terms of its position overall.
The GT86 Ring Racing's car number 126 from 3rd in SP3 has gone missing for SP3 lovers everywhere. Matt Guest is all over data screens. Is it? So I'm confused now. Is it Evil Eve tweeting for Eve, or is Miss Jax tweeting for Eve as well now? And I'm starting to.
I just, you know what depresses me? It's the fact that people just don't appreciate it. They just don't like the detail of this race, do they? They're not taking it seriously. It's the likes of Matt Guest. He'll come in. He doesn't really, he doesn't get it, does he? It's just there's the veneer-like look at the screens, and
yeah,
it amazes me the information that you can actually get access to now that adds that level of enjoyment.
Without a TV picture either.
Absolutely.
Those who are watching the TV pictures, we are just seeing the 98 Rover Racing BMW. Just had another one of those butt-clenchingly close moments in traffic. TV showing us the Hyundai coming back into the pits after certainly contact with somebody, because it deranged the front suspension, broke the uprights, and well, broke the TCA probably, and he had a puncture as well as a legacy.
Dented the door.
And dented the door. Yeah, I think that was probably a sort of high-speed swipe down the car. But the Rover Racing 98, the car that lies in 2nd place, it's another one of those where he was going around the outside and the car thought he was coming inside and drifted, and that's not what you need. Paul Truswell.
Yes. Are you going to ask me
Thank
a
you, Paul,
question?
for that. Who's in 98?
We did change that, and I forgot to write it down, so I've now got to look it up again. 98 is currently in the hands of Nicky Katzberg.
We think we do we know from or do
No,
we
no,
guess
that's
rotation?
That's what do you call it? Extrapolation.
Intuition.
Knowing from who was in it before,
Yeah.
and trying to work out who's going to be in it now based on which pit stops it's had.
And who's in 22? What is in the pits?
That one is going to be more difficult to derive. It's probably a driver beginning with K. They will have cycled through.
Klinsmann.
Well, no, because you've got Krumbach, Kylwitz and Kainz, and the only one who isn't beginning with K is Georg Weiss.
You know it's going to be, don't you?
Georg Weiss.
It will have been, I think it should be Kainz.
Okay.
But that's less logically derived, because I know that Kainz got out of the car at 25 minutes past 1 this morning. And since then, I have missed it, I'm afraid.
On behalf of viewers who have been with us right from the beginning, I would like to appeal to our director not to stay with a pit lane camera while the guy is walking from car to car, because it makes me feel quite queasy, and I'm sure it's doing the same for them. We were just seeing shots of the 43rd placed car in the pit lane, which is the number 52 Team Schirmer BMW M4. Looked like fairly standard stuff. Philip Gerschel and friends. Lots of debris out on track. We were hearing from Peter Kate early on that actually even at night some of it's quite visible. Dust definitely is in, because it sort of comes up as a cloud, but I've noticed particularly on the Grand Prix circuit, bits of bodywork and gravel and huge amounts of tyre and everything everywhere. And not quite so much on the Nordschleife itself, but the Grand Prix circuit is just littered with detritus. Real mess everywhere. Needs a jolly good wash and brush up. Looking at the number 8. Well, there we go. And there we've got a shot of the Nordschleife, and we're in the Brunchen region, and a massive runoff area, well, not runoff area, massive offline area, absolutely full of great big lumps of rubber as the Haribo Mercedes goes whistling through past some slower cars. There's very little barbecue smoke, and I'm sort of disappointed. You know, it's 6:15, it's been daylight for an hour and a half, and I thought at the very least there should be some sausages on the go, and not just behind us either. We've still got currywurst to get through before we're allowed breakfast, so I think we've been letting ourselves down.
37 Bentley makes its way around. I got a quick shot too of the number 7 Aston Martin a few moments ago. That car up into 25th position now, with the continued pit boundedness of the 2 SPX cars. 702 and the 35.
Exactly, and we also had a quick shot of the Man Filters Mercedes, which was hoving up behind the Bentley, and the gap between the two of them is just 2.6 seconds. So in fact, that battle in traffic, which is due to come across the start line any moment, because they were heading out of Schrabenschwanz, so they'll be here in about a minute, that is a battle for position with the 37 Bentley and the 48 Mercedes, imminently expected. Race leader comes across the line now. That's Marcus Winkelhock.
And about a minute away is the Nicky Katzberg BMW number 98 car, if it is Nicky Katzberg, but we should be able to find out, because I think that's going to be coming into the pits on the end of that lap that it is on.
Unless it's suddenly going to produce a 9th lap that it's never had before.
Quite, yes. And that will enable Marcel Fessler to retake second place with the number 9 WRT Audi, and it will also get the number 43 Schnitzer BMW, which was Augusta Farfus. It isn't anymore, is it? Because you put Felix da Costa in. I remember you saying so. So Felix da Costa and Fessler will go through into second and third places as the Row Racing BMW makes its routine pit stop.
Wave yellows at one point on the Grand Prix circuit. Now that there was certainly one of the intervention cars, one of the Audi estate cars on the wrong side, if you like, of the gravel trap there. Didn't see a car off. It might just be that they were helping to service one of the marshal's posts.
You think on the Grand Prix track you don't need to drive around the Grand Prix track to service the marshal's post.
You'd have thought
it's
not.
modern enough. It is modern enough.
Katzberg in the pits.
Indeed, if it is he, and hopefully we will find out. It is Brad first time, Peter Leung. And in comes the 98 BMW.
Driver change.
Yes. Now, that has more of a Nicky Katzberg helmet. That's Alexander Sims getting out of 98. That's who that was. It does look rather more like a Nicky Katzberg helmet style getting in.
In that case, that was definitely a double.
It was a double.
From both Paltala and Sims before him. So Paltala had done a double, then Sims did a double, and now Katzberg is getting in. And
I think.
As long as... Okay, you said it did look like rather than you were sure.
Well, we don't
so
do many driver changes in World Touring Cars, so I'm not used to seeing drivers' helmets, because by the time they put them on, I'm in the box and they're in the car, and then I see them without the helmet on. So my helmet recognition of World Touring Car drivers is worse than in any other discipline.
And Nicky Katzberg, having won a World Touring Car race, probably wears a different sort of helmet for endurance racing than he does for World Touring Car anyway, just to keep people like you on your toes.
Well, I think it is Katzberg getting in. Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Primarily a red and white helmet.
Yeah. Yes.
So an 8-lap stint for the BMW, and the last few stints in that car, 8 laps on that one, 7 on the previous, 8 on the previous to that, 7 on the previous to that. So it defies logic to try and work out whether they do 7 laps or 8 laps on their stints.
I wonder if that's tyre limited. Through the night you would hope not, but...
No, exactly, but what else could it be? Because it's not going to be fuel, because if the fuel will do 8 laps on one stint, then it should do 8 laps on another stint, unless you're very, very marginal and you need a slow zone, which you're going to take advantage of a couple of times during your stint in order to get that extra lap. But
so what you're saying is it actually does 7.5, but they save the half in one and use it in the other.
No, they can't do that, because it doesn't work to put the fuel in, because you just put the fuel in until it's full. But what you can do is, if you can save the bit of fuel, but I would think it's a terrible risk to try and then do that extra lap if you've only made the lap as a result of going slowly through a slow zone. So I'm tended to think that it's more tyre driven.
Can you go back and find out whether it's driver related?
No, because I don't know when it's slow zone related either.
No.
So it is a tricky one to sort
Crikey,
out.
in which case they must be really quite close to being able to do 8 laps all the time.
Well, yes, and I suspect it's possibly driver-related in the sense that they say, come in after 8 unless the tyres are beginning to go off and you think you're going to lose more time by staying out on them. Because the advantage of coming in after 7, of course, is that your pit stop's shorter. And
you're going to have to make a pit stop anyway. And how many 7-lap stints versus 8-lap stints
over the course
cost you an extra stop?
Yeah, over the course of the race, it will only be 1 or 2 extra stops. So it's worth doing, particularly if you can make up the time by lapping more quickly on the newer tyre more often.
The dominoes are toppling again, because the number 50 Mercedes is in from 5th position, and the number 42 Schnitzer BMW is in from 6th position.
Good news for lovers of shapely yellow cars in the 702 has rejoined the race after what must be about an hour's pit stop, Paul.
Yes. How long? I don't think it was quite an hour, but let me just have to scroll down quite a long way to...
While you do, let's point out that whoever's in the 36 Bentley, having got now up into 27th position, is setting its fastest lap of the race. Fastest in Sector 2, green in Sector 3 as well for that car. So not sure that it's Johnny Kane, because Stephen Kane rather, although his name comes up first in the automatic list and they don't change. But that car having a very strong run in this stint, and he has got probably or he might even come at the end of this, because he's on his 7th lap of fuel. Oh, I've followed the wrong line across. No, he's on his 7th lap, and 3rd in the SPL class, SP9L.
SP9LG last
LG,
generation.
okay.
Just
Screen column not wide enough. Another Excel spreadsheet fail there.
LG for last generation, yes. It was very nearly an hour, actually, Graham, the 7:02 pit stop, so 55 minutes. The 35 Renault still there, and that's gone up now to 51 minutes on the pit stop timer.
Long stop as well for 75, which has now slithered down to 38th position. And 75 is Jörg Wiebahn, Alessio Piccarello, Andreas Patzelt and Peter Mamaraus. Porsche Cayman, that's an SPX car as well, which is 5th in the category. And they're a bunch of experienced GT4 racers. But that car has just sort of slumped. Every time I've looked at it, it's been in red, which shows it as being in the pits, and it's been another spot further down. In fact, it's going to disappear off the first screen of timing in a lap. And then I'll stop noticing it, because I'll have to look in the wrong direction for it. Don't snort. That's a perfectly valid excuse for giving up on that particular tail. I think.
That's the Renault you're talking about.
No, 75 is the Porsche Cayman.
Right,
the Renault 35 has now
that's
slumped to 30th. But actually, it's taking quite a long time in that part of the field to drop a lot further.
The gaps are very large, aren't they, in that that part of the field? So it's already spent 50 minutes in the pits, but taking longer and longer to lose more and more places.
Well, the Renault has now gone 9 laps behind, and there are 5 or 6 cars behind it that are also 9 laps behind. So in 8 minutes, it will suddenly drop 5 more spots, because everybody will go by it that's on that particular lap. And then there are 5 cars, 6 cars. In fact, it's now gone 10 laps back, so it's lost all of those positions, or it hasn't quite yet, because they're also 10 laps back, but they will go 11 laps back. So it will sort of drop in big increments now.
Personal best laps from both the number 19 Schubert BMW and an even better personal best from the number 33 BMW of the Falcon Tyres team. We put Alex Imperatori into the 33 car, didn't we? That's just done a lap time of 8 minutes 26.475, and the 19 Schubert BMW with Jens Klingmann, the driver, 8:27.421 is his best lap of the race thus far.
Was that a quickest lap for 36? It just did an 8:27. Yeah, 8:27.29.
Number 36 being the 26th place Bentley at 8:27.27. No, it's done an 8:24 earlier on in the race. So.
So 2 green sectors in the middle of the lap, but it got a bit kiboshed on the last third.
Stephen Kane, you put at the wheel of it, didn't you?
I didn't. It's just that his is the first name in the list, and it comes up automatically. So I'm not sure who's in it. We saw. No, I didn't even see who got out of it. Actually, we did see there was a driver change, but unfortunately, we weren't close enough, or the cameras weren't close enough for us to see whom. Pit stop for the 19th placed car, which is the number 48 Mann-Filter Mercedes. Kenneth Heyer, Bernd Schneider, Indy Doncher and Patrick Assenheimer. Again, no clue as to who's in that one.
No, it's probably about time for Bernd Schneider again. He did various stints earlier on and hasn't been in the car for a little while.
Is this a first Nurburgring 24 hours for Indy Donche?
I wouldn't have said so.
I thought he did it last year.
Yes.
I had it sort of in my mind that he might have done, actually, so...
Yes, I'm pretty sure he's...
Pretty sure it's not a first for Bernd, is it? Nope.
He's had the other one.
Race leader in the number 29 Land Motorsport Audi, which we're watching from the helicopter. currently with a 1.5 minute advantage over the number 9 Audi, and now on a real fly. He's got a lot of clear road in front of him, number 29 Audi, and just I say that, he gets to Arnberg and there's a slower car in front, but he set his fastest, or that car's fastest second sector split time of the entire race.
And interestingly, that this is the second part of Marcus Winkelhock's double stint, and his average lap times for this stint pretty much the same as his average lap times for the previous stint. In the number 9 WRT Audi, which René Rast was driving before, but now Marcel Fessler has taken over, Marcel Fessler has been lapping 5 seconds a lap slower, so he's lost 20 seconds over the course of his stint thus far to Marcus Winkelhock. René Rast was closing in, Marcel Fessler is dropping away from Marcus Winkelhock. Now, that's not just due to the yellows or local yellows or anything like that. It's a pure comparison between René Rast and Marcel Fessler, I fear. And having had René in the car just for a single stint, and he'd got the gap down to the 120s, if not the high 1-teens. It was only into the 120s. 122 rings a bell. It's now slipped out again to 1 minute 33 seconds, the gap first to second. So, you know, we talk about all the strategy and being quick in the pits, but ultimately you've got to be quick on the track as well. And Marcel is certainly experienced enough, but he's not putting in the lap times that René did, nor indeed is he as quick as Robin Freins was earlier on in the when Robin was in the car immediately before René Rast. So we'll see what happens at the end of the current stint and see how he gets on.
Talks about that with the number 7 Aston Martin and its consistency, because you are only as strong as your weakest link. It is 6:29. So I have my eyes firmly on the clock. Just very quickly, Lulu said, is it called happy hour because only the nutters are up at this time of day? Yes, that is exactly why it is called happy hour. It is as close as darn it. We're ready to go. It is nearly 6:30 Central European time. So we are now 9 hours remaining in the 24 hours of the Nurburgring.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
And at the top of the hour, it's time for an hourly roundup, and we'll kick that off with the top 3. The top 3, of course, overall and in SP9, race led still by the number 29 Land Motorsports Audi. And Marcus Winkelhock, Marcel Fessler, as we were hearing just a few moments ago, doing battle with the sister Audi, this time in the number 9 WRT version of the car, and then the 43 BMW in third position. Those 3 cars really fully engaged and really looking for one of them to cough. 1, 2, 3, then all SP9 cars. And in fact, the order down well into the teens, all SP9 cars, before we get to the first non-SP9, which is the least delayed of the 2 Glickenhaus, 15th position for the pole-setting 704. And this hour, next one up is going to be the SP7 class. That is the all Porsche Cup class. And that is headed by number 66 Porsche, 22nd position. That car's been leading the way for some little time now. Up to second position, though, is the number 62 Porsche, 27th position overall for that car. The third car, though, in the order, dropping back and onto the second timing screen now for the number 54 car. That is the Willie Moore car, and that car is on pit lane and may well have been there for a little wee while now, dropping into the clutches of a couple of previous delayed cars, the 63 and the 68. SP3T next up, and that's headed by the number 89 car. The number 89 at the moment in 24th position, and 89 is the LMS Engineering Audi TT RS2. That's another long-time class leader, heading the number 170, second overall in the SP3T class. Excuse me. And that's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus RC with the number 90, third in that class. And that is the Scooby. That's the Subaru WRX STI. Long-time second-place car in the class, and now drops down to third. SP10 is the class 4 FI GT4 machinery, and that is currently headed in 42nd position overall by the number 72 car. 72 is the Black Falcon Cayman GT4. But up to second, the number 73 car is the Avia Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 Team Martel Racing car with Wolfgang Weber, Andre Duvet, Eric Johansson and Juan Manuel Silva. With the number 70, that will be another of the in fact, sorry, it's the Ara Motorsport. We've got 2 Aston Martins down the top 3 of GT4. That's a fairly recent change. They could run through the nighttime hours from the number 70 to get back into contention. Ran high up a little earlier in the race. TCR and 46th position, 40th position now rather, for the I think full-time race leader, the 175 Team Matilda VW Golf TCR. That has been a very impressive run indeed from that team. And then we get into the 172 car, second position in TCR, and the first of the Bonk Motorsport cars, 2 Audi RS3 LMSs in second and third, in the order of 172 and 171. V6 class, 60th overall for the number 133, leading that class. Another Porsche Black Falcon Team TMD friction car. It's a Porsche Carrera this time in V6. Leads the class from the 134, which is Zorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman S, and the 137, which is another Mattel Racing car, this time a Cayman S, so a Porsche 123 in V6. AT still led by the number 320 car, and that's the bioethanol partially fueled car, the 320 Care for Climate Porsche Cayman GT4. Then the 114, I think is one of the diesel fuel cars. I've got a funny feeling that might be the Saxon Racing entry. And it isn't, it's a Stan Quintana car, the Clio Endurance car in, apologies, I'm looking at the wrong class. It's the 106 car, that is the Saxon car. That is Nick Barrow, Clint Bardwell, Jamie Morrow and Martin Gibson in the 135D GTR BMW. 107 is the Audi A5 Quattro. That's the third place car in AT. Then we get into V2T, which is one of the single car classes. 177 car is still lapping in 106th position. SP2T, 2 cars there to report on. Leading car is the Stan Quintana Motorsport Renault Clio Endurance car let's have a quick look. I think is that 83rd position overall. Second position in that class is the BMW Mini JCW, the Ralph Zenson, Ralph Beck, Fabian Piesmeyer and Frederick Lestrup car. That completes the order at the top of the hour. Welcome back to the mic, John Hindhaugh.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you are feeling fine. It is just under 9 hours to go, 25 minutes before 7 o'clock. It's a cracking morning. I can report that Recaro did some of their finest work in supplying seats to Porsche in 1994. And with the seat pulled forward a bit and reclined, the 968 is a passable place to go and have a snooze.
Was it the costing embrace of Recaro?
It was the costing having been lost a little bit of bulk. It's actually quite nice to fit into sports seats, and it was just as if I was being gently dragged into the land of Nod by the bolsters.
Further weight in the 968,
yeah,
presumably
exactly.
by not needing to carry the crowbar to get yourself back out again.
Yeah, or the tub of Swarfiga. Yes, indeed. Good morning, everybody. A beautiful morning. Sun coming up quite some time ago now, 5:30 this morning, and the bright red sky. There's a tiny little bit of cloud this morning, and the bright red sky around the back of the Nurburgring Castle was absolutely glorious. As ever, I woke up 4 minutes before the alarm went off, so it was the opportunity to stretch my legs. And hello to Kevin McAlone as well, the photographer who I bumped into on the way back in, and
very careless of you.
Yes, absolutely. I know. I wasn't looking, to be honest, Paul. I was looking at my text. And he was on his way out as I was on my way in, and I spent a very pleasant 40 minutes just standing there this morning in the early morning. The paddock is very quiet. The campsites have yet to come back to life. When I left here just after midnight last night, the outside roads were absolutely chocker with cars. making their way away from the event. As yet, some of those have not returned in terms of the spectators. Just a quick good morning to everybody, particularly Andy McAllister, who's listening to us as the Duan track and field bus is rolling home to Nebraska from their national meeting. Fantastic. Thank you for your support. Hope you did well in the competition. And the people that you sort of see walking along the balcony here is quite good. And had a quick word with Frank Stefan Walliser, the man behind the Porsche Motorsport programme, as I was on my way in, who, as you might imagine, was not smiling all that much. As into the pit lane comes, that's number 1, isn't it?
Yes,
as it dives in. Yes, it is.
On schedule.
Thank you.
And I've kind
7 laps for him. It'll be 8 when he crosses the line.
It'll be 8 when he crosses the line.
Which he does now. Yes, thank you, Hindhoff. Just wait for a moment.
So that one is on schedule. The next one after that will be the race leader Marcus Winkelhock coming to the end of what has been a very impressive double stint, especially the second part of the double stint, because he's continued to go more quickly. And I'm afraid for WRT, Marcel Fessler is losing a lot of time out there. He was lapping more slowly than René Rast was doing before him. And of course, René Rast was lapping more quickly than Marcus Winkelhock. And Marcus Winkelhock has now increased his pace and has started pulling away from Marcel Fessler.
But the last lap, Fessler took nearly 5 seconds out of 4 and a bit seconds out
for
of
the first time
on the last lap.
On that last lap, yes. But this is a tricky one.
He's got 3 more laps to go on his stint. Winkelhock's got 2 on his.
Yes, that's right. It is a good time of the happy hour. A very good lap on the last lap, way down in 31st place for the 7:02 Glickenhaus, an 8 minutes 22.750 is not as quick as Westphal did earlier on in the stint, but apart from that, I think it is probably about the second fastest lap of the race.
Just to finish about the conversation with Dr. Frank Stefan Walliser from Porsche, and Frank Stefan saying, he wasn't looking very happy, as you might imagine, and basically said, after 4 hours it was all over for us. Very unlucky with the Falcon car, and that car taking the big impact that we reported early on after having contact. That was just heading up to Klostertal, wasn't it? Through Kesselchen, actually, I think, if I remember rightly, but going up the hill anyway. And then I had a chat with them about the 911. What they thought was incidental contact on that car actually did damage to the body shell, and that's why they felt that car had to be taken out, and they've never seen anything like that before. What he also said was, maybe we've just had all of our bad luck here, and in 3 weeks' time, another 24-hour race, another country, a very different atmosphere. Maybe, he says, maybe, and sort of shrugged his shoulders as I wished him well.
Of course you did, but I always worry about that. I'm sure he was looking forward, but the thing is that it has been a disaster, this, for Porsche. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This is not Le Mans. It appeals to a different type of crowd. I mean, yes, there will be some common spectators who go to both, and there's certainly a lot of drivers who go to both. But I think what this race does for a marque is rather different to what this race does for what Le Mans does for the marque. Anyway, much excitement because...
new fastest lap of the race, the 22 Ferrari.
And massively so.
8:19, Graham.
That came from more or less nowhere all the time. The impressive...
in Sector 4.
In Sector 4, the long sector, 303.9, a purple sector. No improvement for the car elsewhere, but 8:19.375. That's 2 seconds quicker than anything we've seen, Paul.
Yes, previous fastest was at 8 minutes 21.335, and 8 minutes 19.375 then for whoever is in the Ferrari at the moment.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that we don't have a transponder for.
And no, I was trying to keep tracks of it, and I had put Oliver Kainz behind the wheel, but that was largely by guesswork on the grounds that he got into it 5 hours ago, and they've got 4 drivers that they cycle through. But I think we've had a couple of kind of sniffs at this, and as the number of cars out there gets fewer and fewer, I think we're seeing more opportunities to set fast laps, and it's not necessarily that the cars are actually getting faster, it's just that there's less traffic for it to get in the way of fast laps.
Right, where's Haven put my entry list? He's annoyed me by moving it. I'll steal someone else's. There's another quick lap coming actually from the 33 car, which is the Falcon Motorsports Alexandra Imperatori in the BMW M6. If he can keep this lap going, he's on a quick one as well.
And a battle for position as well.
Coming out of the second carousel.
This for 14th position, the number 99 BMW doing all it can to fend off with a pointed stick the close attentions of the 704 Glickenhaus. And if you have got access to the video stream, this is going to be
Everybody has access to the video screen. Here comes the Glickenhaus.
Bye-bye.
Globally available, not geo-blocked, on the series website and on the N24 page of radiolemans.com, and thanks to Vega for their help with the technology. If you don't have the bandwidth or you're moving around, then the audio stream on Radio Le Mans is available as well. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge on the Radio Show Limited network. Tweet to us please at RSL_studio, and the Glickenhaus then up a position. That is 14th position for the 704, which comes through to the end of the lap now. Full daylight now, by the way. The headlights on the cars still on, and correctly so, but not required in terms of vision.
It should point out, by the way, the Glickenhaus is, by the look of things, 24 seconds back from its next target, which is the number 19 BMW, with the two cars...
Which Tom Onslow calls in at the moment, Graham. That's 13th position.
And the two cars ahead of that, both on pit lane at the moment, so there's potential. How far into the stint for the 704?
704's on it. It's due in next... 704's the one that does 9 laps, so it could possibly do 2 more laps.
Yeah, it has been doing those 9 laps pretty consistently. And so I'd expect it to do this one and another one. So that's improvements for that car. Of course, it lost about 10 minutes earlier in the race doing its various problems, and it's not lost any more than 30 seconds since then.
Still getting tweets about tyres and the tyres. The Land and WR team Audis, of course, changing tyre supplier shortly before the top 30 qualifying Friday now, and long and involved story about whether confidential tyres were going to be brought here or not by the tyre companies, and Michelin deciding not to bring them and hold their proprietary information as proprietary. And no finger pointing, no blame at anyone. They swapped to Dunlops, and they will be on Dunlops for the whole race. As we reported yesterday evening, their teams have now contracted with Dunlop for this race, for the whole of the race, and Dunlop have managed to find some extra allocation for those teams, so they will be servicing them throughout the race. Some concern about how many softer tyres in particular would be available for the nighttime hours when it got cooler. Didn't get that cool during the night, actually. It's very pleasant all the way through the night, certainly well into double digits Celsius. But those two teams that switched will be on Dunlop for the whole race.
Yeah, what I did notice was at the beginning of the race, John, they did put stickers on the car as well. So not only the tyres, but also the advertising stickers that kind of go with them. So I said earlier on, I mean, if you're going to advertise the brand, then you might as well do it for the whole of the 24 hours.
And there has been some confusion over that as well, because one or two people have spotted Falcon tyre stickers on the cars. Falcon are an event sponsor.
Correct.
Falcon is an event sponsor.
Every car.
So every car has a Falcon sticker on it, which and they tend to be around the area that you would normally have your tyre stickers at.
That's as well mandated by the series.
Correct.
There are certain mandatory stickers that you have to have on in certain places, and Falcon are amongst those.
And as I think Paul was pointing out yesterday, we've got at least one other team carrying a tyre brand they're not actually sporting at each corner, and that's the Mini team that carries Nexen tyre branding, but are actually running on
Michelin's.
There you go.
And the reason for that...
That's the next end car, isn't it?
Yes, the reason for that is that Next End don't actually make racing tyres.
Yes.
They're portraying their and promoting their brand. You can buy road Next End tyres, you can't buy racing ones. So the right thing to do is to put it all over the car as the advertising slogans would.
Pretty rapid lappery up and down the timing screens at the moment. We've got, well, cars trying to make up a little bit of ground on cars within the top 10. We've got cars on a fight back from way further down the order, with amongst those the 702 Glickenhaus and the 5 Audi, 30th and 31st.
Who have we got in the 8 car at the moment? Do we know?
I think it's Lance David Arnold.
He's doing a great job heading up the hill now towards the Arnberg corner at the top of the foxhole. Got traffic ahead of him. Very smooth tarmac there now. Dives down the inside of a 235i Cup car.
That car's got some grip.
He's reveling in this at the moment. The only thing that is going to be off-putting for the drivers to put in fast times is the sun is still quite low, Paul, and there's various, because of the nature of the circuit, of course, it's not just at 1 or 2 corners like a quote-unquote normal racetrack.
Like an oval would be.
Yes, exactly. You get it probably half a dozen, 8, 10 times in your eyes, and if the windscreen isn't entirely clean, which I have to say, on the 8 Mercedes-Benz, the Haribo Racing Team, that is a very clean wind. I'm a bit OCD about windows on cars, and even if the car's filthy, I will often stop and clean the side windows, the back window, the side windows next to the driver, the back window and the front window, because I do not like having dirt on the screen. And the guys at Haribo clearly follow that mantra as well, not manta. But he just never follows a manta.
No, not for long.
Straight past us.
It's interesting because it's all pretty close. I mean, the Haribo car, it's very close, obviously. The Haribo car is in the 608 in 11th place. He's only just over 20 seconds behind the car in front of it, which is the number 31 Piccadilly Porsche. It is just under 30 seconds behind the car in front of it, which is the Maro Engel number 1. The Adam Christodoulou Mercedes, and the car in front of that is only about 12, if not less than that, seconds behind the Schnitzer BMW. So we've got some very, very close gaps. And remind yourselves, it's 15 hours into this race.
And we've also got lots of cars going quicker than they've gone before, and amongst them are the cars currently running in 5th and 6th position. The number 33 Falcon BMW doing its fastest lap of the race as the leader pits, the 29 Land Motorsport car, and 8:24.195. And here is an indication, gentlemen, of one of the stories of the day, really. 8:24.195, the fastest lap of the race for that Falcon BMW. The next car along is the number 50 AMG. That's an HGP car, isn't it? And that's just done its fastest lap of the race, which is only an 8:28. 4 seconds slower.
Just a point, by the way, the 7th place car is the 22 Wochenspiegel Ferrari. Whisper it, still going nicely. We don't know which driver is in that car. Now, I have to say, one of the things, in all the shenanigans that we've had this year and all the changes, more safety in the pit lane for the crews, wearing helmets and fire suits now, all the talk about whether tyres and no tyres, etc. For the cost of a tyre, you could have a transponder unit in there that would tell us which driver that was in the car. And I think, at least for the SP9, SPX top cars, that should be mandated by the ADSE in this day and age. If a series like Creventic can do it with all of their classes, so that we always know who's in those cars, that's a simple switch box. It does not cost a huge amount of money. It's time, I think, for that to be made mandatory here.
Just seen behind the number 29, you know, we've said this time and time again, behind the number 29 Land Audi on pit lane is the number 85 Ford Focus, and the bonnet being taken off that car, the crew go to work. I don't remember seeing that car for the last 15 hours at all.
Yes.
It's way down the order, about 130th position or so.
Yeah.
I think that might have had a major delay in the race.
That's why you need to get out onto the track and stand and watch the cars go past.
Maybe next to the track. But yeah,
the car in the pits means that we'll get another change of lead because I don't know quite when you last were on, John, but I think when you were last on, we had this change. In fact, it might have been before you were last on, that the number 29 could stay in the lead through its pit stop.
Yeah, that happened just before my last stint. Yeah,
and that can no longer happen because although the 29 is still lapping quickly, because it made one pit stop 2 laps earlier, we think, to fix a puncture. It had a slow lap in and then was a regular pit stop. It wasn't a longer pit stop, it was just a regular pit stop. But that extra stop meant that every time it now stops, it stops before the other 2, whereas before that incident, it was stopping after the other 2.
Winkelhock out of the 29 car and instantly recognisable as a Winkelhock without his helmet on in the pit lane.
Goes for a cigarette.
Well, I'm not sure about that nowadays, the young drivers. Didn't see who got into his seat, now can't see the driver's helmet from a vantage point, but it should be, Paul.
Well, I was going to say it should be Conor De Phillippi, but Conor De Phillippi has been out in the other car.
So that means he's got to have a 2-hour gap.
So it probably is very nearly 2 hours, but he probably may be thinking he's going to have a break anyway. So
stick of tyres on that car as it goes out, and Marcel Fessler's gone through. And is, in fact, already through Sector 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put one of the Christophers in it and switch the drivers from the other car, because they've got the opportunity to use Christopher Meese, haven't they? Yes, Meese is down to drive the 29
It is
car
Meese.
if he wants to. Yeah.
It's Meese's helmet in the car.
So they've swapped Meese and Conor De Phillippi around in the Land Motorsport team. Whether that was always the plan or not, I don't know. But up until this point, they've been running 3 driver teams effectively. But Conor De Phillippi on the last stint switched over to the 28 car, and now Meese has changed places with him and taken over in the 29. So he is having his first turn behind the wheel of that car now.
Conor has made the transition into GT and endurance racing so well. Single-seater ambitions in his early careers, possibly still, but has been a real asset to everyone he's driven with and become a firm favourite with the team at Land Motorsport. We saw him at Dubai with that team, a couple of years ago now, I think.
And I think you're right. You know, he has made that transition very well indeed. Hats off though to Marcus Winkelhock. That was a good stint from him.
Was that one? Does that almost qualify as one of your hero stints?
It was certainly consistent.
Close.
It was very, very consistent, and it was a double stint through the dawn. Obviously, it was
tough time to do it.
Dark when he got into the car, got bright, and as you say, sun in your eyes. So it was a very good stint from him, and he gained quite a lot during that stint, although he was gained upon in the first part of it by René Rast, who only did a single stint. Marcel Fessler is still in the number 9 car and is now in the lead of the race, but will be in at the end of the lap that he's currently on.
In 29.9 last time around.
Yes, he's improved his laps over what he was doing at the beginning of the stint, and I just wonder whether he's going to stay in for a double.
Yeah.
He was trying to save the tyres. Meanwhile,
nearly.
Right in front of, that was Fessler, wasn't it? There's a BMW 325 that spun.
It was broadside across the road.
Yeah, and in fact, Antonio Felix da Costa just going through there as well. So that can't have been Fessler. He's further up the road than that. So that must have been Chris Meese that it was right in front of. It's the 154 BMW, the 7th in class in the V4 category for that machine, and it's knocked out the left rear light. Very, very fast part of the circuit, and that must have happened right in front of Chris Meese as Conor De Phillippi now, and this amazes me. A driver who, you know, gets into the car, you've got no time. You know, when we go to work, we, you know, have a cup of coffee, we stand around, have a bit of a chit-chat, and then we settle ourselves in and get ourselves...
Do you speak for yourself?
Well, no, you know, you come and set your kit up and get it the way you want, and, you know, all right, OK, that's fine, I need to check this, I need to check that. These guys get in, and they are on it from the... off the ground, all 4 wheels for Conor, and they are on it from the moment the thumb comes off the speed limiter button, it's a thing of beauty to watch. It really is. These guys at this time of the morning, and you said about Winkelhock, doing that shift that he did, it's not coincidence that attacks in warfare tend to be done between 3 and 5 in the morning, because that's when people are at their least efficient and their heads aren't working. And trying to get somebody wound up to do that, if you're prepped and ready to go, it's really hard. And for him to go through that time, I'm very impressed with what he did. That consistency, Paul, is what you were talking about for Marcus Winkelhock there. And to do that at that time of the day, which is the worst time of the day to try and do it, very impressive.
The other one that is a hats off to stint, coming to an end at the same sort of time as Marcel Fessler's stint, Antonio Felix da Costa, who's at the wheel of the Schnitzer BMW, number 43, and that is rapidly turning into a contender for second place, because I was moaning a little bit about Fessler's pace, and Felix da Costa has also been quicker and has closed the gap between himself and Fessler down to about a minute. So the gap between second and third is actually now closer than the gap between first and second, although that's affected by the pit stop that we've just seen Christopher Mies taking over the Lant Motorsport car that was leading the race, but now no longer leads the race, because Marcel Fessler has taken over in the lead of the race, will cross the line in the lead, but in the pit lane.
Have we just seen a positional change for 9th there, Paul, the number 1 from the 31?
No, not since the pit stop. The 1 has just had a pit stop, and is the 1 still ahead of the 31?
Yes.
Yes, okay, then the 1 has just had a pit stop and has rejoined just ahead of the 31. The 31 has another lap and the rest of this lap and the next lap to do, and then it will be in for its pit stop, and then it will fall back down again. So
they must have been mighty close together.
They kind of came close together as a result of the 1 pitting first, but then immediately after it, the 31 will have to make its pit stop. The 31 being the Fricadelli Porsche.
Conor De Filippi, he's had his Weetabix this morning. He's out there, and it's like someone has just pulled the pin on him and rolled him out. It's brilliant to watch. And he clearly realises that there are people going out there very quickly. Antonio Felix da Costa in the 43 BMW in 3rd position. Not sure who's in the 98 Rove BMW in 4th position, but those guys are both down in the 26s. Fessler's in the pits.
Katzberg in the 98.
Ah, right, that doesn't surprise me then. Fessler in the pit lane. Marcel scored as the leader at the end of lap number 102. Are we still doing our 6.7 laps per hour, Paul?
We are right on the cusp.
Right.
So if we can keep the yellow flags tucked away somewhere and keep people like Conor De Filippi and Felix da Costa out there going rapidly, then we are just on for 160 laps. But it'll depend a little bit. It's very, very close at the moment. More likely, I'm going to have 159 right now.
Which would be the same as the distance record in 2014 by Phoenix Audi.
That's right, but it wouldn't break the record. What we are doing, though, is having a lot of leader changes, with the lead changing at every set of pit stops. That is the 17th change of lead that we've had, although it's only been shared amongst 5 different cars.
Racefan17 has tweeted in at RSL Studio. He says, this is a guy who drives for Callaway Competition. It's Daniel Kilvitz in that car, 100%. So thank you very much for that. Lilu saying, agree on driver IDs. First thing you confirm after a radio check, and certainly would help the fans as well. Brake disc kit coming out for the 43 for Antonio Felix da Costa is now in the pit lane, and that is going to be a full brake disc and part change. Interestingly, the calipers are changed on that car as well. There's a dry brake system on that car. New set of Dunlop tyres going on the number 9.
That will put the 29 through into the lead again.
Yeah,
And that,
the other land car.
That's why it's interesting to look at the pit time, because these disc changes can be done at the same time as the fueling can
Correct.
be done. And what you're trying to do is to get the whole thing done inside 3.5 minutes, because if you can, then that's what the minimum pit time is anyway for these two cars. And if they can get the discs changed in that time, I'm assuming, John, they're only doing the front ones. I don't know if you could see whether they were doing the rears as
Only
well.
the fronts that they seem to be working on. The back brakes don't get as... I wonder around here if they might get a little more work, but tends to be much biased to the front, as Paul rightly says.
Yeah, so assuming that they're doing that, 2.5 minutes so far. Although the number 9 wasn't having the brakes, was it? It was just the 43, the Schnitzer car.
Correct.
So that still has just under a minute to complete the disc change. The important thing is that any time spent after that 3.5 minute pit stop becomes wasted time, because you have to be in the pits for 3.5 minutes. But if you're in there for any more than that, then you've effectively thrown away a bit of time that your driver has tried his heart out to gain on the circuit.
I do think, I mean, it's a byproduct, isn't it? The law of unintended consequences. Right, we're going to have a mandatory pit stop time so that nobody has to spend a whole load of money on fuel rigs and all of that sort of stuff. And then by doing that, it also evens out the fuel fill time on those pistol grip pumps that are there as the Audi comes back out. The number 9 car now in 3rd position.
Yeah, because the 98 car has gone through.
Yeah, and it is at the wheel of that car. It's the Muller man. Behind the wheel of the WRT car, so that is Nico Müller behind the wheel.
Another man has driven both cars in his team during this race.
So you have these mandatory pit stops, but what that means is that if you design and fit a really clever and expensive brake system on the front, you can change your discs and your pads in one go in that 3.5 minutes. So you end up spending more than you would have done to have a fuel filler on it.
Don't you do that? I mean, you go out to buy, I don't know, a new jacket, and you see one, oh, it's really cheap. It's only 40 quid. I can buy another one. So you end up buying 2 jackets because you've got that much money to spend. You went out with 100 quid, and you end up.
And you've still got 20, and I've still saved 20 quid.
There you go. So you've done the same thing yourself, and it's the same thing that happens with racing teams. They have a budget, they're going to spend it.
I do think it's interesting, though, how these things combine. It's very clever technology. I remember on the Celine S7R project, the first project that I got involved with when I was working with Ray Malek Limited RML, the guys, when I say we, the royal we, the very clever guys at RML, designed a quick change system for the brake discs on that car, where it slid off flanges on the hubs and you could take the whole thing off, and that was revolutionary in its day. And now here we are with GT3 cars. Remember, that ended up as a GT1 car, and here's the GT3 cars with racing calipers and brake disc units coming off in one bit with a brake on the pressurized hose.
And spot on the minimum pit time for the Schnitzer car.
Perfect.
So not a second was wasted. In fact, it came out a second quicker on the pit stop than the Nico Müller did coming out at the wheel of the WRT car. So another change for the lead. Back to the lead then goes the Lant car, 29. So it's Mies in the Lant Audi. The number 9 Audi with Nico Müller now behind the wheel. They've gone to single stints. It was a single stint for René Rast, a single stint for Marcel Fessler after him, and now Nico Müller at the wheel of that number 9 car to see whether he's doing a single stint when he finishes it.
Just to underline how tight this is with 8.5 hours still to go, just under, Conor De Filippi, who took over, or whose car came in the lead for its absolutely regular pit stop, he's going to come round at about a minute or so to complete his 101st lap. The lead is on lap 102, and he has dropped down to 16th position after that pit stop. So that's how tight it all is. A botched pit stop, a half a run round the Nordschleife with a flat tyre or an issue or a slight miscalculation. Make sure you get all the fuel in. All these things, Paul, could take people out of a very strong run at the moment and drop them, mire them in the mid-teens or 20s in class at the front of the field.
Exactly as has happened to that second Lant car.
Exactly.
Because it was challenging for a podium position. It was comfortably in fourth. It was challenging for a podium position. For a moment, I thought, well, there's a chance here of getting 2 Lant cars on the podium at the end of the race. But it had a puncture out on the circuit coming into Tiergarten. That lost it some time. It then had the spin, came into the pits and had to have the work done to get the tyre replaced. And that just lost them about 5-6 minutes in the pits, but it's taken them off the lead lap, and so a lot of work to be done by Conor De Phillippi now. In effect, he is just off the lead lap. It's very nearly 2 laps down he is, in fact. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the places do change so much at every pit stop is an indication of how close it is.
Interesting thing now for Lant is they can uncork De Phillippi and just say, right, go for it, son. Let's see what you can do. And also, it might be that they'll get some data from that car in terms of track temperatures, what compound of their... Remember, they're running on a tyre that they haven't run on all season. So they are still learning these Dunlop tyres. And, you know, it might be the opportunity to say to Conor, right, we're going to stick you on the hards here. It might be a little bit early, but give it a go, son, and see what we get back from it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Equally, I'm minded that it is so close that you want to get your sharpest drivers in the car for as much of the time as you possibly can. And I don't want to harp on about the stint from Marcel, but it wasn't really up to the pace of either Freins or René Rast when he was at the wheel of the number 9 WRT car. And, you know, these things can make a big difference. So we'll see how it pans out. As John said a moment ago, we've still got just under 8.5 hours of the race remaining, and we still have how many cars on the lead lap? We still have 10 cars on the lead lap, which includes 1 Porsche, 1 Ferrari, 2 Mercedes-Benz, 4 BMWs, and 3 Audis. 2 Audis.
In SP8, our leader is still the number 7 Aston Martin, and quite recently did 3 laps in a row that were in turn fastest laps of the race. The car has climbed to 24th overall, still leading its class.
David King would be very disappointed.
It wasn't in the top 20 by
was
daylight.
Hoping for 20th by daylight, but
I'll take that. He'll take that. The car is still running. It's still got all its panels on it. It still looks pristine when it comes into pit lane. Running on medium tyres in the early morning, and that is at the moment a success story. And let's touch wood as we say that.
Yes, very much so. I mean, we had Peter Kate up here at one point talking to us about the run that car was having, and he, by his own admission, while he was saying if he would finish in 20th place at the end of the 24 hours, he'd be delighted. But there was no way that car could get to 20th place except by attrition of the other cars around it. And so what you're really doing is just betting on the fact that some of the other cars are going to fall down over the course of the remaining 8.5 hours. Having said that, it's been an absolutely clockwork race from the number 7 thus far.
9:20 was the target time. That's about 15 seconds or so, 20 seconds slower than the car would have been able to qualify. And the last lap was a 9:18.8. So the guys have been given a little bit more leeway there. Ahead of them, cars doing 9:17, 9:08, 8:36, 8:35, all in different classes, of course. The SP7 leader is ahead as well, which is the number 66. That car doing a very impressive 9:08.4 last time around. That's the Manthey Racing GT3 Cup MR for Manthey Racing machine. That's leading the class, SP7.
What I find most impressive about the number 7 Aston Martin's run is that every single stint has been 8 laps, bar one, which was the first stint of the race, which included a formation lap. So you can count that as 8 laps as well, really. and I need to do a complete check through 150 odd cars, but I don't think there's another car that has had every stint the same length,
Right.
Because they've had some variation along the way, either because of a puncture or some mistake, or because they haven't been able to get all the fuel up every time, or but it has just gone out and done 8 laps, 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 8 laps.
And yeah, I was going to say it's now on its 12th stint, so you were a couple of 8 lap stints short there, Paul. But yes, when you set yourself, this is a near production specification car, and Aston have now amassed a huge amount of experience. Aston Martin Lagonda have amassed a huge amount of experience since they first came here in 2006. Now, it's also fair to say, and David King would be the first to say, that the race has changed beyond recognition in that time in terms of the competitive nature of the near production classes, as it has with the top class and GT3. However, all of that experience gained is really important about how you get one of those cars to the finish here. This isn't a normal racetrack. This isn't a place where the absolute lightest car, the absolute fastest car is the way necessarily to go and win the motor race. And whether you're at the front of the field in Chris Meese at the moment, or in 4th position for Antonio Felix da Costa in the 43 BMW, and by the way, there has never been a BMW that hasn't looked better with the M-Series stripes on it somewhere. That car is no exception. It looks fantastic. Just picking your way through the traffic, being slightly... It's all very well said, we've got to go flat out all the time. Yes, but if you end up in the barrier, then you're not doing yourself any favours. Ron Fellows, ace wizard on the pedals and behind the wheel, a decent little steerer, as our Australian colleague Richard Creel would say, once said to me, in endurance racing, yes, you've got to get your lap times consistent, yes, you've got to have the averages, but I've not seen anything that our pit crew, and one of the best in the business his pit crew were, the Pratt & Miller guys, can fix in 5 seconds. So if you're going to lose 5 seconds at Le Mans or 5 seconds here, take the 5-second loss. Don't put it in the barrier.
Don't break it, absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, even if what you're doing is, not fatal to the car, you're still meaning that it's got to spend extra time in the pits, and that time is very hard to win on the track. We're coming to the end of the number 98 row racing BMW's stint. That's the car we've put Nicky Katzberg in, and that car is now going into a phase, I suggest, of doing 7-lap stints. Since the sun came up, it's doing 7 laps, and the 98 BMW is one of the ones that's on the Michelin tyres, and that's going to put back into second place the WRT Audi. But I do fancy that the BMW to keep your eyes on is going to be the number 43 car. That's the one that I think is going to end up being quicker.
Hello to Duncan Moraes in South Africa, who doesn't have electricity at the moment, but is using battery power to listen to us. He said, I can't look at timing and scoring at the same time. So is the 29 still leading? Yes, it is. It's 29, 98, 9, 43, 33 in the pit lane, 50, 22, 41, 1 and 31 for the top 10, and the 31 is just on the end of the lead lap, or at least it will be when it comes round to complete its 103rd lap, which it is about to do in a moment, and I'll tweet that as just well, so that thank you, Paul. I'll tweet that as well to Duncan, so he gets to hear that. At RSL_studio, please. Hyundai in the pit lane, the number 92 car. The two little Hyundais, one with quite a lot of tape. That's not the 92 car that's got all the tape on the front. But those cars have been running very well, Graham Goodwin. And once again, you don't have to be in the top class to make your point here. Same with the Toyota Gazoo Thailand cars and the Altis.
You don't at all. It's 5th in class, the number 92 car, looking remarkably clean that car. This is the one that features Stuart Leonard amongst the driver lineup, full season WRT Audi driver, and these two cars being handled for this race by WRT. And lots more to come here. 320 comes in. This is the alternatively fueled class leader, the AT class leader. And this, by the way, if you're watching the live stream pictures, this is the area of the pit lane where the alternative fuels are delivered. So various tankers and delivery media there for the various fuels on offer in AT. And boy, have we seen some variety over the last 11 years in this class.
So that means the whole pit stop is done down there. The tyres are changed down there by the teams as well. A lot of the cars are in the SP trim, so there'll be 4 or 5 stud wheels there. And most everybody now will use a rechargeable electric drill, either tweaked or one bought specifically for the job with a little bit more powerful motor, so that you can get those on and off and get them torqued up. If you do that, they tend to use a torque wrench as well, just to click them through to make sure everything is okay.
Through comes the number 18. This is the GT4 Audi R8 LMS.
Neither of those two GT4 cars that were looking so splendid at the start are quite as pristine as they were. One's got the right rear corner knocked off, which I think is the one we've just seen on the Grand Prix circuit, the 18. The other one's got the left rear corner knocked off.
You can make one good one out of it. No problem at all. The number 18, 45th position overall, on pit lane at the moment, and pitting from 10th position, now 11th, the number 31 car.
Very much a local team.
Oh, very much a local team.
As in Sabine Schmitz, brought up within a wheel nuts hurl of the circuit here. Her and her sister tell great stories of tuning the family car. I think in those days a BMW 318i. I remember her telling me I was working with Sabine on a Top Gear Live show that we were both presenting some years ago, and over a cup of tea I said, how did you get started in all this? She said, well, we live right next to the Nordschleife, so obviously as soon as we got our driver's license, perhaps a bit earlier, we used to take the family car, and if you're local you get a permit to go on there at a discount. The rules and regs very much different then, and sort of very much cheaper to go on the tourist laps. And she said, so my mum's car gradually was being worked on by her and her sister and turned into a bit of a ring special, such as they were in those days, and effectively running on very, very extreme track day tyres. Unfortunately, they forgot to tell her mum that, and Sabina tells a fabulous story about her mum going down to the hairdressers on a very, very rainy day in the Eifel and ringing up Sabine and saying, there's something wrong with the car, Sabine. I could barely keep it on the road on the way down to the hairdressers. And Sabine saying, don't drive it back, Mum, I'm on the way. Because it had virtually treadless tyres on it. And she had to go and pick her mum up in the car, which I thought was excellent. And that is how the Ring Queen got started. Lovely, lovely person.
Great stuff. Battle on here for second position. The number 98 BMW crosses the line, and the gap between the 98 and the number 9 Audi now down to just 5 seconds.
Yes, it's a bit of a faux battle though, because the 98 car is coming into the pits at the end of the lap that it's currently on, and interestingly they've managed to put it onto 8 laps on this stint. The previous 2 were 7 apiece, so the 98 car doing 8 laps, and it should be able to do 8, provided everything else is equal. It's got the fuel for it, whereas the number 9 WRT car, Nico Muller, is only on his 3rd lap out of the pit. So although it is a battle and it's interesting to watch on the screen, it may well be that Muller is able to get past before the end of this lap. it's not really a battle because the pit stop schedules are different.
Yeah, completely agree with that, but what it does show is that Audi with a much fuller fuel load is quicker at the moment than the rather lighter BMW.
Yes, I mean, nothing against Row Racing or any of the drivers in that car. I said a moment ago, the BMW that my eyes are on is a Schnitzer car, number 43, currently in 4th place. But that car has still, I mean, with still 8 hours to go in this race, that car has the pace. The 43 BMW has the pace to certainly get up onto the podium and make a battle for these Audis, because bear in mind it's 3 versus 2, 3 BMWs against 2 Audis now. We've been saying all along through the race how the Audis have the advantage in numbers. Well, they had the advantage in numbers, but they've fallen by the wayside a little bit. The BMWs, although there were plenty of them, they have not fallen by the wayside at the same rate as the Audis have fallen by the wayside. And so the top 6 now consists of 3 BMWs, 2 Audis, 1 Mercedes, and then in 7th place is the Ferrari. And the leading Porsche is still the Fricadelli car, number 31, down in 10th place.
Christian Rodriguez says, trying to find the info on the last time Continental Tire raced at the Nurburgring 24. It was 2011 with the Arteaga GT.
It was, and before that it was the Kia Proceed that came here, drove here on the road and competed on the same tyres, if you remember, John.
Yeah.
I think that
Where
was
did
the
it
last...
drive from? Didn't it drive from Italy somewhere? Milan, or I mean, it wasn't mad. It wasn't mad Italy. It wasn't like Rome or that far down. But it was still, it was still a fair old drive to come up from Milan.
Hello to Scott Dudek listening in this morning in Buffalo, New York, which will be the very early hours.
I was going to say, I think it's still last night.
For you, yeah, it's very early hours of the morning, and literally a global audience tuned in live from the Aston Martin Lounge here on Radio Show Limited. Audio only if you need to get out and about and save your data. If you've got the bandwidth and can watch it on your mobile device, or indeed link up the laptop or whatever to a screen, then we've got sound and vision perfectly in synchronicity. Thanks to our colleagues at Vega, sending them our audio directly here to their TV compound on the other side of the track. The Gigaspeed Porsche, very quick in a straight line as the 28 of Conor De Filippi on the Dottinger, barely able to drag past that 911 Cup car. That was an extraordinary thing to see, how slippery, Graham Goodwin, the 911 Cup car is, and how quick that is in a straight line.
Well, no shortage of power for that, and of course, the frontal area, very, very slippery indeed for the Porsche Cup cars. It's amazing speed as well by the Audis. It has to be said, all day, all night, and now into today again. Very impressed with the speed we've seen from the Audis when they've been able to run cleanly and run reliably. Amazing.
One of our Twitter correspondents told us it was Dan Kylevitz at the wheel of the Ferrari, wasn't it?
Correct.
And it's now come into the pits, the number 22 car, out of 7th place, or out of 6th place in fact, but it's a reality 7th place by the time it's had its pit stop. And also about to come in is the 2nd placed BMW, and that's the number 98 car, which fairly confident is Nicky Katzberg now at the wheel. That was largely as a result of Martin Haven recognising Nicky's stature rather than anything else. And so that car will be due in at the end of the lap that it's currently on.
Huge weekend of motorsport, Indy 500, Charlotte 600, Monaco Grand Prix. We're concentrating on the 45th running of the Nurburgring 24 hours, the idiocy Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring. The track beginning to come to life. Steve, still 1 or 2 fully prone figures in the BMW M-Power stand off to our left on the other side of the circuit, but 1 or 2 people just beginning to come back into their spots now, settling themselves down for the last 8 hours and 4 minutes. So coming in towards the last third of the race. I just wonder if literally under our feet, which is where the pit boxes are, there are teams now daring to dream about a finish. The Gigaspeed car has completed another lap, was leading its class a little while ago, that number 60 Porsche. Tough car to drive in endurance, the Porsche Cup car. No ABS, of course, on that machine, and that can make the braking very, very difficult indeed. Try not to lock the slick tyres in. Give yourself a flat spot. 69 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, second in SP8, second to the Aston Martin, number 7. Still looking to name that Aston. Tweet RSL at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag name that Aston. The number 7 car with the Tregothnan Great British Tea sponsorship at the moment for my money, but it's not me that makes the choice. It was Vix, wasn't it, who suggested Roger after the passing of Sir Roger Moore, and I think Sir Roger has given it, has become popular. 66 Porsche taking an unconventional route through the first set of corners with an extra turn. That's another SP7 car.
That's its outlap. That is the leader in SP7 at the moment, John.
Right.
So
that's the Manthey racing car, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Having just had a routine pit stop in 22nd place overall. Now, I can't remember when... I mean, SP7 normally creeps in and is knocking on the door of the top 10 towards the end of the race. Now, OK, we've still got 8 hours to go, but we're a long way from knocking on the doors of the top 10 as the SP9s continue to exert this numerical dominance at the top of the field. Leader already through completing his 105th lap, and so we'll be waiting for Nicky Katzberg into the pits as we hit the 16 hours completed mark of the race, I think, John.
Yeah, just when you talk about the 22, a point that's been made by a number of people over night, including Right Turn Lover, and I meant to mention this the last time I was on, and I got distracted by something shiny because I'm a bloke, and that Ferrari is running in the SP9 Pro-Am class.
Okay.
So, you know, that is another thing to compliment it on. That means 2 of its drivers are rated bronze. Intervention vehicle coming onto the track on the Grand Prix circuit, just behind the number 8 Haribo Mercedes-Benz, which is in 12th position. That looked like that car had been scrambled to an incident on the second half of the Grand Prix loop. We'll give you some news on that in a moment. If you are just joining us, we are about in 30 seconds to move into the last third of the 2017 running, the 45th ADAC Zurich, 24 hours of the Nurburgring, and it's live from the Aston Martin Lounge here on the Radio Show Limited network.
The Nurburgring, 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So we are now with 8 hours to go. Hello there, good morning from Central Europe, where another beautiful Eiffel day is, well, now quite a bit more than dawned. And you can see when we've had weather like we have had this week, why this is such a popular tourist spot. The scenery is outstanding, but you don't get all this greenery without a drop or two of rain. We've not seen that this week at all. The biggest issue I've had, and in my OCD-ness of keeping the 968 Sport clean, is the huge amounts of pollen in the air. And I'm not a hay fever sufferer, but even I have suffered this week from the tree pollen that is out there. And that has been the only issue. There's not been a drop of rain since the mighty 968 and I arrived on Monday afternoon down from Spa Classic last weekend, and what a double of that has been in the last 10 days. Highly recommended, with the guys from Travel Destinations doing both events as well. Should say hello to everyone on the Travel Destinations Campingham Nurburgring site, with Andrew Melly there taking charge of a steadily growing number of Travel Destinations customers on a campsite that has running water and electricity for every pitch. Electricity for every pitch, running water and showers, and a beer cellar and live music, and really great. Put the ideas of camping in a field out of your mind. because that is not what that is all about. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, and Paul Trustwell are with me, John Hindhaugh, as we have 7:30 in the morning, and Graham will give us our hourly rundown, and the on the odd hours he'll go through half of the classes in the field. Next hour we'll do the other half, but as ever we'll start with the top of the field, Graham.
And we'll go with SP9, which is still the top of the field. Top 13 cars still, all SP9 machines. For 29 Land Motorsports, Audi leads the way, and followed by the number 9 Audi from Team WRT. The 98 Rover Rating BMW rounds out the top 3 there, with the 43 BMW and the 50 AMG, the top 5. SP7 is the next class we deal with in this hour, and no real change from the last time we came down the order here. Number 66 Porsche, running, as Paul said just a few moments ago, up in 22nd position, lower than we've been expecting to see those cars in recent years. Then the 62, 27th position for the number 62, and then Willie Moore et al. In the 54 car, up into the top 40 now for that car, third in SP7. Cup 3, this is the single class for the Club Sports Caymans, and that is headed at the moment by the number 308 car, 34th position for that car. 307 still running second in 36th position, and then the 304 car in 44th position rather, rounds out the top 3 in Cup 3. SP6 still led by the number 76 car, now has a 30 position lead, 53rd position for the number 76 car. The 81 is now 83rd, and the 80 in 85th position. SP8, and that's one of the classes we've been keeping a close look on, courtesy of the Aston Martin, number 7, still running and running strongly. It's in 24th position overall. The Vantage GT8, still looking for the name to be confirmed for that car. Behind, and increasingly behind, in fact, now 12 positions back, and on pit road at the moment, the number 69 Duo Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, and then the number 2 Mustang. Further down still, another car on pit road, 66th position now for the Mustang, which is falling back. Cup 5, the BMW M235i Racing class, the 249 leads that class in the top 50 now, 49th position for the 249. 6 positions further back, the 238 in 55th position, but then the 242 in a battle with that class in 56th position. SP8T, and that is headed still by the Zurgren Sports run BMW M4 GT4, 33rd position, well ahead now of the 2 Sherma cars, both BMW's 50th and 59th position respectively for the SP8T second and third place cars. SP5 headed by the 76th positioned 83 car. I'm looking for SP5's second place car. Paul, can you assist?
SP5 second place car, there isn't one.
There isn't one?
No.
Right.
The only car in SP5 is the BMW 1M Coupe car number 76.
That's how I'm getting. V4, meanwhile, is the final class for this hour. That is headed in 81st position, still by the number 156 car. And the second place car in the order, 158, is 83rd position. And the third place car, final provisional podium sitter at the moment in the classes for this hour, is the 143 car rather, in 86th position.
Thank you, Graham. Graham Goodwin on the updates there. The rest of the classes, SPA, SPS, SP3T, SP10, TCR, V6AT, V2T and SP2T at the past the next hour here on Radio Show Limited Network. The Lamborghini second in SP8 goes back out of the circuit, the 69 car.
And the pit stops that we were expecting have happened. The number 98 Row Racing BMW has completed its pit stop. I think Katzberg stayed behind the wheel, but we need and await confirmation of that. 2 other pit stops which also happened. The HTP Mercedes number 50, the best placed of the Mercedes, making its routine pit stop, and also the second of the 2 Schnitzer BMWs, currently lying in 4th and 6th, although I think the number 42 car, which has just had a pit stop, will drop back as a result of that pit stop. So 3 cars out of the top 6 having made their pit stops. But what's impressive at the moment is the pace of Nico Müller, who's taken over from Marcel Fessler at the wheel of the number 9 WRT Audi. He is closing the gap on Christopher Mies and closing it slowly, but it's to 1 minute and 14 seconds. But then behind that is Antonio Felix da Costa, who has just set the fastest lap for that car at 8 minutes 23.170. And this is midway through. It's his 4th lap of an 8-lap stint, so it's not particularly light on fuel. But he is going faster, not only than Nico Müller up ahead of him, but also as Nico Müller is closing on Christopher Mies, so Felix da Costa is closing on the 2 cars in front of him.
Still a huge amount of you listening in the United States. Dan Mulford in Indiana. Tony Stewart Company hasn't missed a Dan hasn't missed a minute yet. Scott Martin enjoying watching the Nurburgring live feed in Birmingham, Alabama. Chris Suku saying 8 hours to go. I think it's bacon o'clock. By the way, where is Mr. Roller? Mr. Roller had his wedding to the very lovely Betty last weekend. Very lucky man. We wish the bride and groom many happy years together, and so therefore is otherwise engaged. Pun absolutely intended.
Absolutely correct.
All the best to Mr. Roller and to Betty, and you'll hear more from Jim Roller throughout the rest of the season on our companion service on Channel 2, and that is IMSA Radio, of course. He'll be with us for some more of the races from the States later on in the year.
And carrying on the theme of things American, and yes, absolutely, congratulations to both of you. Fantastic news. 14th position overall, and on this recovery drive, the very much American-based effort, but Italian engineered and built. Glickenhaus, the 704 car, after a delay earlier in the race, fighting back and fighting hard. 18 seconds back now from taking another position and taking time out of
But look at the lap time, Graham. 8:25.6.
10 seconds out of the car ahead.
8:26.5. The next best is the number 1 car, the defending champion, the white and sky blue Black Falcon car.
Takes another 11 seconds out of the 20 car on that lap. Should be with the car and probably through.
Do we know who's
lap.
at the wheel of the 704?
I think it's Jeff Westphal at the moment.
Right, he qualified the car.
Yes, I'm not sure. Yeah, well, I'm not honestly not sure, because Frank Maillot is also one of the drivers of that car. He's also fairly rapid.
Listed in both again, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But even if whoever's driving the 704, not only is it catching the car in front, but the car in front must stop before the 704. The 704 has that extra fuel margin, but in any case, it's going to be able to take that place. However, having got through into what it would be 13th place then ahead of the Schubert BMW, it's got an awfully long way to go before it'll get the next one up the list, because there's quite a big gap before we get up to the Mercedes, which is not quite on the lead lap, but say the gap between the race leader and the 704 car has maintained pretty much consistent. It's maybe gone off by about 15, maybe 20 seconds since that car had its 2 longer pit stops to have the bodywork damage repaired after it was hit up the backside.
Just great weather this weekend. I can't say enough about it. Everybody, that is the main topic of conversation around the paddock. Every time you see somebody and you go, how's it going? And they've all gone, the weather, it's fabulous. You know, it's very funny, because we expect fickleness in the weather, if that's a word. When we come to this part of the world at this time of year, it has been an absolute scorcher. And bad news for the local population, I have not had a pair of jeans on since I arrived.
We've had complaints. We've been putting them on a stack for you to look at later.
I have been wearing shorts, in fairness. It's not as if I've been wandering around in my underwear, which would certainly have been very bad news for everybody concerned, and probably have got me locked up around here. The campsite, well, yeah, probably not round here, Paul. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Please, not Lederhosen, please.
Oh, now there's a thought for next year. I'm just wondering that the campsites are absolutely chocker, and this is a real festival atmosphere. I was trying to explain to someone when I was off the air doing a few tweets as well. Think of a pop concert. Think of Monsters of Rock, or Download at Donington, except with a motor race going on at the same time. It has that festival feel.
But even that doesn't. I mean, I've tried to convey what this event is about, and what you can't. What I struggle with most of all. I mean, you can do. Yes, it's like a pop concert. It's all of this going on, and there's lots of beer, and there's lots of fun, and there's conviviality. But it's the scale upon which the whole thing happens that is. I mean, I'm saying it's indescribable, but I'm trying to describe it now. It is so massive. The venue is huge. I mean, the circuit encapsulates 3 villages.
Yeah.
Now, just think about that for a second. The track itself is the longest in the world. It is such a huge event. And then, as I say, you've got this going on all the way around the circuit. It's not just in one zone where they're mad. It's around the whole flipping circuit that they're mad.
Trouble? Land Audi. It's the 17 car. Connor De Filippi looks to have a
28.
It's the 28 car. Was in 17th position, and it's got a left rear puncture, has it, or a suspension problem?
Some problem at that
car
corner.
doesn't look good, and it's not tracking straight as it comes down the Dottigo Hole. Now
That's the car that had a puncture earlier on.
Left rear, Paul.
Same place, same puncture.
And it's just shed the tread of that Dunlop tyre. Oh, now there's bodywork damage on that car. It's just the inside of the inside rim of the tyre that is holding on. The good news is he's at Tiergarten, and that means he will be able to come into the pits. He's not been out that long in the 28 car. He's done 6 laps. So 6 laps into a potential 8-lap stint, and the tyre has given up on the left rear.
Well, say that's the second time that's happened to that car. Don't say anything about the other one that hasn't done it, but there was certainly a long time whilst that car was running along its rim on the previous thing, and you've got to say, well, maybe something did happen to the hub at that point. And but certainly, we haven't had, to be honest, as many punctures as I was expecting. We've certainly not been puncture-free, but we were thinking there might be quite a lot based on what was happening during the earlier races.
And the harbingers of doom were saying that, some teams might not be able to run any more than 5 or 6 laps on their tyres, having not had the tyres that they were expecting. That hasn't happened either for the most part. Off comes the offending rim, and immediately taken away by the tyre technician, by one of the team actually, and that is a very, very second-hand tyre. Actually, David King is with us at the moment, and we'll stick him on the headset. I want to ask him about tyres. One of the things I've noticed is how well the tyre carcasses hang on to the rims. Do they run an inner, almost like a mousse, a rally-style filler in that, or is that just the fact that they are mounted so well on the rims, and if there is an issue, they are built to stay on the rim and at least get you home, as it were?
Morning, John. Yeah,
Good morning, David. Sorry,
yes, I think it is the latter.
Right.
I'm not an expert, but I think you've got it there.
24th position. You were hoping, your master plan, had you maybe in the top 20 by daybreak. That hasn't quite happened, but still happy about the number 7 car?
Couldn't be happier, John, at the moment.
Right, excellent.
I mean, that wasn't a master plan, that was a stretch objective. So
stretch objective.
Yes.
That's Cascade and stretch objective. I'm stealing from you now. A bit of damage underneath the left rear wheel arch of that Land Audi after the flailing rubber and carcass has caused a bit of problem, Paul.
Yeah, just quickly to say, it was a 7-lap stint actually before that
because
tyre
it came into the pit lane,
because it was on its 7th lap.
Correct.
So it was only 1 lap short of a full stint. So what they have to do though is to make sure they can get it out before the 7-lap stint time limit for a pit stop expires, because that's shorter than a normal 8-lap stint time pit stop would be.
Inner wheel arch is completely destroyed, and it's a faffy job with powered ratchet to get that. That's at least 4 or 5 cross-headed screw type fixings. Oh, there's more all the way around the top that's got to come out. Tank tape going on the left rear as well. The 28 was the one that had the right front issue as well with a new headlight, if memory serves. And now we've got a Bentley going slow at Tiergarten, and it is the 36, the maroon car. It just goes past the old pit lane entrance, but it's not yet into the pit lane entrance it needs. It's the 26th position car, third in its class, and it is come to a halt, dead stick, just coming back onto the Grand Prix loop, I think. Yeah. And, well, that is a very dangerous place. And it looks like that car may have run out of fuel. It's on its 8th lap, Paul.
It's quite a steep uphill bit, that, isn't it? It's a bit misleading sometimes. You don't realise quite how steep that bit is until you
coming to the end of its 8th lap. So, miscalculation or worse problem. And at Arenberg, there's a problem for that very lovely 63 Porsche. 4th in SP7, right into the kitty litter, and that's really dug itself in. It's almost, you think that car should be a Lotus with the British Racing green and the yellow Porsche stripes. Now the 36 Bentley moving what looks to me as if trying to get it moving on the starter motor. Ooh, a little bit of fluid maybe from the right front of that car as well. It's crawling along, and it may just have enough in the battery to get along. I don't think that's got any engine power. One of its stablemates just heading up the hill over Flugplatz at the moment. David King from Aston Martin with us in the Aston Martin lounge. Let the drivers a little bit off the hook earlier on. There was 3 laps I noticed where you did your fastest lap of the race, getting down into the 18s and 19s rather than the 9-minute 20 that you had asked them to do, but that's okay.
Nicky was running around about the 9-minute laps actually towards the end of that stint. Yeah. But that was just comfortable pace for him in good track conditions, good.
And he was on the medium tyre.
He was on the medium tyre. Yeah. I mean, there was very little drama throughout the front runners during the night, so we didn't pick up as many places as we were perhaps anticipating. But
brain fade as well as brake fade for the Porsche coming through into Arenberg and braking impossibly late. Need to be on the brakes well before the change in the tarmac there, and he wasn't. Fortunately, there's a big beach to run into. Meantime, the other car we've been reporting on issues with, the 28 car, which had a puncture for Conor De Filippi on his penultimate lap of his stint. Well, Christopher Haase has been installed in that car, but it's gone back into its garage, and the ever vigilant safety team here have got a 4x4 out to the Bentley that was stranded just on the exit of Tiergarten coming onto the Grand Prix circuit, and that car is under tow and in the pit lane, so they haven't lost a whole load of time. It is 10 minutes to 8 in the morning. Do you dare to dream for the end of the race here, David? I'd suggested that at sort of 2/3 time at this time of the morning.
Well, how many times have I sat next to you in the morning and smiling and then been back looking miserable a couple of hours later? So, no, we don't dare to count. But you know, for me, the amazing thing is, look ahead of us. There's only SP9 and SPX specialist race cars, and one SP7.
Which is the 66 Manthey Porsche, and anything with Manthey on it is specialist for round here.
Oh, yes.
Olaf knows how to build a car for round here, doesn't he?
So we're doing as well as we could possibly expect at the moment.
Obviously, we're watching the 7 car, but you've got a couple of other cars out there. We're running, I think, 3rd and 4th in class for a wee while, those two.
Yeah, they've had a few dramas through the night. A couple of punctures on the 49 V12 Vantage and a little bit of contact damage on the 70 on the AFR Racing GT4 car, but they're still going, all 3 of our cars, and that's the main thing.
We're celebrating the fact that we've had this great weather this week, and it's a topic of conversation to everybody we've spoken to from the pit lane, including yourself. But what that does do means if you haven't had rain, if you haven't had fog, if you're not running slowly, you're actually putting more pressure on the equipment and the drivers.
Well, we've done a lot more miles, a lot more kilometres than at this stage than we have done in any of the last few years, John. Yeah, it's probably going to be a record race in terms of number of laps completed.
Marco Seefried in the remaining Falcon Motorsports car, the 44 Porsche, out early on with contact at the very fast uphill stretch from Bergwerk towards Klostertal. I think it was about the Kesselchen area, and the 33, then the BMW still running, and currently that car running in 6th position with Marco Seyfried at the wheel of that car. He's on the Dottinger at the moment. Differential in pace here in terms of your drivers, Nicky Team and Darren Turner. Pro drivers, pro drivers, World Championship drivers. The good news for them is that they are used to being not the fastest car on the track, even when they're running in the WEC. They're a GT Pro car. Some of these guys out here in the GT3 cars are in the GT4 cars rather will not be used to being getting past, and they. What I've noticed is some of the Cup cars, particularly Porsche Cup cars, very quick in a straight line.
Oh yeah.
Very difficult to get by, even for the fastest GT3s.
And you know, traffic management is a crucial part of this race, but as you say, for Darren and Nicky, it is as well running in WEC with the faster LMP 1 and 2 cars on the track.
Do you guys, I know it's a big circuit, but do you guys effectively spot for them? Do you give them, are you watching the tracking? Can you give them any information to help, or is it once they've got on the circuit, you're on your own, fellas?
Not really. You can give, if other teammates pick up information that's relevant, if another car's a minute behind or 30 seconds behind, you'd give them that information if there was a code 60 or an accident or something first time round. But no, they're pretty much on their own.
Cup 5, 3rd position, Pixum 242 M235i, that is the 235i Cup class, has gone missing. We'll try and track that one down for you. Paul Truswell watching the times as the Bentley is getting service. Looks fairly routine, by the way, so I think that may well have been.
Looks like it was just out of fuel.
Out of fuel, yeah. One of a number of cars this weekend who are carrying decals for Manchester, and we pass on all of our good wishes to everyone there, and glad to see the reports from a number of my friends who were out in Manchester on Friday and Saturday nights saying it was busier than they've seen it for a very long time. So a finger being jerked in the direction of those who would have us change our ways, and delighted to see that over the weekend. Land car coming through, Chris Meese leading the race.
Yeah, the number 1 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, the SAP car, having completed its pit stop and on its way in exactly the minimum time. The leading car coming towards the end of its stint, and that will be another change of lead. Just monitoring that gap in that I think it's actually come down a little bit more on this stint. Nico Muller continuing to lap a lot more quickly than Christopher Meese has been doing. And so the gap coming down first to second. Felix da Costa, having had some good laps, has possibly used the best of his tyres, and is beginning to regret it now, because the car's slowing in the second part of this stint, although it was very quick in the first part of the stint. That's the number 43 Schnitzer BMW, which Antonio Felix da Costa is at the wheel of. And the car that's on the move at the moment, as it were, is a 98 Row Racing BMW, which has just set its personal fastest lap of the race at 8 minutes 24.171. So there's still some fast times to be had out there, and a long time that we've been running, John, without any significant reasons to slow down on the circuit.
We've got one at the moment, actually.
Right, go on.
I think that 235i, which I said had gone missing, is up at Hoacht, because there's a code 60 in place up at there at the moment. Oh, and the 173 Audi, that's an S3. Now that is one of the leading lights in TCR, 4th position, and in the top 75. That car has been in the wall. There's fluid leaking, essential fluids leaking from the front of that car. Now where is that high overhead camera? As the BMW that we were just talking about is towed by it, by one of the cars. The driver is out of the Audi and rather flung himself over the Armco, trying to get out of the stricken car. Oh, that's been over. That was the Audi, and it's been completely over onto its roof. This is the 173 car, back onto its wheels. That was a huge accident. The car, looking from a distance at least, relatively pristine. So the safety cell having done its job, the driver is out. So if you've got contact with the 173 car, a little bit shaken and stirred, but got out under his own steam. No wonder he staggered over the barrier. He's been rolled around.
And that was coming off the Dottinger Höhe into the Tiergarten.
Into the first part of the Tiergarten.
First part of the Tiergarten.
I didn't recognise the right-hand side, the driver's right-hand side, because it was so close. And that is super quick. Those TCR cars have a lot of downforce. You take a huge amount of pace into the compression there and try to just floor the car through, and it looks like that's where he's lost it and just rolled the car over a couple of times. But the safety of that car, the driver's area completely intact to the point where the door's still open. Proof if proof were needed. David King looking at that as we've got another BMW with a puncture. It's the 43 car. This is drama right rear on the whole act a couple of moments ago for Antonio Felix da Costa.
No, he's gone through. Has da Costa.
So is that from earlier on in the day that we've just seen that? I don't think so.
Okay.
That car is coming into the pits in a moment. The debris flag is out, and that car will be coming into the pits and has come into the pits.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. It did come through on the ticker here.
Wow, that's another puncture towards the end of a lap for a leading car. Just a final thought on those TCR cars. Designed and built by Audi Sport Customer Racing, and clearly there, safety built into it. This is a car that's originally conceived for touring car racing, but has already proved itself. All of the TCR cars have proved itself in endurance racing, a very cost-effective way to go racing with 300 plus horsepower under your right foot. And the driver there got himself out of that rolled Audi.
Just reflecting on what I had said a few moments before all of that was happening, the number 43 BMW, I just said that Antonio Felix da Costa's lap time seemed to have been tailing off towards the end of that stint, and it might have been the tyres. And I just wonder if the tyres, having gone off, then cried enough and popped, and that was why it then had that run into the pits.
Very interestingly, that was the end of his 6th lap on that stint, and I was reliably informed by sources close to the BMW squad, shall we say, that on their tyre that they expected to do the hardest work in during the day, they were struggling to get anything out of them past 4 laps.
Yeah, well, and as I say, the interesting thing was the previous stint was a very good one from Felix da Costa. The beginning of this stint was very quick, but of course the other thing that has happened in the last hour and a half, over which we are talking when we talk about stints, is the temperature has risen. The sun is now beating down on the track, and that will not only be increasing the air temperature, but it will also be increasing the track temperature. So I think that's possibly part of what was going on with the number 43 car. Meanwhile, with details of what was going on out on the circuit, John.
Yeah, I'm not sure that where we thought that happened is where it happened. It was further back on the track. It looked like coming down through Flansgarden, round that sort of area, in that tight section. And the Antonio Felix da Costa car was right there when the RS3 was going over. It went over one way and then back the other, has clattered both sides of the barriers on the way down. And I think that's Stefan Beloff S type of area, Paul. It's a very, very fast part of the circuit, and that would be borne out by the fact that we saw the BMW later on the Dottinger Höhe with a puncture. Now, what we can't say with any degree of confidence is that there was any contact between those cars. It may have been that AFDC went off the circuit trying to avoid the RS3 LMS. But a very, very scary moment for that car. But again, should be said that the door came open and the driver, rather shaking, we were sort of having a little giggle because he sort of staggered over the 3-layer arm coat to drivers, what would normally be drivers left. Oh, there was a touch. There was a touch beforehand that sent that Audi onto its roof and then rolling back over another time back onto its wheels. The Audi driver trying to turn into the corner, and Felix da Costa already up the inside. The lightest of brushes on the side of the car. The driver of the Audi has been seen to by the medical car, and they've immobilised his neck area, very good to see. Would compliment all of our marshals and safety staff around here. David King is with us. I have no idea how they do the work they do. The recovery crews are brilliant as well. So hundreds of them out there, and they have to keep their concentration as well. Nasty accident there, David, but proof if proof were needed just how strong these cars are in every one of these classes.
I think they all have to meet the same standard. Yeah, they should all take that, and the driver should walk away. So it's great to see that he has done. And I apologise to him for laughing when I saw him flop over the barrier. I didn't realise he'd had such a big accident.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be laughing now when he sees it, and thank goodness he's fine.
Yeah, just to confirm, John, you're absolutely right with the location as well. It is between Flansgarten and the Stefan Beloff S. There's two jumps. The first jump is going into Flansgarten, and then the other one as you come away out of it.
Yeah, and I think there was a little touch just before, just basically on the run down from the exit of Brunchen. There's that nice uphill left-hander where you can just ease the throttle a bit and then get back on it. I think there was a touch just on that little left at the start of Flansgarten that was enough to unsettle the cars. You are absolutely flat chat down there in anything. And if you've even driven a road car lap around here, you'll know that the camber on the road, it does have a crown on the road there, and you've got to go across it to stay on the racing line. There's drainage either side as well to make sure that any water disappears, and you've got to be very, very precise through there because the car's moving around, and the slightest touch, and that was just the slightest touch, sent that car into the barriers and onto its roof. Chris Meese in the pit lane from the lead. Happy with that? Another 8-lap stint?
Another 8-lap stint for the race leader, yes. So that car, I'm expecting, will have a driver change. Not necessarily will do. Marcus Winkelhock did a double before Chris Meese got into the car. But I think as the sun comes up and conditions within the cars are going to get a little bit warmer, then they might go down to
Paul, just
single stints.
David's got to go. I want to ask him one quick question. You were marking how 8 laps, apart from the first stint, it's been 7, then 8, 8, 8, 8 for the set. That was your plan, but you're one of the few cars who's done it, perhaps the only car to have done it absolutely every stint. How close are you to doing 9? It's no good doing 9, of course, because it's not good doing 8.7 or 8.8.
We could have done 9 during the night, probably, but we ran out of fuel on a stint last year, and I'm not going to do that again. It's just not worth it.
As in once bitten and twice shy. Yes, exactly. David, thank you very much. I know you've got to disappear. Congratulations so far. Still 7:25 to go. Let's hope the next time that we speak to David King from Aston Martin, he's still got his trademark grin.
Another pit stop, though, and this is a less expected pit stop for the number 9, the second place WRT Audi. Nico Müller has come in after a stint of 7 laps. Now, that car, I won't say it's been quite as regular as the number 7 Aston Martin, having just talked about it, but it certainly has been more predictable than a lot of the other cars. The number 9 car, remember, one of those Audis that switched to the Dunlop tyres and has been capable of doing 8 laps through most of the race. But Nico Müller electing to come in at the end of the 7th lap of his current stint. So both the first and the second place cars are in the pits. The car that was in 3rd is now out of the pits again, but of course has a complete lap of the Nordschleife to do before it's going to be able to catch up with those two who are in the pits, and that's going to, they'll have long gone by the time they get round.
Yeah, and the 43 car now with Alex Lynn at the wheel, is that right? Yes.
Yes.
Still got...
Da Costa did a double stint. And it was Farfus before then.
Don't forget, we've still got a very slow zone on that run down from Flansgarten through the Stefan Del Beloff S's.
Sorry, it might be Timo Scheider at the wheel of the 43, John.
OK, they've got transponder in that car and it says Lynn. So
OK, then it will be. Sorry, I was doing it on the rotation. If they've got a transponder, then it's Lynn, yep.
Felix da Costa had got up alongside the Audi and was going through, and there was front left of the Audi to right rear of the BMW, which sent that car into driver's right barrier, flipped the car onto its roof one way, and then as it came back across the road, it goes back onto its wheels and hits the barrier the other side.
I think that was the Audi's fault, John.
Well, I think ultimately it was, but there was a bit of argy and bargy coming out of that uphill left-hander out of Brunchen, because there was a bit of weaving around and the BMW looked to be away and past, and then almost as if there was a bit of a look across to say, what were you doing at Brunchen in front of me?
I'm not entirely convinced there wasn't a slight earlier contact.
I think you may be right there. We haven't got the physical evidence on tape for that. Anecdotally, we may find out. Beautiful morning, however. The good news is that the driver of the Audi, and I'm sorry we haven't been able to identify the driver of that 173 machine, just dropped out of the top 76 actually, still in 4th place in TCR, but the car stranded on the circuit with no flatbed near there. The flatbed will have to go down and be escorted to that point. So we will be having a code 60 slow zone for some time there, and that's going to affect lap times to, well, about 30 seconds added on. That shows you, doesn't it, for a relatively short space of track. But what that tells you, Graham, is how fast you're normally going down there.
Absolutely.
Quote from Felix da Costa, actually, thanks to the live ticker. He said he had contact with another car, and then after that, the puncture, he says the other car didn't see him and just clipped the rear end of the car.
In which case, that's acknowledging the contact that we saw.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, while all of that is going on, the situation that we had ages and ages ago has happened again, in the sense that the Lant Audi has made a pit stop and not lost the lead.
Now that goes, that goes back to the first time it did that was late yesterday evening.
6:30 yesterday evening, when it was able to. 7:30 yesterday evening. It was able to stay in the lead through its pit stop cycle, but then it wasn't able to do that anymore because it made a shorter stint and stopped after 6 laps. But of course, I just mentioned Nico Muller stopping after 7 laps, 1 short of his full stint, and that switched it back again. It's so tight. This could go any of 3, possibly 4 ways. Two Audis against 2 BMWs, John.
And that's assuming nobody has an issue. The 125 Clio off the circuit, and that is touring with, I think, another puncture. This is the Clio Club 3 car, 12th in class SP3, sitting in 125th position. Not sure I really want to be driving on the grass. It's a left front puncture, and that car will crawl its way back. One of the things about this race, Paul, in terms of pit strategy, which actually helps people making decisions down in the pit lane, is that... there is air. Oh no, I was going to say there is air in that tyre, but there isn't. It's just the sidewall's still on the rim. The rest of the tread has gone. Because there's not going to be a safety car, then you can kind of work it out if you're on the pit wall, or in your case standing here. You can work backwards earlier because you have to assume that you are going to keep doing your 8-lap stints until you get to the end. The variable is if you're going to need the splash, how long that splash is going to be, as we've got another car stopping just coming up onto the Grand Prix circuit. It's the 97th place car.
That is the 243. That will be one of the BMWs.
BMW Cup cars, is it?
That is 9th in Cup 5. It is indeed the 243. Gets going again.
Now that is the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport car. Now that car was 3rd in class. It went missing, then picked up speed again, and it's now dropped to, what did we say in
9th
class?
if it's 243.
Yeah, okay. My point, Paul, is you get in the last hour and a half, you don't have the pit stop time. So that's what you're looking to do.
Not quite. You get in the last hour and 10 minutes, and the pit stop time depends on how long there is to the end of the race.
Right.
So, and within the last half hour, there is no problem about pit stop time.
So if you can get to the last half hour for your splash,
then it can be.
It's all good news.
It can be as quick as you can.
So that's when it's fuel only.
Yes.
You don't
exactly.
bother about tyres.
So
That's when you want to try and stint and a little bit on your tyres.
Depending on what your cushion is and what state your tyres are in and what worries you've got and things like that. Yes.
I have some worrying news about the number 70 Aston Martin. It seems to have stopped out on the circuit. This was the 7-0 Aston Martin was third in its class.
In SP10.
And Adenauer forced.
It did stop once before out on the circuit with a puncture at Brightshite. They got it back, they put a new wheel on and sent it on its way again, so it's not the end of the world.
Had a huge spin, if you remember, at the Grand Prix circuit as well overnight.
Yes. So, yes, this is the sort of race that you can get away with things like that. Just going back to your other point, though, John, it's not quite as easy to work out whether you need a splash or not, because although you say, oh yes, I'll just do 8 laps, what you don't know is how long the laps are going to be, because if you get periods of code 60, then whilst you may be scheduling to do 9 minutes or 9 minutes and 5, all of a sudden, because you've got a slow zone in force, all of a sudden you're not doing those 9 minutes 6s, you're doing 9 minutes and 20s.
2 slow zones on the circuit, one for the 173 Audi RS3 LMS, the TCR car, which was in 3rd position. The flatbed is now at the scene of that rolled over accident at Flansgard and Stefan Bellof. There is another one just at the top of the Vauxhall Fuchsrue at Adenauer Forst, which we believe is for the Aston Martin. Now, I didn't see the Aston at the side of the road from the onboard camera of the Haribo car that went through there, so let's hope that that car can either be recovered or make its own way back round, well, 2/3 of the Nordschleife, unfortunately.
Well, as I say, it did get towed back before from Brightshite, so, OK, Adenauer Forest isn't quite as far around as Brightshite, but, yeah, the Aston Martin boys will just keep going no matter what, as long as the car is mechanically sound, and it looks like it might be. My worry about that incident at Flansgarten, the Stefan Bellof S, is that from what little I saw of it on the TV pictures from here, there might be some barrier repair work, and there might be quite a bit of barrier repair work to be done there.
Land 29 Audi leads its team car, the 28, still in the pits, having remedial work to the left rear after a left rear puncture for that car, and that's taken out Conor De Filippi on his penultimate lap of his 8-lap stint. Didn't quite get it back to the pits with the tyre intact, and the flailing carcass has done clearly some considerable damage around the brake lines, possibly in the engine bay as well. Absolutely mullered the insert to the rear wheel arch.
What I was going to point out a little earlier, when we could clearly see that inner wheel arch had actually gone, John, it's exactly the kind of damage that we've seen cause fires in that area of the cars before. Very good point. Particularly, it has to be said with the Lamborghinis. Now, here we go.
Now, this is down through the Vauxhall with the number 1 Mercedes-Benz Black Falcon sitting in 9th position. Now, this is where I think the Aston Martin is. I don't see any intervention areas at the moment as it crests the hill. Code 60 flags are out, the purple flags at driver's left, coming into the first right-hander at Adenauer Forst.
That's the vehicle protecting the incident site.
And there it's off to left-hand side. And one of the venerable Jeep Cherokees, the red cars, first time, exactly what I was going to say, is there and looks to be going to give that vehicle a tour. This is the 7-0 Aston we were talking about. And we have a penalty for the number 5 car, which is Nicolai Moller-Madsen behind the wheel. Now, let's find out what that was for. That was a reasonably long pit stop. 33 seconds for blowing the bracket on the pit stop time.
Wow.
So that was called at 7:36. And that is why that car will have been pinged for that.
Meanwhile, the twice rolled Audi RS3 LMS.
That is stood up so well, Graham, hasn't it? Cracked windscreen, yes.
The damage to the doors is actually more severe than the safety cell.
Yeah, but the doors still...
The bottom of the doors, I mean.
But the doors have still opened.
Astonishing.
The exit hatch at the top, the recovery hatch at the top, still in place. No broken glass. Cracked window, yes, it's going to need a new screen. And the very top of the right-hand A-pillar is where the car went over for the first time, and that's showing some signs of damage. From a long shot, when I first saw that car standing still, Grim, I didn't realise it had gone over.
It looked initially, very initially, as if it had gone in front of the car into the barrier.
Correct.
Because that's what we could see, a little bit of damage to the front of the car and the fluids leaking from underneath. But, yep, pretty rapidly, I think in the aftermath of what we thought had been a minor off with potentially some major consequences for the car's race, and seeing the driver, we thought, lose his footing over the arm care barrier. But then with the great work from the production team to
Thanks,
get back
Vega.
tape, to actually see the real drama that actually transpired. Yes, excellent work from all concerned there. That was, well, that's one strong touring car.
Yeah. And no wonder, by the way, people want to run them in endurance races. I'm told that over a season of racing on the engines, I know the R8 LMSs, the GT3 cars, 20,000 racing kilometres you can put on those engines. And that, you know, that's also contributes to how much it costs to run the car.
Should say, by the way, for those rooting for the number 70 Aston Martin, it has a very healthy, more than 10-lap lead over any next contender in its class. Clearly they'll want to turn that car around.
Oh dear, Kisling Manta has gone off. It's been hit by the Ferrari. By the Ferrari, the 122 car over the jump. That was in a yellow flag zone, I think.
Oh dear.
And the number 22 has ran up the back and rammed the Manta off the circuit. Now that is in the run towards Flansgarden, I'm pretty certain.
John,
yes, it is.
Did that car lose control? No.
There was the yellow flag out. I don't think it was.
No.
It is. The yellow flags are out. Now, was that for the Manta being pushed off? Definitely contact. That was not smart driving by who was ever at the wheel of the 22. And the Kisling Manta, which has already had the 5-pound lump hammer and the chock of wood to reform the back end of that car. You can't do that with carbon fibre, by the way.
You can't, no. Well, you can, once.
Mercedes snatch vehicle there. We'll get that car out. That was a substantial hit. Now, the Manta was off the ground, but you do get off the ground there. Everything gets off the ground there. Clio gets off the ground there. That was extraordinary. On board with that car, you heard the squeal of tyres after the thud, and actually precious little damage to the right-hand side of that car. Question is, will it restart? Answer coming in a second. And the Ferrari steams away. Yeah, a wave away. He's on the radio.
Oh, it's made of the same stuff as Captain America's shield, isn't it?
All over the track, gravel being sprayed at one of the quicker places. The applause that you heard is from the Kisling team in the pits, and they are fastening up their fireproof overalls. Now, how was there a yellow flag? I don't think there was. I'll take that back. That would have been for that. That was very quick flagging by the guys to get the yellow flag out.
You probably heard the tyre screeching. It's what probably had it with the flag in hand.
I just wondered if it slowed, having seen a yellow flag coming into the area of Flansgarden, where with a flatbed truck on the circuit a few moments before, the yellow flags were quite a way back to get everybody slowed right down. Let
me go again.
So he comes across. I'm looking for a marshal's post. The Manta, well, defence of the driver of the 22 Ferrari. The Manta comes in slightly wide, but there's not room there. There is a yellow flag at the next, well, the stationary yellow at the next marshal post and double wave yellows at the one after.
Yeah.
So was the Manta slowing for that? I would suggest he might have been, having seen that, or maybe already been told that, or have been passed at the lap before.
Well, the Manta would have been aware of the Ferrari being there because you would have seen him in the mirror, and I think he was kind of in two minds, saying, do I let him pass before the yellow? Oh no, I'm going to get to the yellow before he gets past. Oh no, he's coming past. And there was just a split second, I think, of indecisiveness, and you know, such are these things, and such is the way of these things very often. But you're right, there was an amount of contact, but thank goodness the Manta only made contact with the other car. It didn't go into the barrier. There are places where that could have happened.
That would have been disastrous.
Where there wouldn't have been a gravel bed there. There aren't very many gravel beds out on the Nordschleife, but that was one of the few.
The Audi, by the way, is on the Dottinger on the back of one of the flatbed recovery vehicles. Now, you may think that that's pretty weird, seeing cars going past at fairly quick speeds. Yellow flags, debris flags and white flags for slow-moving vehicles, with the Manta coming down the Dottinger as well. But there are very, very strict rules applied for anybody who breaks the speed limits around. What I was going to say about the Manta and 22 Ferrari accident, Paul, is the into those slow zones they have 120, 160 going back, and the teams are aware of those. It shows on the ticker, and they can tell their drivers through the radios, most of them can, and it's about stationary yellow, waved yellow, double waved yellow, and everybody knows that. It's hammered into them at the driver's briefing, one in English and one in German.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is clear. The problem you never know is whether, when you hit a single yellow, whether you're going to get a double yellow after it.
Yeah.
And if you're going to get a double yellow after it, you never know whether there's then going to be a code 60 after it. All you do know is that when you see the green, you can go racing again.
What's slightly bothering me there, and it's quite prepared to be wrong in my now very jaded state, is that the level of tyre squeal I thought I heard before the impact was pretty severe.
Yeah, the audio that we get is slightly delayed on the pictures that we are seeing in the booth.
But it was what I heard.
Yeah. It was tyre squeal.
A lot of tyre squeal.
Before the third.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with that. Which makes me wonder if he was already trying to slow for those yellows, you see. And that car will not have ABS, of course.
One thing that this is all doing by having large amounts of yellow around the circuit is that the calculation that all the teams will be doing about how many laps they're going to have to do to get to the 24 hours, and whether or not they're going to need extra fuel, or how many more pit stops they're going to do. Effectively, the pace is being slowed, so the distance that you will cover will be less.
The 305 Cayman tipping the 160 BMW into the wall at exactly the same spot as the Manta had its issue a couple of laps ago.
There's an oil flag just over the hill.
Now, maybe oil or maybe debris. It's the same flag. I think that's down there for all the gravel that the Manta pulled out onto the road, Paul, and also still for a bit of clean-up that's going on from the Audi RS3 that had its incident earlier on. The Manta is certainly a little bit out of shape, but it gets tapped. It wasn't going around before the tap.
No, definitely wasn't going around. Let's face it, it is. It's not 21st century tech.
Stories to be told here. Yeah, a lot of gravel on the track, which I think is why the debris flag is out. All the yellow flags have cleared. More tank tape. Now you see, look,
that's colour coordinated.
Right,
That's
Kissling Motorsport, proper, and it's to put the red back bumper back on, and it's red tank tape because it's on the red part of the bodywork. That's attention to detail.
Absolutely.
Mine, in fairness, they have built a whole new rear light cluster with varying different shades of tape.
Yep.
From the earlier accident.
I was actually asked a little earlier did we know where they sourced the Foxtail from?
A fox?
No, apart from a fox.
Sorry.
I did ask the question, when was the last time you saw Basil Brush on the TV? Just saying.
Very good.
Just saying.
Basil would be a good name for that Aston, wouldn't it?
Basil.
Ooh, Basil.
Can't think why, but it's just a good Nurburgring name, isn't it? The gaps have come down, and that's partly to do with the yellow flags, but I think it's also partly to do with the pace that Nico Müller has been able to achieve. Now he's got a new set of boots on the WRT Audi. So it's less than a minute between first and second on the same pit stop strategy. In third place, the Row Racing BMW will be in, not on the lap that it's on, but the one after that probably, the number 98 car. Not quite sure if we still have Katzberg in or whether that has now changed. And then the next car up, the number 43, now with Alex Lynn behind the wheel of the number 43 Schnitzer BMW. That car is just over a minute and 23 seconds behind in fourth place. And it's, as I say, it's 3 against 2 in the sense, because the third BMW is then the 33 Falcon Tyres car up in fifth place, but that's a bit further afield.
In the silver and blue OPC overalls, Volker Strycek, the man who was head of the Opel Performance Centre for many, many years, and in fact drove an RML prepared, I think it was an F2 rather than a Super 1600 Astra rally car around here, which was literally put a slightly bigger tank in, throw the tarmac suspension in and slam it on the ground. And at one stage that car was well inside the top 20 here. Now we're talking about 2001, maybe 2002 sort of era, but that was up against Porsches in class and went very, very well. Was leading its class by a country mile at one stage. Had a, I seem to remember, cylinder head gasket problem, which there was plenty of time to fix because we had about 3 laps lead. But unfortunately, the German team that were running it were rather too keen to get it back out on the track. But that putting me in mind of the Hyundai effort, somebody saying just bring the WRC car, slam it on its on its tarmac settings and get it out there.
I mean, this is the beauty of the race, isn't it? I mean, we talk about some of the Creventic races that we cover where lots of different types of car are encouraged to attend, but this, to an extent, even more so.
Well, still has the variety, not as much as, you know, I rave on about our first year in 2007, 229 entries, but anything sub 2 litre or sub 2 litre equivalent, so turbocharged 1.6 is okay because you've got a 1.5, that's why you still have the minis in here, but anything sub 2 litre went.
Exactly, but within the performance criteria, there's not really very much that's not allowed in.
No, indeed.
And you know, that's all good stuff and good to see. So yeah, there's one of those. Oh yes, the no, that's fine. That's all sorted.
Okay.
Waiting for what will be the
33
next
is in the pit. Mark Seyfried brought that car in.
Yep, and he will be followed in, if it's not come in already, by that 22 Ferrari, which we took Kyle Vitz out of it, but I don't know who we put back into it.
Yeah, and that was the car that had that accident with the Gisling Manta.
Yes, quite. Didn't come into the pits after that contact. Or did it?
No. It's on its 6th lap in the...
No, it didn't, that's right.
Didn't at the moment. Yeah.
And then after that, we'll be getting the 98 BMW into pits, the Row Racing car.
Star Fortress says, I really like that Manta. I think the shape, I think it's probably because the shape reminds me of my 1977 Chevy Monza 2+2, which
Same
of course,
body shell.
which came with a 5-litre motor.
Same family. I think it's the same basic body shell. Second in SPX, with further delays for some of the quicker cars. Now behind it is now the Montai Racing Cayman GT4 MR. This is the car that Monte Racing have opted to keep out of the same class as their customers. And the 3rd place car in SPX is the second of the Glickenhaus cars, 27th position overall for the number 702 car. That car is on pit lane. TCR 175 has led from the very beginning and continues to do so, now inside the top 40, 37th position overall for the Matilda Racing VW Golf TCR. The 172 car in that class and the 171 car, both Audi RS3 LMSs are in 44th and now 60th position overall. SP3T is the number 89 car. That car sits in 25th position overall and leads the class. And the number 89 car, is the LMS Engineering Audi TT RS2, again a long time class leader. 170 meanwhile is 4 places further back in 29th position. That's the car that had taken that position by the time we had the last roundup. It's a Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus RC with the number 90 car. That's the Subaru WRX STI, still in a provisional podium position, but now in 3rd rather than 2nd position, which it held through much of the night. SP10, and this is the GT4 class, still in the hands of the Porsche Cayman, 38th position overall for that car. The 73 Avia sponsored Matol Racing Aston Martin is in 41st position, not a million miles away from that lead, but we know now dropping further back, having come back under tow, the 3rd position car in SP10 GT4, 69th position for the R Motorsports Vantage GT4. Has a big gap though for the 4th position car. V6 in the hands of the 133 car. Again, I think a long time class leader for this one, Black Falcons Porsche Carrera. The 137 car in a 71st position. That is another Matol Racing car, Porsche Cayman S. 134 sits 3rd in the V6 class. That is Zorg Rennsport Cayman S. And the 8T class still in the hands of the 320 Porsche Cayman. Then the 106 Saxon BMW diesel fuel car, and the 107, which is the Audi A5 Quattro. V2T.
Oh, that's also that's running on biofuel or something, isn't it?
The biofuel or diesel. I'm not quite sure which.
Yeah.
177, meanwhile, is I think the one runner in the V2T class, Paul.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and is still going around. That is the Strychek family crewed Opel OPC, and then
that's the Father's Day out. That's the Father's Day.
It is indeed,
car. Yeah.
absolutely. Although Volker Strychek is mentioned in the car.
Yeah.
SP2T, meanwhile, and the final class for this roundup, 2-car order to report there. It's the 114 car in 88th position overall, the Stanko and Tanner Motorsport Clio Endurance, and that leads the 112 car, which is the BMW Mini JCW.
Thank you, Graham. Graham Goodwin bringing you up to date with that half of the field, and the other classes, as well as SP9 at the head of the field, will be on the bottom of the next hour, when it will be Joe Bradley with us. He's due in round about 20 minutes time. All hands on deck still in the Audi garage. Oh, hang on a second, that was earlier on, my apologies. Hindhoff in looking at pictures, shocker. Although it is good news for the Land Audi number 28, Paul, now back in the race with Chris Hasser driving after a pit stop of nearly 40 minutes.
Yes, that's right. So good news, bad news, really. They could have used not having to spend that long in the pits. The car is still in the top 20. No, it's not. It's just dropped. Oh, no, it is still in the top. No, it has dropped out of the top 20, hasn't it? It was in the top 20, but now on its outlap has slipped a little bit further back. So bad news for that. Also in the pits at the moment is the number 22 Ferrari, which was involved in the incident with the Manta, and this is a regular pit stop. When we were just saying before the update, that car didn't make a pit stop immediately after the incident, but it is now in the pit lane and is having a routine service, and then will be on its way again. Currently in 5th place, or it was in 5th when it came in to the pit lane.
Just getting the chance to see some of the incidents from the start. The Bentley with the run into the first corner still looked to me like a stuck throttle. The 38 car eventually being retired. I've just seen a piece of footage that I hadn't seen before, Graham, of the Filippi car going past a...
No, that was Winkelhock.
Sorry,
It was Winkelhock going off the track in after brushing
Clio.
Clio.
Sure, that wasn't how the Winkelhock car, the Felipe car got his puncture that brought him in a lap early.
That was whether or not it brought him in a lap early. It happened while we were going through one of the hourly updates.
All right, okay.
Definitely happened there. We had a number of tweets pointing it out. I hadn't seen it, therefore didn't want to comment on it. So while I had my head down looking at a timing screen, that was happening on the live stream.
That is the first time that I'd seen that.
It was a big moment.
It was optimistic, to say the least, going past at full speed in a left-hand kink when you're not sure who may have seen you or not. Christopher Haase aboard that 28 car. Restored to health on the Hatson back and heads in to the twisties, the third gear twisties at the end of the Hatson back. All about just on and off the throttle, balancing the car there. Fabulous way to kick off your Nordschleife run. I'm now reliably informed by a number of people, including Star Fortress, who was talking about his Chevy, a Canadian car, he says, without the California smog equipment and a 4-barrel carb, therefore had 20 horsepower more than the US version, the Monza. This is the Chevy Monza. 5-litre V8, Paul. What do you think it was putting out? It had 20 horsepower more than the American one. 5-litre V8 back in 1977. How many horsepower?
250.
Graham?
42.
It's in between that. The US car had 145 out of the 5-litre with the smog equipment on, and the Canadian one, without the encumbrance of said smog equipment, a whole 165 of your brake horsepower from the 5-litre V8.
What year was that?
77.
I should point out that our 2-litre automatic Ford C-Max has about 10 horsepower less than that.
My 1972 Elan had 140 brake horsepower,
But you wish you
135
still
brake
had it.
horsepower. I do. And that only had a little 4-cylinder. Anyway.
Joe Bradley's come down in an Alfa Giulietta with a 1.5 diesel that has 165 brake horsepower and does 55 miles to the gallon on a long run. It's an extraordinary thing. It seems to make fuel at some stage.
The track must be clear again after all the schmozzles that we've had, because we just had fastest personal best from Christopher Mies in the race leading car, number 29, an 8 minutes 22.120 on the lap before the one he's just finished, and at the same time an 8 minutes 23.919 from the number 98 Row Racing BMW, which is coming towards the end of its tank full of fuel and will be in the pits at the end of this lap. And finally, we'll be able to prize Nicky Katzberg out of it, or find out, hopefully, who's been doing the driving in that car. It's into the pits now, the number 98 car, out of third place, and that will elevate into third place the other BMW from the Schnitzer team. Quite interesting that we've got a battle between Lant and WRT as far as Audi is concerned, and between Schnitzer and Row Racing as far as the BMWs are concerned. And then the next one up, although it too is, oh no, it's in the pits at the moment, isn't it, the Ferrari? I was going to say it was due for its pit stop, but it was fifth when it came into the pits, the number 22 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, and then a Mercedes in sixth place. So it's now two Audis, two BMWs, and then Ferrari and Mercedes, but that's a little bit false because of the way the pit stop's going to pan out.
Yeah, the Victor Smolski, Matthias Trinius, Nora Gurtenbot and Dario Corsini, BMW 325i and V4 was the car that was nailed by the Cayman and just failed to tag him back on the way out of his run from the driver's right armcore at the Flans Garden.
98 BMW on pit road at the moment, and just another quick look at Twitter.
Is this Katzberg, or because we were
is that Katzberg getting
Yeah,
out?
red and white helmet is Katzberg.
Right,
okay,
so
we're
we're
getting out.
Should have a blue Ford area to Nicky Katzberg helmet. Paul said earlier one of the extraordinary things about this event was the scale of it. I wanted to bring to you the quote in the fringes of the qualifying press conference from Jim Glickenhaus, where he said that this event is like Woodstock, Burning Man and the 1966 Le Mans 24 Hours all rolled into one. I thought that was genius.
Yes,
but
I saw
also
that quote.
a tweet actually following up a release from Dunlop, where they're talking about the scale of their effort here. And bear in mind, they are one of several tyre manufacturers here.
Yeah.
4,000 tyres being supplied via 17 service trucks, and as Dr. Deniel has actually pointed out on Twitter, that is over 166 tyres per hour being supplied across this paddock. By no means to the majority of the cars here. It shows the kind of scale that's actually being employed across the board. And you're absolutely right, Paul. It is the scale of this thing that's absolutely mind-blowing, way beyond the paddock, out into the spectator areas and the surrounding countryside.
Yeah, I mean, you see some of the camping zones where you just wonder what's going on in some of the villages here, because, you know, there's camper vans and caravans that have been corralled into an area, and then amongst that you then get a kind of portable bar that they brought, and then over the other side there's a portable disco, and the logistics just for a crowd of spectators to put all of that together, you know, it's you know, 30 or 40 people.
I think it's fair to say there's barely a spare bit of grass, or certainly not a spare piece of tarmac or hard standing anywhere near where we are sitting at the moment in any of Breitscheid, Hirschbruck, Kiribach or Nurburgring itself, or even Moispath on the other side of the road. There's the holiday park down there.
Go out to Ardenau,
which is
Ardenau's quite a big town.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you see some extraordinary things. One of the most I think it was 2 or 3 years into our adventures here, came across the most extraordinary sights of 2 Mercedes-Benz Unimogs, one of my favourite vehicles on the planet, chained together, not front to back, but side to side, making their way onto one of the camping areas. Went to watch what was going on here. They then lifted on to the back, the loading areas of these two vehicles, some staging, and anchored the whole thing down, and then used a crane they'd hired for the purpose to lift a cherry picker onto the back of that as their viewing platform. Extraordinary stuff.
Well, there is a metal semi-permanent building on a trailer out in one of the viewing areas, I think on the Hatzenbach, that I've noticed. And on the roof of that is a satellite dish, and there's been a viewing platform built up with some stairs. And this is a reasonable undertaking for... I mean, Paul, you used to live not too far away from here, so you know the kind of insanity that this race brings, but it's insanity with a purpose.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as I say, getting all your mates to bring the right things, you bring the bar, you bring the settee, you bring the shower unit, because there's people who've brought the shower units with them. Some people have brought their own toilet, the little porter toilets that you can... I mean, there are public toilets, but some have brought their own private ones. And to get the right
Who's
people...
brought the beer? Hang on, nobody's brought the beer?
No.
No, that's never forgotten.
Everybody brings the beer.
That's never forgotten at all. But, I mean, there is a great camaraderie about it all, and they're all hugely friendly. I mean, you can't go round the spectator hours without saying hello and guten Tag to everybody. A lot of fun. But then Monday morning, all these people will be back at work being chartered accountants and surveyors. They'll be doing normal jobs.
Civil servants.
With maybe a little bit misshaven and...
slightly baggy under the eyes.
A few bruises that they didn't have before they started.
Almost certainly, yes. I remember doing the highlights video one year for Vega, where they'd sent some poor female reporter out into the night and the forest, and someone had built a helter-skelter out of wood, and it looked like nothing on earth, and they sent her down it, of course, with a camera, and of course it didn't end well. It was particularly scary as there was a roaring fire about 4 feet from the end of where this big slide deposited said person back onto terra firma. I think the scariest bit was climbing up the scaffolding, because that's what it was.
It's always scaffolding.
With the rickety ladder. Problem at Tiergarten for the 39th place car, which is a
68.
68
That
Porsche.
is the third place car in SP7.
This is the handprint car, isn't it?
It is. So that car...
The 68 machine is the Kepler Racing, Kepler Motorsport Race for Kids 911 Cup car. Willy Hüppi, Thomas Kepler, Thomas Gerling and Harold Hennis.
Meantime, both the 42 BMW and the 50 AMG on pit lane at the moment. 42 BMW gets away in spirited fashion.
James Richardson brings up this point about the Kissling Manta, which I'm not sure where that car went back out again after being nerfed off, but a number of people mentioning, thank you.
Still in the pits.
A number of people mentioning, you've got BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche putting huge amounts of money, Hyundai, Toyota Gazoo Team Thailand, putting huge amount of money in, and there's a Manta from 19 whatever getting as much screen time, if not more, than anyone else, which is great.
2 years ago.
Yeah, which is great. It was true, and James Richardson says, "Hey, hang on a minute though. The sponsor, the sponsor sticker underneath the area where the lump hammer was being used on the back of the car was a bargain. It was on screen constantly for about 5 minutes." Okay, time to reverse the car into the barrier now. We need to get Dave Miggins' sticker on screen.
We've seen so much of this stuff. Some of the bush engineering that goes on in endurance racing. More than once have seen.
It was Bill Stein, by the way, the sticker that was being. So they've got free shock absorbers for life on Kissling Motor. Shock absorbers being hit with a £5 lump hammer.
Yeah.
Shock absorber sticker. There's some irony there as well, isn't there?
I can vividly remember GT2 Porsche that had a big shunt at Spa being pulled back into shape by tying one end to the grandstand and the other end to the team's transporter.
To straighten it out.
And driving it away.
Oh my goodness. That sounds the sort of thing that Bradley would have done in his team manager days. We haven't got a chassis jig. Right, let's put it between the two trucks, the two Arctics. Well, that'll pull it nearly straight. And then we'll put it on the flat patch and see how far away out it is. We can do the rest on canvas.
I should tell you, the car did start and finish the Spa 24 Hours.
No way.
It did.
This is the Kissling Motorsports 17th start in the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring.
Fantastic. Manta Foxtail has just tweeted, "I'm a little dazed. Does anyone get the number of the Ferrari?" 22 is the answer. It's the only Ferrari in there. I still, after all these years, it was about 3 years ago, I think, maybe a little longer, that the Manta_Foxtail Twitter feed popped up. And, we've got Lownsley's car, and we've got Stoffel's car now, I notice, also as part of the Twitter sphere for our events. I still have no idea who is behind Manta_Foxtail. Paul, do you know?
No.
There's a knowing glance.
No. I don't understand Twitter even.
I've met some of the other people who are involved in some of the other.
A colourful bunch.
Yes, very, very good. I think at Bathurst there's the Bathurst tractor there as well, and the Turn 1 flatbed has its own.
And the Iron Grate.
The Iron Grate does now, yeah. The Iron Grate at McPhillamy on the turning point to the fast left-hander there. That has its own.
And then there's the ludicrously outrageous ones with sort of Crailsy.
Yeah, I've no idea.
It's just nonsense.
Now, Crailsy's actually seeing sense, because he tweeted the other day after I'd posted some pictures of the classic race here, that he said, "Is it wrong that I really would like to have a Porsche 924? Mine was, "No, not at all. Go and get it bought." That time you were racing as well, Crailsy.
We should have a quiet round of applause for Tom Onslow Cole, because he is shortly going to be coming back into the pits, having been out and done a double stint at the wheel of the number 19 Schubert BMW. That car's kind of kept itself out of trouble. I can't think that we've mentioned it really for anything other than just to say what position it's in. And it is in 9th place.
I think it's going to be potentially 8th place by the end of the lap.
Well, yes, except that, as I say, it's going to be coming into the pits, and that's going to spoil its progress for the moment. But it'll be the end of a double stint from Onslow Cole. The
Hofer number 80 car, the Kroll car, is now behind the sister 81 Hofer, which had its trouble earlier. So clearly there's been a problem for the 80. I haven't seen that and any reports from that. As TCR Golf going slow?
No, that was
that's the Hyundai.
It was one of the Altis Corollas. It was one of the Thailand Corollas. It was going very slow.
Okay. You're absolutely right. It's the 1-2-3 car. This what I would have thought was the lead car. It's got a right rear suspension breakage.
Yes.
On that car.
I agree.
Tyre
seems to be up.
Tyre is up, but there's been a problem. This is the car that has the inexcusable black and white tape on the front of it on a red, white and black car. It's just, really, it should have been black flag for that alone.
Yeah.
So Onslow Cole due into the pits at the end of this lap in the number 19 Schubert BMW. I'm just looking back at another BMW because about 2 or 3 hours ago I really fancied the chances of a Schnitzer car. However, now it's in third place. We mentioned Alexander Lynn getting into the car. He's currently on his 7th lap. He's carrying on round, but his lap times have been way off the times that Felix da Costa was setting earlier on. Now, okay, partly that might be due to the fact that we had a lot of yellow flag periods, but I suspect as well a little bit of caution perhaps, and Alex being told just to not push quite as hard, and of course the problem there is that the car is going to have to be pushed hard in order to challenge the Audis and indeed to keep that place on the podium, because the way the road racing car is going at the moment, it is more likely to finish on the podium than the Schnitzer car is.
Nico Muller and 8.24 last time around in the number 9 car. Also in the 24s is the number 99 Rove Racing BMW in 15th position. Those cars comfortably the quickest cars on the track. Next back in 8.28 is the number 8 Haribo Racing Team Mercedes. 8.27 for the 31. That's the Fricatelli racing car.
Yes, just out of the pits following a pit stop for
right.
the 31, which is why that has dropped outside of the top 10.
And that's exactly why I paused there for a moment. Thank you, Paul. Read my mind.
So, let's say, just comparing averages for the top 3, Mies in the 29 Land car, 8 minutes 33.9. Muller in the number 9 WRT Audi, 8 minutes 33.8. So they're really pretty well matched between them. But Alex Lynn out at the same time, so the same conditions of track, 8 minutes 45. So he's about 10 seconds a lap slower. So Alex is either nursing a problem on the car or, as I say, just showing extreme caution as he goes round. But we'll see when he comes into the pits, which will be the lap after, I reckon, Onslow Cole comes in with the Schubert BMW.
On the Twitter sphere, it's at RSL_studio. Matt Endine says, no, I've been straightened out on a rally using the tow rope and driving away method more than once. Matt, keep it on the track, man. Keep it on. And I bet it always went in co-driver's side as well, of course. Don't forget the Bathurst Roo, at Bathurst Roo, as well as an odd Twitter handle. But Andrew Mack is winning the internet at the moment on Twitter. Says, race summary for Manta_Foxtail so far is race, stop, hammer time, race, and that has tickled me particularly this early morning hour, and Graham Goodwin is now about to take off his headset and blend into the crowd to be replaced by Joe. Andrew Mack, that is definite more than a golf clap there. You are winning the internet at the moment with that one. At RSL_studio, time almost 9 o'clock. 3 minutes before that, the Kistley Motorsport Manta is still in the pit lane. Bonnet up on that car now. A slightly worrying range of stuffed animals on the front of the roll cage.
No, Joe explained it's to stop the roll cage rubbing against the body shelf.
And rattling and annoying. Excellent. 34 Audi in. This the sort of dark grey and a stripy red and white machine.
Yeah, dark grey, stripy red and white, unbroken. Audi increasingly R7, that one.
If you have to feel sorry for cars, then that is one to feel sorry for, because it was hit fairly early on and had a lot of bodywork done to it, and kind of spent the rest of the race being patched together with race tape, but they've soldiered on.
31st position now for that car.
Screws and tie wraps, dash connectors and tape. See, those are two very well organised cabinets there in that garage. Graham, thank you. Go and grab some breakfast. We'll speak to you later on. Graham Goodwin about to leave us here on the Radio Show Limited network coverage that is live from the Aston Martin Lounge.
Can I quickly say something about
there's no time.
Those cabinets?
Good morning, Joe.
Being marked. Good morning, everybody. That takes away the joy of searching for stuff, isn't it? It's like that takes away the. Where did you put the tie wraps? I put them in the third drawer down. Well, they're not there. Or it might have been the fourth. It takes away all of that dialogue.
Yes, but third drawer down of which cabinet?
Well, then
because you've got 26 Jura cabinets sitting in your garage.
Absolutely, never label things like that as efficient as that.
Hang on a second. I've got P, Q, R, and S in your record collection here, Hindhoff. We brought the wrong Jura cabinets.
I'll tell you exactly what would have happened there with the teams I've worked with. Thank you very much, my man, bringing me coffee.
What is your name? Marcus. Marcus, great sports car name. Marcus is back on duty with us this morning, who's been looking after us here in the Aston Martin Lounge, and he's been sparkling, and he was very excited about the delivery of the new GT3 spec coffee machine yesterday.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? That's GT3. It looks like pretty much prototype, mate.
It might be SPX, that one, actually. I'm not sure it's a molecule.
Can I just finish on the cabinet story?
Yes, go for the cabinet.
The thing that would have happened in the teams I've worked for is, with those drawers all labelled, you'd go in the ones saying tie wraps, and you'd find the 10 milli spanners. And then you'd go in the 10 milli spanners, and you'd find the electrical connections or something. You'd be like, where? Just totally confused.
How was your walk-in this morning?
My what?
Your walk-in this morning.
You mean from underneath that table there?
Is that where you were?
Yes.
You were not?
I was.
In the darkness?
I've walked all the way from the table where there is now some freshly laid pretzels. Mm-hmm. And I've walked all the way over here. Well, right. I did go to the bathroom to brush my teeth.
Okay, fine, very good. I didn't realise that it's like one of those little...
Nobody knew. Nobody knew, mate.
I didn't realise.
I know. It's all in the training.
Because they've got the drops on the tables, it's like one of those little crew quarters at the front of an aircraft.
So I'm surveillance trained, of course.
Surveillance trained. Blend in with your environment. I'm looking like a pretzel.
I was watching and listening all night. Well, all of
James Foster finished his night shift, still watching. Oh, does that mean you're on overtime now while he's still watching? Time and a half catching up with what's going on. I'm not sure. Top three cars on their 7th lap, so due pit stop shortly, Paul.
Yes. The top 2 cars due a pit stop shortly. The third place car will be due a pit stop first.
Oh, yes, next time round, you're right.
But it's... I need Nick Damon down in the pits, because we need to go and talk to Alex Lynn to find out what's going on, because that car...
Can we wait till we've got out of Europe first? Because honestly, Nick Damon in the pit lane here could cause an international incident so easily.
So we'll use other means to find out what's going on with that Schnitzer BMW, because it was very quick and now it's not very quick.
Well, you know what, Paul? Like we said last night, Alex Lynn at the wheel of that car. That car is going as fast as it can.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think
he's backed off?
I think he's backed off because we saw the problem that Felix da Costa, you were possibly still brushing your teeth. Felix da Costa went very quickly for a stint. Then the sun came up. He went very quickly for half a stint. Then he went slowly for one lap. Then a tyre blew. And that was 3/4 of the way through his stint. And I think that Alex Lynn has been told, look, you need to go out and do 8 laps, but you have to be careful on the tyres. And so he has eased off, and he has been losing over the course of this stint at least 30 seconds and possibly more like 45 seconds over the course of the stint, to the extent that the 4th placed BMW, which is the Row Racing car number 98, has done its pit stop, and yet is only 1 minute and 3/4 behind. So we're going to see a change around in those 2 BMWs. And as I say, the Schnitzer car was going very rapidly through the night. Augusto Farfus, then Felix da Costa were going very rapidly, but now it's not. Yeah, both of them on Michelin tyres, so it's not necessarily the tyres, because the Row Racing team are also on the Michelins.
Well, you did say, Paul, it was you who was talking about when the sun comes up, the cars react to the rise in temperature. Those block radiator ducts that are unnoticeable in the cool night air become immediately noticeable, and
Well,
and
also
issues manifest themselves.
Well, also the track surface will be heating up now because now the sun is up and shining on the track surface. That's going to lift the track surface temperature, and that's going to put more strain on the tyres. Into the pits has come the number 1.
Just, yeah, that's coming from 5th position. The Dodge Viper was told last night that it had to cease its race because it was running too loud. And a number of people saying that, that's very odd. It's been fine all week. What have they changed? Apparently, they changed the gearbox. The spare one was for sprint racing, and it has a different shift pattern and reacts differently with the engine mapping, and there's a big bang every time it shifts. The race director, no blame here, and the team also admitted that. They were interviewed yesterday evening. No choice but to disqualify it. The car was 4 times above the 130 decibel limit when it was being measured.
Yes.
So that was the sorry tale, I'm afraid, for the Viper competition coupe.
I think they'd given it 2 or 3 warnings
Yes.
or something before it was asked not to participate anymore. So yes, an unfortunate reason for retirement, but there we go. Another unfortunate story is one that I was hoping we might be able to build up, which was the story of the Sorg Rennsport car that our friend Wayne Moore was due to be driving. Remember, Michael Eden was at the wheel when that car crashed at the beginning of the first qualifying session, didn't do any laps in qualifying, was allowed to start from the back of its grid for the main race, but only completed, I can't remember how many laps it did complete now, but not very many, and it hasn't been seen since. So that car, an unfortunate retirement. It did 9 laps.
Thank you very much to Ren Photo, who's just come back from the Kistling Manta garage. Front left hub and suspension work underway with a hammer, obviously. The tape job on the rear now perfect, and has supplied some pictures which I've just had retweeted from at RSL_studio. Endurance and GT UK just checked in at Media Centre at Snetterton for British GT. First job catch-up on the N24. Good morning, which is, 8 o'clock in the morning for you. Number 1 in the pit lane, just soaking up its statutory pit stop. That car ready to go. Slightly hungover and woke up early, just in time to watch and listen to the rest of the N24, says Ryan Walker. Hope you had a good night. Randy Chenoweth says, on the topic of the oddest place you've dozed off during a race, Joe Bradley having slept under a table, a catering table here, very stealthily, he says, where's the oddest place you've dozed? I submit my entry is next to the elevator at Thunder Hill and the 25 hours in December. The Spa 24 last year, I slept on a table.
I know your answer.
Which is?
On air.
Oh, yeah, I've dozed off on air before. Yeah, for momentarily.
Here, Daytona.
And also
Was it
here.
Daytona?
I almost fell asleep at Daytona. Just got out of that one, got crossed up a bit, but managed to catch the tanks.
I think you put a wheel on a curb.
I did. Paul never sleeps during a race.
I'm getting to an age now where I have to. I mean, the last couple of Creventic races, I've had a little snooze in front of the screens because we've not been commentating.
Yes, yes, good point. But the screens are still doing their job and mining the data.
The screens these days do their job very well, so I don't quite have to pay attention.
At the 24 hours at Silverstone, the oddest place that I've slept is going home to my own bed. That's actually odd.
That's very odd, yes.
But you and I both slept at Spa 24 last year in the other half of the press room that wasn't being used on a tabletop and jammed the door shut before people realised where we were.
Where was that?
That was at Spa.
It was at Spa, on the table.
On the table.
Yes.
The first year at Le Mans, that I went to Le Mans in '89, I slept under a table. That was the only place I had to sleep all week because we didn't have any accommodation. It was done very differently in those days.
The first ever Le Mans I went to was 1981. Paul was there on his first Le Mans, and as a spectator, and I slept outside up against the sill of the MGB GT that we travelled in.
Because the MGB was too small to sleep in.
It was fought, yes, and it was a 1979 MGB GT.
So in 1981, why did you even go back to the car? Because it was so warm in 1981, you could. I just snoozed out on the outside of Tertre Rouge, on the outside of the spectator area there, just watching the cars and letting them.
It's a very good question.
On Paul's mic, go on, go up there. Johnny Palmer, who'll be joining us
Palmer,
shortly.
In 1981, I wasn't even born.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were, Johnny.
I was born the September of that year, so at Le Mans.
Were you really?
I was. Well, I kind of was in existence, but not yet finished.
not
Still in formative stage. I'm trying to think where else I've dozed off whilst we've been. Well, I remember.
Can't mention this Russian students.
The first year at Le Mans, as I say, I slept on the floor. Then I got promoted to, I think, the second year, 1990, I slept on the table that I'd slept underneath the year before. And by the early 1990s, I'd got as far as a Range Rover front seat. That was, that was luxury at that point. And then Steve Anksel brought his motorhome down, and I actually had a bed.
We probably have passed the watershed, haven't we? Because it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'll just say Roland Ratzenberger. And
right.
Stories would tell about what he did
much missed
during the 24 hours, which were to do with beds, but not to do with sleeping, and I'll leave it at that.
He was never short of company on either arm, was Roland, at Le Mans particularly.
And that was part of the 2 hours rest break that he had to take during the race.
I thought you were going to say that was part of being a racing driver.
Well, it was in those days.
It wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't for you, why we were his friend.
Of course, the year that Roland was killed at Monza, the car still ran with his name on it at Le Mans. And ironically, of course, Jeff Krosnoff was in that car, who was killed at the IndyCar race, or Champ Car race at Montreal.
No, it was Toronto.
At Toronto, excuse me. When we were at the British Grand Prix, because we watched that in the press room, and I remember Krosnoff getting that car back round. That car should have won that year. That should have been another Toyota win.
But it wouldn't have finished if anybody other than Krosnoff had been in it, because he was able to put it into a gear and get it to go round. Because it
used a screwdriver into the box,
wedge into the gear linkage somewhere, and he knew where to put it. And
did a whole
lap because it was right in front of the grandstand.
Correct, I remember that distinctly. Eddie Irvine in that car as well that year.
Yeah, he wouldn't have. He would have just walked over the pit lane and gone for a
No,
beer.
he would have had someone to bring a scooter to him to then disappear.
Can I just mention, getting back to the Nurburgring 2017, we got Alex Lynn into the pits with the number 43 Schnitzer BMW, but he's now lost down to 1 minute and 32 seconds, the gap between himself and the Row Racing BMW. And so that will disappear in a flash whilst he is being refueled and retired. And put new tyres on rather than retired. Interesting to see whether or not Alex Lim will go out for another stint, or whether they're going to take some other view. Are we getting any pictures of what's going on in the Schnitzer BMW
Negative
pits? That's a shame, because it would be nice to know if they were doing anything unusual, or whether they're just exercising caution. Because, as Joe Bradley says, Alex Lynn is not slow, but those laps were slow, and it was either because the car won't do it, or because they've chosen to just take things easy, bearing in mind what happened to Da Costa when he was out in the car.
Bentley update?
Yes, please.
Guy Smith now taking over from Stephen Kane in the number 36, and Christopher Yearns is currently in the 37. The 36 is currently in 26th place, 9 laps off the lead lap, and the 37 I've yet to find. Guys, sorry, it's ahead of it.
Yeah.
18th, 3 laps off the lead lap.
Before I get a Rashmore tweets, right turn lover, this tells you how my brain is addled at the moment. Roland Ratzenberger was killed at Imola, of course. I think I said Monza.
I didn't pick up on that.
No, you never listen to anything I say anyway.
Well, listen to you saying Montreal when it was Toronto for Jeff Krosnoff.
Yes, so I was 0 for 2 there on the tracks.
We of course knew it was him.
Best not to remember too much about those.
Stu G says, I remember Irvine taking Ratzenberger's seat at that Toyota in '94, but with Roland's name left on the car. I interviewed Roland Ratzenberger the year before that at Le Mans, I think, because I was still sort of finding my feet there and got given every job, including making the tea, and I was doing pits and all sorts in those days. And I honestly, I'd never met anybody like him. And everybody who says what a talent he was is absolutely right. What they often don't say is what a nice bloke he was.
What a great bloke he was. I
Yeah.
remember him in Formula Ford, and he was a man's man.
His memory about being at Le Mans, I spoke to him as well, and it was peeing up against the same wall that Fangio had peed up against at the back of the pits.
Perfect example. Yeah, he had that great historical perspective while still bringing it right down to earth. Absolutely right.
We'll be visiting Imola in the first weekend of July for the 24-hour series, and I will be visiting.
Have you been there since?
No, and I'm going to
goodness.
be visiting both sites to pay homage. Maybe, leave a little flowers is the thing, but it'll be quite
It was the anniversary, of course, at the start of this month, and I always like to remind everybody that it wasn't just Ayrton Senna that was killed.
Oh, absolutely.
That weekend.
It's the Saturday and the Sunday, isn't it? It's
absolutely.
Horrific weekend.
Unfortunately, Roland sometimes gets rather forgotten there, but not by anybody who saw him drive a sports car at Le Mans. The
Or
man
a
was,
Formula Ford.
Well, I was just going to say that. He came from good stock, didn't he, as far as his racing career was concerned. Back to matters here. The 29 car continues to lead. Chris Meese with just under a minute, 52.5 seconds. He's on the Dr. Gahur at the moment. 69 Lamborghini second in SP8 on the circuit heading down to Brunchen at the moment, and he's got a problem. He's got his right indicator on and has a problem on that car. He's being passed by. Oh, now, what just fell out of that? Or did he clip a bit of debris? Looked like an inner wheel arch liner. Has he got a puncture as well? I don't think so. He's got damage to the back of that car. This is the much delayed car. Second in SP8 as the leaders in the pits, Chris Meese.
The Lamborghini was being overtaken by a Clio.
Yes, that was
the clue, wasn't it? Yeah.
Meese in the pits after another 8-lap stint, so spot on. He pulls into the Land Motorsport pits around the number 2 car, which was sitting right in the middle of pit lane, and it's been pushed back towards its pit. That's the Ford Mustang, I think.
Yeah,
it was there.
Number 2 is the Mustang. I must admit, I'd forgotten that car was still in the race. It's so far back. This is a routine pit stop for Christopher Meese. He's done a double stint.
Here comes Nico Müller around to take the lead, Paul.
He'll probably come into the pits.
I think he has. You're right, Paul.
He has come into the pits.
So he won't take the lead. And of course, because the Schnitzer BMW has just been into the pits, it's the same situation as it was last time around, remember. The number 29 staying in the lead of the race.
Correct.
But because the laps are now equal between the Lant and the WRT cars.
Oh, now, Lant getting some work done to the left rear strut area. I thought they were doing a brake change there, but I don't think they are, Joe.
That looked like they maybe were tightening something up.
Oh, bottom suspension mount?
Yes.
That's what that looked like to me.
Definitely on the suspension area of the left rear corner.
Now,
maybe a bar change?
That's brave, isn't it?
A bar change, maybe, I'm not familiar with the adjustment process on those
Possibly
cars.
changing the tyre compound as we go through the day, and that needs a bar change?
Maybe. Or just the fact that the temperature's changed into maybe, I would imagine, make the tyres last a bit better.
I made the point earlier on that these guys have not run these tyres before. They've got a contract for this race with Dunlop for the whole race. Dunlop have said they will be able to supply them. That message, we were talking about that last night, came through from Dunlop about 8:30, 8:45, that was the deal that had been done, and that the allocation was there for Land and WRT. But Joe, these guys they've not run on Dunlop, and each tyre from different tyre companies will have slightly different characteristics.
Well, if it wasn't just servicing the suspension by checking the tightness of everything in there, the rose joints, etc., if it was a bar change, then I'm kind of hoping they're not experimenting, because 8 laps is a long time around here, and if you've gone soft or hard or whatever you've chosen to do regarding that roll bar change on the rear, if that doesn't work for you, and how tricky is the car going to be? I would imagine not that different, with just maybe another notch of softness or hardness on the rear.
I think they'll have done enough during the practice and qualifying to know which it's going. And hopefully Christopher Meese, who brought it in, will have been giving them good intelligence as to what needs doing. What I'm not sure about, if you can see it on the screens, that'd be good to know who is getting into the car, because they've changed the sequence on that car, with Meese having his first double stint just now.
A great point from Paul Onslow Cole, who's tweeted us at RSL_Studios. The Land 29 car is back into the race. Hello, Paul. Good morning. He says, do you think the BMW number 43, the Farfus car, might have had a bit of geometry damage after the contact? Remember, it's tagged the 173, the Audi, and then got a puncture. I think that was Felix da Costa at the wheel, was it? Was it Felix or was it De Filippi?
No, it was. It was Felix da Costa.
Yes. That was before he handed it over to Lynn. Lynn since handed that over to Farfus. That's a very good point.
I think
might just thrown it out of true.
I think if there had been something that wrong with it, they'd have brought it in and fixed it, because he was losing so much time. I mean, he lost the best part of 45 seconds on that stint, and that, it's more than would have cost to come in and fix the thing and get it on its way again. Obviously, with a shorter stint, it would have been a shorter pit stop. So no, I don't know is the answer, but I think that's unlikely.
Last lap around that car, 43, did a what? 8:38, but that was a pit stop.
Yes, it hasn't yet done. That was its in lap. It's currently on its out lap, which will include the pit stop time, of course. So it'll take a wee while, and we still need to know who's getting into that car. It's Augusto Farfus.
Yes, correct.
So Farfus has taken over from Alex Lynn. And the car now has lost the third place, because through has gone the Rowe Racing car, the number 98, which I think must now be Richard Westbrook driving that car.
And it's Kelvin van der Linde in the 29, by the way, who is in the lead car. A philosophical question.
Let Joe answer this
if you like. Well, it's not actually. And it's a relatively simple answer from Alex Phillips, who's tweeted us at RSL_Studio. Did the 29 lose the lead as the 9 pitted further down the pit lane? No, Alex, it didn't, because, and I'll tell you why, and Paul is hopefully going to agree with me on this, not often we do, the 29 pitted beyond the start-finish line and therefore crossed the start-finish line before the 9 crossed the start-finish line, even though it went further in the pits. Now, it could have been. There are tracks where if you're at one end of the pit lane, you haven't crossed the start-finish line, and it throws a bit of a wobbly then, because let's say that the pit box number 1 at pit in wasn't across the start-finish line, and in comes the 29 at the end of its 7th lap on the stint to click over to 8. It doesn't click over till it goes back out again.
Yeah, what makes life very complicated is circuits like Daytona, where the start-finish line is bang across the middle of the pit lane. And what I always like to do is to say, OK, well, the outlap will include the pit stop time. Well, at Daytona, the outlap does include the pit stop time if you're at one end of the pits, but it's the in-lap which includes the pit stop time if you're at the other end of the pit. So not only do you need a complete data sheet, but you also need to have a map of where everybody is stationed in the pits in order to work out what's gone on.
And that wouldn't even help here, Paul, because your pit, where you stop for service, is a movable feast, a bit like Ascension Day. Because if you come in, and let's say 3 pits around you are already full of people fueling cars, and you go 4 further down, you might have crossed the start-finish line where you wouldn't have if you'd been at where your garage is.
Now you know why my head sometimes explodes.
Oh, my goodness, says Hindhoff. Thank goodness I've only got to shout at pictures and point at things.
You do it very well.
Thank you, Paul. The BMW number 42 is on the Dodinger. This is the red and white machine heading down towards Tiergarten over that nasty little bump just as you turn into the left-hander coming up the hill. Get the car down into second gear probably, taking the touring car line across the curbs, and will peel right-handed into the pits this time, he says with a question mark on the end. No, because he's only done 3 laps now. 4 laps in that stint, and goes through in a lap time of 8:28.447. Not too shoddy for this time in the race, but how about this for the number 19 car, the Schubert Motorsport car, John Edwards, the Wilson, Wyoming driver, an 8:23.7 last time around, comfortably the quickest car on the circuit. John doing a sterling job there in a car that is... Now, is that car fully off the lead lap now, or is it just hanging on to the end of the lead lap?
No. I actually don't know, because the lead lap hasn't been defined yet, has it? Because the leaders haven't come round completing their out lap, but I think he's just off the lead lap.
Copy that.
Because, as John was saying, but... the good thing about John Edwards' time there is very early on in its stint, just the 3rd lap of his stint, so he's got a full tank of fuel and certainly geared up and chasing on pretty hard.
We've still got, though, Paul, am I right in saying we've still got 10 cars on the lead lap at least?
I think it's 9.
I think the Ferrari's a lap down.
Yes, I think so. I'd like to let this out lap complete before I'm sure of that.
Before you commit.
Because the pit stops were spot on the minimum time for both of the leaders, and they're now making their way around, as I say, this out lap, and then we'll be able to work out where the lead lap ends.
Further to our discussion about pit stop, timing and scoring wise then, do you prefer, as Right Turn Lover suggests, the ELMS setup for the 4 Hours of Silverstone, where the pit lane is actually completely separate from the timing line?
As long as the timing line is not out in the area of the pit lane, I don't mind where it is, because it doesn't really matter where it is.
So long as it's consistent for everybody when they're in the pits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Got it. The issue with circuits like that is that it's quite easy to look at the car and think it's disappeared off the track because it's halfway around or in a sector. And quite often the timing, quite sophisticated timing nowadays, says that car's been in there far too long and puts a little S up on it. 92, the i30N Hyundai with trailing, or at least flapping rear valance on the right rear of that car, but not really slowing it down. The wind will probably blow that off. Circuit coming back to life now with the beer stalls, which have been open all night, still open for breakfast. Beer, Wurst and a pretzel for breakfast for a lot of the spectators here.
Beer first and then a pretzel, did you say?
Beer first, then a pretzel, yes. It's not the Wurst diet, apparently.
Beer, your first Wurst.
Don't, you're going to dig yourself into a hole. No. Let's pretzel on from that and move on back to the track. The 92 car has gone from the Grand Prix track onto the Nordschleife, heads over the Flugplatz area and up the hill. Been impressed with in fact, there's a Toyota Team Thailand Altis ahead of it.
Who's driving that one, John?
Is that the one? It's the 92 car. So this is the Vincent Rademacher, Stuart Leonard car, and currently 5th in SP3T. The Altis that it's just gone by, I think, is the 124 car, which is the car that's highest up of those two. 29 Audi continues to make serene progress. The 124 car is Jim Sukapong, Takayuki Kinoshita, Arthrit Rungsunboom and Chen Jan Hong, and they were for a long time ahead in SP3. That's 3 Thais and a Japanese driver. The 123 car would have been, I think, picked out as the lead car, and that's the one with all the tape on the front of it, with Sutipon, Smittycharch, Natavude, Charansuka, Watana, Manat, Kula, Palanont, and Natapong Huttencum behind there, the all Thai team.
You've got momentum now. Go for it. Have we got any more tie entries? Go on. Let's go momentum.
13 cars it is on the lead lap, John.
Oh, right, okay.
So I slightly underestimated it because of the lead cars having just made a pit stop. Of course, that will come down as the cars in that group of 13 make their own pit stop.
So currently the 704 is, the 704 is the last car on the lead lap.
Correct, and that's the first time that the 704 has been on the lead lap since it fell off the lead lap. That's fairly obvious to say,
I get you. I get what you're saying. Yes.
But the 704 will be into the pits. He's currently on his 8th lap, and that car pretty regular. I mean, you can feel their frustration. Has been doing 9-lap stints for the whole of the race. Jim Glickenhaus was interviewed earlier on and said that they'd be in the top 5 if they hadn't have had that contact. Well, I think they'd probably be in the top 2 or 3 because that car, far too early to say this, but it's already had its problem. The 704 has run absolutely faultlessly since the contact, which wasn't anything mechanical with the car. It was just one of those racing incidents, and it lost time being repaired, and it's gone a long way back. We know what's happened.
Sorry, Christopher saw green and white down the pit lane and panicked a little bit, but it's Chris Harser coming in from 20th position after a 7-lap stint for that car. Oh no, excuse me.
That did cause panic because we could just see the rooftop across the
after an 8
behind the pit wall.
So that's the right number of laps.
Yeah.
New set of Dunlops being readied for that car and already starting to go. A little top up of essential fluids and a bit of steam coming from that car. Is that a fire extinguisher in the hand? I thought it was a top up bottle for either water or oil, but it is in fact. Not sure.
Oil.
I think that is pressurised oil fill, isn't it? Yeah. Going into the V10. Meantime, in the pit, the 5th place SP9 car. This is the 28. No, that's not right. Right, now I'm confused. The number 5 car. Sorry, I read that the wrong way around. That is the 28th car overall. That is the Phoenix Racing car. That was Dennis Bush who brought that car in.
That's another car that's been massively delayed to the tune of 9 laps. And of course, when you're talking about 8-minute laps, that's a long way back, as again a result of that puncture it had earlier on in the race.
Radio Show Limited on the network with RadioLeMans.com live from the Aston Martin Lounge. It'll be Joe Bradley with the hourly update in a moment. Keep your tweets coming in at RSL_studio. And joining Joe and Paul Truswell will be Johnny Palmer as we continue our live uninterrupted coverage of the 45th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of the Nurburgring.
The Nurburgring 24 Hours on RadioLeMans.com.
With just on the 6 hours of this 2017 24 Hours of the Nurburgring remaining, we've still got the Land Motorsport Audi leading the field. It seems to have led pretty much the whole of this race. 118 laps completed for that. In second place, continuing to follow, gap out to 52 seconds at the moment, is the number 9, and that's the WRT Audi R8. In third place, the number 98 BMW, and that is the Rover Racing car. Let's have a look at our classes on the bottom of the hour. SP7 is currently in the hands of the number 66 Manthey Porsche. That's currently in 23rd place overall. Cup 3 is being led by the number 308 Teichmann Racing Porsche Cayman, currently 33rd place overall. The SP6 class is in 54th place overall. That's the number 76 Porsche, no team name. SP8 is currently in 24th place overall, and a big yay as it's the Aston Martin GT8, number 7. Cup 5 in 45th place overall is the number 249. That's the FK Performance BMW 235. SP8T currently 37th overall, that's car 40. That's the first of our Securital Sorg Rennsport BMW 335s. And the SP5 class, 70th overall for the 83 Lothjoiser Racing BMW M1. And rounding off our class rundown, the V4 class, currently 73rd overall, the number 156, also with the Skuratal Sorg Rennsport team, this time the BMW 325 injection of theirs. That rounds off the hourly update with 6 hours to go. Welcome back, Johnny Palmer.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm well up for this now for effectively the distance of a World Endurance Championship race, a standard length one anyway, as the Glickenhaus, one of the two, the 702 or the 704, works its way out of the carousel. And if you've not yet logged on to the live stream to see some of the images captured by drones around this place, it just adds an extra element to the coverage, I think, and really good view in motion of the carousel from a great height, but slightly better detail than the helicopter shots can offer. So I'd advise you to do that in the next 6 hours or so. It's the Radio Show Limited Network broadcasting live from the Aston Martin Lounge. Paul Trustwell, Joe Bradley and me, Johnny Palmer, for the next little bit. And Kelvin van der Linde back at the wheel of the number 29 car, still leading, still ticking off the laps. I noticed a little while ago it's carrying some damage on the rear left corner, but otherwise that Audi R8 looks very straight, as you would expect it to, considering it's leading the race by just under a minute. Hang on, Paul.
Sorry, Johnny. What was impressive I found about that last couple of stints where Christopher Mies was in the 29 Land car and Nico Muller was driving the WRT car was how closely matched the pair of them were. There was precious little to choose. The gap stayed pretty consistent. It did go up a little bit on a couple of laps, down again, but it was always between 50 and a minute. It was never less than 50. It was never over a minute for the whole of the double stint, and that's about an hour and 45 minutes that you're talking there. But it was over 2 hours, wasn't it, between them, because they both drove for more than an hour. So it was more than 2 hours of driving and never more than 10 seconds different from one another. So an indication, if you would need it, that this race is being driven flat out. And as we've observed, a 1 minute margin can disappear with the slightest of problems. Coming across the yellow zone and the other person doesn't have the yellow zone, it can very easily change. So this race still very, very finely poised between those two Audis. But closer to the two Audis than there is a gap between the two Audis is the Row Racing BMW, the number 98 car, which I've suggested is probably Richard Westbrook, but we're not fully informed as to who's the driver of that car. It's on a different fuel strategy. It will come into the pits sooner, but what they're looking for is whether they can continue towards the end of the race if everything else runs smoothly, and that now has turned into the better of the two BMWs after the somewhat disappointing stint from Alex Lynn when he was at the wheel of the Schnitzer car, number 43 in fourth place on the previous stint. The other thing to bear in mind, Johnny, bearing in mind that you've been away and have kind of just returned, remember how we've been saying how Audis have come here with numerical advantage, and they've been in many ways the team to beat because there's so many of the Audis. But whatever happens, we've now only got two Audis at the front, and lined up behind are four of the BMW M6 GT3 cars. So out of the top six, it was two Audis, three Audis, two BMWs and one Mercedes. Well, it's now two Audis, four BMWs making up the top six. And then Mercedes in 7th and 8th places, kind of lined up behind that, with the leading Porsche still just in 9th place and the Wochenspiegel Ferrari just rounding out the top 10. And that's as far down the field as the Ferrari has been after a slightly longer pit stop to sort out a little bit of damage on that car.
Robin Frijns back over the line in the number 9 WRT Audi, and the difference is near enough a minute now between 29 and 9. And in a moment or two, the number 98 car will complete its 119th lap as well. Meanwhile, the sister car at Row Racing is in for a pit stop, the number 99 BMW, which isn't quite as far up timing and scoring as the 98 machine. So 99's been through the mill by the looks of things.
Got a Bentley update for you. 37, as you can see on our screens, is now into the pits, currently in 18th place. And Christian Menzel is going to take over that number 37 Bentley from Krista Yearns.
Thank you.
In that, in fact, there it is on our streamed video.
37 in, as you say. So driver change taking place. Good old clean of the windscreen as well. And some damage to the bodywork just being taped up on the front left corner for brand new Yokohama tyres to bolt onto. Fresh tape, yes.
Fresh tape.
Just sort of taping over an area that's already had quite plenty of attention. The 59 car going rather slowly there, and that's not because of a caution area, I don't think.
No, it's not, Johnny. We've got no cautions at the moment.
Right.
He's got his hazards going as well.
He has.
So a problem for the number 59.
Yeah, Manthey Racing Porsche, which looked good in qualifying, took part in the top 30 yesterday, or day before yesterday now, and its 53rd position as the 63 Porsche has nosed its way into the tyre barrier as well. This is one of the SP7 cars, and 63, I seem to remember, doing pretty well when I was last on stint. Yeah, it was up to 3rd position.
No team name for it, Johnny, just driver listing. Tim Shearbarth, Vincent Kolb, George Goda and Martin Schluter. No team entry on the list.
Known as the Goda team, I believe.
I think, oh, really, that car has got damage on the left-hand side of it, so it looks like it's gone in sideways on and then kind of nosed into the barrier. He's trying to get it out. He's trying to get it out.
Yes, he is.
That is almost a replay of something we saw earlier on, because that same car went off in a very similar place. That's down on the Grand Prix circuit, isn't it?
It's
3.5 kilometres round, so going down the hill towards the Dunlop curve, I think.
He's going to drive over his front
he's being
splitter.
tugged. Oh, no, it's a splitter,
it's just going to rip off, yes.
Yeah.
But it is spewing fluid from the front left corner, so that's the radiator.
That's the radiator.
Hold, and certainly damaged, and the inner skin of the wheel arch has come apart from the car as well. So thankfully it's happened on the Grand Prix track, so that 63 will be able to limp in to the pit lane via the hairpin, the shortcut.
Martin Haven and I were arguing which was the most important end of a Porsche 911. Martin said the front end, because of that very thing. That's where the radiator is housed for the cooling. My most important part, I said the rear end, which is where the engine and everything is. But at the moment, it's the front end that's important to that car, isn't it? As it tries to make its way back.
It's the nut behind the wheel that has an awful lot of input to make as well.
True.
The number 33 Falcon Tyres BMW in the pits at the moment for a routine pit stop, and fans of Schnitzer's BMW, of which I count myself, although I'm completely impartial, of course, but the number 43 car in the hands of Augusto Farfus is now doing proper times again, which baffles me, quite frankly, because Alex Lynn's 8-lap stint lost a lot of ground, but now we've got Augusto Farfus back at the wheel. He is going as fast, if not faster, than than Felix da Costa did at daybreak, just about. That was when the car was going very well. Felix da Costa went very rapidly and got the car up into 3rd place, but now the car is coming under pressure from the Rowe Racing team car. So inter-team battles at BMW between Schnitzer and Rowe Racing, just as there are in the lead between Lant and WRT, with those cars going very rapidly indeed now at the front of the field, the two Audis.
And the green 63 Porsche, the Gerda entered machine, has now made its way back to the pit lane, hasn't done a full lap. Clogged up behind it, looked to be the number 30 or the 31 Fricadelli Porsche. Now they get into the pit lane proper. That car is able to overtake. It was the 31, by the way. And that pulls into a pit garage just ahead, but there is still coolant pouring out of the front of the car, and it's almost like a shower under high pressure in the car and just leaking out from that front left corner. So that's going to require a lot of work.
He's a lucky boy, Johnny, because if he was on the Hudson back and that had happened, he wouldn't have much of his engine would have been fried by the time he got back.
Although it's still going to be getting pretty warm with the coolant going out now. I mean, engines do just get hotter and hotter, don't they? I mean, even if you turn them off in this kind of a temperature, if it doesn't have proper radiator, it could still do damage to the engine.
What's the qualification process for this race, Paul? It's a bit convoluted, isn't it? I mean, if all right, we're sat here, we're watching what's going on. If we want to enter this race next year, can we?
Oh, I see.
Just a hypothetical question.
Sorry, when you mean qualification process, you mean as a driver to...
as a team, as a driver, yes.
Well, as licenses, I think you need international Cs. You then have to go through the process of getting your Nurburgring driver's license, which means you have to do 2 races on the Nurburgring before you do the 24 hours. You have to do a lot of simulator work. You also have to do a written paper before you're given your Nurburgring driver's license. Why do you ask?
Because we're doing it next year.
No reason. I'm just thinking, always wheeling,
Always trying to do the deal.
Always scheming.
You do the classic race, 3 hours on the Friday.
Always scheming. I mean, that's more civilised, isn't it?
And buy yourself a couple of tourist laps, first of all.
I'm not just a question, because you see we're familiar with sharing pit garages with other series, but this place is complete chaos.
Yes, I mean. The pure logistics of organising this kind of event, we were talking to Heintoff about it earlier on. I mean, it is a massive undertaking in whatever role you take on, whether you're taking on organising the spectator bits, or whether you're trying to organise a team, or just doing the catering. There is just so much to think about to do the whole thing properly. And to my mind, if you're going to do it, you need to do it properly.
It's not just a case of walking in, getting an entry form, filling in and writing a check, though, is it?
No.
It's a lot more complex.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, the hardest part for drivers is getting the Nurburgring driver's license, for which there is a fairly stringent process that even if you are a qualified racing driver, with your international C, you still have to go through those processes.
A prime example is Tom Onslow Coe.
Yeah, for example.
A driver of his experience had to go through...
Yeah, I think Johnny O'Connell did as well. When he
simulator work, and then compete in 2 qualification races or... some
VLN races, yeah.
VLN races.
So, it's not that straightforward. But, the question came out of the blue somewhat. And
It did, there's a reason.
But the qualifying of the race, if you're an SP9 car, requires you to do the qualification race and some of the VLNs to ensure that you're into the top 30.
Oh, to do the top 30, yeah. I mean, that's a whole different kettle of cod altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's I think what the question you thought the question was initially from Joe, was it? Or
no, I thought he was talking about what the qualification process was at the end of the race to be classified as a finisher, because that's the normal sort of thought processes that you go through.
Paul, it's Sunday morning and our minds could be off on many tangents.
Indeed, I know.
Do you have to be running by the end of the race to still be classified?
Well, that's exactly one of the points. You do have to cross the line. You do have to take the checkered flag, but bear in mind that the checkered flag goes out at 3:30 after 24 hours of the race has elapsed, regardless of where the leader of the race is. So one thing that you don't get, which you do get, for example, at Le Mans, is everybody lining up behind the leader in order to make it a nice photo finish. It doesn't matter whether you do that or not. If you go across the line after 24 hours have elapsed, then you take the checkered flag.
We've got an incident out on the circuit. It's involving a Bentley and the number 236. BMW currently in 50th place. That's the and it's the red Bentley, which is the 36 car. So the red Bentley has got a front right-hand side puncture and looks like it's either coming together with the left rear, was it, of the BMW? No, it's again the right front of the BMW. However, more damage on the 236. As that right-hand wheel looks like it's detached from any kind of steering linkage and is pointing at 45 degrees to the direction of travel.
Yeah.
So I would say that has had some kind of off or coming together.
And that car, Joe, the 236, I don't know whether you did Cup 5 in your last rundown, but that's the second-placed car in the BMW Racing Cup class, Cup 5, or at least it was. We'll be losing ground now. And
it's the Volkenhurst Motorsport BMW 235. But also, significantly, the number 36, currently in 26th place, that's the BMW with, I believe... Who did we say was
Bentley.
taking that car over?
Bentley, you meant to
It was
say.
Guy Smith. Sorry, what did I say?
You said BMW, but you meant
I
to say
meant Bentley, yes.
Yes.
It's Guy Smith at the wheel of that car.
And that car, as you say, currently lying in 26th place overall, albeit now it was in 25th when before that incident hit it and or it encountered that problem, and that's going to put it back into the clutches of the second of the Glickenhausers, which is also trying to recover ground.
236 has a laps advantage over the third-placed Cup 5 car, which is the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport 240 car of Norbert Fischer, Christian Connerth, Daniel Ziels and David Griesner. And you would fancy the 240 then moving into second place very quickly in the Cup 5 division. That's a hotly contested class that we've talked about on a couple of occasions already. 13 BMW M235i Racing Cup cars started that race in the third batch of the grid. So 4 minutes behind the lead batch. And one of the SP8T BMW M4s snakes its way now through Adenauer Forst with the number 9 car, Robin Freins, overtaking on the right-hand side. So they're heading towards Breitscheid now. I like the look of those M4s.
So do I.
They're very swift.
Yeah. So do I. They are very stylish, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very purposeful,
That's
especially in race trim.
And 40 years on the roof of that BMW. So the 40 on the doors matching that anniversary. The car is in 37th position and leading SP8T just inside the page 1 of timing and scoring. Meanwhile, the Bentley, number 36, carrying that front right puncture, is heading towards Brunchen and Flansgarten and is overtaken by the Z4 from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Looking pretty swift as well, that number 102 BMW Z4. Up to 20th place now. And second place in the SP9 subclass for the last generation cars. So actually the Bentley 36, ailing because of the puncture, is technically in that class with the BMW Z4, containing all three Bentleys and the Valkenhorst machine. And the class is led by number 37, easily the better placed Bentley. The 38 no longer running. And the 36 now with another drama in 28th position.
We've got a yellow and code 60 area being created just off Brunchen. It's the left-hander that leads onto the Flansgarten. I'm not sure, I'm trying to identify whether or not that's been brought about. It's the 236 BMW that's brought that out. That's static in that area of the circuit, so the 236 is going to need recovering by the look of that front wheel, didn't it?
It didn't look like it was going to manage to get much further. I was puzzled that when we first saw them on the screen that the Bentley wasn't going past it, and I think there was a kind of a yellow flag out and the Bentley wasn't quite sure whether it should have overtaken or not, but the 36 Bentley then has managed to continue at least a little bit further around the lap. And should be coming into view eventually. It hasn't yet made it to the pit lane.
No, I'm not sure where it is. It must be well on its way. It's halfway down the Dottinger Hohe.
Right, so as you say,
travelling very slowly. And would you believe, Paul, that BMW is being towed back on the back of a Mercedes SUV? And the Mercedes SUV is driving in a straight line, and the BMW being towed is kind of at a 45-degree crabbing angle. Surely that needs a flatbed.
Sometimes the quickest way to get it back is what you need.
Just drag it back.
Robin Fry's not as quick at the moment as Kelvin van der Linde has been. Wasn't that long ago, was it 2 laps ago, when Johnny said the gap was just up to a minute, and I was saying it had never been over a minute. Well, it's now up to 1 minute and 11 seconds. So either this is, I mean, certainly a good performance from van der Linde. We know he's quick, but Robin Fry's is no slouch either, but at the moment isn't being able to match the times that Kelvin is doing in the Lant Audi. So again, these gaps, they're so small that small differences do begin to make a difference. And the Fryns, the WRT car, Robin Fryns, can't afford to hang about, because less than 30 seconds behind him is the number 8 Row Racing BMW.
Yeah, they can't hang about, and it is on a knife edge, isn't it, Paul? I mean, every time I've come back from wherever, the 29 Audi has been at the front, followed by the number 9, followed by either the 43 or the 98, and it's kind of as if they're playing a cautious game of chess, just waiting for that moment. I'm quite sure they're not going to break away or doing anything. We're presuming they're flat out and.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that it does seem sometimes as though they're just matching each other's pace, but I'm fairly happy that they're pushing on as fast as they can do without taking any risks through the traffic and so on. But there is less traffic around now than there was earlier on. But we've still got those the 2 Audis leading the BMW, but the battle as the 42 Schnitzer BMW moves itself up, for the moment at least, into, 5th place. So BMW Schnitzer car up into 5th place, with the Jens Klingmann BMW having dropped back after its most recent pit stop, as did the Peter Dumbreck, the Falcon Motorsports BMW number 33, currently in the hands of Steph Dusseldorp. And interesting that as I said, every time there's a pit stop, your car can so quickly lose 4 or 5 places. And so this is where, to an extent, you have to start thinking about how long you've got to go in order to make sure that you don't get caught having to do an extra pit stop in the last few portions of the race.
Cup 3 is proving to be pretty close at the moment. That's the class for the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. I just noticed that there's been a change in 3rd position in that class, with the 303 getting ahead of the 304, but they're separated by just 3.5 seconds. 42nd and 43rd overall. The 36 Bentley's made it back to the pit lane, and they've replaced, I'd imagine, all 4 Yokohamas on that red and black Bentley.
Just a puncture.
Front right, yeah.
Yeah, just a puncture. No other repair.
It looks like it. So we put Stephen Kane behind the wheel of the 36 car.
It was Guy Smith.
Oh no, beg pardon. I'm confusing the team name and the order of drivers with who's actually at the wheel. So Guy Smith's done a good job there, nursing the tyre. It was working its way off the rim, but thankfully it didn't split and become a long line of rubber, which can then start to flail around and eat chunks of the bodywork away. But yeah, that Bentley returned to the pit lane virtually intact, and they were able to get rid of that old tyre and stick a set of, I'm sure they did all 4 Yokos on that Bentley, and sent it back into the race.
It would make sense.
Meanwhile, the 98 BMW of Row Racing, Richard Westbrook strapping himself into that number 98 car as they clean the windscreen.
And that means, therefore, that Katzberg getting out. So it was a double stint from Nicky Katzberg. He's had a busy weekend, having participated in the World Touring Car Championship races on Saturday that were supporting the 24 hours.
Didn't just participate, Paul, he won one.
Won one of them, absolutely. So having had a busy weekend, and you'll be just wondering how this battle is going to sort itself out between the 2 BMWs. Seems to ebb and flow a little bit as times pass, when the Schnitzer BMW seems to be quicker, then other times occur when the Row Racing car seems to be a little bit quicker. And the positions between them, as Joe was saying a moment ago, just changing on every pit stop that they have. And with 5.5 hours to go, We're looking at most 5 more pit stops from here on in, but they'll be working to see how they can get away with just doing 4 more pit stops from here on in.
But there's always a chance that you have to do 1 extra lap, I suppose. Then maybe you've factored in just because the checkered flag comes out at the wrong time. No?
No, that's the whole point about the way that the finishing procedure works, because the checkered flag comes out at 24 hours, no matter what.
Yeah.
So you will never have to do an extra lap.
OK, but if the checkered flag came out just behind you and you were expecting it to finish...
Why would you?
Well, maybe you've done your calculations wrong.
No, I mean, what you do is if you've done the calculation, and that's where you have to take into account the car behind you, the so-called second place rule, as I always call it.
Yeah.
Because if you're in the lead of the race and you haven't got enough fuel, for example, to get to the finish, by slowing your pace, then you don't have to do the extra lap because you can just slow your pace to when the flag comes out.
Okay.
If you're leading the race, that is, or the problem is that if you have a car behind you who is going to be able to sneak through and do that extra lap, then you're caught between a rock and a hard place because you either have to speed up, in which case you have to do the extra lap and then you don't have enough fuel, or you have to slow down, in which case you get overtaken anyway. In that sense, you have to be aware of the car behind you and what pace it is doing. But provided you have the cushion, then you can just slow down enough to keep yourself ahead of the car behind you and cross the line at 24 hours. What won't happen, which is what happens in WEC rules, is that if 24 hours elapses, you cross the line and then the winning car crosses the line, the checkered flag is not delayed waiting for the winning car to cross the line. The checkered flag is shown as soon as 24 hours elapses. And then you have, after the checkered flag goes out at 3:30, you have 20 minutes in order to cross the line. So
Yes.
It's a bit like the Le Mans 6-minute rule. You've got 20 minutes in order to cross the line after the checkered flag goes out.
OK. And that's to ensure that there's not a car out there on 3 wheels, limping around, trying desperately to finish and...
whilst the podium celebrations are going on.
Well, indeed, yes. And 45 minutes later, we're still getting cars coming across the line.
Yes,
Somewhat
and largely the marshals then want to go home as well.
Who could blame them?
Yeah, it's a bit like the London Marathon, where people kind of keep on doing the London Marathon days after the marathon's actually finished.
So the leaders currently in the 4th sector and separated by over a minute, a minute and a quarter, in fact. The line at the start of lap 122 for Van der Linde versus Freins in the number 29 and 9 cars, and 98's rejoined now with Richard Westbrook at the wheel, as we've mentioned. New Michelin tyres for the number 42 Schnitzer BMW.
Looked like a bit of a brake inspection was going on as well, Johnny. Just checking on that number 42, which is currently in 7th place. Again, no transponder, so I don't know which of the drivers are now at the wheel. Marco Wittmann, Tom Blomqvist, Martin Tomczyk or Augusto Farfus. Farfus is in the 43 rather than the 42, though he hasn't been in that 42 car at all, has he?
I don't believe so, no. Although some drivers have swapped between the 2 cars in the course of the race that I thought were going to stay as just being 3 driver lineups. But they've switched across. For example, in the Lant motorsport team, we had Christopher Mies moving over to have a go in the 29 after he'd done a lot of laps in the 28 beforehand. But the 42 car, I mean, you'll know this probably better than I do, Joe. As temperatures rise, as the ambient temperatures rise, my instinct is that the brakes will take more of a hammering, or at least because they'll be working at higher operating temperatures, and therefore will wear out more quickly. Is that true or not?
It's kind of logical. The brakes operate at a very, very high temperature, you know, up towards 1,000 degrees when you stamp the pedal. And if you have cooler air flowing through those ducts to cool them down, the temperature of the air is going to dissipate the heat more efficiently than if the ambient temperature is 26, 28 degrees. and I think we're going to see highs of 26, 27 degrees today. Now, the cooler air wasn't that much cooler during the night. It wasn't like we dropped toward, under 10 degrees. It was still around about the 18 degrees. So,
it wasn't quite 18, but anyway, go on.
Was it warmer than that?
Overnight, no, we were down to about 14, 15.
Was it? Right. It didn't feel that way. It was certainly a very pleasant night through the night. Now, the difference of that airflow cooling the bricks is very, very marginal. So it's not really going to make that much of a difference.
Okay.
It's not like we've gone to, 36 degrees in the sunshine.
Okay, well, we'll bear with that.
The 42, I think, or is it it's the 19 BMW possibly now, finding itself right in front of the 33 car. It might be the 42 that's just done a pit stop.
We've got the 43 car, I think, has come to a halt at Exmüller.
It's the 19, I beg your pardon. So it's the 19 of John Edwards and the 33 of Steph Dusseldorp, and Dusseldorp takes the place, and that is for position, isn't it? Yes. So 8th position taken on the entrance to Hatzenbach. So the Falcon Tyres car ahead of the Michelin shod BMW, and the 19 machine is one of 2 Schubert Motorsport BMWs, both of which are still running in now 9th and 13th positions.
The 43 BMW, guys, has stopped out on the track.
And this is the car that was in 3rd place.
Yes. Now, it's brought out yellows. No, it was in 4th, actually, Paul. It's been ebbing and flowing between 3rd and 4th.
It was
currently in 4th. This is the Augusta Farfus Alex Lynn car. And I've no reason, I've no information to tell me why. I'm just going off the GPS here. We've got yellow flags, and the 43 is static on the right-hand side of the track.
I mean, I don't want to speculate here, but this is the car which I was worried about when Alex Lynn was driving it, because it was going relatively slowly, and we were wondering why, and my speculation that I put forward then was that it was to do with tyre wear, largely because Felix da Costa had a tyre problem. Now, Farfus was driving the car quickly again. It was going very nicely. And I just wonder, he was on his 6th lap of the stint, and I just wonder whether he's had a tyre problem out there on the far side of the circuit. Not getting any TV pictures. Joe's working out from looking at the GPS tracker as to why that car is, but it doesn't have a great deal of a cushion, and behind it the might of Mercedes in the shape, first of all, of the number 50 HTP car, and behind that the number 1 Black Falcon car will be bearing in on it.
If we stay on in sight of the leading car, the number 29 Audi, which has just gone through Arenberg, it's now down through the foxhole, it will be getting towards the part of the track where the 43 car is, so we may see it from the helicopter shot on the stream. We'll just keep an eye out. Okay, he's just going through.
This is Ardenau Force they're at the moment.
Is he not heading towards Callenhard here, Paul?
After Ardenau Force, you go up the hill up towards Metzgersfeld, and then after Metzgersfeld to Callenhard, and then start going downhill again at Verseifen.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on our screen, see if we can get a glimpse of the 43. I just want to know if he's pulled off, or whether he's gone off into the barrier or something.
Exactly so. And where do you think 43 is then?
Exmüller, just on the exit of the left-hander.
Right, okay, so after the bridge at Ardenau, at Breitscheid.
Yes.
So this is going to be very worrying indeed.
Going to get a glimpse of it, at least watching the 29 car. The 33 Steph Dusseldorp car, though, where is that? Because it's probably not very far away.
We've just gone past it.
That's annoying. Okay.
Yeah.
So heading down towards Breitscheid now, I think. Yes, descending.
Now we've got code 60s being created in that section of track through Exmüller, which is the tight left-hander through the right, and then onto another sweeping left into a tighter right-hander. So it's invariably being brought out to the decision being made to recover the 43 BMW in some way.
So on this lap, the 50 car has gone up to 4th position as a result of that. This is lap 122 for cars 98. In theory 43, although it stopped, and the 50 car
50
We
car.
also have the number 1 going pretty strongly. The 1 is ahead of the 50, rather, on the road.
That's right, yes, because number 50's just had a pit stop, and so is being shown on the screen as being ahead, but is now on its out lap, and the number 1 now coming into the area, or possibly just going past the area where the number 43 is. Oh no, number 1 is actually coming for its equivalent pit stop, of course, because the 50 and the 1 on the same pit stop schedule, and it's still HTP and Black Falcon on the same schedule, and they will swap around again, but both of them now have passed the what would seem to be stationary Schnitzer BMW,
which has gone missing from the GPS now.
That sometimes means it's been loaded onto a flatbed, doesn't it?
Yes.
What will the ticker tell me?
So the number 1 is now ahead of the 43, waiting for the 50 to come through to confirm that the HTP Mercedes will be ahead of the Schnitzer BMW as well.
Yeah, the HTP car, Johnny, will be ahead of both the Schnitzer car and also the Black Falcon Mercedes number 1, because the Black Falcon Mercedes number 1 has pulled into the pits, and the HTP car number 50 will therefore go past it. And then on the next lap past, the number 42, the other Schnitzer BMW, will also go past.
SP3T, still headed by the LMS Engineering Audi TT RS2. It's done 113 laps and 13 pit stops. So that's going strongly. Always seems to have a good race here. The Audi TT in its various guises, but nearly always run by LMS Engineering. And then in second position is still the 170 car, which is the Lexus RC from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Third position in that class, the Subaru WRS, car number 90. So that top 3 still pretty close, but they haven't changed order for a good number of hours now. And the number 89 car coming up for the halfway point of its current stint. Meanwhile, one of the 2 Hyundais just in the pit stop.
This is all because I said that I was a fan of Schnitzer. I know I shouldn't have said it.
Your fault, yeah?
Yeah, I'll put
It's
my
nice
hand
to
up.
see you putting your hand up and taking full responsibility. I'll pass that on.
I mean, you get to this stage in the race where any car which has problems, you just feel for them. But as I say, the Schnitzer car was running so strongly, but now beginning to drop down, or not, it's already begun to drop down, but continuing to drop down on the timing lists. And into the pits comes the Schubert car, number 19. This is Jens Klingman, who was... Oh, no, sorry, John Edwards was at the wheel of that car. He will probably stay behind the wheel and carry on to do a double stint. Tom Oslo-Cole did before him, and Jens Klingman did before him. So John Edwards is likely to stay behind the wheel as well and do a double stint in the Schubert car, number 19.
One car we'd overlooked was the 33 Falcon Motorsports BMW, because that's in 4th place now, I make it, because the number 1 car has just made a stop. So the 33, we were saying the 50 would inherit 4th position, but the 33's actually passed the 50 on the track, and up to 4th place it goes with Steph Dusseldorp at the wheel.
Yes, the 33 car is 2 laps apart on the refueling schedule, so it's already done this pit stop that the number 1 car is doing. So you're right, we'll go back to being 2 Audis, 2 BMWs, but instead of being 2 Audis and 3 BMWs, it'll be 2 Audis, 2 BMWs, and then a Mercedes.
Yep.
Making up the top 5, and then the 6th place car will become the Schubert BMW, which is also in the pits at the moment, so will be falling back. I have to say it's hard to look past that top 6 though to pick another winner overall. The best of the Porsches, still the number 31 Fricadelli Racing Team car, which is in 10th place overall at the moment, but that will become 9th place. And then the Ferrari of the Wochenspiegel team Monschau car entry, that will become 10th place. It's currently in 11th.
The Mini, the John Cooper Works BMW Mini, is off the road and being wheeled back to a safe area. I think just to enable maybe the driver to start the 112 car, Joe's going to consult the GPS tracker to find out where that number 112 car has come to a halt, but it runs in class SP2T, and I'm trying to work out whether that car is towards the pointy end of the field, because SP2T contains just the 2 cars.
He's come to a halt, Johnny, just at as we head into Flansgart.
And
towards the getting towards the end of the the leg back towards.
It's not the class leader, is it?
No,
because
it
that's
was
the Clio.
Yeah, that's right. It is now, but it was before the Mini came to a stop. Certainly earlier on in the race, the BMW Mini was leading the way.
Yeah. The GPS is showing the 236 at that same point, static. Now, is that an access point, I wonder? Is that service area we saw glimpses
I think
of?
236 has been wherever it's been for some time.
Yes, and now the 112 showing at exactly the same location on the circuit. So I'm just wondering if that is a recovery area where both of those cars have now been taken.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a good call, Joe.
The 236 is the yellow BMW, isn't it, from Cup,
yes,
Cup
that's
5 with the big damage on the front.
Front and back damage. Yeah, it was front and back, both right-hand side. Front wheel was pointing at 45 degrees and the rear wheel was just wobbling around.
Yeah, that's been there now for 1806, so just over half an hour, just under 40 minutes. So between 30 and 40 minutes, the 236 car has been stationary out there. And I suppose the other thing I could talk about is I just refreshed the weather forecast.
Yeah.
When did yours rain was supposed to arrive? You said 12 o'clock, didn't you? Which is
no, Paul. I said 2.
You said 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2
okay,
o'clock.
So
I haven't checked it since yesterday, so I'm going to do that now.
What we've actually got is the forecast that I'm showing is nothing to happen until, funnily enough, 4 o'clock. So
still got 2 o'clock on mine, and it's the BBC.
Oh, well, no, yeah, but that's doing Mechanich. I'm doing Nurburgring.
All right.
Mechanich is about 20 kilometres north.
Is it? that's the nearest location it's been able to pick up.
That BBC can find. Nurburgring at the moment, as I say, is delaying it. But as I say, the weather anywhere around here is still fairly difficult to predict, but what I'm showing at the moment is no rain until after the race has finished, but when we're trying to trudge across the car park to load up the car.
Yes.
But never mind, I suppose that will benefit the race.
I've gone to the Nurburgring, and there's a 50% chance at 3 o'clock, a 70% chance at 4 and 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and the race finishes at 3:30.
3:30, so
we're in with a chance of getting away with the weather. But it doesn't help those cars that have just recently hit problems.
Would be a chance of the rain coming and just dousing the circuit just enough to warrant a change onto a different tyre.
No.
I know. I'm kind of not. I'm kind of hoping we don't. That would be just so. That would be too much. That would be too unfair.
Yes, quite. So let's see what. Problems that we've had then recently, the 43 Schnitzer BMW doesn't seem to have got moving again, hasn't certainly made it across start-finish line, and has now been out there for 15 minutes when it should normally come round just over 8 minutes. So that car no longer playing a part. The other thing which I was about to point out before you started throwing cars away, Joe, is that Robin Freins at the moment in the WRT Audi is falling further and further behind, isn't he? Because it was at the beginning of this stint when Johnny told us the gap was a minute. It's now very nearly a minute and a half.
Yeah.
So that's 30 seconds of a loss that Freins has made, if you can make a loss, on the race-leading Land Motorsport Audi. And of course, the further he falls back, the more he falls into what could be the clutches of the number 98 BMW. Now, at the moment, the number 98 BMW is quite a long way back, but has just made a pit stop. So the Rowe Racing car has far more fuel aboard and will be able to go further on the current tank full. And 5 hours to go, you can start planning how this is going to pan out for the rest of the race, depending how fast the pace is.
And the leader is now on the Duttinger Her for the 124th time. And yes, what's the gap going to be this time around? Almost 90 seconds as they started this lap. This will complete 7 laps in the stint. So expect Van der Linde not in this time, but the next time around.
And pay your money and take your choice whether Freins decides to come in or not, because at the rate of pace that he's losing, he might be better off coming in at the end of 7 laps, making a quicker pit stop and having the opportunity to look at the car and see if it can be improved, because the rate it's been losing time means that might actually be a sensible precaution to take. The 19 Schubert BMW in 8th place has completed its pit stop without any dramas. John Edwards is still behind the wheel, so he did as I thought he might, stay behind the wheel for a double stint.
So they're pairing off a little bit now, aren't they? Because we have this neat couple of Audis out front, 29 and 9, 2 BMWs, 98 and 33, 2 Mercedes, 50 and 1, and then 2 more BMWs, 42 and 19.
Well, you say that, but
it'll be ruined in a moment, I'm sure.
Well, apart from the fact that it'll be ruined, but also each of the pairs, they're not matching pairs. They're enemies within different teams, just happen to be running the same cars. So you've got Lant versus WRT as far as Audi is concerned.
Yeah.
You've got Rowe Racing versus Falcon as far as BMW is concerned, and you've got HTP against Black Falcon. And there's very little love lost between those two teams.
Who would win in a fight there?
In the battle for the best Mercedes. So there's plenty to keep our eyes on. Should we lose sight of anything else to keep our interest sparking along.
And Schnitzer versus Schubert will be interesting as well for the 2 BMWs behind them. So
yes, quite. That's what 7th and 8th place is the next pair back.
3 different car makes, but 8 different teams represented in the top 8.
Fantastic.
And then Fricadelli makes it a 9th different team and a 4th different chassis. We have the Ferrari in 10th position to represent yet another car shape, and a very different one at that. Obviously hailing from Italia, and the GT3 car now into its 2nd year, the 488, with its twin turbocharged 3.9 litre engine.
And whisper it, but of course, whilst this attrition has been going on ahead, so the SP8 leading car, the Aston Martin number 7, continues to turn in 8 laps on every stint. The car currently halfway through its latest stint, and it's up to now 23rd place overall. Can't remember whether Peter Kate was saying to you, or I think it was probably Martin Haven earlier on, Johnny, when we were interviewing Peter. He was saying how 20th place would be something which they would be highly delighted with at the end of the race. David King was suggesting that was an aspirational target for Dawn, for Sunrise, to be in 20th. That didn't quite happen because there wasn't quite as much attrition as he had been hoping for. But, you know, these SP9 cars, GT3 cars, are fully tuned race cars and sometimes do get a little bit temperamental over the course of a 24-hour race, which is why it's such fun to watch.
Traum Motorsport Glickenhaus, the SCG, Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, is pursuing Phoenix Audi number 5. And who's in the 5 at the moment? Dennis Bush driving that car in 25th position.
Yeah, that's the 702 Glickenhaus, which is the less well-placed of the 2 remaining, well, the 2 Glickenhauses, which, I mean, I have to say, but for a couple of things having happened, that certainly the 704 car could have been right up there with the leading group. It has lost a little bit more time recently because it was, it's lost about 3 minutes. It just made a pit stop. That might explain the number 704 car. No, it's not. It's about to make a pit stop, isn't it? So
yes, it's in now, in fact, is it? I'm reading the wrong line. No, I'm reading the wrong line. Beg your pardon, that's the 20 car.
Yeah, no, it's 704 is due in, and that's going to lose it a bit more time. So somewhere along the line, 704, the Glickenhaus has lost a bit more ground, but still it's a good performance, 14th place overall.
So what sort of stint lengths are we getting out of this 704?
Nine laps every time.
9 laps,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, that's very regular, a good performance from the Glickenhaus. It can do an extra lap than a GT3 car, the normal SP9 GT3 car can.
I've got some information from Stephen Kilby of Daily Sports Car regarding the 43. The team believe that the car has had an accident at the Brightside area of the circuit. They're not quite sure exactly whether the car has come into contact with another car, but from information from Augusta Farfus's teammate, Timo Scheider, suspension problems, suspension damage. And they're hoping to get the car back to the box, to the pits, that is, to see if they can indeed repair it. Yeah,
the only addition I can make to that is something on the ADAC website, which says that the car is going to be given a tow. Doesn't say to where or what it's going to have done to it when it's given the tow, but I don't know. There is a piece of me that thinks that might have been a tyre problem, but as I say, that's pure speculation on my part. But sometimes your instincts just tell you what's gone on. If we get Alex Lynn to come up.
Well, you did say, Paul, that there's a reason behind it. It's not you haven't just plucked that out of the air.
It comes from
it comes from
40 years of going to watch motor races.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm not on about your gut instinct. As a cracking battle there out on the track, but I'll quickly finish what I was about to say to you. That car had gone completely off its pace, hadn't it?
With Alex Lynn behind
10
the wheel.
seconds slower. But did Farfus get in the car and then get back on the pace?
Yeah. I meant it had an accident.
Maybe in a regular handling issue, that was what Alex backed off for, and then Farfus gets in and thinks he can drive around the problem. Maybe, I don't know. Again, we speculate.
Isn't Jake Yoroth part of Verschnitz? I'm sure he'll be listening. And
well, we also have a certain Jens Marquardt due at 11 a.m. on air. So he.
Do we?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, he'll be able to.
You would have thought so.
Well, yes, I'm sure he'll know something.
How much he'll give away might be a different subject, but we'll have a go. We'll certainly ask the question.
Indeed. So Van der Linde continuing to draw away from Freins, although that last lap less than a second slower for Freins, but the overall gap has kind of stabilised, 1 minute and 27 seconds. But the pair of them are going to be due in, aren't they, at the end of the lap on which they are currently, and they're, well, certainly in the case of Van der Linde, he is somewhere down the Dottinger Hoa, I think now, and will be making his way into the pits at the end of the lap, and expect Van der Linde then, number 29, into the pits for a fuel and tyres, probably not a driver change stop in the leading number 29 Land Motorsport Audi. And then when he gets to the end of the same lap, so will Robin Freins be in for similar service, fuel, tyres, but no driver change, and then possibly a tweak to the car to make it go as fast as the Lant car has been going.
We're getting towards that time again, Johnny, and I have got everything prepared, so in a couple of minutes we will be going to our next hourly update.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to get a bit more news on that BMW, because I think there may be some more coming in. Technology failing me at the moment, so I'll get back to you just as soon as I can do that.
Tell you in the meantime that the Haribo Mercedes number 8 on its way out, it's out of the pits on its out lap. Maxi Goetz has stayed behind the wheel to do a double stint. So Goetz brought it in and has taken it out again.
Leader into the pits. Kelvin van der Linde comes into the pits and looks like he is about to steer aboard the number 29 Land Audi. Fresh Dunlop rubber going on to the car. Nothing else other than that. Little bit of an inspection there, a little bit of a wiggle of the front wheel. But the no driver change, just getting towards pulling the rear tyres off. Rear tyres going on. So no driver change there for the leading car. That car, as we mentioned, extending that lead to around about the minute and a half. When that stint began, it was about 55 seconds, and it's continued to increase and increase.
Exactly. The first lap was immediately 5 seconds quicker for van der Linde, and for Robin Freins, it's been a little bit left breathless. But Freins on the Dessinger Hoa as well now, but will be on his way into the pit lane. So rather than being able to stay out and take the lead of the race in the number 9 car, Freins will be coming in for another similar stop to the one we're watching, or the one that Joe's been watching on the screen, which will be fuel tyres but no driver change that Kelvin van der Linde has done. He's now on his way again.
The quote from BMW reads as follows: Augusto Farfus, who was within range of the podium, had an accident in the Breitscheid area. The car stands. Team colleague Timo Scheider said Augusto Farfus probably had contact with another car, but a bit more was broken than the tyre. But also suspension parts. The car is at the moment, we have no info. If there is a possibility to get it back, then we will try and get it back to the pits effectively. But he thinks therefore that there was contact with a back marker potentially, and it wasn't just a tyre problem. Working on trying to get Alex Lynn to our booth as well, live in the Aston Martin lounge.
I'm just sending Kilby a message. He can't get along here because he hasn't got the right pass, so I'm going to get him to give us a call. I'm sure if he's there with the BMW racing driver, he'd be able to get him along. Give me a call. I'll go and get them. I'll go and get them in. Can I say a big good morning to my grandkids who are actually listening? Yeah. Amelia and Brody. And, of course, their dad, Alan, who's worked out how to tune into us. Morning, guys. Good to see you. Call. I'll go and get them. I'll go and get them in. Can I say a big good morning to my grandkids who are actually listening? Yeah. Amelia and Brody. And, of course, their dad, Alan, who's worked out how to tune into us. Morning, guys. Good to see that we're starting the brainwashing early. They're only 2.
Fantastic. Well, you know, the brain
never
is like
too early.
Your brain is like a sponge, though, at that age. So you might not think much of it is being taken in. But
just be careful what you wish for.
I was about to say, Paul, I'm not sure if this is a good thing. That's going to be 3 carts. A 3-car team. Hey, let's think about this 3-car team. Think of the data we'll get.
Think of the money.
Think of that.
Right, it's 10:30 in the morning.
It is.
And we have 5 hours to go of this year's ADAC Zurich Nurburgring 24 hours. You're listening to the Radio Show Limited Network. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge. And with 5 hours to go, it's about time we did an hourly update.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
With the update, here's Joe Bradley.
The race, I've got to say, it's fair to say, this race has been dominated by the Land Audi, car 29, Kelvin van der Linde, just been in the pits, fresh tyres, a refuel and back out, staying at the wheel. Still and remaining in a dropping away second place is the number 9 WRT Audi, and that 98, the only BMW in with a chance of a podium at the moment, remains in 3rd place. The class rundown remains the same as it did at 4:30 and the same as it did exactly at 2:30 this morning. SPX still has the 704 numbered Glickenhaus, currently in 14th place overall. That was the car that started this race from the pole position. SP3T, car 89, that's the LMS Engineering Audi TT. That car currently in 24th place overall. SP10 sees the number 72 Black Falcon Porsche Cayman in 40th place overall. First of our TCR runners, that's the Matilda Racing Golf, and that's currently in 36th place overall. That's car 175. Class V6 is the number 133 Black Falcon Porsche Carrera in 56th place overall. The AT class, currently 53rd, is the 320 Care for Climate Porsche Cayman. The V2T class, car 102, in 102nd place is car 177. That's the Strychek family Opel Astra. And rounding off this hourly update is the SP2T class. The Stanko Tanner Clio, car 114, continues to circulate and lead that class, and it's in 81st place overall.
You can get involved on Twitter if you send your tweet to @RSL_studio, also in the direction of @Radio Le Mans and @Blackpool Johnny as well. We'll try and pick some of those up during the next hour. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge, and under 5 hours to go now in the 45th edition of the Nurburgring 24 Hours, with Kelvin van der Linde leading the way for Audi Sport Team Lant in their R8 LMS, running Dunlop tyres, leading by 1 minute and 26 seconds now, with Marcel Fessler having taken over the number 9 Audi Sport Team WRT R8. That's the Fessler, Freins, Rast and Nico Muller car.
So only a single stint then, Johnny, from what you're saying, from Robin Freins.
Yeah, did the full 8 laps though, didn't it?
Yes, it was 8 laps, so that's good. Nico Muller, who was in the car before Robin, though, did a double stint behind the wheel, where before Nico, Marcel Fessler was back in the car, only did a single stint. René Rast, I'm worried about René Rast, because he only did a single stint round about sunrise, but he's not been in the car since. He missed most of the night, came back and did a single stint, and again hasn't been seen since. So I just wonder if all is well with René Rast, and because there were a couple of drivers. Uwe Alsen has withdrawn from the race, not feeling very well. A couple of drivers saying that it was very, very warm in the cars yesterday, although somebody saw René get out of the car. I don't think it was either of you two, but I seem to remember somebody saying they'd seen René Rast get out of the car and he looked okay, but I don't know. I mean, well, maybe Joe can check up through his contacts to see whether René is going to be back in the car again, but he's been skipped on the rotation, which is the reason that I mention it. Joe's doing something else at the moment and not listening.
I am listening. I can do more than one thing, Paul.
Just nod to acknowledge the fact that you heard what I said.
Yeah.
Right.
I've got it. I don't know where I'm going to find that out.
Well, Kilby will help you.
That's true.
If you're contacting Kilby,
You've got friends in high places, Joe.
What, you mean the floor above?
Correct.
Kilby's a William Lyons. Kilby's a William Lyons Award winner, you know.
He is.
He's a proper journalist.
We have
and he's on the second floor compared to us on the first.
That's right. So
my statement stands.
It does.
The suggestion from Schnitzer, running the number 43 BMW, is they're going to try and get it back to the pits and see whether they can fix this car. But it has had contact with which car we know not, and it sounds like the team are pretty low on information as well. But they know for a fact that it was contact, and presumably the car ended up in the barrier. Because the runoff is so minimal here, particularly on the Nordschleife.
The trouble is, he's already lost 4 laps, and they haven't even got the car back yet. So, you know, any chance of a top 10 finish is now out of the window. I mean, they'll do their best because it's a 24-hour race and that's what you do, but it must be so frustrating to have been within touching distance of a podium. Say the car at its peak certainly had the pace to actually challenge the Audis, never mind about holding off the other BMWs, and now here they are with the 42 car now being the better place of the 2 Schnitzer cars, kind of scrabbling into the top 6, but they are scrabbling their way a little bit as the 3rd best BMW at the moment, having lost out, Johnny was saying a little while ago, to the Falcon Tyres car, number 33.
But within the top 10, we still have Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche and Ferrari represented. It's now 2 Audis out front from 3 Beamers. Row Racing, Falcon Motorsports and Schnitzer. So a lot of the teams came with 2 bullets in the gun, if you like. A couple of cars to each team name. But it's strange how it's worked its way out, in that we only have 1 of each of the team cars represented in the top 10 now.
And whisper it, but the Rinaldi Ferrari is still going as well, and that was a 1 bullet in the gun car. And whilst on the subject of cars still going well, the 2 Glickenhausers are still going reasonably well. The 77.04 having lost no further time after its initial problems, and the 7.02 having had that niggly problem with the fuel pickup, which prevented it from doing the 9 laps that the 7.04 was capable of doing. Must be so frustrating for it.
5th place in SP3T is the Hyundai i30, just reaching the kink on the Dottinger Her, and this car has been flat for a long time. I'd imagine you'd get to the top speed in that little Hyundai pretty quickly on that long straight, and then a question of just keeping the steering as straight as possible into the Tiergarten section of track. Meanwhile, plenty of cars working their way around the Grand Prix loop. So 92 about to tick off another lap.
Very tricky section that, through the compression into the Tiergarten, really unbalances the car just as you want to go on the brakes. And it doesn't matter what class of car you're running, whether you're running a small engined, relatively low powered Hyundai or a GT3. It's pretty much a similar experience, just at a different rate of knots, isn't it?
Got the turbocharger on board that Hyundai, of course, to help it power down the straights. Not in the top 3 at the moment, though. It's still the 89 Audi TT RS2 of LMS Engineering leading 3T, up to 24th overall now. Great going from the LMS guys. And then the 170 machine, which is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus RC. 3rd position, the Subaru WRS STI, Carlo Van Dam, Marcel Lasser, Tim Schrick and Hideki Yamauchi. And that car is the Subaru Technica International entry, number 90, running 3rd in class. And off for the Mark III Golf. That's one of my favourites. It is in SP3, and the number 120 car doesn't appear to be damaged. The Armco barrier perilously close, but the door is open on the driver's side, and driver quickly on the mobile phone.
That's at the top of the Hatzenbach, I think, Johnny, where you and I accidentally got ourselves the wrong side of the spectator fence at one stage yesterday. Just as you come literally past the shortcut that takes you back onto the Grand Prix loop if you wanted to. So you're committed at that stage to doing, 21 kilometres if you are going to get it back.
Well, the number 43 BMW has made its way back to the pits. However, it's on a flatbed truck, and it has got missing. What you're seeing, Paul? It's got damage at the rear. However, Paul, that at least the right rear corner of the car has got a wheel. The front rear corner has got completely devoid of wheel and front suspension.
Yeah, so that's
massive damage there on that BMW. And apparently, Augusta Farfus isn't in a very good mood. That's hot off the press.
Yes. No shock there, Joe. He's all right, though, is he?
He's all right enough to be furious.
Fine, okay.
And not really appropriate to be interviewed
right now, no.
Maybe when he calms down. Typical racing.
But cars can be fixed, and people are more difficult to sort out. So I'm just pleased that Augusto has managed to walk away from what sounds like a big old shunt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the frustration or the emotion of the thing is just merely added to by the fact that you've been hammering around the Nurburgring for something like 18 and a half hours, and then something like that happens. You know, it's a much more difficult thing to deal with when it happens at that late stage into the race. But no, I think the key to the story is the stint that we had from Alex Lynn. That's a personal feeling. If we can get Alex to talk to us, then let's say we can maybe turn the microphones off. But anyway, gap down, up still, first to second, 1 minute and 34 seconds. We're just completed the outlap, so comparable times between the 29 and the 9 Audis, and once again the 29 quicker than the 9, although that lap time that we see on the screen, 11 minutes 52 versus 12:01, includes the pit stop time. But if I tell you that the time spent actually in the pits for both the 9 and the 29 were identical, then the fact that there's 9 seconds or 8.5 seconds of a gap between the two of you, between the two of those lap times, means that it is Kelvin van der Linde who stayed behind the wheel, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, has extended the margin still further on that lap to Marcel Fessler. So Lant sometimes looking increasingly convincing, and other times you kind of think, oh, they're a bit wobbly, and we've kind of gone through the wobble. They've got themselves into a position now where once again they lead through the pit stop cycle, although only by virtue of the fact that they both come in on the same lap, but they turn the car around in identical time, send it on its way again, and the gap more or less remains the same through the pit stop. And it's the driving on the track where Kelvin van der Linde is making the difference.
Number 5 Audi on pit road being serviced. That car has just pitted from 20th position in SP9, 24th overall. Phoenix, one of the few Audi teams electing to go with the Dunlop tyre before the weekend started. That car has always had the Dunlop stickers on the front and front right and front left corners.
Yes, didn't help them much though, did it?
Doesn't seem to have done, does
sadly. We were trying to talk about, but there were other things going on at the same time. There are the spirited dice which was happening on the track, not for position, between the number 5 Phoenix Audi and the 702 Glickenhaus. Wasn't there a couple of minutes ago? Quite a thrilling battle on the track as the Glickenhaus tried to get one of the laps back. It is behind on the scoring monitors, the number 5 car. So the number 5 currently 24th, as Johnny just said. The Glickenhaus in 26th place. The two of them separated by around about 5 minutes, I think, 5 and a bit minutes. So there's not quite a... I wonder if it's actually a full lap then that separated them. 117 laps completed for the number 5, and now 117 laps for the number 702.
Phoenix, number 5, back in the race. Just seeing a pit stop for the 89 LMS Engineering Audi, which is the class leader, and that car will take its time in the pits, obviously restricted to the minimum pit stop time, but car 89 has done a 7-lap stint, which I think is about right for a SP3T car, isn't it? Sorry, I'm throwing you a question which you might not be able to answer straight away.
Which car was it you were looking
89,
at?
89, the 3T leader.
Actually, it'll do 9 laps.
Oh, okay.
And has been doing 9 for most of the first half of the race, and then about halfway through the race, they switched to 8-lap stints. So, yeah, second half of the race they've been doing 8 laps, but at the beginning of the race, first 12 hours or so, they were happy doing 9 laps.
And that car has a comfortable advantage over the 170 car, because that's also in for a stop, is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus, and they are exactly a lap apart, therefore, as the Mark III Golf is being wheeled to that ever-increasing car park, it looks like, just behind the barrier, where I reckon the 236 BMW has ended up, and also the BMW Mini JCW. I don't think the Mini's rejoined either, sadly. Only one of those in the race at 3:30 yesterday afternoon.
I wonder if they're taken there and then kind of ferried
redeployed
backwards
elsewhere.
and forwards to back to the pits.
Well, I think as well you can get guys from the pit area to work on the car if you want to do it that way. So you can either have it as an impromptu service area, or you can use it as a holding station before getting the car back to the pits.
We saw that last night, didn't we? We saw one of the teams go out there and put a new wheel, which was had a wet tyre, treaded tyre onto the car, just to get the car back to the pits.
That was the number 5 Phoenix Audi that we were talking about a moment ago. Yes, the Phoenix car back in 24th place.
I'm just wondering whether the gap in the barrier is at bright shite. Only because there was a bit of focus there on the live stream.
Feeling there is one there as well. Yes, that's right.
But it's not necessarily the same one.
No, there's a number of places around the circuit where cars can be worked upon.
Yes. I was just comparing the various shots that Joe and I had been watching with the helicopter images, as the number 7 Aston Martin works its way down to the lower part of the Grand Prix Strecke, And car 7 still out front in SP8, 22nd overall now, so the top 20 finish well in sight, admittedly with still 4 3/4 hours to go. But willing that car on for a good finish as we broadcast live from the Aston Martin Lounge for the 2017 edition of the Nurburgring 24 Hours. And its nearest rival has always been the Door Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. That's had its dramas, though. That's still in the race, the yellow and black Lamborghini. I remember it having damage on one corner with the inner skin of the wheel arch being worked loose. That was just before I took over at 9:30 this morning.
Pretty sure that it is. What number is it?
Yes, now you're asking. Hang on a moment.
Okay, we'll do it in a different way. Oh, here it is. No, let's do it that way. Lamborghini Huracan is number 69, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And yeah, it's 6 minutes. It's still going round.
I still have it in second place, actually, in SP8. On lap 114,
yes.
The Aston is on lap 119. So that's a 5-lap advantage, I make it, there or thereabouts.
Exactly right. And in terms of time, that's very nearly 40 minutes.
Okay.
So cushion as far as the Aston Martin is concerned, but I think if you would ask David Richards in his heart of hearts, he's not really interested in winning that class. He's just interested in getting the car home and not letting anybody down.
The brainwashing has begun.
And they're most intrigued by one of the oldest cars in the race. Yeah. Fantastic. The Mark III Golf.
You should know by now.
I should have learned from you.
Having had children of your own, and then having learnt from those around you.
They weren't really bothered though. They were more interested in riding horses, which was a bit of a...
Well, that's also quite expensive.
Yeah, well, we're not as expensive as karting though. You don't have to feed a cart other than feed it £20 notes.
Yes. Which it will gratefully take on a hourly basis, probably.
Yeah. And a horse doesn't tend to go any faster if you feed it anymore, whereas the more money you pump into the cart, the faster it goes.
True.
Not that I know that much about horses.
The gap is now 96 seconds between the top two cars. And Van der Linde on lap 128 now, having just worked its way, the car number 29 Audi, off the Grand Prix Strecker and to the first bit of the Nordschleife. Whereas Marcel Fessler in the 9 WRT Audi, somewhere on the Grand Prix track. 50 car working its way through the carousel with the one right on its bumper. And the 42's not far away either, is it? So this great on-track fight now for 5th, 6th and 7th positions. 42 is the remaining Schnitzer BMW, the HTP Mercedes in 6th place, and then the number 1 Mercedes, which was the crew that won this race last year, although it's a brand new Mercedes. We're not using the same chassis from 2016. Hopping and skipping and jumping, the white and blue Black Falcon Mercedes. So same chassis, both AMGs, and virtually no tail, but they are bitter rivals, these guys. And they're heading now towards Brunchen and Flansgarten. So just looking out for the 42 BMW, which can't be very far up the road. Also involved in this dice, because at the start of this lap, it was 0.8 of a second, the difference between 42 and 50. They're getting a bit caught up here behind one of the Racing Cup BMWs, so this might be a chance for the number 1. Any ideas who's at the wheel of the Black Falcon Mercedes, Paul, right now? The white number 1 car.
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, well, it is either Mauro Engel, Adam Christodoulou, Jelmer Berman or Manuel Metzger, so impressive in last year's race. And
out of the choice, it'll be Engel or Berman, I think.
Okay. It's not Christodoulou, because I'm recognising or remembering a sponsor on his driving gloves and the driver at the wheel, not with those same gloves. So it's definitely not Christodoulou, but it could be, as you say, Engel or Berman. And they're now heading onto the long straight to end the lap. Now, is the Mercedes going to be close enough to the 50 dicing for 6th and 7th positions. The toe not quite being utilised here by the one car, so the gap's just a bit too big, even though that big AMG is punching a hole in the air past where the tourist laps start and stop on the Duttinger Hurt, and then through the left-hand kink with the normal road-going traffic parallel with that part of the track. Lift, then brake into Tiergarten, and under braking, the white Mercedes is able to gain a bit of ground down to about 2 car lengths then as they come through this very narrow part of the circuit, over the road bridge and then over that lip, which brings them back onto the Grand Prix circuit. And the camera on the zip line for the live feed showing some fantastic images of those 2 Mercedes virtually nose to tail, 6th and 7th in the overall standings, heading down to the Yokohama S.
Just cast your mind back 12 months when it was HTP Motorsport against Black Falcon for the overall lead of this race. I'm sure they would rather be dicing for the overall lead now rather than for 6th and 7th places, but it's still pretty close indeed.
Do we tweak the balance of performance between the manufacturers? Am I being cynical here?
What, between last year and this year?
Yes.
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's the way it goes.
It's maybe not their turn then. Being cynical again?
I think John Hindhoff said earlier on about what the balance of performance giveth, it also taketh away.
Yes.
And I don't think anything is done deliberately or it's done in any way cynically to give people turns. Genuinely, there is development going on, and genuinely the ADAC, who organise the balance of performance, attempts to get it as plain as it possibly can. They do have the same kind of investigations that the other organisations that run GT3 racings have, in order to try and ensure that people don't sandbag and to ensure that they're getting proper data, telemetry data from the teams, so that they know exactly what the cars are doing under various loadings. It just so happens that sometimes a team will turn up at a particular racetrack, perhaps on a particular tyre, and get it absolutely right. I mean, the 2 Audis at the front of the field, both running on Dunlop tyres, the 2 BMWs in 2nd and 3rd place, the 2nd and 4th places, because of course we've got a Falcon tyred car on the number 33 Falcon Motorsports BMW, but both Rowe and Schnitzer using Michelin tyres. The HTP team are on Dunlops, and the number 1 Black Falcon is on Michelin. So, you know, you've got different tyres on the 2 Mercedes.
HTP on Dunlops?
HTP I have on Dunlops, yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you, just need to update my list in that case. Okay. So that's the 6th place car. So we always have a tyre battle for 6th and 7th, along with two rivals within the Mercedes-Benz ranks. And that battle is now heading towards Arenberg through the kink at Schwedenkreuz, and then this downhill descent into the, as you would have for a descent, I suppose, towards the foxhole. So this is flat. And for the brave, down into the trees, down into Adenauer Forest, and then this cracking little technical section in the forest itself, with a hard braking area for a sharp left-hander, and they're going to encounter traffic here. It's one of the Caymans, I think. Which way does the 50 car go? He doesn't know. And this might be an opportunity for the number 1 car. Finally, the 50 HTP Mercedes can squeeze through, and the track's that narrow that the driver of the number 1 car, Maro Engel or Jelmer Berman, just couldn't slither alongside there through what is a fabulous place to spectate. Great campsite very near to Adenauer Forst and that sequence of corners, and there's no surprise really that there are such a big crowd that accumulates in that sort of area.
It's barely wide enough to do that, Johnny, what we've just witnessed there, that going round the slow traffic and what is a very, very tight and tricky part. Well, is there anywhere that's not tight and tricky? Is there anywhere that's not really where you haven't got the car sliding from curb to curb, from right to left?
It was a bit like when Johnny said just now, what a great car park. Is there any of the camping sites that it isn't a great camping site?
Yeah.
I mean, they all have they're all great in their own ways. We've got a pit stop for the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche on schedule, and also, in fact, the pit stop's already been completed for the Falcon Tyres BMW, the number 33 car, which came in out of 4th place with Steph Dusseldorp driving. That car has tended not to do double stints on its drivers. It's tended to change driver on every stint where possible. So the 33 probably now with Alexandro Imperatori behind the wheel. But it will lose 4th place as a result of that pit stop and give it at least for a couple of laps to the number 42 Schnitzer BMW, some compensation for the 42 car having lost the team car 43, about which we await to see whether it's going to be repaired or not. But with less than, or just over 4.5 hours remaining, it's going to be a tall order if we're going to see that car even getting back into the race, let alone crawling its way back up the order. It's now down into the very bottom of the top 20.
We've got a code 60 appeared at Adna Forst. I'm not sure why. I think maybe the 129 has gone off because it's just travelling very slowly through that area.
Okay. Well, there certainly wasn't a caution when the two Benzes made their way through a moment or two ago, and they're now heading through the carousel and heading up the hill. So HTP versus Black Falcon.
Just appeared, Johnny, just appeared, and it remains a code 60.
Couple of minutes to the top of the hour, and that is 11 o'clock here in Germany. So 4.5 hours just over still to go, with the one Mercedes just losing a little bit of ground here on the 50 car. I think maybe the 50 is having a bit more luck through the traffic, but this is the bit where it really yin and yangs through sectors, well, sector 4 being the longest, and it is a busy part of the track with a number of BMW 235i's to negotiate. There's a wall of traffic, in fact, and again the 50's caught up with a Calibra and a couple of the Cup 5 cars. And I was about to say this might be the opportunity for the number 1 Mercedes, but actually it's got to negotiate the same traffic.
I think he got balked even more.
Possibly,
so, Johnny.
Yeah, possibly so. Over the bump there, and immediately after the bump you brake hard for the right-hander. Again, where there are a load of spectators, and they're heading now out of Brunchen, out of Flansgarten, and down towards Schwalbenschwanz and the Kleiner Carousel. So,
do we know who's at the wheel of those cars?
Frustratingly not.
No, it really is frustrating.
It's either Engel or Berman in the number 1, we fancy. And in the 50 car, it's either Don Baumann, Maxi Buch, Eduardo Mortara or Edvard Sandström.
Yeah. My money would be on Buch, I think.
Yes.
But again, that's done largely by just seeing when Buch was last in the car. Buch was last in the car at just after 2:30 this afternoon. Sorry, 2:30 in the morning. So about 9 hours ago. So as I say, it's entirely possible that could be Maxi Buch back at the wheel again, and certainly the way that car is chasing down and now trying to overtake the number 50 HTP car, as I say, just with echoes of Nurburgring 24 Hours 2016, albeit now for 6th place rather than the overall lead of the race. So the gap first to second continuing to go up, and alongside me a change of personnel, John Hindhoff.
Yes.
And Jens Marquardt.
Well done, Paul Trustwell. Jens Marquardt from BMW. The 704 is off. Oh, this is a tragedy for the pole-sitting car, the Tram Motorsport, Dream Motorsport 704 car, the Glickenhaus. Out now. Did he jump or was he pushed? Oh, goodness me, it's at the very fast section coming down. Oh, he's lost that in a big way. And if he hasn't hit the guardrail here, he's the luckiest man on earth. Put the Euro Millions on now. Clang on driver's left, a complete 180. And that's running down towards the Flansgarten, I think. as that car's gone around, and it will go no further. It's facing the wrong direction. Driver is out of the car, running in the top 10.
On the lead lap.
Yeah. And I don't recognise the driver there, but that was the back end of that car getting away from the driver as it went over one of the many rises, and that's very much a downforce car, of course, here. The Opel safety vehicle already there, thank goodness, and driver out of the car on there. And Jens Marquardt with us. Jens, your title now is what for BMW?
I'm the director of motorsport for BMW, so I basically head all the programs worldwide with all four-wheel programs. So no motorbikes, but everything four wheels.
That is not a small undertaking, particularly when you bring the kind of commitment to the Nurburgring Nordschleife for the 24 hours as you have done. A lot of our listeners and viewers noticing more BMW M6s at the front of the grid. A deliberate strategy this year?
I mean, clear. It is something where you say, hey, you have to really focus here and you have to bring top quality. We added with Schnitzer a team with great history here. They have achieved the last win, the 19th in 2010. And obviously the target is and was to add the 20th to that one. And probably a good squad like Schnitzer having won here was for us a way to say, hey, we'll really do a focus on this 24 hours here. Nürburgring, anyway, for BMW is always a very important place. M has the testing facility here, and Nordschleife is just great history for BMW.
The 24 hours, any racing on the Nürburgring, but the 24 hours in particular has long been thought of as a particularly German event. In the last maybe 5 to 10 years, it's become a global event, a true global event. And yet, from a German manufacturer's point of view, it's still dominated by German manufacturers. We only have one Ferrari here. We seldom even have that. Why do you think it is still thought of particularly as a German event?
I think to really be successful here, you have to have experience up here. Yeah, you have to know the Eifel is very special, and it starts with weather and everything. And it was a funny story yesterday or day before yesterday when night qualifying happened. One of our juniors, Ricky Collard, who's running the M4 GT4, came after his stint to me and said, look, I mean, this is really a special place. I enjoy it. It's great in the night. It's the first time I drove here in the night. And I got to a point where I thought, oh, something smells in the car. Oh, something is burning. And then I realized, oh, I'm getting hungry. No, that's the barbecue. So that is really a special place here. And I think this is what it's about. So I obviously have also in my past some experience with Japanese people. In Japan, the Nordschleife has really a top reputation.
It's legendary.
So, and anyone who conquers the Nordschleife is a real Meister, they call him then. So I think this is really, yeah, you have to be a specialist up here. I think this is also why you have to start really early, bringing up young drivers to get used to the Nordschleife, get used to the whole thing, because at the end of the day, it's, yeah, if you look at the cars that run up front, it's very experienced guys on there with a mix of young guns as well. And that's, I think, what it takes nowadays. And obviously you have to be reliable, because in conditions like that, yeah, I mean, one longer stop and you're a bit behind, and that's, I think, what caught us out so far a little as well. So we're still running strongly. I think we still got 6 cars in the top 15, but it's tight. And last 4.5 hours, depending also on the weather, will be difficult.
Damage to the right rear of the 704 Glickenhaus. Jens Marquardt, director of BMW Motorsport, with us here in our booth at the end of pit lane. It looks like that Glickenhaus's 4 wheels are all pointing in vaguely the right direction, and it's going to get a tow back rather than need a flat bait. So that's Zone 60, the code 60, should be withdrawn shortly. It'll roll down the circuit from the area. You talked about the M4 GT4 there. We were fortunate to be in Dubai when you brought that car out before it was homologated. I thought very smart and very, in some ways, a brave manoeuvre, but proving that car before you finalised the specification. That's your new GT4 offering. Your GT3 offering is the M6. And your new GTE offering will be the M8. Now, that's unusual. Most manufacturers have a single platform? Why the change?
Well, I think it just is, you have, or we have the probably luxury to always take the best suiting car for a category. Yeah, we have the 235s running here, entry-level car, the cup car. Yeah, I mean, this is super close racing. They are one of the toughest class, I think, up here.
Yeah.
And now the M4 GT4, and we're running that with Team Zorg, which is a customer team of ours. So we are testing it with our customers, also in the hands of customers before it actually goes out, so that we really see, yeah, it's the handling that we want. It's a team that can easily run that car, stable and easy to maintain. And yeah, M6 was obviously for us then, from powertrain and everything, because we leave the engine really 95% production on that car, was the best choice then for a really efficient and well to run GT3 car. And now GTE obviously top shelf and top notch, and this is going to be our top notch car then. So the M8 is going to be the one that we run there, and we've just prepared for the M6 for next year an upgrade package, so that the GT3 car will also see improvements as we go along, and some of the stuff that we've learned from development on the M8 is also directly going back into the M6, so they will profit from each other.
You teased us on Saturday with the M8 running around slightly disguised. It was spotted. The press release came out at roughly the same time about the street car and the race car. The race car we now know will make its debut in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship at the Rolex 24 at Daytona next January. What can you tell us about that project? It's clearly well developed already. It has to be. It's not like you're going to finish it 2 weeks before Christmas. So, you know, are you happy with where you think you are? It's a difficult thing to know before you get out into competition, but you will have benchmarked the performance you're looking for. How do you feel the project is at the moment? Because it didn't quite go the way you wanted it to go in terms of your original design, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we are on schedule, on a very tight schedule. We had to revise the schedule because what we had initially as a concept didn't find the full approval, so we had to make some modifications. So that we did. We had to adjust the program plan for that. But obviously we've done some, let's say, system testing and everything along the whole project line. And yeah, we are on schedule. It's all tight. That is clear.
Or everybody wants more time.
You are always tight.
Right.
And to be honest with you, having a tight schedule for the engineer is something that is not so bad, because otherwise they will just spend every minute they get. So, and they will always push like the deadline. And
if you have one more week,
if I get one more day in the wind tunnel, I can get 3 more points of this. And you're like, okay, but yeah, when are we finished? Oh yeah, and then we found another new idea. And yeah, we have to produce parts. So
you have to draw the line somewhere.
When we have drawn the lines, and I think we are okay in that respect, should be good. And obviously we need to keep focused on getting the car ready. As you said, first time in the US. So we'll later in the year swap testing towards the US then. First we'll start testing in Europe, but then go to the US and yeah, kick off hopefully with a very good 24 hours in Daytona.
It's a good place to go and give it a shakedown. And it's been a while since we've seen BMW in the GTE class in Le Mans, and therefore in the World Endurance Championship. You've had a very active program in the US with Rahal Letterman Lanigan racing with both the Z4, as they would say, built in South Carolina. Let's not forget that when we're talking about global automakers. You contribute to the GDP of the US with that car. I believe the X3 built there as well.
All the X models.
Thought so. Please, I got that one right. So why is now the right time, Jens, for you to go back to the World Championship at Le Mans with a full house GTE ACO approved car, rather than what you've done in the past in adapting other cars for IMSA, and IMSA effectively have done a specific homologation for you? Why now is right to go to full GTE spec?
Well, the car that we're running, the M6 GTLM that we're running in the US right now, was never planned to be just a US only. I mean, that was really more a result than a plan.
Okay.
We were always very much in favor of what was at that time called the GT convergence discussions, and we thought that this was really a good idea to have a platform where you as a manufacturer develop a works product and you derive from that an easy and efficient to run customer car. And we were pushing really hard for that, and we felt that it's basically on a very good way. So we at that time put more or less all our eggs in that basket. And when then in May the decision came that, oh no, this is not going to happen, we were basically caught out because we had already done all the concepts, everything, and the car was basically more or less ready. So we said, okay, now we have an issue, and we talked to the guys of IMSA, and they have been extremely helpful. The other manufacturers, we got them into the boat as well, and we said, look, we're going to do a very transparent process, but we need help because we want to be in the US, we want to be in the IMSA championship, but at this point in time, we can only do it if we get a, let's say, IMSA homologated car, because FIA and ACO said, no, we're not gonna make a special thing on that one. So that's how it happened, and that's how it went, because the Z4 had a GTE homologation, and Mark VDS was running that.
I was going to say it ran in the ELMS, of course, didn't it? Yeah.
And obviously the predecessor, the M3 GT2, was running in Le Mans as well, with the art car in 2009, I think, and then in 2010 again. So yeah, I mean, that as I said, it wasn't really a plan. Now the plan was, we want to have a car that is fully GTE homologated, and that will open us again the way back to Le Mans in WEC and have us running in the IMSA Championship. So we now got back on track.
The GT is now, the GT part of the World Endurance Championship is also an FIA World Championship now.
Yeah.
Did that play a part in your decision making? Was you've got to make a case clearly to say, hey, I'd like to spend some money, and as soon as you say that, people are going to go, whoa, 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 Jens, hang on a minute, and we know
how it works.
I know, we all know how it works. We know that motor racing is run as much by marketeers as it is by engineers. So you've got to make a case to get some budget. Having a world championship with FIA World, you can get that sticker that says BMW M8 World FIA World GT Champion. How important was that in the decision-making process, and also from you to be able to make your submission?
Well, clearly it is a factor. Yeah, I mean, you obviously want to reach as many people as you can. Yeah, and so a worldwide platform is always very good. And obviously then having also the FIA title for a world championship is definitely something that plays a role in there. It was not the driving factor. I mean, for us, it was really important to say, hey, we got this fantastic new car, the M8, and we want to showcase it really on stage, and we want to have the story from the racetrack to the road, and we really want to do this with Le Mans, with probably the best GT race in the world. And so this was the target, and yeah, we went forward, and then obviously at that time also ACO telling us, look, we're on a good way with FIA, looks like we're going to get the world championship title. I mean, that was obviously a bit of the icing on the cake. But the decision and the plan was there before, and that certainly helped.
The ultimate driving machine still sticks in everybody's mind for BMW, and spreading the motorsport love throughout the range, as you mentioned before, is pretty much unique to BMW. Two of your customer cars having a little bit of a scrap going out onto the hats and back from the Grand Prix circuit. They're coming out of the motorcycle version of the Vidal chicane. I didn't realise you were so much into rallycross with that.
Well, you should have seen we had Timo Glock and Timo Scheider in our DTM car on the rallycross track in Hockenheim. So you see, our street race cars can do some off-roading if it's in a reasonable fashion.
Yes, absolutely. The Falcon 33 car running in 7th position at the moment with Alex Imperatori behind the wheel of that. It's a boom time for production and GT, either endurance racing or TCR, of course, is out as well. And we have this now relatively easy to follow progression with GT4, GT3, GTE, which we all still remember as GT2. That kind of makes sense. So spreading the love, as I say, across those different categories. The entry level you've done with things like the M235i, which was developed for the VLN and here, Any plans for something TCR-ish? Your smaller models going to front-wheel drive. The 1 Series is going to front-wheel drive on the Mini platform shortly. That could be something that you would look at? Would be something you would look at?
I mean, we have been successful, really successful with the 235 on an entry level, and we've done 170 of those cars, and we 170 running in the whole world. And they are really from, like, they're running in the Pirelli
We need a World
world.
Cup, don't we? We need to bring them all together and get them on the track at the same time.
We got cars running in China. We got some in the Middle East. So it's really, it has been a success story, and we think we look at it more like the coupe style car that we use there, and this is the sort of successor of the O2, the legendary O2. And that's really more what we're looking at, finding a successor for that. And TCR does really well, you have to say. Front-wheel driven, very good championship. I think very good brands in there. But we feel we would like to follow up on this entry-level thing, where we basically were were out of the regulations.
Yes.
And then go GT4, GT3, GTE, as you said. We feel that this covers the whole thing, and you never know, you know. I mean, we've got, as you said, the M4 as a GT4, the M6 as a GT3, the M8 is going to be the GTE. So what's the logic entry level then?
M2 or M1?
M2. See, there you are.
Yeah.
So that could be
work with you. I could come and work with you.
that could be a logic, and I think with our friends from M, it's just to showcase that any M model from that, let's say, limousine type is really a race car.
Yes, it has the heart of a race.
Fashion.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is the best story we can have together, and I have to say Frank van Meel and his guys in Garching, they are just doing a fantastic job in providing base cars that we then have an easier life to get a race car done from.
One of the advantages of being BMW is that you exert some influence within motorsport. You've said about sitting on the various committees, etc. The other big BMW brand, not quite as well known as M yet, but I think over the next few years it will be, is I.
Absolutely.
Now, the i8, Richard Meaden was on the Eurotunnel behind us on the way out in a very, very lovely purple i8. It is a thing of beauty. A very clever car. The i3, superb piece of engineering with the carbon fibre chassis as well. Where does BMW go with its sporting? Is there a sporting place for the I brand, either alongside or as an adjunct to the M brand?
There is definitely, and this is where we have already said we are looking at Formula E as the electric side of motorsport and racing at this point in time, a championship that is really growing very well, and we have a partnership with Team Andretti now for this and the next year. We are working on our own BMW powertrain.
And that would have been my next question.
Season 5, with everything coming together in the right way, the target is Season 5 BMW powertrain in Formula E with Andretti. And yeah, that's for us a very good fit. We are with the I brand, a partner, the vehicle partner for the series from the very first beginning. We've followed the platform, we've seen how it develops, and I've just been to Monaco with my boss, our board member for development, as well as the marketing people and the sales and marketing board member. We've looked at the platform, and you have to say, yeah, it's growing well, and it's, I think, the right place. Go into the city, bring e-mobility to the people into the city, and make them understand, hey, e-mobility is emotional, e-mobility is sporty, is dynamic, and it's not just for the brain, it's also for the stomach and the heart.
Going back to Le Mans, I well remember the glory days of the V12 LMR prototype at Le Mans, and an immediate smile from Jens Marquardt, who's sitting to my right here. I also remember that in the early years of the American Le Mans series and the great battles that you had with some of your competitors. Prototype racing, from a manufacturer point of view, at the very highest level, the hybrids have been brilliant. The technology's been fabulous. It's pushed that technology, battery technology, hybrid technology, control technology. It's pushed it forward at a rate that I don't think any of us expected. Where does that go now from a manufacturer point of view, and what would need to happen to get BMW interested in looking at winning Le Mans outright again?
Well, as you said,
It's a big question. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
no. As you said, I mean, hybrid. They've really pushed very much the limits, and I think they have done fantastic on that. Yeah, and you have to say, I think this year with all the plug-in hybrid models, we're aiming at selling 100,000 more compared to last year of those. So you see also in production cars that is now also a standard. So in that respect, I think for us to look at prototype racing, it has to be really a technology that is for us also really new and really advanced. In that respect, we have done a study. We've spoken also to the ACO and the FIA. We feel that a project like, for example, fuel cell could be something for the future. So electric, fully electric, but not with battery, with fuel cell. That is something where endurance championships and endurance racing could play a role. So, yeah, you never know. I mean,
opening up the regulations even further to other alternative forms of powertrain.
Exactly.
Because motorsport drives things forward. It doesn't matter whether it's disc brakes or headlights or traction control or engine management. Every single part of a racing car nowadays particularly doesn't trickle down, it cascades down the technology now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also it is a platform for communication. So you communicate your expertise obviously in developing race cars, but also in developing technology. Yeah, and likewise in Formula E, where you can show that you can develop a really good electric powertrain. That is something that obviously also in Le Mans, in endurance type racing, you can do with regards to very new technology, because you have to say hybrid is nowadays, I wouldn't say old technology, but now a common technology.
Yes.
So it's in so many road cars nowadays, it's not really special anymore.
We almost take it for granted in certain sectors. Yes, absolutely. I know you're very busy, so we'll finish up. I'm not going to say too much about what's going on because I don't want to. We have a phrase in English, the curse of the commentator. So when we have guests in, we don't like to say too much about what's going on. So you can't blame me, okay? Just a final thought on the GTE car. We're all very excited about BMW coming back to Le Mans. As you know, we'll be going to Le Mans for test day for Mobile One Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM in a couple of weeks, and then for the whole week on the World Wide Web and also on FM for the week itself. BMW are going to be represented at Le Mans this year, aren't they?
Yes, we're going to be represented on track with the lead car. And I think also some of the other official vehicles, and yeah, it's good for us.
Will we see a new M8 there?
I won't tell you.
Oh, you are terrible! You are terrible, Jens.
Just stay relaxed, and it's a few weeks still, so just wait and see.
I can tell you that the viewers and listeners to our services all over the world, from whether it's the Creventic Series, IMSA, here, any of the other Bathurst, any of the other endurance races that were involved in the TV and Radio 4, have been asking so many questions about BMW coming back to Le Mans. I'm sure you'll understand why I wanted to ask that. Thank you for coming back to Le Mans.
Pleasure.
Thank you for your continued support of all forms of motorsport, and particularly the ones we love, of course, which is endurance racing. And when you see him, say hello to Charlie Lamb at Schnitzer, because he is the very spirit of endurance racing, and I know he's very busy here this weekend.
Yes.
I'm sure he's loving being back here
Absolutely.
doing the endurance race. Jens Marquardt, the man at the top of BMW Motorsport, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
here.
you.
And we'll see you at Le Mans.
Oh yeah.
Come and see us.
Take
Thank
care.
you very much.
Thank
Jens
you.
Marquardt, the man at the top of BMW Motorsport globally, joining us here live on Radio Show Limited Network. We're about 5 minutes away from an update, but there was a few very standard-looking pit stops there while Jens was talking to us, Paul.
Well, yes, they were, but on the other hand, it's given us a great motor race for third, fourth, fifth and sixth places. So the 98 car was the first one to come in, the Row Racing BMW. That was Richard Westbrook to hand over to Alex Sims. So Sims back at the wheel of the number 98 car. Then we had the Schnitzer car, number 42, coming in for a routine pit stop. That was then immediately followed by the Mercedes battle that Johnny and I were getting a bit excited about before the setup, or before Jens Marquardt turned up, and before we then got into the series of pit stops. They had identical pit stops, and they've come out almost identically in position. What I can tell you is that it's Adam Christodoulou at the wheel of the number 1 Mercedes, and he has achieve what he was trying to do, which was to get past the number 50 HTP car. And so the number 1 Mercedes-Benz has actually now got itself not only ahead of that car, but also as a result of a pit stop for the number 42, ahead of that car as well. So for the first time, and this is the highest that a Mercedes has been all race, we have the number 1 SAP Black Falcon Mercedes in 4th place overall, behind 2 Audis and BMW. So there's still enough time for this to turn into a bit of a thrilling race. Well, it is a thrilling race. As I say, great battle is going on, and good driving as well by Adam Christodoulou in order to get the lead. He took the car over from Manuel Metzger. It was Metzger who was challenging the HTP car before, and now Adam Christodoulou. What I haven't managed to do is to find out who it is at the wheel of the number 50 HTP car. So that's what's been happening in the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. As far as the lead battle between the 2 Audis is concerned, Lant Motorsport does seem to have the upper hand. It wasn't that long ago we were talking about it having gone out from a minute to a minute and a half. Well, now it's up to 2 minutes, and that's really in the space of 2 stints. And Kelvin van der Linde, having been able to pull away from Robin Freins, he stayed behind the wheel of the Lant Motorsport car at the last pit stop. Marcel Fessler has taken over again, and sadly Marcel isn't able to keep up either. And even though we've had yellow flags during some of this last stint, still Kelvin van der Linde has been able to open up at a rate of about 4 or 5 seconds per lap on Marcel Fessler in the WRT Audi. So the gap first to second going out, but the battle really on now to see whether or not the Black Falcon Mercedes number 1, Adam Christodoulou, is going to be able to close in on the number 98 Row Racing BMW. So it's been quite exciting, and Johnny Palmer, having had a bit of a lie down, I think you've been following what's been going on.
I have,
and,
yes. It's metaphorically speaking, had a lie down. Yes, I was still very much active. It's unusual that the WRT can't find an answer to this at the moment. They're by far the more experienced Audi team, aren't they? Because Lant Motorsport still relatively young in their career.
Certainly at this level,
right?
That's true. I mean, Lant has been in the ADAC GT Masters for a little while, but no, at this level, Lant is far much more like the newcomers, whereas WRT very much an Audi team, although has to be said, more specialists of the Spa 24 hours than the Nurburgring 24 hours.
Yes.
You know, you look at the
being a Belgian team, you would expect that perhaps.
Exactly. You look at the Nurburgring and you instantly think about Phoenix. And you know, it's not been a Phoenix race at all, sadly for them. But anyway, so there we go. So it's all happening. As far as how long we have to go, both the Kevin van der Linde and Marcel Fessler on their 7th lap out of what will almost certainly be an 8-lap stint. So another 2 laps for each of them as we head rapidly towards the last 4 hours, and therefore 20 hours of this race have been completed.
Yeah, so we are working our way towards another half hour, if you like, when you're looking at the clock, but it will complete another full hour in the race. 20 hours done and just the 4 to go. We have a definite pattern forming up at the head of the order as Audi Team Lant continue to dominate this race, and any hope that WRT might be able to close the gap seems to whittle away during the middle portion of the stints, because the gap, as Paul has mentioned, is now up to a full 2 minutes, or at least it was at the start of this lap 132. You're listening to the Radio Show Limited Network. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge. It's Paul Truswell, Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer, and with 4 hours to go, here's our latest hourly update.
Live from the Eiffel Mountains, this is RadioLeMans.com.
And Joe Bradley is always traditionally very, very prepared, but I think you might be missing 1 or 2 classes that you have to do on the fly here.
That's because I've been for a metaphorical lie down, hasn't it? Listening intently to the John's interview.
Did you enjoy that big glass of a latte that you were enjoying?
That was tea.
Was it tea?
Yes,
tea.
I thought tea made in England as well.
You've been very continental there.
Hourly update time though, Johnny, and dominating this race, it appears, the 2017 Nurburgring 24 Hours is going to be all about the number 29 Land Audi. Continues to lead, and the gap, as the car has just come past the pits, the gap just over a minute and a half as we stand. In second place now at the wheel of the WRT Audi is Marcel Fassler, and the 98 BMW remains in third place. Our SP7 class looks like this. The number 66 Manthey Porsche in 21st place. Overall, Cup 3 is still in the hands of the Teichmann Racing Porsche Cayman. That's car 308 in 32nd place overall. SP6 is still the number 76 Porsche in 51st place overall. SP8 is still in the grip of the Aston Martin GT8, car number 7 in 24th place overall. Cup 5 class, 45th overall is car 249. That's the FK Performance BMW 235. Our SP8T is car 40. That's the Sogren Sport BMW 335 in 37th place overall. SP5 in 65th place overall is the number 83 Leuthäuser BMW 1, and the V4 class is still in the hands of the number 156 Sogren Sport BMW 325, and he's lying in around about the 73rd place. Let me just see if I can find him, because he was the only one that I hadn't scribbled down. 71st overall is the Sogren Sport BMW in the V4 class. That's another hourly update. 4 hours to go. We are at that point where it all becomes ever so important to be where you need to be, because we're getting to that part in the race where we've speculated before. This race, like any other endurance race, when you think about it, is all about being on the lead lap when it counts. Well, Johnny and Paul, we are getting to the point where it is about to count for everything.
Can I ask you a massive favour, Joe?
Go ahead.
Because we, I reckon, can get Steph Dusseldorp into the commentary box to continue the BMW theme, but it might require you to just scoot along the first floor balcony to collect him.
Who's he with?
With Killer, with Stephen Kilby from dailysportscar.com, and they're just waiting at the barrier there just to be sent through, because you have the relevant passes, you see. So we'll try and get Dusseldorp into the box at ASAP.
And he, of course, one of the drivers of the 33 Falcon Tyres-sponsored Porsche, which is kind of sometimes in the top 6 and sometimes falls back a little bit. And I have to say, at the moment, that car has fallen back by just a little bit. Steph Dusseldorp having done the last stint very rapidly indeed, but the car at the moment is struggling in the hands of Alexander Imperatori. And why is that? It's just come out of the pits, and the pit stop time for the number 33 car was... Oh no, it came in early for its pit stop. That was the issue. Yeah, it was a short stint.
Yeah, he's been out...
3 laps.
33 car?
The 33 car did a 3-lap. Sorry, he's on his out lap at the moment. So he's on his out lap, but he came in after a 3-lap stint, and that's why the car has fallen back.
Just over the line now.
7 next to it. Never mind. He was pushing hard. That was the car when Jens Marquardt, the man at the head of BMW's motorsport globally, that we were watching him going rally crossing, let's not forget, at the end of the Grand Prix track. Whilst Joe's disappeared, Paul, can we project forward in time and remind our viewers and listeners of how the regulations change as we get close to the end of the laps, particularly with reference to pit stops and mandatory pit stop times? Because there's a part of me that looks at that and looks at where we are now and thinks that could be actually quite important.
Yeah, well, exactly, and this is what the teams will be doing as well. So you start at the top. We've got 4 hours, just under 4 hours to go, and the minimum pit stop table continues to apply until we have 70 minutes of the race remaining. When we have 70 minutes of the race remaining, the minimum pit stop time, rather than depending on the number of laps you've just completed in the stint. It depends on the number of minutes there are left in the race. So the further we get to go to the end of the race, so you have to change your minimum pit stop time accordingly. But what the teams will be trying to do is to ensure that the final pit stop happens in the last 30 minutes of the race, because then there is no minimum pit stop time at all required. So that's what they're going to be trying to do. Now, at the moment, both of the leading two, the Land Motorsport car and the WRT car, the two Audis, are both planning a pit stop. If the speed that they're doing at the moment continues to the end of the race, will both get a pit stop in the last half hour of the race, which is exactly what they're planning to do. However, if we have a period of slow running, then they'll not do as many laps, and that will be pushed out, and they'll be able to get through without a pit stop at all. What's interesting is that gap just seems to be going up and up and up, that the Land Motorsport just seems to have the legs on the WRT car. Right, well, that's the situation we are going forward. Yeah. I think, Johnny, we can now look back a little bit at how it's been going at the Falcon Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, Falcon Motorsport's here with two cars, one being the 44 Porsche, one being the 33 BMW M6, both on Falcon tyres. You don't get any prizes for knowing that fact. And thank you to Stephen Kilby of dailysportscar.com for getting Steph Dusseldorp here in the box. It's been an entertaining run for you guys in the 33, but we have just spotted, Steph, a slightly earlier pit stop on this stint. The car's now back in the race, but what was the concern there, first of all?
We had Alex had a slight contact with the Z4 from Balkenhorst, just after the fast chicane, just before entering the Nordschleife. Looks like his rim got dent, and he got a tyre failure a little bit further on.
Was that when he went off on the grass then? Rally crossing?
I haven't seen it actually, because I was on my way to take a shower when I heard the commentator screaming about the Falcon 33, so I ran back as soon as I could, but yeah, I was too late to capture anything on video.
I suppose you're ultimately concentrated on your stint, and then you step out of the car and you think, oh, right, I can relax now. As you say, you go away to have a bit of a rest and just to kind of towel yourself down, and then you think high alert again because something might kick off with one of your co-drivers on board.
Yeah. It's always difficult, Every time we started from P36, and then every time you slowly move forward, and in the beginning everything is more relaxed, but the more the race goes on, we went higher and higher, and when I finished my stint I was P4, depending a little bit on strategy, so it's difficult to say exactly where we are. But if you're P4, you're pretty damn close to a podium, which would be awesome anyway. And then the nerves kick in as well. So I wanted to have a shower and prepare for my last outing, but I had to wait a little bit.
Paul Trustwell giving me information that we have the leader and the number 9, the second place car, due in, expected in on this lap. 36th then to 11th at the moment. The key question there is, how have you managed to do that?
The Falcon tires, they just go on and on. It seems like, and rumors go that every other tire manufacturer has some issues with reliability. The longer the stint goes on, the more degradation they have on tires. But Falcon built a really good tire, and they brought enough of all tires. So all the compounds we have are suited for the different situations we have. So the soft ones worked really well in the night, and now onto the mediums and the hard ones, which seem to be working well, and we can push for the full stint, full 8 laps, and we make ground in the last couple of laps, and so far until the 2 laps ago we had no mistakes, and everything went according to plan. So you move forward then.
Much has been made of this battle between Dunlop and Michelin, and Audi's decision to head away from the French rubber and go for the Dunlop tyre. Is it kind of nice to be out of that controversy and ploughing your own furrow? But it looks like with a bit of success with Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, we're always focused on our own. It's very difficult to compare directly with the other ones because the tires are so different. In normal conditions, like in the VLNs and the quali race, I guess maybe we don't have the fastest rubber. But then again, I mean, we're pretty fast now, and at least we have the consistency to run and push for the full 8 laps. So it's nice to to be safe tire-wise, but the focus is always fully on our own on the tires.
Alex Imperatori at the wheel of the car right now. You're also sharing with Marcus Seefried and Peter Dumbreck, who I think started the car. Although we were getting a slight glitches on the system suggesting that certain drivers were at the wheel, and that wasn't necessarily the case.
Alex started the car.
Okay,
yeah.
right. What is it like to have Peter Dumbreck in the car, though, with a man with such experience?
Yeah, it's really nice, and especially here, you know, we joke all the time because I think it's already his 11th time with Falcon. So everyone, all the Falcon fans, they know him, and that's why all the attention goes to him. So we're a little bit off the journalists and everything, which is perfect. But you know, Peter has so much experience with the Nordschleife, with the team, with everyone. So it's really nice and all-round good guy to have around.
And is it tricky to get him to shut up about that really hot lap he did recently? Because I'd imagine there's quite a bit of bragging going on there.
We used to call him superstar, world record holder, everything. But yeah, we got noticed he's already beaten by the McLaren P1. So he's not the fastest one anymore.
No, that's a fair point.
Paul? Just a question from me, really, looking at what you've done through the race thus far. I think I'm right in saying every single pit stop you've changed drivers, you've not double stinted at all. Any particular reason for that? Is it hot, or was that just the strategy you had from the get-go?
No, it's really what we discussed before the race. Because the stints are pretty long, you have a decent amount of rest in between. It's easy to manage, and yeah, we have aircon in the car, so actually the temperature is pretty nice. It's just more relaxing to drive one stint and then make sure you're completely fresh for the next one again.
And the nature of the pit stop, always having the minimum time for a pit stop, that gives you the time to kind of check around the car and do any other little bits and pieces that need doing.
Yeah, you have so much time during the pit stop. You don't have to over-haste anything.
Yeah.
You can have a chat. You can talk to the other driver going in. What's happening on track? Where maybe there's some oil, maybe there's some yellow flags, whatever. So you really have time to get each other up to date.
And the car has had no problems, has it? I mean, apart from this just one recent one, it's been smooth as silk, hasn't it?
Yeah, the car is running great.
Don't want to say too much about that.
No, exactly. That's why I thought I'll leave it at that.
Interesting point from Conor De Filippi driving the number 29 car right now, in fact, making a comment to the local speakers, local commentators, about how he'd had 2 punctures, I think, on that car. And he said in places the track has quite a bit of debris offline, bits of car that have slowly accumulated, and obviously tyre pickup as well that you need to be wary of. But have you noticed that the track's been tricky in certain areas?
Yeah, it's really, you know, like you have to be really careful on where you're overtaking offline. Can be really dirty. Of course, there's a lot of pickup, but there's after so much hours of racing, there's a lot of carbon parts and all the other stuff lying around. Yeah, careful if you're overtaking to not hit anything with the tires.
Yeah, it's just fascinating to me to just, you know, you're heading into a bit of a minefield every single lap, and you'll know, I suppose, where the safe places are to put laps on cars, but sometimes you don't have a choice about going offline.
No, it's really tricky, and that's also why we chose to have only single stints. You have to be fully focused, and especially in the morning, and now you can see a lot of drivers are getting more and more tired. The slower cars on track, the people run more or less for fun, or maybe are not that well prepared physically. So, you know, in the end they get more and more tired, and they have to focus fully to keeping their car on track. So it's potential danger for us as overtaking. So you really have to be careful on to considering, has he seen me? Is it safe to go here? Do I want to take the risk, or that kind of stuff? Yeah.
So one more stint for you, we think.
Normally, yes. The schedule has been a little bit changed now since the pit stop, but normally should be another few laps for me at the end.
And still feeling fresh?
Still feeling fresh.
Good.
Could use a shower now, but no. For the rest, it's you know, with 4 cars, or with 4 drivers, it's pretty easy.
That Carlos does look very, very smart in the Falcon livery. Thank you, Steph, for popping into the commentary box. We will allow you to head away now and get that shower and get prepared for your final 8 laps or so around the Nordschleife.
Thank you for having me.
Well done so far, and we wish the 33 car well. In 10th position now, with Alex Imperatori at the wheel, Paul.
Yes, but only 30 seconds behind the 9th place car, which is another BMW M6 entered by Schubert Motorsport, and that is only 30 seconds behind the Wochenspiegel Ferrari number 22. So, you know, just take a moment to think. Here we are over 20 hours into this race and just 30 seconds separating those 4 or 5 cars. Meanwhile, a little bit further up, there's a brilliant ding-dong battle going on. I'm not quite sure if the TV cameras are covering it or not, but the number 1 car, which we know is now in the hands of Adam Christodoulou, not content with getting past the HTP Motorsport Mercedes to make his car the best of the Mercedes AMG cars, but also he's now in a splendid battle with the number 42 BMW, the Schnitzer car that has been delayed along the way, and not quite sure who we've got in the 42 Schnitzer at the moment. So I've got a feeling Tom Blomqvist might have handed it to Marco Wittmann, actually. Try and check on that one, because I think I do have a message on that car, but they've actually been swapping places time and time again. It's not that one is quicker than the other and is drawing up and closing in and then driving away. It's a bit more like a proper sprint where one overtakes one and then they come back and they go through the next corner and they go back again the other way around. So a great battle between the 42 BMW and the number 1 Adam Christodoulou driven Black Falcon Mercedes, and that is the battle for 4th place, which could quite easily turn into the battle for the last step of the podium, because the Row Racing BMW is on a slightly different refuelling schedule and may well find itself at a disadvantage, although at the moment it is only 1 lap different in the refuelling schedule, but they'll be looking carefully at how they're going to get the car from here to the finish in the remaining 3.5 hours or so.
Car 702 heading down to the Yokohama S to start lap 125, and this is the second best of the SCG 003Cs. Got one of them in 18th position and one in 24th according to the screen readout. 23rd on my screen, but that's no doubt adjusted as the cars reshuffle at the start of this lap. And then right behind the 702 on the timing and scoring screen is the number 7 Aston Martin GT8.
And between the two Glickenhausers in the SPX is the Manthey Racing Cayman, the Porsche number 150 that could be in the SP10 class but isn't, so instead it's running as the SPX, and that car at the moment separating the two Glickenhausers, if you look at SPX as a class on its own, which you may choose to do, because although the performance of the Glickenhausers is comparable with the SP9s, there is actually a separate class for them, and that is the class that the SP10, normally SP10 Cayman would be in, but for Manthey Racing deciding that they wanted to be in the SPX class for this race, that car then is second in the SPX class.
Yeah, and that would make it, if they were SP9 cars, 18th, 20th, and then the number 702 car, the 20th position for the 150, which is also an SPX car, the Porsche Cayman 981 GT4, the Manthey Racing entered car.
Yeah, that's kind of not an... there's different classes of SPX, isn't there, somehow, depending on how they got there, sort of thing. But yeah, it's an interesting way that the SPXs have panned themselves out. And the other one, I suppose, to mention is the SP7 class leader, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class cars, the number 66 car leading that class in 21st place overall. So it's taken a long time for those cars to get themselves up onto the top screen, but they are beginning to get there now.
Yes, true. Almost into the top 20 for car 66. And that means that how far clear is it from its nearest rival in SP7? Well clear by the looks of things. The 54 car is second in SP7, which is the team with no name. But they're running their Porsche 991 Carrera Cup car. Winnie Moore, Bill Cameron and Peter Bonk.
Is very nearly 3/4 of an hour down the road.
So it is just the 3 drivers allocated to that car. Peter from Senden in Germany, and Willie Moore, Bill Cameron, both from the UK.
Yeah, that's the 54 car, 70 in 34th overall, second in the SP7 class.
Joe Bradley's back with us. The 99 Row Racing Mercedes just heading through the really quick stuff on the Nordschleife and has traffic up ahead, but I think that's an SP9 car actually just heading out onto the Dottinger Höhe is where the 99 is. And the car up ahead of it on the timing screen at least is the 33. That's about right, actually. Yes, that's for position. So 0.4 of a second now between Imperatore and the 99 M6.
We're not far from a class lead change due to the Glickenhaus, the 704 Glickenhaus, being out of this race now. That car is about to have the SPX class lead taken from it by the number 150 Manthey Racing Porsche Cayman GT4 CS, and that's going to happen in a couple of laps, so about 20-30 minutes time we'll be seeing that happen.
Here comes the 99 down pit road, and it will jink right to make sure it goes over the ride check roller bar. And if that spins, it's bad news. But the BMW, I think, has gone over there with no issues. And the headlights flashing on that car as part of the pit lane speed limiter mechanism. Lights then turn off as the team descend on the pit lane apron. And looks like the bonnet may be about to be lifted just to check the engine bay. And there are 4, in fact, the whole of the bonnet lid comes off. That gives them far greater access in the 99. New driver being installed, and 4 Michelin tyres ready to be bolted onto that number 9 M6 as well, 99 M6 as well.
Just a bit of a visual inspection there from the team. I'm not really sure whether they were checking on something specific, just a general look around, see if there's anything leaking. Clearly there wasn't, Johnny.
No.
So the bonnet's now back onto the 99 BM.
Yes, very, very quick inspection, as you put it. And frustrating, really, for the driver of the 99, because it was so close to being able to take that place away from Steph Dusseldorp's 33 car, although with Alexandra Imperatore at the wheel now. And at the 99, at the wheel of the 99, either Philippe Eng, Alex Sims, Maxime Martin or Marc Basseng. And again, the 2 Row Racing cars have Alex Sims, well, cleared to drive them. I saw Alex at about 4 o'clock this morning coming out of the Row Racing hospitality unit, looking a bit weary and blinking in as if he'd just got up after a snooze. Wears spectacles these days as well, Alex Sims, but with the hands device on, he sort of was trudging his way down the steps, thinking, oh, another 8 laps for me to do. I think there are certain moments during this race, despite us being very envious of racing drivers, where even at 4 in the morning they'd probably prefer to be left in bed just for another hour.
Or another 7.
Or another 7 hours, yes. But there is something about racing this place at night which I think will just coax them back into the car, and they'll think, oh no, I realise why I still want to do this.
They do
Lots of fun.
I mean, they do. I suppose that the biggest thing to manage is the adrenaline and the excitement. It's going to be very. They get enough rest. They get, you know, good 6-7 hours.
Yeah,
well, potentially
especially
8 hours.
well, potentially 4 drivers. A lot of them listed as 4, and many of the cars actually running with 3. But even so,
it's tricky. You know, the drivers that I do know find it very, very difficult to relax enough to get a proper 6-7 hours sleep.
Yeah.
Because they are, you know, they're piped up. They're competitive. They're competitive. They want to know how they're doing. They want to keep in touch with.
And the brain never truly switches off, I don't think, when you're just drifting. You know, you might get 2 or 3 hours sleep, but then they have the ability to be able to attack this place sleep deprived, where you have to have your senses on high alert throughout.
I think it depends a little bit how you engage with things. I mean, it was quite interesting when Adam Christodoulou was up here, and he was saying to John Heintoff that was it you or John? I think it was John Heintoff. He was saying that he has no problem at all in switching off and getting a couple of hours sleep if there are a couple of hours in which to sleep. You know, and and yet there are other drivers who engage so much with what's going on that you can see them when the car's out there. They're constantly, and Steph,
they're in the pits, aren't they? They're in the back of the pits.
And Steph, he was going to get a shower, and then he heard the commentator saying that the car had had a rally crossing moment. He's immediately running back to the garage. Well, what's he going to do? I mean, he's not actually... But it's because he's engaged with it. And if you are engaged with it, and I mean, I can speak this from personal experience, I get myself engaged in the race, and then here I am at nearly midday, having not had any sleep. But you're still there. I mean, I may not be as sharp as I would have been had I had a good night's sleep, but something switches in and kicks you in with all the chemicals that your brain needs to keep working.
I'm glad you've pointed that out, Paul. We would never have noticed you being as engaged as you have described, because he always comes across as quite blasé, doesn't he? When John was interviewing the
Jens Marquardt,
you were pacing around like a caged tiger, because the interview went on. Very interesting interview, excellent interview, and very informative. But you were staying engaged with the race, and I wish I'd videoed you, Paul, and said, "Look at you! Talk about the kid running down to see how the car's done."
And as I say, you have to know how you work as how your body works and how you respond to different inputs in order to get the best out of yourself. And I think that's a lot of what marks out a good driver, is being able to deal with his own emotions. And
if he tried to do something differently, he would probably find that would knock his equilibrium completely out. So he has to stay engaged. That adrenaline, he's a lot younger than us as well, of course.
There is
but the adrenaline will remain throughout this event.
I find the schnitzel sandwiches help as well.
They are true.
You're right.
Have you tried it with the mustard as well?
No, didn't.
Oh, you need the mustard.
By the way, if you missed the Jens Marquardt interview that happened at 11 o'clock through till very nearly half 11 local time with John Hindhoff, with Jens Marquardt, who is the co-director of the motorsport division of BMW. I think that the plan is to replay that on Wednesday night as part of the midweek motorsport show between 8 and 10 UK time. So you'll have another opportunity to listen to that. Plus, it'll all be archived and podcasted in due course. And thank you to Tim Gray and lots of other people, including Toby Gillies, who've been working hard back in London to make sure that the podcasts are turned around with speed. Kerry Cobb as well.
About time we had BMW back to Le Mans, and fantastic to see them getting involved in a GTE programme. It's about time. It's just it would be nice to think of. I know John mentioned LMPs and using competition as a way of developing excellence and technology. Has always been the way forward. Has always been the way. And the disc brakes were first seen on a race car. They're cascaded down to our road vehicles, and you wouldn't dream of. In fact, it's very rare. You've got to go way back to quite a classic sort of motor before you go anywhere near a drum brake, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess so. That was a good while ago. But the technology comes through, all the modern day diesel technology, the hybrid stuff that is now the height of technology within road cars, and then Jens mentioning the direction that they're taking as far as the electrical side of motorsport is concerned now. Interested in Formula E and the i8 as well, with development work continuing on that. So it is a time for much more progress for BMW, who are firmly focused on motorsport, and they're coming back to Le Mans. Down towards the first of the sequence of corners on the Grand Prix track is the number 22 Ferrari. The only Ferrari, 488, run by Wochenspiegel team Monschau. Monschau, a town about 65 k's away from the Nurburgring. So very local team. And that car is going strongly still in 8th place.
Now, if it was your 68th birthday, Johnny, could you think of a better place to be than here at the Nurburgring, out there spectating at this event, like Alan Dale is? A big happy birthday to Alan Dale from his good friend Ricky Coomer, who's a familiar name on RadioLeMans.com. Usually competes in the Creventic series. So Alan Dale, out there, have a beer on us. And Ricky's saying, just give him your bar bill. He'll sort it out, seeing as it's your birthday.
I'm not sure either whether we wished Marcel Fessler a happy birthday for yesterday, But as Saturday became Sunday, I forgot to do that during my shifts. But Marcel Fessler's birthday on the Saturday of this race, as Conor Di Filippi on course for a, from what I've been told, single stint in the 29 car, heads over the line.
But he's only done 2 laps of his current stint, so he's got a little while to go yet before he comes to the end of the stint. The stint which will come to an end more quickly is the number 98 car, which is currently Alex Sims behind the wheel of 98, and he will be in not at the end of the lap that he's about to complete. He's as I say, about to come across the start-finish line now, but as he then comes across the line, he'll be completing the 6th lap of his stint, and then he'll have 2 more to go after that. So the situation with the road racing BMW up into 2nd place for the moment, that will carry on for another couple of laps, and then he will be into the pits. Now, when he does come into the pits for that stop, he'll have 2 more stops to make after that. So we are getting into that phase where you need to start looking for how are you going to handle the last splash of fuel, and can you push it out into the last half hour? Now, as I say, that's where luck begins to play its part, because it all depends on how fast the pace is. Joe will be able to tell us whether or not there's any yellow zones around the circuit. Certainly looking at the lap times, it looks pretty green around there.
There's no yellows at the moment, guys. And if you are watching from wherever you're watching from at home, and you're wondering what sort of an event this is and just how big it is, 205,000 people, 205,000 fans have attended this event this weekend. That just tells you the enormity of that.
That's an awful, I mean, no, I can't even think about the beer mountain that represents. I mean, it's
well, you guys were out there.
Yeah, well, that's why I suddenly
started
to translate it into bottles of beer.
I wonder how many litres of beer have been drunk this week.
Yeah, because most people have been there since the weekend.
These guys have been out. They started building their makeshift structures and grandstands and campsites a week ago. So they've been drinking since they got here.
Not all of them. Not all the time.
Pretty much all of them.
Not all of them, not all the time.
They're German. Yes, they have. Majority have.
Yeah,
I know we haven't.
No, it is. It's a phenomenal crowd, and obviously the weather has played a huge role in that. So it's fantastic stuff. Okay, so as I say, we could start trying to work out how this is going to back time itself out. I think, if anything, the BMW, the road racing car, is going to find that it will have to do its final stop within with more than half an hour of the race remaining. Now, if you come in for your last stop with more than half an hour of the race remaining, you are constrained by a minimum stop time. Whereas for the race leader, the Land Motorsport car and the WRT car, they're going to be able to make their final stop. If at all they need it, they might be able to actually stretch the final tank full of fuel to the very end of the race. But they're both going to be on the same strategy. The problem, I think, that the WRT team has is that at the moment they just cannot match the lap times of the Land car. And, I mean, they're identical cars, presumably. They're running on the same tyres. Presumably they've got everything else set up the same. One doesn't know all of the details, but it has been consistent for the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 hours of this race that the Land car, doesn't really matter who's driving it, Johnny, it just pulls away.
And that suggests it is down to the car rather than the skill of the driver. But I would guess that the window of setup, when you come here with an Audi R8 and you go, right, what do we need? A bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of the other to get it round the Nordschleife at the quick time. And it's not necessarily, you're not hitting a marker, you're kind of going for compromise between your 3 or 4 drivers and trying to make it quick on most of the track, but not all. And it's almost as if Lant have got things slightly more on the nose than WRT.
You might think, when you look at this track, when you first drive around it, you might think we need a lot of downforce here. And you don't really. It's a quite a low downforce circuit, this. You need to have a lot of speed. There are a lot of fast sections where you're absolutely at the maximum. And yes, you're going through sweeps and turns. It is a compromise between grip through the corners and speed on the straights. And usually you go for the low downforce.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose the other things you can change are things like spring ratings, camber.
How they use the curbs, how the car goes over the bumps, how it leaps and lands.
Lands. Very good, Lands Motorsport.
They've got it very
I mean,
well wound up.
I have to say, without counting any chickens, we're still just under 3.5 hours of the race remaining, that the performance thus far by Lant has been extremely impressive. And as I say, now they've had to start putting the pressure on. They've been able to turn up the wick a little bit. And thus far, WRT, even with the skills of Robin Freins, Nico Muller, Marcel Fessler, they've put Nico Muller back in the car, which means they've skipped somebody else in the driver lineup, doesn't it? It's Rene Rast. Where's Killer gone? Is he still here? No, he's vanished.
He's eating.
Is he?
Well, usually is.
Yeah. We'll try and find somebody else. Yes, we must try and set somebody off in motion to find out whether Rene is okay, because he hasn't done anywhere near as much driving in that number 9 car as I would have expected him to.
Had that phenomenal opening stint in the 9. And led the race, didn't he? He led the second lap, I seem to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. He set the fastest lap of the race early on.
Yes.
He was rested during the night. They skipped him on the rotation during the night.
Okay.
And then come the dawn, sunrise, he was put in the car again, and I thought, oh, here we go. Fast laps from Rene Rast. He's going to nail this and really bring the car up and start challenging the Land car. He did one stint in which he nearly set the fastest lap, but not quite. I got all excited at one point because I thought he had done. Did the one stint, but then didn't stay in to do the second stint, and then got out of the car, walked away.
Right.
And since then,
he's not been in the car since.
Not been in the car since. So I will talk to Martin Haven and see if I can get an idea off him.
So the fastest lap of the race is still the one, I think, set at about 3:45 this morning, 3:30, 4:45. I was definitely on shift when Kelvin van der Linde set a really good time.
There was the fastest lap of the race is by the Ferrari number 22, and we think it was Danny Kylevitz, but that's a bit of a think. And it was an 8 minutes 19.375. Okay. Before that, the fastest lap had been set by the Glickenhaus. Jeff Westphal had done an 8 minutes 21.2, and the Van der Linde time, which was set just before 3 o'clock in the morning, was an 8 minutes 22.2.
That's the one I remember.
So the Van der Linde one from the Audi was the 8:22.282, and that is still the fastest lap that car has set. No, it's not. Since then, it's done 8:22.1. So it has gone quicker than it went in the middle of the night, but it hasn't gone quickest of all.
And how does the Daniel Kylevitz lap in the race compare to that one that he set in qualifying on Friday morning?
It's nearly 5 seconds slower.
Okay.
So it was an 8 minutes 19, his best lap in the race. The best lap that Kylevitz set in qualifying was an 8 minutes 14.5.
Right. Yeah.
So I think a lot of that, and we heard it from Steph Dusseldorf, didn't we, that the track has got a lot of dust and dirt, and inevitably the use of 24 hours of driving round and round. And it has been so dry as well. That's produced quite a lot of dust, I feel. The circuit itself is a lot quieter now, which is good for good lap times, but it's not quite been on the pace of qualifying.
Drama for one of the top 3 SP7 cars, Joe.
It's the Capelia, I think I'm saying that right, Capelia Motorsport Race for Kids Porsche 911 Cup car just pulled off the track.
I say Capella, but you say it however you want.
I think I just have.
Race for Kids car. That's been in the lead of the class, I remember, earlier on in the race, battling with the 66 Manthey Racing Porsche Cup car. Slipped to 3rd place right now and 39th in the overall standings, but obviously that's going to change. It's already changed to 40th position. How far away?
That's just outside. He's just come through Brunchen.
Yeah.
And as you come through Brunchen and then you kind of go over a blind brow into the Pflanzgarten, he's just pulled the car off to the right-hand side. He's out of the way. He's not in any way, shape or form causing any kind of issue there.
The problem for
and it
that
just
team,
rolled to a halt, though, Johnny. It didn't,
yes.
It's just kind of trickled to a halt. So mechanical problem, it looks like.
The problem for the team is that on the same lap and not very far away is the 4th place car in SP7, number 62, the Gigaspeed team Get Speed Performance Porsche Cup car of Janine Hill, John Schaffner, Arno Klassen and Duncan Houseman. And that car, I reckon, yeah, it's got to be on this lap. The 62 will jump ahead of the 68 and take 3rd position in a hotly contested SP7 division. And it's a class that is still led by number 66 from 24th overall, the Manthey Racing Porsche Cup car. So it's still the Aust, Overhaus, Jan and Bollrath driven number 66 Porsche that leads the class.
Now that car, the 68 Porsche, is not that far from the recovery area that we know is just outside, on the outside of the Flansgarten. We've seen cars being recovered there and repaired or picked up from by a truck and brought back to the pits. So if it isn't terminal on the 68, we may see that car get back into this race. With just coming up to getting towards the 3-hour mark now, aren't we?
Yes, I think the story with those recovery areas, as I think we've begun to call them, is you can either get a rescue truck, get the AA, as it were, to come and tow you home, but that means going out on the public roads and suffering whatever you might get on the public road and whatever traffic jams there might be, or you can try and fix the car where it is and then drive it back on the track. And you've got to kind of work out what's wrong with it before you decide what's the best thing to do. As I say, it's a bit like when you break down and call the AA. Sometimes they can lash something together to help you get to your destination. Other times they say you're better off going home and getting a rental car for this journey.
Yeah, and of course we've got to get it. It's still just on the outside, on the runoff area.
Yeah, we've got to get it to the recovery area first.
The service area.
We're very close to seeing a change in the class lead in SPX. You mentioned it might take about half an hour or so. Well, at the end of this lap, the 150 car is going to come across the line to put 127 laps in the book, and that will bring it up to the same lap as the now retired 704 Glickenhaus car after that smacked the barrier pretty heavily. So
Great job, Johnny, by the recovery team. That 68 Porsche is already on the back of a tow, is already on a tow rope and being pulled along. He's on the track at the moment and he's heading towards Schwalbenschwanz. I'm not sure they've taken the option of going in that service area. I think
it might take him all the way back to the pit lane.
I think he has.
The Adam Christodoulou charge has once it's reached an inauspicious close, but I think he's got as far as he can go. I thought there was a point where he was going to be able to challenge Marco Wittmann in the number 42 Schnitzer BMW, but that challenge has faded a little bit as the Schnitzer BMW has been lapping more rapidly the last couple of laps and has been able to open the gap. Although on that last lap just coming through, Christodoulou right on the tail, just 2.5 seconds now behind the Schnitzer BMW. There must have been some traffic that held up number 42 on that lap because they've come through very close together indeed. I don't know if you're getting any pictures of this, but it's very close, Johnny.
42's pitted.
Oh, is he? Is that why?
That's what's condensed things. Yeah.
Yes, okay, that'll be why. Right. Got excited for nothing.
That's right. I mean, I think Christodoulou was pushing, but you know, it's helped by the fact that the 42 needed to stop before the 1. And when are we expecting the 1 in?
At the end of the lap that he's on. And to be fair, I was expecting the BMW to go for another lap as well because they both came out together, 42 and 1. And in fact, when they came out of the pits, Christodoulou was ahead. Or was he? What are we on that? 130. They were very close together when they came into the pits. That's right, because they had between them at that point the number 50 HTP motorsport car. Christodoulou got past the HTP car, and then for a lap got past the Schnitzer car. Then the Schnitzer car got back past him again, so it was turn and turn about. And then from the rest of the stint, Christodoulou was just chasing as hard as he could. And I just wonder whether, as a result of all that pushing, the number 42 Schnitzer car has decided to call it a day on the tyres before he's reached the end of his fuel and stop after 7 laps, whereas Christodoulou has gone on to do an 8th lap, and that will help him stretch the fuel and possibly gain the advantage later on in the race in the closing stages. This is the leading Mercedes we're talking about in 5th place overall, but challenging for 4th and keeping the fingers crossed that some evil might befall either one of the Audis or the BMW off ahead of them to allow Mercedes onto the podium. And that will be a question for Graham Goodwin. When did we last have a Nurburgring 24 hours without a Mercedes on the podium? I'll have to do that research myself because Graham Goodwin's not here.
Now that 68th race for kids Porsche, I feel a bit like an air traffic controller here with my GPS. As it was halfway down the Dottinger Hohe, it just went off my screen. So that, to me, indicates he's gone out onto the public road, which pretty much runs parallel to the Dottinger Hohe racetrack. Part of the racetrack, I should say. Oh, no, he's reappeared. He's still on the Dottinger Hohe. So, as Paul said, the car is being recovered via the racetrack all the way to the pits. He's being towed, so that car still being recovered. So won't be long before we see those yellows following it round, being retrieved and put away.
We have a new SPX leader in the form of the 150 Manthey Racing Porsche Cayman 981 GT4 CS, but don't fill anything in yet for your hourly update, Joe, because it is being hotly pursued by the 702 Glickenhaus. So 704 might be out of the race, but SCG and Trower Motorsport could still be on for victory in SPX. Way quicker through Sector 1 and again through Sector 2. And I'm now waiting for those two cars, 150 and 702, to see in what order they come through Sector 3 in.
What's the gap at the moment, Johnny? Is that about 7 seconds?
Well, it was 7 seconds at the line, but 6 seconds eaten out of it, out of the first sector, and then another 5 seconds found in the second sector. So I reckon probably the 702 is by.
Yeah.
So, you know, no sooner do we have the 150 into the class lead, that we have the 702 now overtaking that Cayman. Just waiting for them to split, to go through the split time, the timing loop at the end of Sector 3 to get that confirmed. It's a question of whether there are enough gaps in the traffic and enough straight bits of the Nordschleife for the Glickenhaus to get by.
It's a funny class, that SPX, isn't it? Because they're not really comparable, but nevertheless, they're providing us with a good, entertaining race.
They are in the same class as far as the regulations are concerned. So
yeah, absolutely. No arguments with that. It's just that the Glickenhaus is clearly the faster base car, just that it's had problems along the way. I just need to quickly answer the question that I posed about Mercedes not finishing on the podium. And in fact, it was as recently as 2015 when the result was first Audi, Team WRT incidentally, second BMW, third Porsche, and the first Mercedes was a Black Falcon car back in 5th place. So the way that BOP works, it kind of does help some years and not others, but having won the race in 2016, in 2015, the fastest or the best Mercedes was only 5th.
I think we've got a problem for another car. 134 is the Sogren Sport Porsche Cayman S, and that car looks like it has come to a standstill at the Tiergarten, where we've got a code 60 out. The 134, I'm just going to keep an eye on that, so I'll come back to you on that one.
Confirmed, by the way, that the 702 is ahead of the 150 car. Did that very swiftly indeed through Sector 3. It was 9 seconds quicker, so you're quite right. When it comes to outright pace, the SCG 003C way quicker than Manthey Racing's Porsche Cayman 981.
Yeah, in effect, the Manthey car is an SP10 class car, whereas the Glickenhaus is really an SP9 class car. So I know they're not classified as such, but that's why
But that would put it in the SP10 lead, therefore, if we're comparing it with the GT4.
Which is exactly what Manthey didn't want to do with their GT4 car, was to beat some of their customers in the GT4 class.
Ah, yes.
Which is why they asked to be moved into the SPX class in the first place.
And presumably they're not running on, or they don't have to run on Hankook tyres as the GT4s.
No, that's another difference. But they really just wanted to move the car out of the customer class, which made a lot of sense, and that was the easiest way to do it. But that's why that Manthey car is in the SPX class. And then it gets its flexibility in regulations as a result of that.
Yeah. We'll run you through the various positions, by the way. Are we doing SP10 this hour? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
And that will be in 10 minutes' time. Latest hourly update on the Radio Show Limited Network, live from the Aston Martin Lounge with Paul Truswell, Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer.
And the second place car, 98, the Row Racing BMW, is in the pit lane on schedule at the end of an 8-lap stint. And that should be Alex Sims in the car. You'll tell me probably, Johnny, if it looks like they're going to change the driver.
At the moment, focusing on the 134 Securtal Sorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman S. That's a V6 car which has come to grief right in front of the other Porsche that we've mentioned, which is being towed to the pit lane. So this is heading into Tiergarten, where the 134 car has swapped ends and is now backed up against the barrier. So can't update you with the 98 pit stop at the moment. I will be able to in a second, because the car is sitting now on the apron. And now, is that looking like a fresh driver or not? The driver change, if it's happened, has already happened. They're scrubbing away on the windows there.
So the car did change drivers at the last stop, so it was only at the last stop, as far as I know,
right,
that Richard Westbrook that Alex Sims got in. So one would expect him to do a double stint, although it was interesting to hear from Steph Dusseldorp the thinking behind the Falcon Tyres car, not doing any double stints. So, you know, it's not that there's any particular advantage to doing it, and that could have been a very good strategy that the number 33 car used, but for one minor off-track excursion, which didn't really even cost it that much time, but was enough to delay it by, about 4 or 5 minutes, something like that, with a slow lap and an extra pit stop.
No shortage of action down at Tiergarten on that lap, because before the 164 car had, the 134 car had its moment, third in the V6 class, there was also a very grassy off-track moment for the number 54 SP7 car, Willie Moore, Bill Cameron, Peter Bonk. That car is in second position in SP7, and it cleaned out a bit of the Falcon Motorsport polystyrene. And then I think after that moment, the 134 car had its issue.
So the Row Racing car safely on its way. As you say, it didn't look like a driver change, so we'll leave Alex Sims behind the wheel of it. That has reverted us then to a Audi 1-2 with the WRT Audi in second place. Nico Muller still not lapping as quickly as Conor De Philippi, who's now behind the wheel of the Lant Motorsport Audi. So that gap between the two Audis still not coming down. And the other car that's just come into the pits is the number 1 Mercedes-Benz, coming in at the same time as the HTP Mercedes, 1 and 50 coming in together as they seem to be doing throughout. And this is Adam Christodoulou, and he will... I'm not sure whether Christodoulou will stay out for another stint or not. We'll see what he does. But it's been a good stint from Adam on this one. I don't know if he'll come up and talk to us after it, or he'll need to lie down.
Martin Haven thumbs up, saying Christodoulou, yes, staying in the car.
Staying in the car. Okay, well, so he certainly won't be coming to talk to us. But it has been a good stint, and I bet he's enjoyed this as well, because there's been some dicing to be done. It's not just a matter of getting past the slower cars, but
that was great footage that we saw. And you know what? For me, you could tell those guys were flat out, because the gap remained throughout the Nordschleife. Those two Mercs were circulating together, and the gap wasn't toing and froing. They were absolutely flat out. Great stuff.
And to be able to do that this far into a 24-hour race, you know, coming up for 21 hours into the race. And, you know, that last little push now for the last 3 hours. This stop for the number 1 car will mean that there are 2 more to do after this one. So Adam Christodoulou will stay in the car, and then he will change at the final stop for what will be a full stint and then a half a stint for whoever takes over from him.
Also had a pit stop down at Black Falcon for the number 3 AMG, within which there's no driver change either. I don't know whether you know who was behind the wheel of that car, whether it was Muller, Jaeger, Engel or Seyfarth.
No, afraid I don't.
But whoever brought the car in takes it back out again for another stint.
That car still languishing 10 laps behind, following time lost earlier on repairing damage to the front end of the car. And that damage from which it never really recovered. It was 10 laps down at that point and never got any further up the field after that. So the leader then back to being a 1-2 between the two Audis. And of course, we're getting to the point when we do get to 3 hours to go, when anybody who's getting into the car at a pit stop will be able to drive it to the finish should they want to. 3 hours is the maximum time that you can drive at any one time. So there'll be nothing to stop you. So once you get into the car with less than 3 hours to go, then you can take it through to the checkered flag.
With the 704 continuing to drop down the order, Aston Martin just coming out from a pit stop, number 7 that is. I think just coming out from a, this is an outlap, isn't it? Because it's a very, very slow first sector. Although the number of laps in the stint being shown as 2, I think that's about right.
Yeah, it is an outlap from the number 7 car.
Fine, as far as the timing screen will have it, this is an outlap. So the 7 car up to 23rd now. David King wanting a top 20 finish. Well, still a possibility.
Guess how many laps they did on their last stint?
Did they do 8? For an SP8 car? Yeah, that's right on schedule, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ticking them off nicely.
It's never failed to do 8. And it's one of those remarkable, I shouldn't say this, but clockwork type of runs where if you're not very good at your 8 times table, then just look at the laps on which that number 7 car has come in.
He said it now, hasn't he?
I've been saying it throughout, so it hasn't anything that has suddenly been said. So don't blame me, David.
That doesn't make it all right.
You haven't said it with only 3 hours to go, though.
There isn't 3 hours to go yet.
No.
Still more than 3 hours.
Now you're being pedantic.
We need to stop
Change
talking.
the subject.
Quick. Yeah, I've got a car going slowly. It's the number 124. It's a Toyota Corolla, and it is maybe he's shaking the car. He's driving swerving the car left and right. Not sure where he is on the circuit.
And as we don't know which driver is at the wheel of this car, Joe, you're going to have to read them all out.
I am.
Go ahead.
I'm going to see where he is first with my super duper, and he's just come out of Brunchen, and he's going very, very slowly. And it is the number 124. It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team, Thailand.
Deep breath.
Nice one, Johnny. Nice one. Bring him home.
Hindhoff gets these perfectly.
I know. Where is he?
No.
Right, here are the drivers. One of these 4 drivers are at the wheel of the number 124.
Yeah.
And it's Jum Superpongs. It is Takayuki Kinoshita. It is Arthit Rueng Somboom.
Very good.
And it is Chen Yan Hong.
Very good. Congratulations.
With 3 hours to go. That was as difficult as I ever want life to be.
Jum Superpongs, by the way, known as Grant to his mates.
Is it? He would be known as Grant by me as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. He was on one entry list anyway, but I think that's his full name that's ended up on the official.
Now you tell us. I could have called him Granty, couldn't I?
You could have done, but well done. Yeah, one of those 4 drivers now, meaning or helping to limp that Toyota Corolla Altis back to the pits, being run out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand stable, as one of the 13 BMW M235i Racing Cup cars works its way out of the pit lane. We don't have 13 remaining, I'm afraid. There are a lot of battered and bruised cars, and the 236 certainly a retiree. And also the 245 about to rejoin the race. So that's good to see after frantic work in the garage for the all-Japanese lineup. And that car about to return to action. It's the Bonk Motorsport Class Cup 5 BMW. Being waved out now. Looks quite straight, that car, but clearly a mechanical problem that's been ironed out by the team there. Thankfully for them, no other cars needing to be in the garage at the time. We have had as many as 7 cars in some of the garages, and teams having to really work around one another. So nearing the end of another race hour, 21 hours done and 3 hours to go, with the 29 car still leading by over 2 minutes now from the number 9 of Audi Sport Team WRT. I'll leave the other runners and riders until Joe Bradley has made all his notes, looking pretty complete, I have to admit. So at exactly 12:30 here in the Eifel region of Germany. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge on Radio Show Limited's network, and it is time, with 3 hours to go, for our latest hourly update. And with that update, here's Joe Bradley.
Thanks, Johnny. 3 hours to go then. We're getting to that part of the race, which is the all-important part of where you want to be and where the 29 Audi, the Team Land Audi, is right where it needs to be at the front of this field. It's kind of dominated this race so far. It's completed 138 laps and it continues to lead from the number 9. That's the WRT Audi R8, currently at the hands of Muller. And the BMW in third place continues. That top 3 hasn't changed for some time. It's ebbed and flowed through the cycle of pit stops, but it's been pretty much those 3 cars that have led this race throughout. SPX, we've had a change from the 704 Glickenhaus. It's now down to the 702 Glickenhaus to take the SPS class win. It's currently in 20th place overall. SP3T is still the property of the LMS Engineering Audi TT. Car 89 is in 26th place overall. SP10, 39th overall, is the number 72 Black Falcon Porsche Cayman. The TCR class has been the property of the Matilda Racing Volkswagen Golf for pretty much all of this race also. Currently in 34th place of all, 34th place overall is the number 175 Golf. V6, 54th overall is the number 133 Black Falcon Porsche Carrera. The AT class is currently in 52nd place overall, and that's car number 320, the Care for Climate Porsche Cayman. V2T class is in 98th place overall, and it's the Strychek family's Opel Astra car 177, still there at the head of the V2T field. SP2T, rounding off this hourly update, is the number 114 Stanko Renault Clio Sport, and that car is currently in 84th overall. And a welcome back to Martin Haven. Martin, looking very refreshed, mate. Have you had a massage?
I have washed and slept.
Oh, very good.
And with 3 hours to go, I'm into the end. It's going to be an arm wrestle for that.
Yes.
I have news. I bring news. I'm Martin Haven, alongside me Joe Bradley, and at the far end of the desk in the nerve centre is Paul Trussell. I bring Rast news.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad about that, because I'm genuinely concerned, because...
Concern ye not.
Good. So give me an explanation in that case.
I said I bring news.
Yes. Well, news includes explanation, analysis, speculation, and entertainment.
There we go. I'm going to do educate and entertain. You can do inform. I went down to WRT just before we came on air to find out what was wrong with René Rast. And as I walked to the front of the garage, I could see nothing was wrong with René Rast. He's standing on the pit wall talking to Van Sant Vos with his race suit tied around his waist. So, René Rast is okay, but because he and Van Sant Vos were both on the pit wall, I couldn't ask them why he hasn't done a double stint, why he didn't do a double stint at 3 in the morning, and where he's been ever since. I would assume, like me, getting rested and washed, possibly.
Are they keeping their powder dry by, plugging them in at the end?
You see,
when
you
they
sort
need
of
to
think
optimise.
maybe that might be the case. Flay some of your other horses and keep Superstar DJ just in case it gets down to door handles in the final few laps.
He is a man that can do the job.
Well, these are very unofficial, and I've had a couple of glitches with the system, but driving times thus far for that car, Marcel Fessler, 3 hours and 10 minutes, Nico Muller, 5 hours and 17 minutes, Robin Freins, 6 hours and 54 minutes, René Rast, 3 hours and 27 minutes. So he did some driving early on. He did a stint just before it went dark, and then he was rested throughout the night, came back, did one stint in the morning, and then he hasn't been seen again since then.
No.
So, I genuinely hope, because I got very excited, as you will remember, Martin, when he was in the car just after sunrise. And then it all kind of fizzled out, and I was left all a bit deflated. So if he's getting in the car next, then great. If he can get it up onto... Maybe they're just trying to lull the Land car into a false sense of security, and having dropped back 2 minutes from him, they're going to catch him up again in the remaining 3 hours of the race. But it's going to be a tall order to try and pull back that 2 minutes in 3 hours of the race.
Is it though, really? I mean, you can certainly find 2 minutes in 3 hours on the Grand Prix track, never mind on the rest of the circuit.
If Robin Freins can't do it...
Good point, Paul.
Well, but Robin Fries isn't Rennie Rast.
No,
he's Robert Fraines, though.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was, I've been enormously impressed with Rene Rast. It was 2 years ago at the Spa 24 Hours. I was saying, fantastic performance there, where he really did carry the team, and but he was whacked at the end of it. See how he gets on. We've still got a battle on our hands, and we've still got action on the screen, Martin.
Just going to interrupt you because one of the Subarus, the number 90 car, has started an impromptu barbecue. A very substantial impromptu barbecue. Flames licking out through all the cooling vents and the wheel arches, and the marshals are all over it. And
very efficient.
Is that down at Tiergarten? It looks to be sort of the end of the lappy.
What number is he, Martin?
Number 90. It's still blazing away. Still lots of black fire coming out from under it. It's in the SP3T class, but I can't tell you in what position. It looks fairly second-hand.
He's on the Grand Prix circuit just before...
John's waving 3 fingers at me. OK, so he's not far from home, but unfortunately...
No, he's past the pits. He's
in 30th place overall, or rather he was. Door opens and the fire's on the driver's side, and the driver, of course, because you can never remember to undo your radio, is attached by his head to the car as he's trying to get away from the flames that are engulfing the cockpit.
I bet he could feel the heat at that point.
I bet he could feel a lot more than that as well. That was quite a frightening moment. That was spontaneous combustion under the bonnet. So...
He's just before the left-right before you head down towards
the Yokohama S's, that is.
Is it?
And that's Carlo Van Dam. So Carlo Van Dam, with all his hair and eyebrows, but no longer in the race. So 30th car in our list has gone for a Burton, and a very fiery Burton at that.
Only 2 laps into his stint as well.
Yeah. Well, down in the garage is Marcus Schocker from our TV crew on site, but unfortunately we're not getting him, and also his German is a bit too fast for me. Never really understood much of what he was saying. But Carlo Van Dam is definitely, you got to say it's out of the race. No, that's not a trifling little bit of a fuel fire. That's the turbo has set the oil line alight, yes. or an oil line has burst and it's sprayed oil or fuel all over the engine bay. Tyres on fire, the bodywork is, carbon just crumbles, doesn't it, when it's, carbon.
It certainly took a hold, hasn't it?
Properly has.
I'm sure that German commentator says the same about your English, by the way.
Yeah. Actually, his English is almost on a par with mine, I have to say. So. Yeah, nasty looking fire. Yes, just before the Yokohama S's. So just out the Mercedes arena on driver's right, as you start to plunge down the hill, you'll be doing less plunging or less speedy plunging. Meanwhile, in the pits and about to inherit 30th when it leaves, because they were on the same lap. They were. He's just gone. No, he hasn't. Number 69, the Bumblebee. No, we're seeing more pictures, but really of the smouldering wreckage. Carlo Van Dam showing no interest whatsoever in going back to the car. I think he probably has seen that as a total write-off. That's not category C at all.
The Lamborghini just in for that routine pit stop, second in the SP8 class, but importantly from the Aston Martin team's point of view, who are leading the class, what amounts to 40 minutes behind, or a total of 4 laps, is the gap first to second in the SP8 class. And just tidying up a bit of housekeeping.
Oh, good. I like it when you do that, because it catches me up.
Earlier on, I think you saw, Joe, the number 68 Porsche 911 Cup car that was, I think it was running in about 4th place in its class, the number 68 Porsche. Problems with the clutch for that car, which is why it stopped out on the circuit. I think you described it as sitting beside the track on a bit of grass somewhere, and they were going to tow it back. Well, it was a clutch problem that affected that 68 car.
Rightio. Leader in traffic as he headed up to the carousel, got stuck behind a couple of Porsches, a Cayman and a 911, and as a result probably lost about 5 seconds just on that little run alone, but safely through in the Land Motorsport Audi. Have there been fewer traffic-related incidents, random cars coming in with bits missing since daylight, since dawn broke at 6-ish?
Yes and no.
4:30ish, actually.
Yes and no.
Well, which is
probably,
it, Paul? Be clear, sir.
There have probably been less numerical incidents, but when we've had an incident, because you're that much further into race, it seems to have had a more substantial impact because, for example, the number 43 Schnitzer BMW, which was looking like it was going to be challenging for the top three, that suddenly fell down having had a puncture or some kind of accident. They're not quite sure what caused it out on the circuit. And that was while, who was it behind the wheel of the 43 car at the time? It was Augusto Farfus was driving the car at the time.
Oh, was it? So that was that quite recently? Because when I left, he handed over to Antonio Felix da Costa. So
that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Felix da Costa went out and he had a puncture. Whilst he was out on the stint, and it was one of those things we thought, oh, is it the tyre, is it the tyre? He brought the car back into the pits. Then it was handed over to Alex Lynn. He did a stint, and then Augusto Farfus went into the car and was going quite rapidly and looking like he was going to, at the time, he was chasing down the 98 Row Racing BMW. He was almost certainly going to do it, but then all of a sudden the car didn't come round, and it turned out that we had some photos of it circulated through the Twitter sphere on the back of the flatbed having been brought back, having had a crash out at either Breitscheid or somewhere the far side of the circuit. So that car was a significant disappearance. We then had the number 33, the Falcon Tyres BMW, which again was knocking on a podium position. It was certainly up in 5th place. Occasionally it would get to 4th, depending how the pit stops ran. And then whilst we were talking to Jens Marquardt from the BMW, that car went rally crossing when it was trying to get past another BMW, funnily enough, did some damage, had to come into the pits, do an extra pit stop, slow lap, came round and did one short stint, and that hasn't done for that car's chances. It's still in the top 10. It's in 7th place at the moment, the number 33 Falcon BMW, but they were so near to being challenging for 4th. So the incidents have been fewer between, but as I say, somehow because they affect things that much later in the race, they're that much more significant somehow.
And we have lost the race pole sitter and SPX class leader. The 704 Glickenhaus went off in a big way.
Okay, so that was an accident
on its own, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that was about nearly 2 hours ago, an hour and 45 minutes ago.
Right. And that's out.
Yes. Well, it's got out on the circuit and has never been seen again.
Right. Okay. So we've lost the lead Schnitzer BMW, the second one of which is still in 4th, and the Ferrari sort of dribbled out of the top 10. Like the number 8 Haribo Mercedes, they're just both sort of gradually sagged down the order since the beginning, haven't they?
Some extra work needed on the Ferrari to deal with some bodywork issues where I'll say standard wear and tear. You don't drive around the Nurburgring very often for 22 hours and not have some signs of wear and tear and damage. And as they tried to pick that up and replace various bits, it just took a little bit longer, and again, it's just outside the top 10 and could be in with a chance, but as I say, just had a few little niggly problems on that car. What was the other one you asked about? The 702, the other Glickenhaus, of course, has had those recurring problems with fuel pickup and short stints, which haven't helped it. The fastest lap of the race, that has changed a couple of times whilst you've not been with us, Martin, and is currently in the hands of the Ferrari, which at 6:45 this morning, no, it wasn't Oliver Kynes, it was Dan Kylevitz, we think, went around in 8 minutes 19.375, and that's about 5 seconds slower than it went in qualifying, but still good enough for the fastest lap of the race thus far.
Pretty decent, pretty decent. My apologies to Oliver Sittler. It wasn't Marcus Schock, it was Oliver Sittler. So I'm confusing my former German colleagues, who was down in the pit lane getting news for the German audience. And is now weaving its way through traffic is the 2nd place car. Now that'll be Nico Muller at the helm of the number 9 WRT Audi. And Paul, 2 to go. This is the end of his 7th lap, so 1 more to go. Presumably before he'll come in. He has eschewed the pits this time, And he and the leader should stop on the same lap then?
That's absolutely right, yes. So the number 29 will come in at the end of this lap, and then at the end of the lap that has just been started by Nico Müller. So the WRT Audi should come in at the same time. And at that point, you're looking at one more stop plus a splash for 2 laps. Now, that splash for 2 laps is totally dependent on how many incidents there are out on the circuit that slow things down. Just a reminder, because there may be other listeners who are coming in the last half hour, you will know this, Martin, in the last half hour, there is no minimum pit stop time. So if you have to do a splash, you want to try and do it within the last half hour rather than just outside the last half hour. So both of the leading 2 cars currently on schedule to be able to do that, because all they need is 2 laps worth of fuel.
SP8T leader, number 40 BMW, is limping through from Flansgarten with not 1, but count them, 2 punctured right side tyres.
Has he gone off sideways?
It doesn't look like there's collateral down the side of the car, which, if I'd hit the barriers sideways and punctured both tyres, I'd expect to see groove marks all the way down the side of the car.
There isn't though, is there, Martin?
No, the rear wheel arch particularly is a sort of nice little rounded bubble arch, and it still is. So unless he's gravel trapped it or over the insider somewhere and he's just picked up 2 punctures, or he's had one for a long while and the other one has given up the ghost as well. But that car, Jethro Bovingdon, one of the drivers on that car, and whoever's in it is creeping back.
Well, a bit of British interest as well. This is the Ricky Collard BMW M4 of the Sogren Sport team. Dirk Adolf, Ricky Collard, Jörg Weidlinger, and Jethro Bovingdon.
Dirk Adolf is the sort of factory pro in that car, and as you say, Ricky Collard and journalist Jethro Bovingdon in it. So I'm not sure who's driving.
Ricky is a BMW junior driver.
Yeah, but
it's a works effort now, isn't it?
Quasi, I think, is where we're going with that one.
Semi-works.
Yeah.
The other thing, perhaps, to remark upon as to something significant that's happened since, say, Sunrise, Martin, performance of the number 1 SAP Black Falcon Mercedes. Adam Christodoulou did a double stint, sort of 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, that sort of time of day, and hauled the car up. He was involved, first of all, with a brilliant battle with the number 90 HTP car, then for a little while with Marco Wittmann in the Schnitzer team car, until Marco decided that the Schnitzer team car really should be going faster than the Mercedes, and so opened up a bit of a margin. Having had another set of pit stops, it's now out to some 40 seconds between those 2. But on the other hand, the driver who's taken over from... Oh, no, Christodoulou still at the wheel, isn't it? It's still Christo in the wheel.
Yeah, he stayed in last time.
Because he stayed in.
Or at least whoever was in stayed in. I couldn't see, but nobody got out.
It was Christodoulou. And so he has established about a 40-second gap, an equivalent gap back to the number 50 HTP car, which gives him a bit of a cushion on either side. But it was a good committed stint, and certainly kept Joe Bradley entertained watching it on the TV screens.
Yeah, it was great stuff. It was great stuff. The number 40 BMW is making its way down the Dottinger Hood, probably just looking, it's about halfway down, so making its way back to the pits, doing a pretty good job of maintaining that speed to just the right rate.
50 or 60 miles an hour and hanging in there.
And the tyres have not destroyed themselves on seeing that. There's a lot of smoke coming from that right-hand side.
Now, instead of looking like, a sort of 80s hopped-up BMW, which has got wheel with tyres sort of sticking 2 inches out the arches, as he's coming down Dottinger Hood towards us, you can just see more and more and more shredded tyre appearing. So he's going to have to reduce the speed further still. Just tweeted back BMW Motorsport to see if they know who's in it, because they have also spotted what we have spotted, but they haven't answered yet.
Remember when I was asking you, Martin, what the number of laps per hour was necessary in order to get to record distance?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
What was the number?
7.6.
Close, 6.7.
There you go.
You said that on purpose, didn't you? We're at 6.6 at the moment, which means we're going to hit 159 laps at this rate, which is going to be the same as we hit in 2014 when the record was set. So it won't at this rate, break the record. Now, if we can banish all the yellow flags for the last 2.5 hours, then we might just be able to sneak an extra lap in, because all they have to do is to for the leader to get past, because that will be it's obviously the leader that needs to complete the extra lap. None of the others need to. Just the bizarre thing about the way the results work at this race is that if only the leader gets through and has to complete another lap, then he takes the checkered flag on one more lap than everybody else, and the official results make it looks like the gap was actually a whole lap when it might have only been a matter of 20 seconds or so.
And he's coming charging through at full speed, and everybody else is slowing down on the way to the line because the race is over. Yes,
so it does happen occasionally that the winning margin is artificially high, purely because of the way the finishing positions work. You also have to complete 50% of the winning distance or the winning number of laps. So
cool. That's quite an ask, isn't it, for some of these cars?
The current number of laps completed is 140, and of the cars that are competing in the race, that means that from 70 on downwards, from 130 on down to 156, there are cars that haven't completed the requisite number of laps, and there are a couple that are still running that kind of fall into that category, I think.
See, if I was here in a 1.2 Renault Clio and I was expected to go half as far in 24 hours as a full-fat, factory-driven Audi R8, I'd be going, well, how's that going to happen? Their average speed on the lap as the leader comes in must be considerably higher.
Also back into the pits, or also made it round to the pits, is that number 40 BMW.
Yes.
Getting those right-hand rear tyres sorted out.
Right-hand side tyres.
Yes,
Lanzarote Camel made a morning flat whites, not flat rights joke, which we won't trifle with. You can look it up yourself. Good job. I mean, what was left of the tyre still attached to the rim on that car. I think there was a driver change going on when we first got a glimpse of it, but now we're looking at the damaged right-hand side. In fact, the wheel arch is covered in black rubber, as you would expect, the rear arch, but the rear arch is all still there. So I'm assuming, therefore, it's not composite, because steel arches tend to be a little more resilient to being ripped away by bits of tyre. Not entirely immune, but both arches have come back intact. So that's a fine-looking car. It's white with the BMW Motorsport light blue, dark blue, sort of purpley reddy stripes all the way. That's simple colour scheme, very well done.
It's iconic. It's an iconic livery, that. And the light blue is the Bavarian blue, isn't it? That's the blue of the Bavarian flag.
As in BMW, their quadrants are the blue and white of the Bavarian flag.
We've got the 116 come to a stop out there. It's the MSC Ardeno Opel Calibra that has come to a stop in Metzgersfeld, and there was a yellow flag, but that yellow flag's now been taken in, so that car out of harm's way and has come to a halt.
Interestingly, Joe, just talking about those cars that are not going to be classified if they carry on at the rate they're going, neither of the Opel Calibras will. The 116 that you've just mentioned and the 117, which is the other Opel Calibra, neither of those yet have completed 50% of the winner's distance.
Are they actually going, or are they just sitting somewhere?
Joe just described that one.
He's sat static. It has been for a while, and there was a yellow flag there with a
117 spent most of yesterday sat beside the track with people attending to it. It had gone into the barriers somewhere and looked much narrower at the front than is habitually the shape of an Opel Calibra. This BMW having a little bit of gaffer added. I think really that's just to keep tired mechanics feeling that they're contributing.
Damaged bodywork around the wheel arch where the flailing rubber has damaged that.
They are both still circulating insofar as they crossed the start-finish line within the last 10 minutes, both of them.
Leaders in the same camera shot on the right-hand side as we look at it, so slightly further upstream. The 29 Audi drops off its jacks and is about to be released. That is our race leader. No driver change there, so Conor De Filippi stayed in. And I believe that there was no driver change on the number 9 Audi, the silver, black and red WRT team car, which is in garage 22, whereas the Land Motorsport car is in garage 21. So you can see their proximity, even if you can't actually see their proximity. They are in next-door garages, even though there's the administrative building in between, or office.
So you can imagine their proximity even if you can't see it.
Visualise was the word I should have used.
Yes,
thank you. Yes.
So Nico Muller, we reckon, staying behind the wheel of the number 9 car.
Don't think it looked like there was driver changery going on by the time we got there.
Which is fine, because last time Nico was at the wheel, he also did a double stint. However, between his 2 double stints that he's done, Robin Freins has done a single, Marcel Fessler has done a single, and poor René Rast hasn't got to drive the car at all because he's too busy talking to it was Vincent Voss, wasn't it, on the pit wall.
I wonder if René's check has bounced.
Yes.
Of course he's not bringing money, of course. Yes.
I was going to ask which way the check was coming there.
So,
now then.
Yeah, now you're talking, yeah. That's why he's not getting in the car.
I thought possibly litigious Joe Bradley stories only happen during darkness. Can I confirm all that?
Yeah, quite. So now those stops have happened. Listen carefully, this is important.
Yes.
They will have to make one more stop for definite, and then the run to the flag is going to depend on exactly how fast the remaining laps go. Because if we go at the rate of 6.8 laps per hour, then they will need a splash. And if we can keep it at the rate which we are at the moment, which is 6.6 laps per hour, then they'll be able to get to the flag without a further splash of fuel. So they'll be hoping that from now to the flag, they'll be able to complete the 2.5 hours on just one further pit stop.
Run for home, running fast as I can, running man.
But it will depend on how many yellow flags they get and encounter along the way.
I can see the gears churning in Joe's head, and he hasn't quite got where he's getting there. Lindisfarne,
probably a tune.
The Northeast's finest export. Third placed BMW, which is the Rover Racing 98 car, is looking very battle-weary compared to the Audis, neither of which, and I shouldn't really say this, I'll touch the veneer trim, neither of which particularly look as though they've had an awful lot of trouble body-wise. Both of them have, well, actually number 9 has got a little bit of rear missing, but that could easily just be a bit of pickup.
29's in a worse state than that. It's got a lot of damage on the rear.
That panel behind the rear wheel, is that tending to be shot out by lumps of rubber that are thrown up by the tyre?
Contact
Stuff
on
like
the
that.
rear, I think.
Oh, was it?
People
Okay.
have nudged it, yeah.
Yeah. You have to be quite good to nudge the race leader from behind, don't you?
Yes. Yes. And he has been the race leader for a considerable amount of time. When did the 29 take the lead, Paul? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to gather that data. I know it's in front of you somewhere.
When did it last lose it, is more the question.
Well, it ebbed and flowed through this pit stop cycle.
It took the lead at 11 minutes past 7 this morning on lap 103, and it's been there ever since.
It has swapped and changed the lead. Well, pretty much the whole race, though, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean it
through
was
the cycle of pit stops.
It went for a phase in the middle of the race of 52 laps in the lead of the race, which amounted to about 7 hours in the lead of the race. Then it made a slightly early pit stop, and that meant that thereafter it was losing the lead at every pit stop. Then it managed to get back into the position where it was just holding the lead through the pit stops, even though they actually just both come in on the same lap, but they kind of come in nose to tail, and as Martin was saying, are within sight of one another as they come into the pits, but then head off at the minimum pit stop time, and so then kind of get out of sight again as the number 29 leaves the pits before the number 9 car does.
Just being reminded by Matt Guest before you get into more of your possibly litigious stories that your grandchildren are listening.
Thankfully, I'm coming up to my last minute, and then I'm going to pit, and I'm going to hand over in Gigi to take it to bring it home.
Bring it home.
Bring it home. Thankfully.
And JP Foley posting a picture of the BMW coming down Dottingham Her with 2 flat tyres and the right-hand indicator on, suggesting that he was staying to the right, saying, shocker, a BMW driver using his indicators. and in fact, you would say, yeah, correctly, except in driver's briefing, they were clearly told that if you want a car to go to the right past you, use your right indicator.
No, they weren't.
And that would have, yes, they were.
That's not what it says in the notes. It was said, they said indicate right to go right.
That was for a faster car, not for yourself.
Yeah,
You're staying on the racing line.
Okay,
isn't
I'm not
it?
having an argument.
Okay, that was my understanding of it. So obviously, I misunderstood. However, he was on the right-hand side of the track, so anybody thinking they'd go right was in for a bit of a World Rallycross moment. 7:02 just about to head out. The better placed again of the two Glickenhausers. It was briefly early in the night until 7:04 rallied and came back past it and then unrallied once more. And a little nod to Eddie Jordan, era Jordans with the shark nose sort of livery there. Who else has just come in? The number 30, which is in 17th place. And it is the Frickadelli car, isn't it? Which is 13th. I've lost him now. 13th overall. No, I really have lost him. Why can't I see that? Because he's just gone from not being red. 17th overall. That's why he's not 13th. And he is 16th in SP9 because he is now behind the number 37 Bentley, the SP9 last generation class leader, which is up to 16th place. And on the other side, that number 30 Frickadelli car is 102, which is the second place car in SP9 last generation. And I can't for the life of me remember what 102 is. What is 102? 102 is the Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW
it is indeed,
Z4. Do you know what? I haven't seen that car once.
I did see it in horrifying fashion.
It's black and grey.
It's kind of red and a bit of blue and a bit of grey, and did see it in slightly horrifying fashion leaving pit lane late last night. And
were you in a way, or
no? Threading the needle between two cars, neither of which were in the fast lane. I'm not at all sure what he thought he was doing, but it was quite the most dangerous thing I've seen in the pit lane for quite some time.
Calibra update. One of them moves.
Opel-tastic.
Opel, yes. Tastic,
oh
less.
Yes, come on.
No,
fantastic.
No. It's not a Manta, but also it's so far behind that Paul said that neither of them are likely to complete 50% of race distance, and that I think must have been 1:16, which Joe reported as creeping around somewhere very slowly quite some while ago.
Because I've been away for a little while, have we had a Manta update, or are they done?
I had assumed they weren't done.
They are. You never know with the Foxtail. It is in the pits. It has been there for 4.5 hours.
Oh gosh.
Just a rest.
So you don't know whether they're still working with the lump hammer or something more delicate with race tape, or...
I would have thought in 4 hours you could have done a nut and bolt ground up restoration on the Manta.
Or gone out into...
that was the lump hammer and the...
gone down to the showroom in Adenauer Village and bought a new one and put some red and yellow stickers on it.
Or gone for beers, which is possibly the more likely of all eventualities. If it's been in the garage for 4 hours, I think they may well have drawn a discreet veil over it, which would be a bit of a shame because I've never been here where it's not finished.
I think you were here last year, weren't you?
It finished last year, didn't it?
It didn't. Was it last year? The very early retirement.
I think so. I can check the results, but
I think it won its class 2 years ago. And I think it didn't. I don't think it completed the first hour. Maybe not have even completed the second lap last year.
I think if it is in a fit state to it, it'll come out for the end of the race, though. All you have to do is to cross the line under your own steam after 24 hours has elapsed, and before 24 hours and 20 minutes has elapsed.
Right then. So what's up for grabs? Well, the race win for starters.
And just about every class as well is in contention, isn't it? So SP9 is being very tightly fought out. The Avia Renault Clio, which has been dangling a rear bumper for many laps, is still dangling a rear bumper. Clearly not enough of a detrimental effect on the car's handling or performance for it to deign to come into the pits to have it removed, and clearly nobody's black flagging him or black and orange flagging him to have it removed.
In fact, the fasteners I know on the rear of that car are made from exactly the same substance as the entire Manta is made from. Completely indestructible.
Chewing gum and string. because that's how they built them in Russellsheim back in the day. Oh, on board with a number 1, and Adam Christodoulou, we think, still at the wheel of the car. Having a gap close on him, and that looks like that was the run Brunchen Flansgart in the area. Definitely Calibra spotters. Look at that, that's the black, grey and gold of Opel Motorsport on it as well. Dealer Opel team should have white in the middle.
Running in 130th position. There's not many races you could give that kind of information out.
Yeah, and there are still people behind you.
Just to tidy up the Manta story, yes, last year it completed 3 laps only.
Gosh.
And
the first 2 and the last.
Yes.
Well, those are the bits of Formula 1 that everybody watches, aren't they? So why trifle with the ones in between?
It was following that trend.
Yes, it's just that those 3 laps took it until half an hour into the race, and then it did no more. So you're absolutely right to remember that one, Graham. But the year before, it ran and ran and ran.
That may have been the one where Foxtail Manta suddenly became a global thing.
Number 4 car has just done its fastest lap of the race. Its fastest lap of the race, at 8:28.317.
But again, how can you tell that?
It went green briefly.
See,
briefly.
What's this briefly thing? I'm looking at a different screen, and suddenly
you have
there's
to watch these things. You have to watch these timing screens meerkat-like for a full 24 hours.
Absolutely do.
Apparently, it's Hubert Haupt, if the transponder is to be believed, at the wheel of the number 4, being the sports club sponsored, also blue and black Falcon Mercedes.
Yeah.
We're on the stream watching at the moment, probably one of the more successful fight back drives. This is the number 5 car, 5 Audi, that had trouble very early on in the race. I seem to remember this car losing a wheel, Paul.
Yes, that's right. Out on the circuit, it was towed back to a place of safety from where a wheel was found, fitted. It then drove back to the pit on that wheel. They repaired the car, sent it out. The driver came back in and said, it feels horrible, it's vibrating like crazy. So they took all the rear suspension apart, put it all back together again. And since then, it's been running all right.
And it's now in the top 20.
And it wasn't because they'd left the intermediates on, or the wet on, that he found in the bushes. So, yeah, it is in the top 20. And actually, that car really should have been a top 3 contender, no question at all. So that unfortunate incident that cost it a lot of time. Mike Rockenfeller at the wheel at the moment, and it looked like he was staying in. He's in the pits, 99, the Rover Racing BMW is in the pits. That car just fringing of the top 10. And is that gaining and losing positions with the number 22 Ferrari as the pit stops flip and indeed flop?
With the 99 BMW,
99,
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they've both lost a little bit of time having various things sorted out, and that's why they're squabbling over the last position in the top 10, rather than otherwise they'd have been looking at the last position to the top 6, I think.
Renphoto, at Renphoto, thanks to Alan Pross for finding that, has tweeted pictures of Das Opel Manta ist kaputt, which even my O-level German suggests.
From 2016.
Yeah.
Yes, in 2015 it completed over 130 laps.
No, from 2017. It's currently kaputt.
Oh, I see, this year's.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So it would seem that it is hors de combat, as they say here in Germany. 99 returns to the fray, and yeah, as you say, the 33 sort of crept in front of them both, that 99 and the number 22 Ferrari, and the number 5 Audi has come out just in front of it, but that is a long way down the order, 19th position. How many laps further back? Well, 6 laps behind the BMW, which is also off the lead lap.
Yeah, so we still have 12 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah. So, in terms of battle for position, the top 3, Conor De Philippi in the number 29 Audi leads the 98 by 1 minute 25. In 3rd place currently, like the 29 car on its 2nd lap out of the pits, is the number 9 Audi, which is 1 minute 49 behind the leader, so 23 seconds behind 2nd place. But the 2nd place car will be in the pits 2 laps after this, so that. Do you just keep going, Paul, now? Full tank, full tank, full tank, full tank, until you get to the final hour, and then you start working out when you're going to need to top off?
Yes, provided you can get that much fuel in within your minimum pit stop time. Your minimum pit stop time is defined by the number of laps that you've done in your last stint, obviously. And if, for whatever reason, you need more fuel than you can get in that minimum pit stop time, then it won't actually make sense to fill it up. However, if you're in the last hour and 10 minutes of the race, the minimum pit stop time is not dependent on the length of your stint, it's dependent on the number of laps there are still to go. So the closer you get towards the end of the race in the last 70 minutes, the shorter your minimum pit stop time has to be. Because
and then in the final 30, there is no limit.
No limit.
So
you see the pattern of this madness of minimum pit stop times now.
Crikey.
Trouble for the Lamborghini, or the surviving Lamborghini. We lost the Conrad car some little time ago, and German TV also said the Mantis out lost its cooling liquid, and I refuse to use the phrase destroyed the engine because it's indestructible.
Yeah, absolutely. All you need to do is top the radiator up and it'll fire up again.
Yeah,
it's like a Morris Minor. You can't blow them up.
Sadly, the Foxtail will wag no more this year. But no, just to complete the point, 31st position at the moment and second in the SP8 class for the GT-tired, very handsome Dior Motorsports Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Huracan.
Well, that's going to take a little bit of pressure off the Aston Martin number 7 car, which is that class leader, because although they still want to try and get into the top 20, and that's not beyond the bounds of possibility, rather more than that, David King wants to get to the checkered flag at this stage, and
very much so. And they've or even before whatever drama has befallen the Lamborghini, had actually edged out a 4-lap advantage overnight over the Lamborghini, which did lead the class in the early hours of the race.
If you are watching the live stream, you are going to be treated to an on-board with Adam Christodoulou for a while. Paul?
Yeah, just to pick up on what Graham just said about the Lamborghini in the SP7 class, in qualifying it was, I think, 7 seconds faster than the Aston Martin was.
SP8.
So, did I say SP10? 7, sorry.
It's been a long race.
SP8, yes. Yeah, the GT8 in SP8.
Yes.
With the 8-cylinder engine.
Yes, all the 8s.
Yes. And it was 8 seconds slower in qualifying than the Lamborghini was.
When Darren came up here earlier, he ate something from the table across behind us. So it was all
when I mentioned that to David King, he said it doesn't matter because there's only one driver in the Lamborghini that can do those times. The other 3 drivers can't. Now, there's a good team manager that doesn't only know about his own drivers and what they're capable of, but what the other drivers are doing.
Yes, you need to know your opposition, don't you? But you know, that's whether you're in motor racing or cricket or rugby or sailing or anything else. If you don't know the opposition, they're going to catch you by surprise.
How many drivers do you know who go out and say, no, we're just going to run our own race and see where we finish up?
All of them. How many do you know who actually believe that?
That's the difference between talking to a driver and talking to a team manager, you see.
Correct.
No, drivers all say, yep, we're just going to see how it goes. Hopefully everything will be okay. I.e., that's driver speak for, I'm going to thrash the living daylights out of it because I want to set the fastest lap.
But you know what? At some point, on one of those kind of long winter evenings where we've got nothing other to do than look at the data.
The Dubai 24 hours.
I wonder how many, in terms of finishing this race, how many team managers at this race in the last decade have had a better finishing record than David King?
Gauntlet to the internet. That gauntlet is down. You heard it there.
Yeah, there will be, there will be some fine contenders there, in terms of whether or not you do it by numbers or proportion. By proportion, it's going to be very difficult to beat.
There's an elderly fan sitting in a field on our pictures. Hands higher, sitting, chatting to some friends while his son is out. Paul, I've just noticed that in 77th place is Christopher Haas in a car that, when I went to bed, was probably 70 positions higher up, the number 28 Audi.
That's the other land car.
Oh, yes. What happened to that? He says, flushing through his notebook.
Presumably, they spent as little time being attached to the race as I did in the last 6 hours.
Yes, they had a long pit stop. They had an early pit stop, and Sean torches into the engine compartment.
And then came back in almost immediately.
And then they came back in almost immediately and lost time during the night. And I'm just trying to work out what point it was during the night, but it was fairly late on.
Well, I left here at 6:30, and they had come back in for a second butcher's.
Yeah, so maybe it was in the early hours of the morning. So let's
I think it was, Paul. I think they came in again after that long pit stop. At which point, I think they're auto combat. I think that's done.
Do we not think it's moving anymore? It
definitely not moving.
It hasn't set a sector time, has it? No. Okay. Right. So
no, it came into the pits 17 hours into the race, so about 4 hours ago, and hasn't moved since.
And it's about once the current pit stop is done for the number 49 Aston Martin, that's the V12 Vantage, will be overhauled by that car, and which, by the way, is the new third-place car in SP8.
Now, Augusto Farfus has got his helmet on, so he is getting ready to go back out for Schnitzer BMW. He's entered in both cars?
Farfus was, yes. I believe
yeah,
so.
okay. Because was he not driving the wheels off the 43 car earlier on? He was. Antonio Felix da Costa is saying goodbye because 43 is a goner, but obviously Augusto has now been switched over to the 42 car. Had he driven it before the demise of 43, or was he focusing on 43? I think he was. I don't remember him being in 42.
I'm not sure that I can answer the question because we haven't had transponder information from the Schnitzer cars.
I know he started 43. I saw him driving 43 and handing it over to Felix da Costa later in the race, but I don't recall having seen him in 42. However, he is clearly ready to take that over. So Marco Wittmann, Tom Blomqvist and Martin Tomczyk are the other three drivers of that car. Not sure who is currently at the wheel, but we will find out in a lap because it's completed 7 laps and is on its 8th, and so therefore should be heading pitwise very soon. Cameras picking up Jesse Krohn in the number 20 BMW. That's the Rand-sponsored car, sort of flat grey and white livery with a little day-glow green highlights. It's in 12th position and 3 laps into its stint, so it'll be a while before we see that one.
I've just been having a quick look back at Twitter to try to sort out my befuddled brain about the 28. It later had that puncture pull damage the inner wheel arch of the car, and that was it took a long time looking at that car.
There were 2 punctures, weren't there? And both of them happened as they came down the Dottinger Hoa left rear corner, and the first occasion it did it spun at the Tiergarten, made it back into the pits, and then came around 3 or 4 hours later and had a similar problem with the puncture. And yes, after that it came in again to a pit stop from which it was never to re-emerge. So interesting. I mean, it always happens in long-distance races, isn't it? I mean, we were talking at the start of the race, Graham, about the numerical advantage that Audi had because there were just so many of them around, and yet in effect we've only got now 2 Audis in the top 10. Then there was a time when we had a lot of BMWs. I think we had 4 or 5 of them in the, maybe even 6 of them in the top 10 at one point, and now there's only 4 of them in the top 10. The Mercedes, as they have a habit of doing, have kind of, at least 2 of them kept themselves out of trouble, the 1 and the 50, the 1 for the Falcon team, the 50 for the HTP team. And Manthey Porsches have disappeared very early on and left the banner of Stuttgart to be carried by the Fricadelli team, the number 31 car, which has got itself up to 7th, with a possibility of moving up still further, possibly at the expense of the number 50 HTP Mercedes. But again, with just over 2 hours to go, there's still quite a long way for that car to improve. And then the Schubert and Falcon motorsports teams, which 19 and 33 and indeed the Ferrari number 22, had it not been for niggly problems, they could be squabbling over 4th, 5th and 6th rather than 8th, 9th and 10th, really.
Yep. Impressive pace from an awful lot of cars that have just had, as you say, Paul, lost the odd minute or two here that's at some point cost them a lap.
And, you know, even the fact that with the leading groups, and when we saw the number 99 make a routine pit stop a few minutes ago, and every time it makes the routine pit stop, it loses 3 places and then spends the next hour gaining them back again, only to lose them when they come in for the next set of pit stop. And the gaps are that tight still after 22 hours of racing nearly.
I have a last generation question.
Yes.
We've just seen a it's the new Star Wars. We've just seen a graphic with 5 cars shown, including all 3 Bentleys, 2 of which have got just left pit.
I think
are
these
all
are the
3
two
running?
Oh no, the 38 car retired
Well,
some
that's
time
what I
ago.
thought, but it's shown as being 5th, but left pit.
Well, it left the pit, crashed, was brought back on the back of a flatbed, and was then put in the garage.
So left pit is actually that's its most recent update. It left the pit lane.
Yeah. So if it gets brought in on the back of a tow rope into the pit lane,
that's different.
Then the transponder, if it's still switched on, will trigger the pit inboard. But if it's just dumped out on the circuit somewhere, then it might be on an outlap. But it's not actually going anywhere.
Now, we had a question about the flashing blue lights that some cars have in the windscreen earlier on, which I'll go to again, because that was answered, Paul, by saying that the fastest cars in the race, the top 30 essentially qualifiers, have this flashing blue light. So it sort of seems like the police are coming up behind you and it grabs your attention.
There's another person that thinks police as soon as they think of blue flashing lights. I always think ambulance.
Well, I always think that I'm in trouble rather than somebody else is in trouble, because that's my beneficial nature. The Calibra is still moving, not making much of an effort.
It's got obviously an electrical fault because it's showing indicators, which wasn't always the case from Calibra.
Well,
but it has hazard flashes on that car, and it is running very slowly. It's a 116 car.
Yes, because I don't think 117 is moving at all.
I think they're both moving, aren't they?
Are they?
I think they are.
I'm really tempted to say it serves you right for running an Opel Calibra, but I probably shouldn't.
Break for nobody.
On gaffer tape on the back of the horrible patchwork quilt 102 BMW Z4, which has got a horrible non-patchwork quilt gaffer being applied to hold the front end together.
The 117 last came across the start-finish line 4 minutes ago.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! I thought you were going to say in early May.
The 116 last came across the finish line 40 minutes ago.
Right.
So the 116 is making its way back to the pits.
Doing a 45-minute lap or something like that.
So well, the repairs. Almost certainly they've found the required 1980s, 90s Opel spec spares in the bushes somewhere.
Yeah, I think actually in Herschenbach there's an old Vauxhall dealership or an Opel dealership that will have those parts.
And the requisite Samsung laptop the size of a small table and chairs, which you need to plug in to tell the computer to work. It does look like it's coming back in first gear, frankly.
Yeah. I think Keke Rosberg probably had a quick rummage around his cupboard and saw what he could find.
I don't think it's even remotely that developed either. Keke Rosberg's Opel Calibras were not either Opels or Calibras, were they?
They were awesome, though.
They were. My first race suit was an Oliver Gavin Opel Calibra race suit, which he loaned me, which was long enough, but only half wide enough. Because, of course, he has the consistency of pre-cooked spaghetti, and I am more of a human being. Our third place.
Afternoon, Oliver.
What I was morning still in the UK, 12:20. It is afternoon. What I was going to ask, Paul, was when I was just watching the number 29 race leader coming down the Dottinger Her, in the top corner of each of the screens is a 3-digit number indicator which shows your position in the race. His flashes, 001, is it only the leaders that flashes? And does it flash all the time?
I think so. I won't be certain of that. What they may do, and this system is called LumiRank, which is a different system that I'm not familiar with, but what some systems do is to flash as they cross start-finish line if there has been a change.
Aha, yes.
Not in any case, but as they come across the finish line. So it kind of, if you're standing on the start-finish line, it kind of draws attention to itself. And I think it's a similar principle used on this LumiRank system, which is a very effective and very distinctive way. The only problem is that you have to get them facing straight towards you. If you're standing beside the cars, you can't actually see the numbers.
Yeah, the rear
lights at
window
all.
panels certainly work better for spectators, but for the TV cameras, if you get a head-on shot, you can see which position the car is in. But then, of course, that fools a stupid person, because at night you can't see their race number. All you see is 27. Oh, that's the number 27 Porsche. No, it's the number 99 Porsche.
Well,
it has to be 27.
That's why it helps being on the windscreen, because that's
Yes.
not a place you necessarily. Well, I suppose if you cover World Touring cars, that's where you expect to see the numbers, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
It's the only visible number, and it often fools a fool, especially when it's into triple digits. Then you're never sure whether it's their car number or their position. At least I'm not. It always takes a minute of recalibration. So much of recalibration is what this race is about. Ferrari is in the pits, Paul, and the 69 remains in the pits. So the Lamborghini has not yet rejoined, but the Ferrari in for a standard stop.
Yes, as is the fourth place Schnitzer BMW. I don't
Yes.
think you mentioned that one having come in. That's also, all of these are scheduled pit stops, an 8-lap stint for the Schnitzer BMW, which still sometimes does 7, sometimes does 8. But that was an 8-lap stint for the number 42. The Ferrari number 22 comes in after 7 laps of its stint, so they're both pretty much scheduled stops. The number 31, the Fricadelli Porsche, has already made its stop and gone on its way again.
I wonder, Paul, if you've got any information as to why the 49 Aston Martin, which is still in the pits, is still there.
I have got no answers to why. All I can tell you is how much, and it's 21 minutes that it's been there. Did it have a puncture? No, that was the 70 that had a puncture.
The 70 is definitely out.
70 has had 2 punctures, in fact, and is now out of the race. The number 49, I don't remember if anybody has told me, but we're in the right place to find out after all. So I'm sure people will go and try that just as we're speaking here.
Manta Foxtel reminding us that 2015 was a glorious year, flapping to victory in class. It's, the final word on the Manta this weekend. Marco Seefried at the wheel of the number 33 Falcon Tyres BMW. Falcon Motorsport dividing its challenge between the BMW M6 GT3 and the Porsche, which clattered into the barriers, or was helped into the barriers by a decreasing gap in traffic way back in the early evening, about 6 p.m. And that car really didn't look like it had sustained major damage. All the body panels were attached, all the wheels were attached, and you thought, okay, should be back in the race. But in the end, it took a very long time to get it onto a flatbed. I mean, getting on for an hour, and then it came into the back of the garages and never reappeared.
Exactly so. Martin Ragginger at the wheel, and he was in 4th place, sorry, 6th place at the time. The number 44, when that was up at Close to Tal, when the trouble is, as we've been saying, at some points there's not very much distance between the edge of the track and the barriers. And
very little, very little.
Graham?
Yes, the answer on 49, not particularly brilliant news, bit of a gearbox issue apparently for Woody. The 49, very pretty V12 Vantage. We will see that car again, albeit very briefly, and probably right at the end of the race.
I wonder if that was what the question was that was handed to me earlier on. Of course, it's always the driver that breaks the gearbox. It's not a faulty gearbox.
The rather sad result of that, it means that it will not be finishing on a podium position unless something dramatic happens to one of the cars ahead, because just having gone back ahead into a podium position, actually it's not back ahead, it's ahead, I think, for the first time. It's the other Mustang, number 2 car, suffered issues a little while ago. The number 45 now has just gone through into 3rd position in SP8. I don't think that's been in a podium position at all during this race.
No, absolutely. So it's a good performance from that car.
We have a nose-to-tail battle for position between BMWs. Marco Seefried in the Falcon Motorsport car, currently 9th, hoved up behind the number 19 Schubert Motorsport BMW, which has got Jens Klingmann at the wheel, and there is about a car length between them on Dottinger-Höhe. So Seefried is poised to pounce right here and now. There doesn't seem to be a lot of traffic in front of them. And those watching on the stream are riding in the passenger seat of Marco Seefried. So if and when he finally jinks down into Tiergarten, grip the edges of your seat firmly and close your eyes, because it's going to be a fairly last-minute lunge. He didn't actually close enough in a slipstream there to have a stab, so they remain, as they come to the line, 8th and 9th, inches apart. And by inches, I actually mean inches, dozens of them, rather than even yards, because that's a very, very close fight indeed. Their gap at the line was their last gap at the last sector was 0.4 of a second. Can't imagine it's an awful lot more than that. So, entertaining battle, not just two cars coming past the fans nose to tail, but actually, as they'll be able to see, battling for the position.
And they've been close together, actually, Martin, for quite a few laps. Looking back, it's yeah, well spotted on that one. The cars, they're both on the same stint. They came out of the pits at the same time and just going on to their 7th lap of the stint at the moment. Part of the reason, of course, that the number 33 is involved in that battle is the extra pit stop which the number 33 had to make 2 or 3 hours ago when Alex Imperatori went rallycrossing trying to get past another BMW.
Ah, did he?
He had to bring the car into the pits, had a slower lap back into the pits, and then wasted a bit of time having the car looked at and repaired before it went on its way again.
Gosh. I was expecting number 42 BMW to come in. It's completed 8 laps, Paul, and has gone on to Sector 1. It's going around the Grand Prix loop.
42?
Yeah.
It's just finished a pit stop. So it did come in, and it's now on its way again.
Right, okay, right, I beg your pardon. I didn't see that it had been in.
But we are expecting, and indeed, as I say it, in comes the 98 from second position as it completes its 8th lap of the stint.
Well, since we didn't see it on the screen, but we did see Augusto Farfus helmeted up in the garage, are we going to postulate and chalk him in on the number 42 BMW?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he'd have no other reason for putting his helmet on, so makes logical sense. Yeah. And so that car, well, we didn't see it on the screen, as you say, so we'll stick it in potentially. And just to note that will leave 29 and 9 out at the head of the field, but with, for the first time in a little while, the number 9 car lapping more quickly than the 29. So closing the gap down once again. It was out to 2 minutes when Nico Muller came in at the beginning of, or midway through his stint. Nico Muller doing a double stint. And it was out to 2 minutes. But in this particular section of 4 laps, Nico's been eating into the lead of Conor De Philippi.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Into the final 2 hours of the Nurburgring 24 hours for 2017. It is 1:30 Central European time, and Graham Goodwin is going to run down our odd numbered hour classes.
Indeed. And
starting with the race leader, Graham.
Starting with race leader and SP9 still now. It is, what is it now? It is the top 18 cars in SP9 and or SP9 LG. Lead of the race is still the number 29 Land Motorsports Audi R8 LMS. Having now completed 145 laps on the same lap. Scored across the line this time around, but it's actually dropping to 3rd as a result of the pit stop it's currently involved in, the number 98 Rover Racing BMW, and up to 2nd because the 98 is on pit road, the number 9 WRT Audi. So it's Audi, BMW at the moment out there, all 3 cars in SP9. SPX still led at the moment by one of the Glickenhaus, but this time it of course is the 702 with the demise of the 704 just a couple of hours ago. So SPX led by the Glickenhaus, and that's because the 702 has managed to make its way by, if you like, the stealth act in SPX, the 150 Monti Racing Cayman GT4. This is the car that is running in SPX to keep it out of the same class as Monti's customer cars. So that's the 1-2, and SPX 3rd is now the number, I was going to say, it's the 18 car. And that's another car we've not mentioned in this class for some little while. That's the surviving Audi Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8 LMS GT4 car. So 2 GT4 spec cars in the top 3 in SPX, with trouble for some of the quicker cars. SP7, that is the Porsche Cup class, and that's led still by the number 66 Porsche, 23rd overall for that car, and a great run from them. And they've stayed very solid as others have stumbled in that class in recent hours. Second place in SP7 is the 54 car, Willie Moore's car, running at the moment in 31st position and making its way gradually up the order as the others stumble. The final provisional podium position in class is the 62 car, and that car is in 34th position in the order. Cup 3, and still with the leader on the first page of timing and scoring, which takes us down to position 38. Cup 3 is the Cayman class. That is led by the number 307 Cayman, 29th position for that little Cayman. And the second and third place cars fill positions 37 and 38 overall. 304 from 308 complete Cup 3. SP6, as I scan down here, is led by the number 81 car, and the 81 car is the Hofer Racing BMW M3 CSL. Now this is changing position for that car, because that one I think was running third the last time I actually had one of these rundowns in front of me. The sister car, the number 80 car with the Kroll family aboard that car through this race, is in 71st position, and the SP6 third position car now is some way further down. I can't actually find it on the first 3 pages of timing and scoring. SP6.
SP6 third place is number 76. Is that the one you're looking for?
That was the previous leader, wasn't it?
Yes, so it is now in third place. So it's 81 in 64th place, 80 in 71st place, and 76 in 75th place.
Now that 76 car has been the class leader throughout the night, so that has fallen foul of something out there fairly recently. SP8 is still led by the number 7 Aston Martin Vantage GT8, 22nd position now. Martin?
Just been through the pits.
Absolutely, and part of the pressure on that car has been just alleviated a little bit with problems just a little while ago for the number 69 Lamborghini, now down in 36th position, so 14 positions difference.
But it has left the pit lane after about half an hour.
Yep. And 7 laps behind the Aston Martin now for the number 69, and third, as we were saying just a few moments ago, in SP8, way further down, and unfortunately no longer the number 49 Aston Martin V12 Vantage. The gearbox problem for that car, dropping it out of a provisional podium position and behind the second of the Mustangs. The number 2 car was in a podium position for much of the race. That's fallen back, and now it's in the hands of the 45. That is SP8. Cup 5, that is another one-make class, and that's for the BMW M235i cars. And Cup 5 is led by the 249 car, another car that's been leading a class for a long time. 43rd position overall for that car is a very good result at this point in proceedings. The 51st position car is number 240 in that class, and rounding out the provisional podium positions in Cup 5, with a couple of hours still to go, is the 246 car in 56th place. Then we get to SP8T, and SP8T, another leading car on the first timing and scoring screen. That is the BMW M4 GT4. We saw that car with a double puncture a little while ago, but it's got back out, it's running well, and leads SP8T in 35th position. And again, another car with substantial advantage over the 52 BMW. That's one of the Team Sherma cars. And SP8T third is going to be the 53, which is the other Team Sherma car, I'm pretty certain.
Leader is 2 laps ahead in that class.
Absolutely, and we've got, just for a moment, oh no, this is it.
SP5 class leader.
SP5 class leader going down.
Yeah.
There we go. It is the 61st position, number 83 car,
which is the only car in the class.
So therefore,
it's the BMW M1
it's going round and round and round, which it's been doing for much of the race. And then V4, which I know is a 2-car class, Paul, and you might have to help with this one. Now I can find the second position one.
156, which is the Sorg Rennsport BMW 325i. That leads the class, and the other car in the class is
the 143 car, and that completes that roundup. The 143 car being the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW E90 325i. That car running in 72nd position.
And final word on the Foxtail Manta. What's the tail held on by? Nurburgring. Thank you. Good night.
Go back to number 7 Aston Martin for a minute, because it just made that pit stop whilst you were doing the rundown. Another 8 lap stint, needless to say, for the number 7, and it will be able to get to the flag now on one more stop, no doubt about that. I'm currently suggesting that it will be able to, it'll do 1 pit stop and then it'll have 5 more laps to go. So that'll mean that the first and the last stint wouldn't have been 8 laps, but I hope I'm not counting my chickens. An hour and 50 minutes to go on the Aston Martin. It'll quite happily go to the flag on 1 more stop, as indeed most of the other cars that will be making their stops, obviously between now and the end of the race. They will be making from about 10 to, sorry, it'll be 10 past the hour. So within about the next half hour, there will be 1 more stop required. The difficulty at the moment for the 2 leaders is that they're both 2 laps short of making the 159 laps, because I haven't really talked about the estimated race distance, because I was talking about there being a possible record. At the moment, it looks like we're going to we're not going to break the record. We're just going to equal the record distance, which was set back in 2014 of 159 laps. By, funnily enough, an Audi, although it was a Phoenix Audi, and it looks like we're going to hit 159 laps again in this year's race, but both the leading Audis from Lantern WRT are going to be 2 laps short of hitting it because they're not going to quite have enough fuel.
I'm going to give you those blinding flashes of inspiration that just hit you at the most bizarre times. I'm not going to claim that, but I've remembered something.
Right.
And I think I can answer, at least in part, the Rennie Rast question. We have 2 Audis leading this race at the moment, the 29 and the 9. And the game here, of course, is to bring that home for Audi. Nothing else. It's not about the team, it's about Audi. They are both Audi-backed cars in this race. Evidenced by the fact that when we talked to Chris Renke for Daily Sports Car earlier in the weekend and asked about tyre strategy and asked the specific question, who will make the decision? Is it the team or is it Audi? The answer was, it's Audi. So Audi making the strategy calls on that. They're keeping, I think, the most polished bullet in their gun, should he be required under pressure.
Well, somebody needs to tell Nico Müller, because he is still cutting into the leader. All right, he's a minute and a half behind.
That I don't think is the issue. I think if it came, I don't think it's the issue about the 2 Audis. I think the issue is how close the 98 BMW can get, depending on what actually gets thrown at them. What they don't want to do is have a Rennie Rast putting a Colin De Filippi under immediate pressure for a lead that at the moment they hold.
Yes, I mean, the problem, or not the problem, the way I see the strategy unfolding, I'll express it that way, and things can happen between now and the end of the race which will change this, but this is the way I see it unfolding, is that 29 and 9 will both get to within half an hour of the end of the race, and then they will come in for their non-timed splash and dash to get them to the flag. So they'll have 1 stop to make sometime in the next 20 minutes or so, and then they'll have 1 splash and dash within the last half an hour. The 3rd place 98 car will move into 2nd place when the 2 Audis make their first pit stop, and then having made their stop, it'll be a timed stop dependent on the number of laps to go to the end of the race. So probably around about lap 153 for the number 98 car. It will then be a timed stop, and it will take as long as it takes because it's a timed stop. But then they're good to go to the end of the race, whereas both of the leading Audis will have to make 1 more stop after that. That'll then make it quite a close run thing, and I'm just going to sit down now and work out quite how close it's going to be.
Which is why I think that's the point at which you want your gun.
Yeah, so they've got René Rast for the number 9 car. René isn't available to drive the 29 car because he's not on the nominated list. He can't hop into either Audi. The number 29 will have Conor De Filippi, who's in the car at the moment. I mean, Kelvin van der Linde is quick. Christopher Mies, I mean, they're not short of options at Lamp Motorsport. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Let me just do the sums. You talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
We'll do that thing, but interesting to speculate, isn't it, here, Martin, as to this is about strategy, probably as much, if not more so, than speed at this point.
Well, it's about Audi versus BMW, isn't it?
It's exactly that. It's not about Land, it's not about WRT, it's not about Rover Racing, it's about the big gun makes here. Yeah. This is what matters. This is why they're putting the money into this race. It's to bring the race home for insert name of German manufacturer. Exactly. Trouble for the number 41 Lexus.
And that car currently 118th overall, 5th in the SP8 class, and not advancing its options very much by meandering at a very pedestrian pace around the Grand Prix circuit. In fact, possibly the only reason it's going downhill is because it's going downhill. Didn't really seem to be under much motive power. 98 and 99, the two Rover Racing BMWs are nose to tail on the track at the moment. The third placed of which, the 98 car, the better placed, is quickly catching 99, which has dropped down 10 spots further away to 13th position. And by the way, that battle between the number 19 BMW and the number 33 BMW is fast, and I mean very, very fast, heading for the pits, because they are still separated by inches. 0.4 of a second at the last split. Marco Seefried can see nothing other than the rear light panel of the BMW in front of him, the number 19 car. This has been a really good little stint under pressure from Jens Klingman, because of course he's the man who has to be the can opener when you get to the traffic. You're the one who has to do the dive.
You've got to make the call.
Yeah.
And you know, lest dear listener and viewer, you're downhearted by my description of the potential strategy that might determine what we see from the end of the race. This is a real life battle. And the other one to watch as well is the Ferrari. Ferrari outside the top 10 for the first time in, well, most of the race really, but it's just done an 8:21.9, that car. That's a mighty quick lap time at this stage of the race. Yeah. And they are looking to make their way back up the order, no doubt about it. But they've got no allegiances with the German manufacturers.
No, exactly. And the battle for 6th place between these two BMW teams is definitely a knockdown, drag-out knife fight. But it's all about whether or not, you know, which one of them finishes ahead of the other, because now they're not going to win the race. They're unlikely in the extreme to make the podium unless, when the hailstorms arrive, all the leaders go off. So it is a really tight battle for position. 19 is in the pit lane, 33 is in the pit lane. They have completed their 8-lap stints, separated by 0.4 of a second, 0.3 of a second, in fact, as they came into the pit lane. So a really epic dice between the two of them, and those are the sorts of ones where drivers get out, Paul, absolutely buzzing, not just from having been on the ragged edge on the Nurburgring, but having been on the ragged edge double plus.
And then, of course, the other aspect that they're then looking forward to is what's going to happen in the last 100 minutes of the race, because we're getting to that point now, counting down towards the end of the race, and as many people are, working out what their strategy is going to be to get them to where they need to be in order to make the best use of the way the regulations are constructed. And that really means, unless you can get to the last half hour without another fuel stop, then just delay it as far as you possibly can. But it's going to mean that the two Audis are going to be in within the next 2 laps, at least for the number 29 car. That's already gone through. We're still waiting for the 9 car to come through, and when it comes through, it'll have 2 laps to go as well.
Now, the other factor in that BMW battle for 6th place is the number 50 Mercedes, the grey and black 50 years of AMG car, because as the BMWs came into the pit lane, 19 was 6th, and 33, which was 0.4 of a second behind it, was 8th. And in that gap, was the number 50 Mercedes, which didn't come into the pit lane. So that's how close that battle is. They weren't nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail on the track. The Mercedes was just a couple of car lengths behind, but that is a one little run and run.
Absolutely, and the Mercedes, by the way, is only 2 laps into its stint.
Yes.
So it's got a long way to run. So
But
you're quite right, Martin. That one is one that could run well.
Yeah, what's interesting is that the number 1 Black Falcon Mercedes, which is now in the hands of Mauro Engel, has got itself clear of the other one, because there was a time not very long ago when Joe Bradley was sitting where Graham Goodwin is, when Adam Christodoulou was driving the 1 car, and it was in a battle with that number 50.
Yeah.
So by getting itself clear of the battle with the number 50, it's also got itself clear of the 2 BMWs.
And was that done on speed and not a problem for the 50 car? Because actually
Yes.
that answers a question somebody asked, what happened? Why did 50 drop behind?
Yeah, well, I'll be kind to Adam and say it was all down to Adam's speed rather than lack of pace on behalf of the HTP car.
Well, friend of the show.
But it was a good entertaining stuff. Ask Joe Bradley about it on the way home, because he was having great fun watching it on the TV cameras.
Very good.
Well, the one thing we can absolutely predict the remaining 1 hour and 41 minutes
is that
something unpredictable is going to happen, because
there
it
are
always
1 hour and
does.
41 minutes remaining.
But it
You can't
always
even
does. I mean,
predict that.
it is one of the astonishing things when you watch as much of this racing as we do, in the level of detail with which we watch it, is that something completely unexpected literally always happens.
Well,
literally always. It always does.
This is the first 24-hour race that I will have the opportunity to have said, well, if Le Mans last year taught us nothing, it taught us everything.
Well,
this one taught it first, didn't it?
This race last year set the trend of laps of last lap changes of lead.
Absolutely.
Because we had battle between HTP and Black Falcon, which sprung to mind very clearly when they were battling with Christodoulou, trying to get past whoever was in the HTP car, the number 50 car. So yes, there is that one to look out for. But as I say, you have to give credit for the number 1 Black Falcon car for having got away and out of that one.
And if ever there was an example that that actually threw my supposition out the window, it was that one, because there was huge controversy about the 2 cars making contact on the last lap, and talk of Mauro Engel even losing his factory status as a result of that. That the one thing they were told under no circumstances to do was to make contact with a sister car.
Rule 1, don't hit the other one. Rule 2, see Rule 1.
I was also told that they'd been specifically told to hold station, which was the other part of the reason. It wasn't just don't make contact, it was hold station last lap.
Hello, sorry, I can't hear you. Hello, sorry, it's breaking. I can't hear. Hello.
Quite. So yeah, that's how that one ended up anyway. It ended up with a Black Falcon win. This year, though, Mercedes are going to be struggling with the best wood in the world, although, granted, Graham says anything can happen. We've got the best Mercedes at the moment in only 5th place, chasing down 2 Audis, 2 BMWs, with the best Porsche, poor Porsche, in 9th place.
Yeah, it's not been their day, and I was chatting to one of the Porsche drivers a little earlier, and said, well, the one thing I guess you guys now know is exactly how Audi felt last year, and that I think it's going to be one of the 2 big stories of the race analytically, Paul, depending on what happens in the next hour and a half, with trouble again for the number 40 car. This is the GT4 BMW M4.
Puncture, possibly. It seemed to be coming very slowly out of Tiergarten and then picked up speed towards the pit lane, but it does seem to be down on the right front.
Yeah, well, Chase, it's its second right front puncture, as well as a right rear puncture, in not that lengthy time, is it?
Can't quite see, actually, whether it's still got air in the right rear or whether he's had a double right again. Looks to be going a little too quickly for both tyres to be flat, and it might have been right at the end of the lap. Where is he on he dropped off page 1, didn't he, briefly?
40 is still on page 1.
Or is he still? Right, in that case, my eyes
34th.
are dropping off. 34th. Why can't I see that then? There he is, because it's red and I'm looking for yellow. Yes, idiot. 6 laps completed, so that's a puncture-induced stop, I would think.
Absolutely.
Again, not sure who's in that car at the moment. Number 20 also in the pit lane, Schubert Motorsports, BMW M6 GT3, Jesse Krohn, Jürgen Müller, Bruno Spengler and Kuno Wittmer. That's a very decent lineup for a car that's not even in the top 10 at the moment. They've stopped after a 7-lap stint and are still behind the number 8 Haribo Mercedes, which currently resides in that 10th place.
It's a lot of shake-up in the lower part of that first timing and scoring screen into beyond the top 20 between, well, the SPX leading Glickenhaus, which is on a bit of a recovery run, the 36 Bentley, which is making its way a little further up timing and scoring, courtesy of picking off some of the slower cars.
Yep.
The second place SPX car and the previous leader for a little wee while, the Monte Cayman, which is in the midst of, I'm guessing, the 150, Paul, is a routine stop at the moment.
For number 150.
Yeah.
What position is it in?
23rd.
It only did 3 laps on its last stint, so I'm guessing not.
Correct.
So in which case, potential trouble
Yes,
there,
for the 150
which is
car.
potential good news for the Aston Martin, which is next down the list. And I think it's gone through.
In terms of overall positions, you're absolutely right. It will have picked
Just
up
goes through.
another place now, and
So back up to 23rd.
Back up to 23rd.
Yeah.
And is only 20 seconds behind the number 66 Manthey Racing SP7 car. So
and quicker last time around.
Does the race leader habitually do 8 laps, or does he have the occasional 7-lapper, Paul?
no, he's very habitual.
Okay, in which case,
so is
the
the second place car. So 29 and 9 have been, I won't say shadowing each other, because they've been split by this 2-minute interval, but it was very noticeable at the beginning of this stint how Nico Muller suddenly managed to get 30 seconds back. Sort of thing that you could get by lucky use of a yellow flag, by which I mean the yellow flag had kind of hit the leader, and then it had been removed by the time the second place car came. But for the second part of this stint, that gap has remained constant at a minute and 36 seconds.
Leader is in the pits.
Leader is in the pits a lap early then. I did see Van der Linde with his helmet on. I thought, well, he's, 20 odd minutes early then if the leader's going to do 8 laps, but he's doing 7.
Right, that's part of what I was trying to do with my little calculation, because what they'll be saying is we can make this stop shorter if we only do 7 laps. We'll be able to get enough fuel in to get us to the last half hour. And then if we can get enough fuel in to get us to the last half hour, we do our splash and dash, which we've got to do anyway to get us to the checkered flag. So this won't be the last stop for this car, because it'll need a splash to get it to the flag. But it will be not a timed one. It's just that this stop becomes 30 seconds shorter because it's come in after 7 rather than 8 laps.
And so Kelvin van der Linde, rather, who started it, is going to then take it to the flag. So he won't be trifling with taking drivers in or out at that stage. So it's that double slide rule thing where you've got to work back from one point to work back to another point to see where you are now. And does that then mean that we should expect 9 in at the same time? Because if the answer is the same, then surely they should be in the pits.
You would expect
90 seconds behind the number 29.
It depends if they've got a plan of how to get that 90 seconds
undercut, overcut,
by doing anything other than putting Renault Rast in the car.
Number 9 comes down pit road, so they are going to free the Rast. I think that might be plan A.
Right, so what will now probably happen, because we now look back to what's happening to the Rowe Racing car, the number 98, that can't afford really to come into the pits just yet. What they want to try and do, I suspect, is to leave their pit stop a little bit later, because they need to get to the checkered flag on one more stop. So they will stay out longer. They've only done, as Graham said a few moments ago, 2 laps on their current stint in the Rowe Racing BMW. So
this is the first throw of the dice, isn't it?
Fascinating battle of wits going on the pit lane. And of course, all of this assumes that we're going to have a green racetrack to play with in order to be able to go flat out.
Well, you always say, if you're behind, you're not going to win by doing the same. But they're, quote, doing the same. They've also come in, because their fuel economy maths works the same way. It's basically the same car. So,
but they have to be able to lap in the, what are we talking about, the remaining 11 laps of this race at a rate that's going to get the
10 seconds a lap quicker.
It's an awfully...
it is a big ask.
It's an awful lot big ask. On the other hand, the danger man is not necessarily, as listening to what Graham was saying, if we're assuming what Audi has said, is it's going to be, we need an Audi 1.2, not an Audi 1.3, because the BMW, the Rowe Racing car, if it's not in danger of winning the race, is certainly in danger of taking second place and splitting the two Audis on the podium, which is obviously not what Audi wants.
Now, you are probably as good a calculator as I'm ever likely to have sitting alongside me. The Rover racing car is now on the third lap of its stint. Where does that take it with regard to getting into the final 30 minutes? Will it then be peeling off into the pit lane at the same time as the two Audi 29 going very slowly, very, very slowly, and now starting to pick up speed a little on the Grand Prix circuit? We can see the driver, Kelvin van der Linde, inside, looking down into his lap, which was never a good sign. And he's been caught and passed by the number 48 Mercedes, who squeezes through on the inside into the Yokohama S's. And fresh out of the pits, all the lights have gone off. Control-Alt-Delete. He's resetting the car. Crikey. Well, you don't need much to lose a lead of 90 seconds. It's fired up again. All the lights are back on.
Yeah,
wow.
Graham did say that something was going to happen, and it certainly has done. That number 9 Audi then suddenly having to, sorry, the 29 Audi suddenly having to do a Control-Alt-Delete in order to restart the car. The lights went out, the driver looking down in the cockpit, trying to work out what to do. He's set it going again, but I'm not sure that car's up to full pace yet, Martin.
It really doesn't look like it. Number 9 still in the pits. The time stopped, don't forget, they can't get out any faster.
Now he goes.
Now he's on his way. We still don't know who's in the car. We're going to have to wait for them to update
It's
it.
Rast.
It is Rast.
It has to be Rast.
It is Rast.
Well, so it's effectively, it's almost the length of the Grand Prix.
No, he's only
Not
just
even there,
starting.
is he?
He's only just, is he coming down to the Dunlop hairpin still? No, he's climbing up the hill up to the Schumacher S's, so he's a mile in front. But NGK chicane this week. Thank you, Adam Christodoulou.
I think it's Ravenel this week. The Ravenel chicane is this week.
Indeed. However, is he going to turn left at the top of the hill, or is he going to have to come back into the pits?
I think he has to stay out there.
He's back to the Jaguar curve. He's had to come into the pits.
That's
oh my goodness.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with the car, but I would have thought he would have had to go round and just hope that the car suddenly comes back. I think, okay, you're bringing it into the pits, but you're throwing away any chance now of winning the race. And indeed, with the BMW from the Rowe Racing team, number 98, as close as it is, it's going to be very difficult indeed for the Lant Audi to keep itself ahead of that car. Didn't the Lant Audi was very close indeed in one of the VLN races and lost it in the last hour of the race, or last half hour of the race, I think.
Engine
VLN2.
cover is off. 1 hour and 29 minutes of the 24 hours remaining. The race leader has returned to the pits off the end of a short lap, which does not count on the Grand Prix circuit. Engine cover off, back on. He's been sent on his way again. He had a Control-Alt-Delete, a full lights off, power down, restart on the way out of the pit lane. They have lost the lead. They have lost second place as he came back out of the pit lane. He is shown as third on the road. Heartbreak and tears already in the Land Audi garage because the number 9 car has taken the lead, and into second, and there is the danger, is the 98 Rover Racing BMW.
Christopher Meese being, well, basically urged out of the garage. Christopher clearly very upset indeed. Just seen, there he is, he's absolutely, they're inconsolable.
The drivers are sobbing on the bonnet of the dead number 28, their sister car, which is in the garage, because that is absolutely heartbreaking. 90 minutes from the end. Well, at least it wasn't on the last lap, they may say, in 15 years from now, but right now, that will be of little compensation.
Overnight, we were talking about just how much racing Christopher Meese does. He's there. This is the loneliest moment for a professional race driver, isn't it? And, well, Conor De Filippi is just distraught. And, you know, John Hindhaugh just saying it into my left ear, these are professional race drivers. Tell me that they approach this coldly. Tell me that this doesn't matter. Tell me this isn't special. You know, the prospect of that result. And you know what? What an ideal moment to find out exactly what that means, because sitting down next to me is a man that knows all about the better part of that range of emotions. And we'll welcome back to the booth Alan Christodoulou.
Adam, you know, for a racing driver, I mean, for me, that just gives me prickles all the way up my spine. What does it do when you sit there as a driver? You must feel their pain.
Your heart just sinks, especially when you know that you've got no control of it. I suppose my first opportunity of possibly winning this race was 2-3 years ago, and the wheel fell off as I was climbing Kesselken, and of course I just felt at that point that the whole thing was just slipping through my fingers. But for it to happen close to the end is like heart-wrenching. So
well, looking at Vincent Vos on the pit lane of the WRT Audi, and he actually had a look about him as though it was his car that had just lost the race, because you know, there for the grace of God, you know, if it's happened to them, whatever it is, it's basically the same car but with a different colour scheme on. You know, if you see a problem for the Mercedes in front of you and you're in a close race, you go, OK, what happened to them? Your first thought is, on the pitch to the team, what happened? What happened? What's happened to them? And is it going to happen to me?
well, yeah, so it's one of them, like, even if it's your sister car that's in the race, then of course, if you're not in contention to win, then of course all support sort of goes to that one, and to see it slip through your team's fingers, because it's not just the 4 drivers in the car. Like, once it's the whole team, there's like 30 people for 2 cars at least. So.
But the other aspect to it is, Adam, and I'm thinking more of it as you might be looking at it, or for the other Audi teams looking at it from the outside, from the point of view of the competition. You're running your race and you're thinking, how are we going to get past that car? How are we going to get past that car? Something happens to the other car, and it's a bit like somebody suddenly hands you an open goal. You lose your head and kick it over the bar. You know, you can get easily distracted. You know, the emotion of what's happened to the other guy suddenly distracts you, and you know, or one of your mechanics at the pit stop who forgets to do something because he suddenly thinks.
Well, that's it. The pressure suddenly changes. You go from
it's the emotional
chasing to suddenly being chased, and then suddenly that's when you start to realise, oh, this could be for us to lose, kind of thing, and it's almost worse. And
well, that brings us round to your stint. You had the goal of chasing down the number 50 car. How much extra frisson does that add? Because, you know, let's face it, Nordschleife isn't exactly your most tedious track anyway. You're sort of on your tiptoes all the way around, aren't you?
Yeah, so it depends also how you catch the traffic, because I just completed a double stint. During my first stint, I was able to cut through all the traffic really nicely, and then it seemed that during my second stint, it was almost like there was a different group of drivers out on track, and suddenly there were people not using mirrors, and suddenly it became like painfully difficult to overtake some cars, just because they weren't committing to a line, and they were just sort of floating in the middle of the track, which is almost worse.
Yeah.
Especially when you're chasing down cars or trying to pull a gap. So I was really happy with the first stint. I was able to perform some decent times for our car, and then the second stint just seemed to fall apart a little bit. But we've managed so far with 0 contact, which is the main thing. And who knows, if something like that happened again to any of the others, we could possibly end up on the podium.
But it was quite a good gap to establish as well, isn't it? Because in effect, you've now got, 20 seconds or so separating you from the HTP car, and as well as doing that, you've then separated yourselves from the BMW that are threatening to get involved and overtake the HTP car. So there's just a bit of a cushion there, which, I mean, here I am giving you all the credit. It was a brilliant couple of stints, which were important at the time that they were made, because you had to make that gap.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we're running a slightly higher aero to the HTP car, so we seem to just suffer just a fraction on the straight to them. But I think what it gives us is a more confident car for the Nordschleife. So, of course, when we're not in battle, we're able to produce some decent lap times. But as soon as we're close battle, it's a little tough to try and get past anyone at the moment.
Dottinger's a big old long straight, but it is really quite a small part of the whole package, isn't it? And if you've got a car that you're confident with carving through traffic, and especially having to hang it around the outside of slower cars, and there seems to be an awful lot of that in your remit as a faster driver, then that extra little bit of grip that's just that confident edge, is it?
Yeah, definitely, and that's what you want, especially around here, because of course if you're not confident, then your lap time just drops. And of course it just hopefully looks after the tyres just a fraction more with that little bit of extra downforce. But of course, if you're in close battle with other GT3 cars, it's almost impossible to overtake on the Nordschleife. Whereas once you're on the main straight, if you've got less drag or more power, then of course it makes it a little bit easier. So so we managed to undercut a little bit in the pit stop, and so far we've done a pretty good job to just extend a small lead.
Paul?
Yeah, just trying to work out what the plan is for the number 98 car. It just goes through across the line now, and as it does so, completes its 149th lap. I'm reckoning it's going to have to go to at least lap 151 before it goes in for its what will be its final pit stop. And by my reckoning, they'll want to do that earlier rather than later in this stint. Although the later, if they do it early, because not within the last 1 hour and 10 minutes to go yet, so they need to do the final stop, I think, on lap 151. They'll be able to turn the car around then in just over 2 minutes because it's a short stint. Then they'll be good to go to the checkered flag. So expect to see the 98 in, not at the end of this lap, that's its 150th, but at the end of its next lap, and just do a 6-lap stint in order then to be able to do the final dash to the flag after that. And don't forget that the number 9 WRT Audi that now leads the race still has another stop to do for a splash and dash, but that will be beyond the last half hour, so as quick as it can be.
Okay, so here's the deal for René Rast. Originally, it was to try and chase down the number 29 Land Motorsport Audi to take the lead for WRT and to win the race for Audi ahead of the Land Motorsport car. However, now, having just fueled and been given the lead by a problem for the Land Motorsport car, the number 9 Audi must make a splash and dash in the final half hour. The BMW is going to do a slightly shorter than standard stop. It's currently 13 seconds behind. Even driving down the pit lane is a 32-second loss of time. So how much extra ahead does René Rast have to be once the BMW has made its last stop in 10 minutes' time for them to still be somehow inches ahead at the flag after splash and dash?
I think about a minute.
It's going to be really, really nerve-jangling.
It's a 60-kilometre pit lane, and just going back to why René Rast was kept back, it wasn't to try and catch the Land Motorsport Audi, it was to try and get ahead of the BMW and try and make it into an Audi 1.2, because that was the goal, as Graham told us, was to make it into an Audi 1.2, not an Audi 1.3. And I think the assumption from Audi was that the Land Motorsport, having had 22.5 hours of trouble-free running, was going to be able to manage the last 90 minutes, but we know you can never take anything for granted, and Graham told us that something unexpected was going to happen, but he didn't tell us what, the swine.
On the other hand, don't forget that at 6 o'clock in the morning we were saying, why is René Rast getting out? He's only done a single stint. 6 o'clock in the morning, were they really back-timing the need for René Rast to hold off a BMW, you know, 12 hours before the end of the race, almost 9 hours before the end?
No idea. I mean, René had a huge rest. I think it was something like 8 to 10 hours of rest during the night. So he had a very good night's sleep, and then just came in and did that one stint. And as you said, got out of the car looking fresh as a daisy. So presumably convinced himself the car was good, was happy to get in and do this final stint. But so anyway, we'll see what happens. We've got that. As I say, I reckon that we'll have these 2 laps for the number 98 car. René Rast is going to be going as fast as he can to try and make as big of a gap as he can, and as long as he's got a gap of a minute, he'll be able to do that splash and dash and be able to come home in the lead. Otherwise, it will be a sensational comeback for the Row Racing BMW, but it's going to really have to be flat out driving from both of them. And the trouble is, there's still an awful lot of cars out there, and as Adam says, sometimes the traffic just flows, and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, Adam, you weren't driving any differently in the second part of your double stint, were you? Or had you
I don't think so. I got a little bit angry.
You suddenly forgot how to drive.
It does happen sometimes. No, it's just, I think it depends on the groups of drivers that are in the car, and if they've just literally come out of the pits and aren't quite aware of what's around them straight away. Of course, it's been a long night, and sometimes it takes a lap to dial back into it. But I'm just wondering, what's the most amount of laps completed in the Nurburgring 24?
159, and this is going to go to 159. I don't think it's going to go to 160, but everything I've got in front of me in terms of screens is telling me 159, so I'm going to go with what it tells me.
Yeah, we'll go with what it tells you as well, in lieu of anything.
So that's why, as I say, if you just work it to assume it's a 159 lap race, the row racing car can only go 8 laps on its fuel, so it has to get to lap 151 to come in and then be able to make a full fuel stop and new tyres and new driver, and then it'll be good to go to the flag.
Well, it can do that easily because it's 4 laps in on its 150th lap. This will be its fifth lap of the stint. So as you said, it can come in at the end of
6.
At the end of yes, at the end of 6, because we've got 1 hour and 16 minutes, and in 1 hour and 10 minutes they can then do a short fill.
Yeah, but what it does is it then goes down the other side of a graph, if you will, because the longer your the longer your stint. Yeah. The longer the pit stop, but in the last hour and 10 minutes, the shorter it is to the end of the race, the shorter the stop can be.
Yeah, yeah. So they will take it will be a fast turnaround, full fuel, but not the long wait. And Adam, that must be quite bizarre. When you're in the middle of a stint, you come hammering down Dottinger-Her at 990 miles an hour, creak down the pit lane like you've hit a brick wall, and then you sit there stewing like a plum pudding in your race suit, just gasping for breath and waiting to go for about a week and a half while they do nothing, just sit and wait. I mean, how frustrating is that?
Well, yeah, so you're in there, and of course the heat suddenly hits you, and it's quite nice when you get moving again and get the airflow back through the car.
I've seen a couple of times, actually, in fact, in the Audi's last stop, they were
just
flapping
open the doors,
door, waving it, just trying to get any kind of airflow through for the driver.
Do you have air conditioning in the car?
AMG do an option, but we don't use it.
No, just we had Steph Dusseldorf up here earlier on. And they said they've got
our car's pretty good on the on not getting hot.
Right.
We've got some nice airflow coming in the car.
Even though you got the big engine up the front.
Yeah, so straight from the grille, we've got pretty much a tunnel that comes straight to the driver's leg, so we get blasted, and the quicker we go, the more air we get, so it's a bit of an incentive.
Hurry up and cool down. That's very good. Excellent. Well, listen, you've got a good battle on your hands with the number 50 car, but right behind them as well, we've got this battle with the 2 BMWs, 33 Peter Dumbreck, 19 now has got Tom Onslow-Cole on board, so that's an Anglo-Scottish battle going on there between the 2 BMW teams. The Ferrari behind them isn't so much a factor, but Paul, the number 50 Mercedes was, however, that's now seemingly jumped up ahead of the Fricadelli number 31 Porsche as well, so there's probably a few more position changes to come with pit stops there.
Yeah, that's been done on pace, and the Fricadelli Porsche will have to stop before, or I suggest will probably elect to stop before the HTP Mercedes number 50, and up ahead of it, we've got Maro Engel, isn't it, now at the wheel of the number 1 car, the Adam Christodoulou car, as we'll call it, seeing as he's here. Yep. And they are on exactly the same schedule as the 42 Schnitzer BMW, who I have lost track who's at the wheel of that one.
That, I think, is Augusto Farfus, because he was waiting in the garage.
Chipping away looking at it.
He was indeed, yes.
We swapped over with 32 seconds, so now we're only 26.
Yeah, so those two...
battles, aren't there?
Yeah.
But
I need this race to be longer.
I always say that about 24-hour races. You get to the end and you think, just another half an hour, and
this will sort itself out in a different way from the people who are currently in front. Yes, exactly. 9 comes across the line, so now we're going to see what the actual gap is and who actually is second. Don't forget, before the pit stops, the drama that happened a lap ago, the 29 Land Motorsport Audi was our race leader, left the pits, stopped downhill on the Grand Prix circuit. Lights off, full reset, restart, back through the pits. He stopped briefly, was waved off. That handed the leads to the number 9 WRT Audi. But in the interim, between 29 leaving the pits and leaving the pits again, it lost not just the lead, but also second place, because 98, the Rover Racing BMW has now come across the line in second place, 13.6 seconds behind René Rast. But due to stop, Paul, for its final stop at the end of this lap.
I won't say due to stop. It
conceivably could.
Conceivably could. I mean, this is where the tacticians may differ. My suggestion is it should stop at the end of this lap. It's got fuel aboard to take it through until lap 154. And that takes it over the top, as it were, of the graph, and then you'll start counting down the minutes to the end of the race to find out how much the minimum pit stop time should be. We've got a question from John Hindhoff on Twitter.
Question from a listener here. I have been listening. My question would be, given that people are struggling to do 7 and 8 laps in the heat, is it not worth taking your last pit stop when you can and banging a new set of rubber on it? Because then you don't have to worry about doing 2 or 3 extra laps after you splash. It's only worth doing the splash in the last half hour if you don't put tyres on and you just put the fuel in and go, because there's no set pit time. You might as well fill when you can, get to the end and put a new set of rubber on.
Yes, you're absolutely right, but that's the difference in the options open to the WRT Audi, which definitely needs a splash, and their only choice is when they do that splash, and it doesn't make any sense to do it when there's a minimum time in the reckoning. They might as well do it when there's no minimum time, and there's no question of them getting the tyres. They need to make the tyres last the extra couple of laps. It's only 2 laps they need the fuel
I think everyone's been quite on the limit with the tyres, so to try and push that extra lap, it's an extra 25 or extra 2 laps, it's an extra 50 kilometres, and we're sort of crying as it is.
Okay, so then it's not about the fuel, it's about how long you can go on a tyre without a catastrophic failure, which now means, are we back timing 8 laps from the end of the race, and all of them are going to hit the pit lane for a long fuel stop and tyre change 8 laps out into the...
Well, that's exactly what my suggestion is that the number 98 Row BMW should do. My equal suggestion is, because the number 9 doesn't have to constrain itself to that, but it does need more fuel, then... And that's where you need the driver to take the judgment.
Wow.
Do the tyres, have it in them to do those extra 50 kilometres.
So the tyres, they can do a tyre change in about 20 seconds, and so fueling.
It's doable.
Yeah, fueling. I'm not quite sure how much fuel they'll need. I don't know, anything between 25 and 30 litres if they're to complete 2 laps.
That's going to take longer, isn't it?
Yeah,
for sure on those hand pumps. If you had to, if they said, we haven't got time to do the tyres, you're going to have to do 10 laps, where is that going to leave you in terms of what pace you can hold? Are you just going to have to go for it, and are you going to be thrilled to bits with that choice?
Well, maybe only change 1 or 2 tyres.
I mean, this is exactly the situation we had last year as well, except that the boot was on the other foot in a sense, because the HTP car found itself needing to do a splash of fuel at the end, and they elected not to put the tyres on because all they needed was 1 lap's worth of fuel. And
I think if there's only 1 lap and you haven't killed the tyre, then you can continue on that. But
you wouldn't do 2.
The thing is, of course, these boys are now going to be pushing to the limit to obviously try and either extend a lead to give themselves a little buffer, or
they are taking the whip to it, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's not our choice. They're not going to do what we say. They're going to decide their own choices, and those are the choices. Put the tyres on, do the stop early, do the stop as late as you possibly can. Those are the choices.
Now, the other thing is, number 9 Audi is leading, but we suspect possibly that a more beneficial strategy is available to 98. So again, we talked about David King, we talked about not being able to win a race unless you know what the opposition are going to be able to do. You don't want to go, we're going to stick to plan A, no matter what they do. Can Audi stop with the BMW, or just shortly in front of them, 13, 15 seconds, to take away any potential advantage of that early stop and then long run to the flag that the BMW is going to have to do? Because BMW can't really make much of a choice.
There's nothing that stops, except for the fact that René Rast is ahead of the BMW. There's nothing that stops WRT simply from copying whatever Row Racing does. The problem is they can't copy because they come across the start-finish line first. So they have to copy it the next time around. But that would be an option. As I say, we're into the last 70 minutes of the race, and that means that we've kind of reached that point where any pit stops taken from now on in get shorter and shorter the nearer you are to the checkered flag, down to 30 minutes to go.
We are now at 150 laps, 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining. So record distance, possibly with the added spice of a near photo finish, might, if they squeak across the line even a second before the checkered flag is due to come out on your calculations. I mean, you're counting on whole laps and maybe whole minutes. We might be talking a fraction of a second to get them across the line and get to beyond a record distance.
It looks like with Rast, when he gets to the start and finish, there's going to be 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, which is 7.5 laps.
Well, we're inside 1 hour and 10,
Martin,
so now they don't have to make as long a stop.
Don't forget the checkered flag comes out at 24 hours.
Yes.
And once you go past the checkered flag, you're done.
No, exactly. But if the leaders happen to go by, I mean, we're saying we're on target now to equal, but if they're a second in front of the checkered flag, then we'll get onto a record.
I think it's going to be halfway through their lap that the checkered flag's
Adam's got the calculator. I wondered what he was working out, whether he was working out where his car is going to end up versus the other.
Hang on, a driver that does calculations. You want to stop that immediately, Adam. That'll stop you getting any more employment if they think you can do that sort of stuff as well.
Well, you see, there's
Martin,
a future.
My point is, Martin, that wherever the leader is on the track when 4 o'clock comes around is largely irrelevant, because it will come out. The rule is here, the checkered flag comes out, and so the race is over at that point for anybody that goes through. You don't get to go around again. So what you might see is laps that we haven't got between cars at the moment, in terms of cars that are on the lead lap. That might suddenly become a full lap. It doesn't give a full position.
No, that's what happened last year. We realised that we were able to squeeze an extra lap out of the race, and it forced a splash and dash for the other team if we weren't able to push that. But of course, we had to rely on no code 6 this as well.
It's what I call the second place rule, where you gauge your own speed by what the second place car is doing, rather than what you need to do to win the race. You kind of just have to stay in front of the first car. So, I mean, it depends how this one pans out. And as you say, anything could happen in terms of what the lap times turn out to be. At the moment, we've got a green track, so we've got some pretty fast lap times happening. And that means that if, as you say, you're actually going to be halfway around lap 159 when the checkered flag comes out. It's just a nice straight dash to the flag. The problem that came last year was that I think there was only about 8 seconds in it or something.
I think it was 20 seconds to go.
It was a tiny amount, and you just managed to push the HTP car across onto the next lap. This time, it's only halfway around the lap, so it's not going to be as close as that.
Leaders across the line, René Rast has added 2 seconds to his advantage. In fact, 2.1 seconds. It's gone out from 13.4 to 15.5 seconds. We're waiting for Kelvin van der Linde to come across the line. He's currently in Tiergarten, and he is going to be somewhere around a minute behind in 3rd place. That car, just to remind you, was the leader when the 2 Audis came into the pits for fuel a lap ago, and he had the engine or the electronics shut down on him on the outlap, shut it down on the Grand Prix circuit, came back in for a quick check over and moved down the order into 3rd place. So the lead gap, René Rast in the number 9 WRT Audi, 15.5 seconds ahead of the number 98 Rover Racing BMW, and Kelvin van der Linde in 3rd place, now coming through Tiergarten. It's going to be about a minute and 20 seconds behind, so they are going to need something. The question mark for them is how much further back. Okay, the number 42 BMW, that's the Schnitzer car, which has now for the first time got Augusto Farfus on board. That car is about 2 minutes further back, and that, like the 98 BMW, has, or in fact, no, it's even further. This will be its 7th lap. So the number 42 car, Paul, can now come in either this time round for a slightly shorter stop, or next time round it'll be this time round, won't it? 'Cause we've theoretically only got 8 laps to go.
But the Schnitzer BMW is looking in its mirrors to see where this wretched Black Falcon Mercedes is. The Mauro Engel car, Adam Christodoulou's car.
20 seconds
20
behind.
seconds is its advantage.
And on the same fuel schedule.
On exactly the same fuel schedule. So
and number 50 as well on the same fuel schedule is only 16 seconds behind that. So that's that three-way tussle.
Quite so. So it's very close whichever way you look at it. And the interesting thing. Going back to what we were talking about, the strategy of it at the moment is that the 98 car chose not to come in at that point when he's got 8 laps to do, and so he now, the longer he goes, the shorter the pit stop can be, provided they can get enough fuel in during that time to get him to go to the flag, bearing in mind that they might want to leave a little bit of extra and go to 160 laps just in case they're going to have to.
Yes, because what you really don't want is to be within inches of the leader and then for it to go bing, bing, bing and shut.
Exactly so.
That would, that would not be funny. An hour and 2 minutes to go. And as ever, we get to the end of a 24-hour race, and it will be in the final 2 minutes rather than the first 2 minutes that decides the race for the checkered flag, likely as not. So we've got Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and not beyond the bound of possibility, given what we've seen in the last 20 minutes, never mind in the last 22 hours, that we could have one of each of the German manufacturers' cars on board on the top of on the podium, not on the top of the podium. It's going to be hard to find all 3 on the top of the podium, but your car, the number 50 car, as well, possibly not even out of it yet, Adam.
Yeah, 16 seconds.
Yeah, I know. You know, it sounds like nothing, because in real life, you know, it's not even 200 metres running. But it is it's a monumental ask in 7-8 laps.
Well, the thing is, if you catch a code 60 wrong, then you can lose that in one go.
Yes.
It's happened before where you've gone into a code 60 and then if they're pulling the wreck car or whatever further down the track, then of course the code 60 ends up being later and later, and you can actually, depending on how the double yellows are, it can actually...
You end up following the code 60 and the car behind you doesn't get any yellow at all.
Yes, exactly. So
he can gain half a lap on you if you catch it at the beginning of dotting a her. He's in, quids in, isn't he? Or vice versa, if you just escape it.
And that's it. And then of course there's still possibility of like... Well, in fact, no, there's no possibility of the pit times being too short now, is there?
No, well, no.
I know there's a few penalties thrown around.
In the final 30 minutes, no, but between now and then, yes, there are, because we have 1 hour exactly to go in the 2017 running of the Nurburgring 24 hours.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So we head into the final 60 minutes of this enthralling competition. Just before we let Adam Christodoulou go, who's your money on, Adam? There's all 3 of the German manufacturers are there. 5
I'd
cars.
love to say number 1.
Well, you know, 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes. It's not, you know, it's not a round. That sounds a lot, but round here that's half a lap, isn't it? So. Cough, splutter, tyres fall off the edge of the cliff. Who knows? Somebody, as you say, somebody gets caught up in an accident. If you had to put your money on one of those top 3, let's say, within 90 seconds, would you, well, I'll tell you, I'll put it this way. Would you rather be the 29 in 3rd, the 98 in 2nd, or the 9 leading right now, knowing what you know?
I think with the strategies, maybe, I suppose, number 9.
So you'd like to be leading?
Yeah.
And at least you get the choice of what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But then there's always an additional pressure when you're in the lead because suddenly the race can't be short enough.
Yes, yeah. Would you be shouting at your engineers all the time now? You'd be feeding back, wouldn't you, what your tyre life is like? Whether you're going to need tyres or not. I'm going to need tyres, I'm not going to need tyres. That's the key here.
Oh yeah, so of course you've got to give your own feedback, and then you'd want to know what the gap is to the car behind. I suppose they're the 2 main things, and you just got to be hoping that, that the marshal's there with the blue flags ready for the cars when you catch them up. Like when you get a gaggle of 3 cars like now,
Flansgarden
then
coming
suddenly
down to the S's.
that's when it hurts, and you can just watch the chime drop off. So like that's probably cost him 2 seconds.
And you see your delta change on, your dash, so you're seeing that.
And it's painful because you just think, oh, if I just managed to get through. And then even now, so this is another corner where, okay, he's managed to get past.
He's got
but,
down the inside of
it's one of them when you decide to go in there and sure, and then it almost becomes checkmate, and you both stumble. Both of you end up losing a second or a second and a half.
Do you like the team to talk to you? Can they help you in terms of what traffic's coming up? Can they be looking at the tracker, or is it basically you're out there on your own and having? Obviously, you have to make.
You're pretty much
decisions.
there on your own. The only what they can give you is the code 60s and the yellows, but when you're out there, of course, it's just by instinct. You just have to go where the gap is and work it out yourself. The camera's not going to be following the traffic, and so it's not possible.
Congratulations on your win last year.
Thank
you have another 56 minutes and 47 seconds as the reigning champion. We might be talking to you as a reigning champion again this year. If it is, that is a hell of a story. Adam, it's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Glad to see you here always, and good luck for the rest of the season, mate.
Thank you.
Adam Christodoulou, who has been a brilliant guest for us here, live from the Aston Martin Lounge. Number 1 Mercedes-Benz defending its championship at the moment in 5th position and 25 seconds away from 4th. 4th position at the moment is the 42 BMW. 3rd, the 29 Audi. The 98 BMW in 2nd is just 18 seconds away from Rennie Raston, the number 9 Audi on the Grand Prix circuit now. Graham Goodwin will do the update in just a second.
I'll just say that, just pointing out the 2 leading cars on the dot and go home together.
Yeah,
in sight of each other now.
Exactly.
Still.
Once again, we are counting down to a quite extraordinary finish to this race. No one has blinked as yet, and come in now. Next lap around, the 98 car will probably, well, it will be completing its 8th lap. Also the 42, also Adam's car, the 1. They will all be due to the pits next time.
Just a quick moment as well to another battle still going on between the 8th and 9th place BMW, still under 2 seconds between Peter Dumbreck and the Falcon number 33, and we believe Tom Onslow called the number 19.
Yeah.
That has been going on for what seems like the whole morning.
Aston Martin update before you do yours. 22nd now for the number 7 SP8. Darren Turner taking the car through the flag. Nicky Team starter. Peter Kate is biting every fingernail that he's got left. He was up here a few moments ago. Has he disappeared?
He's hiding under the table.
He's hiding under the table,
yes.
I'm told. Yeah, that car's done a sterling job. Graham, for the final time for the odd hours of the rundown, what do you have for us?
Well, for the final time, the top 3 are together in a sack, tied up in the woods in the Nordschleife. It's the 9 from the 98 from the 29. We don't need to tell you that one, do we? It's been a fabulous race for all 3 of those so far, and nail-biting and upsetting stuff from the Land Motorsport crew. SPX.
Not out of it, though. They are not
out of it yet. SPX, leading car, the Glickenhaus, number 702, the surviving Glickenhaus, into the top 20 for the number 702. Second in that class. We've then got second and third, both of which are, theoretically at least, GT4 spec cars. And the number 150, after a great run, has had some troubles lately and is in 28th position overall. That's the Montai Cayman in 28th position. Also on the first page of timing and scoring, the number 18 Phoenix Audi R8 LMS GT4, 32nd position for the 18, puts it in a provisional podium position in the SPX class. SP3T, 25th and 26th position for the top 2 cars in that class. The 89 is currently leading the 170, with the 87 a little way further back, quite considerably further back, in 3rd position in SP3T. SP10, that class, it has to be said, has collapsed over the last hour or two. Now led convincingly by the number 72 Porsche Cayman, with the only other car I can find on the first 3 timing and scoring screens now, the number 73, and I think it's a long pit stop for that Mattol GT4 Aston Martin, 109th position now. So the 72 car, the only untroubled runner left in the SP10 GT4 class. TCR, and the opposite true here, with the number 175 Team Matilda VW Golf TCR car,
and if you
has
listen
led
carefully,
from the start.
If you listen carefully, tick, 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 tick. Yep, that's it going round. That's how it's gone from the start.
31st position overall for a TCR car, the number 175.
And its last lap at 9:26, by the way.
It is metronomic.
Into the pits has come 4th and 5th position. The red and white BMW 42 and the number 1, the white and sky blue Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. Carry on.
Adam Cressatulu's car, of course. The 172 is second in TCR, 47th position overall for that car, with the 171 completing the leading trio, 5 places further back in 52nd position. V6 is in the hands still of the 133, into the top 50 now for that car. 63rd position is the 137, with the 134 the third runner, but out of the top 100, 103rd position as I last looked. AT, and only 2 cars now in the alternative fueled cars, or alternative technology cars, in the top 114, still led by the 320 Porsche Cayman, with the 106 diesel-powered Saxon BMW in second place. 46th place at the moment for the 320. The 106 just 54th, so not that far back in terms of positional running, but way back on the road. V2T has dropped off the top, as we've got. This is a replay of the stop, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll come back to what I saw in a moment or two.
And finally, SP2T, 2 cars there. The 114 still leads the 112 second. 100th place for the 114, 113th for the 112. So the stories that are now beginning to emerge, John, is of the trouble-free cars with big gaps in the lead of some of these classes. But the big story is absolutely about what is going to happen in the last few minutes, last 51 minutes of this race with the top 3 cars.
It was Conor De Filippi, wasn't it, that took that car out and then had to bring it. Sorry, who got out of the car before it stuttered. This is the 29 car that was leading. An hour away, and Van der Linde had got in the car, and the tap of the head means he's coming back into the pit lane. That's the universal sign. Even if you do arrive and drive karting, he's coming back in. There's a big powwow going on a couple of minutes ago down in Landland with the Dunlop tyre technician. I reckon they're going to put a set of qualities on this car.
They've got to do something. They've got to throw the dice. They've got. Well, look, why wouldn't you, Paul?
Yeah. I'm trying to work out what's happened. As far as I can work it out, Adam was quite right to choose the number 9 car, because whatever happens, the number 9's pit stop is going to be quicker than the number 98's car pit stop, and it's got this 13-second become 15-second become 18-second advantage now, with Rene Rast pulling away just a little bit from who's in the 98 car. Alex Sims.
Right.
No, it wasn't. It was Farfus, wasn't it, that got into the number 98 car. Oh no, Farfus is in the 42, sorry, isn't he? Yeah.
We've got no driver indication at all on the 98.
I think it's Alex Sims.
I'll double check
on that one. So in any case, as I say, I think Alex Sims is going to be resigned to second place, but the challenge for Lant is going to be to get second place back, and that's going to be possible, as you suggest, John, getting to go as fast as possible, and by going for a fuel, plus again taking what Adam told us about being able to change the tyres in 20 seconds, they'll be outside the minimum window for fuel, but they will need sufficient fuel to get them to the flag, and that will be either 2 or 3 laps, probably 3 laps they'll need of fuel. So they should also need a set of tyres. Now that's not going to be quali tyres, that'll just be a set of normal Dunlop softs, I would think, and that's what they need.
The fastest time in top 30 qualifying was set on the Dunlop hard tyre, believe it or not, the 29 car.
Yeah, there you go. So the only thing, just to finish off,
Audis,
so just to finish that off, that could enable the Lant car to, they won't be able to win the race, but at least get back ahead of that pesky little BMW.
We're inside the last hour with rain creeping ever closer. Is there going to be a Mother Nature roll of the dice in the Eifel Mountains? Let's start thinking now as well. We'll have a post-race tech whilst we're waiting for the podium ceremonies to get underway. So we will have your nominations now for the Spirit of the Race Award. Hashtag SOTR to @RSL_studio. And Nick Katzberg in the 98 car is what we're being told coming into the pit lane. So that from the Rove Racing Machine Twitter account. Sorry, missed that, Graham.
Alexander Sims did do a double, and then Nicky Katzberg got into the car.
Right, so this is Katzberg into the pits now from second place, and a new set of Michelins are going on. All the BMWs getting a check on the brake pad wear. Guys working on the front tyres, they're done. Now go to the back, the fuel's still going in with 47 minutes left now. And the blowers in the front of the car being held by one of the team members to try and keep airflow through so that we don't get heatsink. Here comes the Land car to the end of the lap.
2 minutes 28 is the minimum pit stop time for this stop for the number 98 car. It's just gone over 1 minute.
And the fuel hose is out, and the Land car comes through, 29. Kelvin van der Linde back into second place on his now completed his 5th lap of a stint, which is going to be 8. The 98 car came in at the end of 8 again, so that's spot on time.
But it's slightly longer than 5 laps because there's a lap of the Grand Prix circuit in the middle of it as well.
No, sorry, I thought the fuel hose had gone back. The fuel hose has gone back in again on the 98. Did they not get it in?
They've just got a little bit of time, so let it settle down, squeeze a bit more in just in case.
Right. You don't want to carry more weight than you need to, though. What's he got from here? 15 minutes. It's 3 laps. 3 laps and a new set of Michelins, which are sitting cooling down on the car at the moment since they came out of the tyre warmers some 45, 50 seconds ago.
Ready to go in 5 seconds.
For the 98 car, that is, as the 29 of Kelvin van der Linde is halfway around the Grand Prix loop. Rennie Rast, by the way, was 25 seconds to the good as the slowing down 98 tripped the timing line in the pit lane. Now the 98's down and away. The guys pushing it off to make sure there was no stutter or cough or stall as it leaves the pit lane, rejoins the Grand Prix circuit. Through has gone the green and white 29 car. What drama, what heartbreak for the Land Motorsport Audi crew.
So
Still Rennie Rast leading.
The next milestone that you need to be looking for is the session clock counting down to 30 minutes to go, because I don't believe that either of the 2 Audis are going to come into the pits while there's still more than 30 minutes to go. They've got fuel aboard to do it, the tyres will last, so get to the 30-minute mark and then the pit stop can be as quick as you like.
Yeah, and my apologies, I said 3 laps to go. There will be 5 or 6 laps to go from here, depending on where you are when the checkered flag comes out. And a reminder again that the checkered flag comes out on the stroke of 24 hours having been completed, and then the leader comes round and ends the race. So if you're ahead of the lead, if you're on the tail end of the lead lap and you go through just as the 24 hours comes up, then that's it. That's your race over. You're going to lose a lap to the leader.
At this point, you need to be evaluating your chances of making up a place and then fueling it to the maximum that you'll need to do in order to either not lose the place or to gain the place that you're intending to go. You don't need to necessarily worry about when the 24 hours is up.
David King from Aston Martin has just let us know that in 22nd position, the SP8 leader, the Aston Martin GT8, that lovely car with the Tregothnan Great British Tea sponsorship on it is out of the pits for its final pit stop. Darren Turner, as we suggested, will take that car to the flag, knocking on the door of a top 20 finish here. And that car has 43 minutes and 10 seconds before the checker comes out.
And a class lead, let's not forget.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Lamborghini's challenge has faded a little.
And a class leader that has led the class since
Tuesday?
Not quite the first lap, but it was certainly by the end of the first stint, the Aston took over the lead of the class from the Lamborghini.
So BMW versus Audi, Land Motorsport versus WRT,
the Land guys
versus Rove. And let's not forget, John, and this is an important part because we've been talking about it an awful lot in the lead up to this race, it's Michelin versus Dunlop.
Yes, absolutely. The Land guys are still
stunned,
absolutely gutted. We may never find out what the issue was. A hard reboot on the outlap of that car on its penultimate pit stop didn't clear it. The car had to come back in. It's the 29 car we were talking about, which was leading at the time. And this is the car that has dominated the laps led column on Paul's computer screen. It had to come back into the pit lane. Engine went off, computer lead went in, and some kind of software reboot was required. The car, it has to be said, has performed faultlessly since then, Paul, and a 24.8 last time around, by far the quickest of the cars in the top 3 positions.
And that car has been consistently one of the quickest cars out there. It hasn't got the fastest lap, but it has been consistently one of the best cars out there. What was doubly galling for it was the fact that it had to do that lap of the Grand Prix circuit, which lost it a further 3.5 minutes.
Correct.
On top of the pit
slow
stop
lap,
time.
and B, then you have to do it again.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And it took him absolutely nowhere, and just put another 2.5 kilometres on the, or sorry, 4.5 kilometres on the tyre.
Here's a question, gentlemen, and I'd be very interested in the answer. What's worse, in those circumstances, losing to another car of the same manufacturer or losing to a rival?
Losing.
I just think losing.
Absolutely, yeah. But the issue here is, of course, there's an awful lot of commercial interest, as well as the pride that comes with this, of the pecking order within the favoured customer teams for a major manufacturer. And, you know, commercially, is it actually worse to lose to another of the Audi teams in these circumstances?
Possibly so. Adam Christodoulou was questioning whether maybe a fuel pump had tripped out.
Oh.
They'd done the reset to get it back to the pits because the engine cover came off. Something very quickly done inside. Whether maybe they'd swapped to an alternate fuel pump. For the drivers, though, you'd rather that it never moved again, wouldn't you?
No.
Yeah. No, because if it's let you down and taken you out of the race...
They're 90 seconds away from the lead on a lap that's 8.5 minutes. They could still win this.
Yes.
Something else would have to happen, Martin. I hear what you say, but he could still win the race. We've seen stranger things happen here. Last year, as Paul mentioned earlier on, this was the start of an extraordinary run of 24-hour races where major positions, overall positions, and in this case, the lead position changed at the start of the very last lap. The hashtag, I'm being told by the responsible adult, the hashtag for your questions, please, to post-race tech is N24PRT. Hashtag N24PRT. Hashtag... Are we happy with hashtag SOTR, or do you want hashtag N24SOTR? No, SOTR. Right, fantastic. Sensor reset in the pits to solve the glitch. Yeah, so it went into... I'm sorry, I've gone outside my parameters mode. Except, obviously, it would have said that in German. And it basically went into limp home mode, as some cars do sometimes, and turning it off and turning it on. We've all had those moments, haven't we? Where we go, oh, not now, no, not now. And you find a lay-by, you turn it off, take the key out, lock the door, unlock the door, put the key back in, and it starts. Thank goodness for that. And off you go, and you never speak of it again. And you don't have to get the piece of lime tree and thrash it. Yes, the Rene Rast number 9 then, the grey and red, dark red Audi R8. Coming up to the battle-scarred Bentley of a similar red hue to the stripes on that Audi. The dark maroon car with the black rear end, that faded Bentley colour scheme for this year, which I really like. That car is the best of the Bentleys, he says, with a question mark on the end. No, it's not. 37 is in 16th position. 36 in 21st position. And Darren Turner, a 9:37 on his outlap for the SP8 leader.
So 1 minute and 23 seconds is the gap between now the two Audis, of course, as they cross the line at the end of their 154th lap. 8:27.4 for the number 9 of René Rast, 8:26.4 for the number 29 Land Motorsport car of Kelvin van der Linde. We await the arrival from the Nordschleife in about, well, be under a minute's time from the number 98 Rover Racing BMW M6.
But sorry, John, just to say very quickly, the number 9 car will go through with more than 30 minutes remaining. The number 29 car will go through with less than 30 minutes remaining. So the 29 Lant car can make its last half-hour pit stop at the end of this lap, but the WRT car cannot.
The 98 car getting a bit of a tour down the Dottinger Hall from its team car. No, that's not the team car, is it? That's the Schubert car, the 20 car, sorry. That's the 11th position car. But now it's holding it up, and the headlamp flasher is on for the 98, the third place Rove Racing machine, which we've got Nicky Katzberg in, I think, there with the red and white helmet. Yes, we have. As he goes down into the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit. Nico Müller and the rest of the team in Audi Sport WRT barely daring to look. 2 more laps at the end of this one for René Rast if he goes the distance on fuel. And that is going to take him to, what have we got?
156.
Yeah, I'm looking at time.
And then he'll need 3 more laps after that.
Exactly what I was thinking. Umbrella up in the crowd, but I think that's more to take the sun off on the edge of the Tiergarten area with the main road just behind it. There are a lot of very experienced heads up and down this pit lane who will be, they'll be getting scratched to wonder what can be done to affect this. René Rast at the moment in the box seat with 93.5 seconds of a lead. Graham Goodwin, again, this race with clouds gathering overhead threateningly with 35 minutes to go. Graham Goodwin, is there another roll of the dice? Here.
Yes, of course there is.
Do you feel that something is going to happen?
Well,
have you got that feeling?
Genuinely, I just can't conceive of a situation where it won't. That there are options here to actually, at the very least, someone is going to go aggressive. They're going to have to do that because they'll need to kind of tip this on its head. So someone's going to have to go aggressive. The body language at Land is just desperately hard to watch, isn't it? They crushed after, what was it, 22 hours plus in the lead of the race?
Yeah, I did it in terms of the number of laps in the lead of the race. They've led 125 of the 154 laps. Compare that to the WRT car, which is just going through now to lead its 10th lap of the race.
The irony of the German translation, the weather that says wetter online, could just be weather. Could that be the drama? Could it be that be the drama? Could it be tyres? Could it be a fumble in the pits for somebody? Could it be traffic?
I think there's 2 possibilities where the drama's going to come from. René Rast, I got excited about earlier on in the early hours of this morning. I think he's now going to stroke this one home. I don't think he is in a position where he's going to be challenged. I think there's 2 battles that are on. There's the battle for 2nd place between Lant and Rowe Racing, but there's also this splendid battle going on for 4th, 5th and 6th places where Adam Christodoulou kind of plaintively said to us, it's 20 seconds between the Black Falcon car, which is sandwiched between the Schnitzer BMW that he's chasing down. This is Maro Engel chasing down Augusto Farf was in the Schnitzer car, number 42, and the HTP car, which is only 20 seconds behind
So that's
the Black
four
Falcon
cars
car.
in 40 seconds for 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yes.
Right, okay,
You
yeah.
effectively you've got 1, 2, 3, 3 on broadly the same kind of position in their fuel window, and the following 2 just about due to come in.
Yes, 7th, Peter Dunbrek in the Falcon car is due his last stop. He'll be desperately hoping that he can do another 3 minutes out there.
Well, he's only 8 seconds ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Those two have been battling away all morning.
Yeah. Behind that is the 31, very quietly, 9th position for the Fricadelli car.
Dropped back into that 9th position, though, John.
Yeah.
Not powering forward, but you're right.
It's the best Porsche.
It's
the best
only
Porsche.
No, it's been a desperately poor Nurburgring 24 hours for Porsche, I'm afraid. Certainly in the lead class, they're doing very well indeed in a range of other classes.
As always. As always.
But in terms of the result that will matter the most to them, it's been pretty desperately poor.
I don't care what the weather radar says. The clouds look threatening to me.
Somebody got
They're
the dark grey
shaking a
filter
fist
on.
at us, even as we look at it. Martin's going out the back door to be weather monitor.
I'm coming out now, and maybe some time, Haven.
Yeah, excellent.
May its
to
playtime be
British-
cancelled, please?
Yes, yeah, it's going to be a wet playtime. My goodness, you can just, I can see it now. A cloud burst somewhere on the far side of the circuit and people having to tiptoe around the last 2 laps, not wanting to stop for tyres.
Peter Dunbrek pits.
It could happen, couldn't it?
Okay,
Here?
absolutely
This is the place where that's absolutely in the script.
So Peter Dunbrek pits. Tom
Yeah.
Onslow Cole does
Right
also.
behind
That
him.
will be the last. But they've not managed to do it in the final half an hour, John.
No, but Tom Onslow Cole's only done... now he comes across the
Yes.
line and does it. So they've both done their 8 laps, okay?
Yeah, but because we're now counting down to the end of the race, these pit stops are going to be a minute and 46 seconds.
How long, Paul, you're our statistician, how long does it take for weather to get from Spa to the Nordschleife? Because the GT Open at Spa has just suffered what has been described to me as a small monsoon.
I would
it's
say
tipping it down.
I would say at least an hour.
Spa, it's tipping it down at Spa.
I mean, it depends on wind direction, all that kind of stuff. But
Rennie Rast carving his way through traffic, the Opel Calibra, one of the M235 BMWs. He goes through. That is his 7th lap on the stint.
and
So that's
he's-
another 50 clicks before he calls in for fuel.
and 1 minute to go before we're into the last 30 minutes.
Do you go to the end of your fuel, Paul, or do you come in next time around and put less in? So you're standing still less time?
It makes no difference. I mean, whatever you do, you're going to be constrained by as long as it takes you to do it. And the amount of fuel that is required is going to be 3 laps worth, I reckon, plus the 20 seconds, or if that can be done within the 20 seconds that Adam Christodoulou tells us to change the tyres, then that's it.
Paul, look at the ticker. Flansgarden, es regnet.
I don't know if I've got that ticker.
Spots of rain at Flansgarden.
Stephen Kilby tells me the ticker we get into the media room is saying rain at Flansgarden.
It's not over. Right, shuffle back to the front of your seat. Don't go too far away. Live from the Aston Martin Lounge Radio Show Network, flag-to-flag coverage, and we will take you all the way at the flag, no interruptions. And we've seen every moment of the action, thanks to our TV colleagues at Vega here, Vega Technical, setting us up here in our salubrious booth. Our generous host, Aston Martin, and a particular thanks to the hosts in the lounge, including Marcus, who have looked after us royally. 1 or 2 more people beginning to gather here as the end of the race is nigh.
Pit stops for the Falcon Motorsports BMW number 33, also for the number 19, the Schubert Motorsport. They both came in together, they both went out together practically, so that, that's just a splash of fuel. They haven't taken on the extra tyres, the tyres they've got on them.
Really?
I don't know. I have to say, I can't imagine they could have done that in that time.
No.
Really? Well, let me just have a look at the pit stop time. for Dumbreck was a 1 minute and 46 seconds. No, okay, that would have been tyres as well.
Right, I was going to say 4 more laps on the tyres, potentially. I think that would have been a little bit too much. Number 9, René Rast, riding the curbs and getting the back end of the Audi well off the ground there as he heads on to the Hatton back. And now up over Flansgarden, already up to the top of the hill to Schwedenkreuz and to Arenberg. He'll be down the Foxhole in a moment or two, hugs the inside line of the right-hander under the Yokohama Bridge. Bit of clear track, he'll be breathing a bit better. The 1-2-4, Team Thailand Ultima, which was the better placed of the two, is going very slowly on the Grand Prix circuit. They have not been without their issues. The 1-2-3 had their problems earlier. The 1-2-4, crewed by the all-Thai crew, if I'm not mistaken, although not all on us, I'd tell a lie, because Takayuki Kinoshita's in that car. It's Jum Supapong, Arthur Rungampon, Boon and Chen Jen Hong. They've been in a battle with their teammates, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand 123, with Suttipon Smitterchurch, the Natavude Chiron Suka Watana, the man they call Mad Cow, he calls that himself, Manat Kulaparon and Natapong Hotunkum.
Mind games, perhaps. BMW Motorsport tweeting out stacks of rain tyres ready just in case.
Yeah, very good.
Look, we have some.
Yeah. Had a long chat with people from both sides of the tyre divide earlier on this morning, and I think both of the tyre companies have come out of this as looking pretty smart, to be honest.
More rain coming.
Michelin not wanting to bring their confidential tyres. You can't blame Dunlop for wanting to pick up a little bit of business, but they were very honourable and said they wouldn't allow people to swap and change. And I think Michelin, from what I've spoken to some Michelin executives, they were pretty pleased at the stance that Dunlop have taken. But I'll tell you now, there's more than a few Michelin people who've been doing a rain dance for the last 4 hours, because they think they've got the better rain tyre if it's required. Rain on the helicopter lens. Now that's flying at about, what's that, Martin? Do you reckon about 1,500, 2,000 feet, that? I would say. And that's up in the cloud base, so that could be just the dampness in the air. No spray showing down, and in fact still track looking pretty dry. The track's hot as well. Now, track being hot means you might get a little shower of rain. You'll see it on the windscreen, but you'll actually still get pretty good grip from hot, slick tyres. The GT3 drivers, pretty much all pros in the car at this stage, that won't bother them so much. The issue for me will be what happened to the less experienced drivers. They see rain on the windscreen and it will begin to panic them, and they will drive differently. And that could be the joker in the pack, Paul.
And it might be that quick change of direction, which René Rast has been doing and getting away with, that then causes him to lose control. But no, I think you're right, and I don't think that changing tyres is the right tactic at this moment, not onto wets.
Well, they are full wets as well. We don't have the super soft hybrid wets here for the Michelin runners, as far as I'm aware. Oh, it's raining! It is raining now. Down the hill, then, from Kallenhardt, Metzgerfeld, Kallenhardt area, down to Versiphen, and the I-30 has got the windscreen wipers on, and there's a line of cars that are tiptoeing down the hill. Now, that has affected the driving styles of those drivers. Exactly my point, Graham. It might still be pretty grippy for those who have got the confidence, but if you're nursing a car home, then that's not just psychological rain there.
No, that's proper rain.
That's proper rain.
So what do? Do you take the risk staying out?
Got to.
Or do you go for the wets, anticipating maybe more rain destroy them and someone else is there on slicks and takes the race?
René Rast is the leader. He has the most to lose, whatever he does. They'll be on the phone to him. He's through the rain area and coming back now onto the bottom of the Dottiger. and he has got, well, he's got one more lap after this to potentially make a choice, because he has to make a pit stop next time around. He's in the mini carousel, the Swallow's Tail at the moment.
Yes, I think that, at the end of the lap that he's currently on, you're absolutely right. We have to get Rene Rast into the pits for fuel, John.
The 8 Haribo car, again, on that far northeastern part of the northwestern part of the circuit, with the windscreen wipers on. That's the 10th position car. Now, grip still looked pretty good. However, it was raining quite heavily. Leader on the Dottinger now, and let's also remember, is that rain there, or is that just bugs I can see? It's bugs in the air there. That's extraordinary how much wildlife there is in the air. That's going to be getting on the screen. That's going to get smooshed across the vision area if he has to wipe his windscreen. He's in sunshine there, and the Audi team have got a brand new sticker set of Dunlop sticks. WRT, as the Land car gets stuck in behind one of the Porsches, the Motul sponsored Porsche, on the Dottinger now. Oh, dear me.
Here comes a 9.
9 is in the pit lane. This is at the end. No, this is at the end of his 7th lap, Paul, isn't it?
No, this is the end of his 8th lap. This is the end of his 8th lap. So now, the Row Racing car has to stay out. They have no option. They don't need the fuel, so there's no point in Row Racing coming in for wet tyres. So I think that the WRT team has to cover whatever Row Racing does. If Row Racing are staying on the same tyres, it's just a new set of tyres for WRT and as well for Lant when they come round at the end of this lap as well.
Brand new, and I mean absolutely brand new, sticker tyres. And the fuel's still going in. We're inside the last half an hour, so once the fuel's done, it's done. They were looking to take a tear off the screen there, and I don't think there's one left. And they're going to have to clean the screen. The car's down, and clearly, Rene Rast worried about getting vision problems, but the fuel still going in. They're not losing time, but they went to take a tear off from the screen there. There was nothing left on the screen.
They've all gone. One thing that this rain is doing is it's slowing the pace, and that might mean we're one lap short, and that might mean that it doesn't mean you take a risk and put less fuel in, but it certainly means that those who are taking a gamble on the tyres can leave the same tyre on.
Van der Linde comes out of the Tiergarten. He's heading for the pit lane as well. He's caught up behind the 235 M Cup 5 car. Stand by, fire it, go. And out goes Rene Rast. Oh, and he's almost caught up. He was held there. Thank goodness he was held, because that was almost disaster coming out behind the 73rd car. This is the 76 Porsche. So he's back out. There's high fives. Well, the team have done their job. Hugs all round as in comes Kelvin van der Linde.
The gap between the two Audis is going to be almost precisely the length of the pit stop for the number 9. He launched just as the number 29 car crossed the pit speed limit line.
And we're still waiting for the Row Racing BMW to get on to the Duttinger Hoa.
Yeah, and he hasn't finished sector 4 yet, Paul. You're right. Laptop is plugged in to the 29 Land Audi. Let's just put that software in and turn it up a bit, I think. Is there a spinal tap setting for 11 for that car? Because if it is, it's just been uploaded. The car is down. The tyres are on. And, oh, he's gone and stopped because they didn't have the fuel cap screwed back on. Can you believe it? And this is a disaster for Land. And this is exactly what they didn't need. As soon as it went down, the driver started going. And Van der Linde now has to wait for the fuel cap to go back on. And they're still not finished putting fuel in. It's disaster.
Row Racing in Tiergarten, John.
They're going to lose second place here. They knew that was an issue. They haven't got enough fuel in. As soon as it hit the ground, Van der Linde dropped the clutch and it was gone, and here comes
Rowe
racing across the line. And into second place, and still the 29 Audi, they're struggling with this fuel clap. They may have damaged it. It's going up, and they're changing tyres. They're going to put wets on it.
It's
they're going to put wets
on
on
pit straight, John.
This might, can you believe this? That fumble might have put them in with a shout here, because they've been able to make a change when 30 seconds before, when they should have been down and gone. Unbelievable. Oh, it's soaking out the back.
It's all they've got left, but could it be the right move?
Out the back. Left rear is the last tyre to go on. Go, 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 go. He's been waved out. And Kelvin van der Linde is heading out. It's raining on the pit lane now.
It's raining heavily on the pit lane.
Oh, my goodness, the last roll of the dice. Mother Nature. Has Mother Nature decided this is the 29 cars race? And having wanted to slap somebody round the head for releasing the car so early, are they now? There's a round of applause you can hear in the background from the guys in the pit lane. An immense call from Land Audi, and more wet weather tyres for Michelin, wet weather for Rover.
I have to say, John, it's all they had left. Yep. That's all they could do at that stage, because the race was gone at that point. Yep. That was an awful pit stop from Land Motorsport.
Oh, just unbelievable. Could that be the fumble that has given them the opportunity? The 98 car in second place goes out onto the Hudson back. Graham Goodwin.
Well, John...
On slicks. First two are on slicks. Rennie Rast and... who did we put in the 98 car?
Katzberg,
thank you, Nicky Katzberg.
Dry
First
here.
And second, dry through the Hudson back, and they are both on dry weather tyres. Dunlop and Michelin in that order.
Beginning to show signs of a little bit of dampness here.
And a problem for the number one car. It's gone off at Flansgarden. The number one car has gone off. There is water running across the track, and that's how dangerous it is. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Whoa, dear, this has come alive. The 29 car already with the windscreen wipers on before it's even left the Grand Prix circuit. But remember, he's on treaded Dunlop tyres.
Just how long the dry parts of the track, and there's a lot of it by the look of it, can those Dunlop wets hang on? They've got to hang on for 16 minutes.
Yeah,
maybe
more
than that.
Definitely more than that, because it's a full lap. It's even though the checkered flag comes out, for those who are coming up to the flag at 24 hours, they have to let it go to the line for the winners of the race.
Contact with the barrier for the number one car. Adam Christodoulou sending us a message. They've got a puncture, and that car is going to drop back. They'll go on to wets, I'm sure, as the 99 goes on to Michelin wet tyres. Oh my goodness! No wonder people are going off. And
that's beneath the barrier as well.
And that's the 42, isn't it? That's the 42, the fourth place car. Yes, it is. The 42 Schnitzer car has got the back end hanging off, and it is like skating on ice here.
That's not 42.
It is the 42. It absolutely is the 42. The back end hanging off, the red and white Shell-sponsored car.
And remember that both the leading Audis are out there on slick
and they're
tyres.
not here yet. They're not to the part of the circuit where it's very wet. We've got at least a third of it's walking pace now. The record's gone. Yeah. Well, I just heard Martin say that. Record distance is gone. The Rove car is now. That's the 98 car. That's second position. Honestly, I could cycle quicker than that out on that part of the... Even I could cycle quicker than that at the moment.
The 90, no, that's the 99 road
No,
car.
it's the 98, Paul.
It's 98. The 98...
Okay, that's the car that's on slicks. It's not the
Correct.
two leading
Apologies,
Audis.
I've just realised my mistake. It's the 29 we now need to be looking for. And we need to be looking at that third sector.
Now, the thing is with that car, if it can do...
The 29 car's just got off. Oh, no, he's hung on to it in Adenauer Forest. It's wet from Adenauer Forest onwards, so down through the foxhole. And now the 29 car with Kelvin van der Linde has got rain tyres, and now he's pulling back to the two leaders.
If he can lap under 10 minutes, then he can make the race go long enough so that he can get through and onto the last lap before the checkered the the 159th lap before the checkered flag comes out.
The problem's going to be yellow flags and him not allowed to overtake cars moving slowly. He doesn't want yellows. People can cover at second in the class of SPAT, crawling around at the moment. Everybody is honestly, if I was out there in the 968 now, I'm lapping the leaders. This is amazing stuff. And it is survival. This is the second place car. We haven't seen Rene Rast at all, the leader. Do you come... Now, what do you do if you're the first two? Do you have an extra pit stop? You've got to, haven't you? You can't keep driving around.
Rene Rast is through the carousel and is headed up towards the Wipperman, or up towards Hohe Acht, and then down into the Wipperman.
Flansgarden, I'm being told by a number of spectators who are tweeting in at RSL_studio, looks like a river. Amazing to watch, terribly dangerous. And now, Nicky Katzberg and Rene Rast are just surviving, and Kelvin van der Linde is being told on the phone, get on it, son, because you've got to get up to them this time around.
He lost time to the two cars on slicks. WRT are clearing out.
Yeah, they've got to. They've got to. You can't risk another lap like this. The Rove car is moving around on the straight. It's amazing driving from Katzberg. And on the live... that's a Porsche that's about to go straight on there.
Van der Linde has taken 20 seconds out of the two other cars in Sector 3.
On the live telemetry, that was the word I was looking for the leader, you can see his speed varying by 20 to 30 kilometres an hour as his rear wheels are spinning up, and that's the 98 car again, Katzberg, all over the road, and there's a huge plume of water coming out from slicks. How's he getting that car stopped? And now
it's going to be off.
He's going off at the bottom of the hill that leads up to the carousel. I think it looks a little drier there. Yes, that's exactly where it is. Oh my goodness me, where then is Van der Linde? Van der Linde
is a way back, but he has to say he took 20 seconds out of the two cars ahead of him, both on slicks, in the third sector alone.
Van der Linde's now caught traffic. Now, what he doesn't want is any yellow flags. Van der Linde carving his way past other cars at the moment because he's got the surety groove tyres. Now, it's not a get-out-of-jail-free car. He's at the carousel. He's at the carousel now. He's going to catch Katzberg before the end of the lap. He's going to catch Katzberg before the end of the lap, and then there's only another 90 seconds to the leader.
And there's not so many cars between them either, John. No. There's only 4 or 5 cars between Katzberg and Van der Linde.
Oh, my goodness. Drama piled upon drama. The race was gone 15 minutes ago.
Off.
Oh, Rast's off. Rast's off. And that is at the Tiergarten. Is it? No, it's Brunchen, excuse me. Brunchen up to the ice curve. He was on the... how is he? Everybody just drifting around. The 19 BMW's beat in the wall. Tom Onslow-Cole's got deranged right rear suspension, and the back end of that car is steering itself. Doesn't need that. Slippery surface flags are out all around the circuit now.
I'm watching the shot we've got, and is that the Row Racing car?
Oh my goodness me! Now there are not yellow flags. Tom Onslow-Cole crabbing the car down. He daren't overtake anybody, and Rast's right there. Rast goes past Onslow-Cole as the battle for second is now going the way of Van der Linde.
BMW's off.
The BMW off. Katzberg is off at Brunchen. Same spot of the circuit. The leader had a problem, so Rast is only 3 corners further on, and the race is coming back to land.
Unbelievable.
Hang on a second. Somebody pinch me and
wake
me up.
There will
He's
be
on
one...
the grass. He's on the grass.
That's not the 9. That's the 17. That's the 17 car.
It's the 29 car on the grass.
Yes.
The 29 car now in second is on the grass, picking his way through. He's gone rally crossing to go by people who are struggling on slicks. Just has to keep it, roughly speaking. Do you know what? There's probably more grip on the grass at the moment than there is on the track.
One more lap at the end of this one, John. We've got one more lap at the end of this one.
Inside 10 minutes. Inside 10 minutes. One more lap at the end of this one. Well, what does the team do for Rene Rast? A wall of cars ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. He's done brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly, flashing his lights, blue flags being waved by our fabulous marshals here.
Now he's clear.
He's clear now. But I tell you, he was on the grass there, all four wheels, and how he held on to that, I've no idea. The pass on the grass might win this race for the 2019. They were down, they were out, they were head in hands, they were crying, they were sobbing, they were inconsolable. Less than 40 minutes ago, and the leader is mired in traffic coming onto the Dottikaher as the second place car comes out of the Kleiner carousel.
2 corners behind.
What do? Paul Truswell, team manager, do you pit René Rast for wet tyres?
Yes, you have to pit René Rast for wet tyres in these conditions. That would be my call, no question about it. Obviously, you're gonna leave leave Van der Linde out there. I don't know if Katzberg is actually going to get round. Is he?
Katzberg is staying driver's right. Excuse me, Van der Linde is staying driver's right. Katzberg is struggling mightily. He's already been off the circuit at Brunchen.
He's lost second place already, that's for sure.
He's got a half a chance of losing third here, because remember the 42 BMW went on to wet weather tyres too. Now, drier part of the circuit.
Sector 4, 6 minutes and 8 seconds for René Rast, 4 minutes and 21 seconds for Van der Linde.
Katzberg did 5:25.
Katzberg is catching René Rast.
Yes.
Which is why Rast has to stop for tyres.
Well, has he come in? Yes,
he's
in the pit lane now. He's got the 24th place, number 3, Jerome Moll.
What drama?
Sorry, the 3 Mercedes, and stand by, because after the drama, after the heartbreak, after the tears, the 29 car is back in the lead and starts what will be for him his last lap of the 2017 ADAC Zurich 24 Hours. And the weather has taken away the chance of a win for the Rast car, the number 9 car, with grass, with dirt, with rubbish, all in the intakes, and the team will go to work. It doesn't need fuel, just bang a set of tyres on it and get him at now. Now the question is, how fast do you drive on the dry bits?
Partella in the pits.
Yeah, had to.
Like Katzberg rather in the pits.
Yeah, so where is the other BMW? He's too far back, the 42. The 42 is too far back. The world's most expensive grass cutting machinery is the front splitter of that Audi, and they're looking underneath. Do you know what? I tell you what, they just about got the man. No. Oh, I'm not sure that was a fist in the air.
They didn't do tyres on either car. They didn't do tyres on either car. I don't think they did tyres on that car.
It's carnage in the pit lane, and Katzberg is still in with a chance of second here. Van der Linde is gone. What he's got to do now, and they've got to be on the phone to him now saying, steady boy, take it steady on the dry bit. You've got to have some tread blocks left by the time you get to the wet bit. Oh my goodness.
So we've been looking through this race at what lap times we're talking, Paul? A good racing lap time?
8 minutes 20.
And he was well off. More than all 4 wheels. More 4 wheels than another half of Audi, pretty much. And my goodness, how things can change. The car dropped. Van der Linde, anxious to get out, pulls the fuel hose out. The fuel cap not in. More fuel having to be put in. Push the car back. Nightmare of the pits. Oh, hang on, what's that? It's raining. Well, shall we put some wets? I don't know. Oh, go on then, let's put some wets on. It's won them the race.
Didn't take them that long to decide, John.
No, it didn't.
Somebody said do it, and they went and did it.
I was playing that for drama. Tom Onslow Cole. That is, isn't it?
It is the 19 car.
Yeah, Tom Onslow Cole dropping out of the top 10 and crabbing. That car's been off. It's got damage to the right rear suspension.
Whatever happens now, the lead change has come on the last lap.
Correct.
To actually to give this win either to Landa Motorsport or to the other chasing cars if dramas are still to come. But the lead changed on the final lap of this race for the 2nd consecutive year.
Dindo Capello down in the pit with Marcel Fessler. Teammates at Audi for such a long time, colleagues at least. Don't understand why the guys pitted and then didn't put weather tyres on. They were stationary long enough, just checking the cars over, maybe. Maybe the 42 BMW, I can't remember which tyres we put on them. Did they stop? No, they didn't.
42 did stop, yes.
All right, we did stop.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
the only car that didn't stop was the number 29 car, the Van der Linde car, for obvious reasons. Everybody else came in or didn't make it round at all. And that, for example, is what happened to the number 31, the Piccadilly Porsche, hasn't actually come round.
Right. 42 hasn't finished the lead lap yet, though. It's still on 156. That's still in the danger sector 4. Well, my goodness me. Would you credit it? With due respect to all the other racing going on this weekend, at Indianapolis, at Monaco, and the Monte Carlo, at British GT, at the GT Masters at Spa, honestly, are you going to have as much action as we've had in the last 20 minutes? I probably think not.
And the battle is still on for second place. I don't know if you're getting it on the TV pictures, but there is nothing to choose on the scanner, on the plotter, for second place between the WRT car and the Row Racing BMW.
Going down into the foxhole now, and that is where the damp starts, and it gets progressively wetter from there all the way around. The leader, Kelvin van der Linde, and the 29 Land Audi halfway round the circuit, and surely somebody's got to be on the phone to him now saying, take it steady, son. The DJI drone watching the cars coming round. Great addition this year. Change for second place at Adenauer Forst in the damp, side by side, and through goes Katzberg. Great manoeuvre. And all of a sudden it's BMW into second place, and now all the long faces are down at René Rast's crew at Audi Sport Team WRT, and BMW has something to cheer about. Remember, they stayed on their Michelin tyres.
Through the drier part of that circuit, sector 2, which the BMW took 8 seconds out of the leading car, but this is where it starts to get rather trickier. This is where the wet stuff is, and this is where Kelvin van der Linde, if he can keep it on the island, should.
Darren Turner, by the way, took 1 minute and 2 seconds out of the Bentley that's ahead of him in 21st position. DT is exactly the man you need in these. He has driven through hail here and got it back. He has driven through a monsoon. I said this the other day. If we get
this is exactly the conversation we had with David King.
If it's going to be bad at the end of the race, get DT in, because it doesn't matter what tyres he's on. He'd get the car home. I remember.
And there's a number of cars, John, that aren't circulating at the moment. So there are prospects, because you only get classified if you take the checkered flag. If you're just running and you've got 20 minutes after 3:30, you have to take the checkered flag to be classified. There's a number of cars that are stuck out on the circuit in various places, I believe.
Very slow.
That's fine. It's the final lap of the 49 car. Woody has been sent out for the final lap.
Right, got you. Sorry.
The V12 Vantage Aston Martin, after a great run through the night, by the way.
Have we had a South African driver on this top step of the podium here? Graham Goodwin, I'll set you off on that one. Just extraordinary stuff. The copywriter for the script here needs to be calmed down a little bit, because you can't write things like this and have people be expected to believe them.
Through the carousel goes Kelvin van der Linde.
Yes, the 2017 24 Hours of the Nurburgring. Yes, we filed that under fiction, actually, if that's all right with you. Can't be a documentary. That would never have happened in real life. How quickly fortunes can change. 40 seconds before the checkered flag comes out, and anyone who goes past then has finished their race. Kelvin van der Linde, who was waved out and went a bit early, coming up to the carousel. Second place car and third place car. Now the Nicky Katzberg driven 98 BMW and René Rast in the number 9 Audi. Do you know what? It stopped raining now. I reckon it stopped raining. It's still wet, but it stopped raining. And here is the leader coming through the final third of the 2017 race. Van der Linde over what will be slippery paint now. It's been dry, of course, all the way through the weekend. The usual graffiti painted on the track has probably not been so much of an issue. Now it's wet. The rubber debris will be making life difficult every time he turns the wheel, and it has a little bit of an understeer. Etienne will be, Kelvin rather, will be thinking, oh, come on, grip.
The checkered flag is out. Cars coming across the line now are taking the checkered flag. Their race is over. But of course, the winner has yet to take the checkered flag.
But he's not far off, coming through the big slide coming through on the Flansgarden. Really? You want to do that to your team?
He would be the first ever South African, in fact, first ever African winner of this race. Conor de Felipe would be only the second ever American winner of this race. It would be Christopher Meese's first Nurburgring 24 Hours, I believe.
Right.
And it would be, I think, a third for Marcus Winkelhock.
Just unbelievable. Everybody going wild at the side of the track. The marshals, who've been outstanding, giving an ovation to the cars as they're coming through. They know what they've witnessed, something very, very special here, as have you, listening or watching. The compliments about the stream, very well received here by our technical partners, Vega. It's been rock solid, global, no geo-block, free, uninterrupted. Every single session that has been competitive has been online for you around the world. And this has paid off for Land in the end. A slight mistake has turned into an opportunity. The opportunity grabbed and delivered by Kelvin van der Linde, who has taken the ball, run with it, and made the hard yards at the end. He comes down the Doddiger for the 158th, and final time will be 1 lap short of the distance record held by Phoenix Audi, set in 2014. The green, white and red Land Motorsport Audi. 2 corners to go. It's dry here now. The tyres will be worn. The 2 Team Thailand Gazoo Racing Ultimas are in team formation. The marshals know. The crowd knows. The man with the checkered flag knows. And Land Audi knows that they've won the 24 hours of the Nurburgring for 2017 in quite extraordinary circumstances. A team who were down, out and broken 45-50 minutes ago. Graham Goodwin.
Well, John, last year we saw 2 astonishing finishes, 2 astonishing final laps to 2 astonishing international 24-hour races. Well, here's another to add to the history books, because if you were here, if you were watching it, if you're watching on the stream, you will never forget the way that this race finished. Astounding stuff. These men here on the pit wall, these...
what emotions have they been through?
They've got no tears left. Absolutely right.
No, they are spent. They will not be able to lift a bottle of beer to the... No, hang on. No,
John,
sorry.
The inside of the Land Garage is wetter than Flansgarden at the moment from the early... It really is, because it's absolutely astounding scenes. Again.
And the BMW Row Racing, brilliant reward for them, coming home in second place. I mean, they stuck to the
great last 2 laps.
They stuck to the task. They managed to get done what they needed to get done. And the play that I thought was going to go out with Rene Rast trying to keep the BMW behind him took a totally different race. Rene Rast brings the WRT Audi home then in 3rd place.
That's going to feel like a win for the BMW, the Row Racing guys. It really is.
Did you tell us whether or not the #1 Black Falcon Mercedes had come through? Because we heard that the car was out on the circuit. It was Maro Engel driving, and we're still waiting for that one to cross the line, as we are with the number 42 BMW, the Schnitzer car.
First 3 are home, Paul.
Yes.
And they will have completed 157 laps.
158.
Excuse me, 158 laps. The 42 BMW will also be scored, I believe, on the lead lap when it comes around.
As long as it's keeping going and as long as it's not broken out on the circuit somewhere.
It's just gone through the 2nd sector.
Perfect point from Martin Haven. Had we not seen the earlier drama for the Land Motorsport crew and that the sensor reset and the upset that caused and the mess of the pit stop that made, they wouldn't have had the opportunity, and BMW would have won the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yep. That's a fair point.
Home comes the Lamborghini.
2nd in class.
And waiting for Darren Turner.
A confetti cannon at the end of the race on the racetrack. Whose idea was that? Oh dear, down in the garage
That's
for
WRT,
leading, got the lead with under an hour to go and end up 3rd place on the podium. That's not going to feel a happy 3rd position there for WRT. Extraordinary stuff. Post-race tech coming in just a moment. Get your questions in. N24PRT is the hashtag to @RSL Studio. Your Spirit of the Race Award. That voting's gone all over the place in the last few minutes. Hashtag SOTR again to @RSL Studio. RSL_studio, excuse me. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And Martin, remember you saying, oh yeah, if I was land, I would have, you just want to walk away and park it at that point. And I felt a bit silly saying, yeah, but they could still win this from here.
If you chose...
They were so down, distraught, they were gone. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Paul Trustwell, we'll not forget that one for a while, will we?
Well, all overcome.
It's unusual to see you like that. The stat man has been overcome.
He's gone.
One lap short of his record. Yes, that's why he's overcome with emotion.
No, it's just it always delivers, doesn't it?
Yes.
I was keeping tabs on the weather, and I had a word with Peter Kate about it. Said no, he's looked at the weather on the German weather forecast. I was looking at it on the circuit weather forecast, and it all said it's pushing away. The bit that's coming in our direction is going to miss us. But
Darren Turner has just brought the 22nd place car home across the line to a checkered flag and a win in SP8. It's got ahead of the 66 SP7 leader. The Manthey Porsche will finish 27 for the number 7 GT8 Aston Martin, which we still haven't named, but I think Sir Roger got my vote.
Should just say, by the way, Darren's final lap there was just 30 seconds off Rennie Rast's time for the final lap of the race.
And he was on slicks.
Absolutely.
Remarkable stuff.
Wonderful
Still
stuff.
waiting for the 42 and the 1 to come round, by the way, Graham.
Well, this is my worry. I mean, they are coming round, but they've only got 20 minutes, and we've already had 7.5 of those.
Fair point.
So, you know, if they are damaged, then...
Tom Onslow Cole got the 19 car around.
He was one of the first to come across the line, actually, John.
Yeah.
22-minute lap for Tom.
Yeah.
So that was a hero lap to get it home. Astonishing stuff. Well, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in now and you chose another motorsport event to have your afternoons, I'd say, but you chose wrong.
Well, yeah, the 29 car dominated the race, led the vast majority of laps, and came home and won. That's if you're tuning in now. Everybody else who stayed with us knows there was slightly more to that story. Quite honestly, the 42 just coming out of Schwalbenschwanz and heading towards the fine. Chris Renke being interviewed from Audi Sport Customer Racing. Joe Bradley, a word from you.
I wouldn't have pitted the number 9.
Would you not?
Pointless.
Well,
you're going to lose the race if you pit, and you might as well go down with a fighting chance. However, on saying that, I don't know what the prize money is for second or third. So, you know, but it was pointless. You know you're going to throw the race away
so
if you pit.
You'd have kept ahead of the dry bit.
I would have kept him on the track, and he would have had to go down fighting, albeit with a very slippery track.
Why did they even bring him in if they weren't going to put him on wet?
Well, I didn't grasp that, so I heard what you guys were saying. So
just to check the car over, because
they pitted him, but they didn't change him onto wet, so he went back out on slicks. Well, I don't get that at all.
And they were worn slicks as well. They didn't even put a new set of slicks on. I mean, they'd done because they were waiting to do their splash and dash stop. Those were 8 or 9 lap.
Yeah.
They were 10 lap. They were 10 lap old slicks. So not only were they old, but you know, I mean, a worn slick does even less. So I think that was a mistake from WRT.
Well, the switch to Dunlop tyres has paid dividends. A late switch.
I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. A late switch. Martin Haven will get in in a moment, and we'll bring Martin and Graham Goodwin back for post-race tech. Spirit of the Race Award. Here's the number 1 car crossing the line. Bent number 1 car has come through, and that's 5th position. The 42's gone through as well. So 29 Audi, 98 BMW, 9 Audi, 42 BMW, first car off the podium. Then the number 1 Mercedes-Benz in 5th position.
Still waiting for number 50, the HTP Mercedes, which of course lost everything on the last lap last year, when at least they finished second. But the number 50 HTP Mercedes so far hasn't come through. I think everyone else who was going to has done.
And hashtag N24PRT to @RSL_studio. We're going to call our race coverage a day, but stay with us. Post-race tech live from the Aston Martin Lounge is next on the Radio Show Limited Network. Bent, battered, bruised, almost out of it, but they've recovered and won the race. The 29 car and Kelvin van der Linde, Angus Home, Land Motorsport to win the 2017 Nurburgring 24. Post-race tech and the Spirit of the Race Award is next. Martin Haven and Graham Goodwin will be joining me for this section of the programme. Welcome to Post Race Tech here on Radio Show Limited Network and RadioLeMans.com. After a truly extraordinary race. Before we get into the podium ceremonies, Martin Haven, a few thoughts from you. You sat rapt watching that. It was gone. They were out. Twice they were out of the Land car. First of all, it fell to pieces, and then they fell to pieces.
That's exactly what I was just thinking, because they just collapsed. They imploded as the car rolled out of the pits from its final stop and just died on the Grand Prix circuit. They lost the lead, they lost second place. They might even have struggled to get on the podium if the car had to be reset a second time, that extra pit stop. Then they were back out. Then all they had left was raw nerve ends and tears, and they just sobbed themselves, you know, shaking in the back of the garage as the race went away from them. And then they were forced in for that final pit stop. They fumbled the fuel cap, and whatever little bit of no they had left then exploded, because again, you know, somebody had tied their shoelaces together in the final 20 minutes, and somehow that gave them a lifeline. That allowed them to be in the pits, fumbling around, trying to get back out on track, when it became apparent that a wet weather tyre was what was not even a slight gamble, absolutely a necessity. And suddenly the no became, oh my goodness.
Winning SP9 last generation is the Bentley 37 in 16th position. SPX goes to the 702 Traum Motorsport Glickenhaus. SP8 Aston Martin number 7. SP7 Manthey Porsche number 60. Manthey Porsche number 66. SP3T, which is that's a TCR class, isn't it?
No, 89, isn't that the BMW?
Yes.
LMS Engineering. Oh, it's TTRS too.
TTRS, yeah.
89.
TCR class is inside the top 30.
Yeah, that's 30th place.
175.
For the
Matilda
Racing car.
Golf.
The Golf, which just tickety-tockety. SP10 is the 72 in 34th
72
position.
is Black Falcon's Porsche Cayman GT4 car. That wins SP10.
SP8T is the number 40 in 37th position.
And that is the Sorg Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. That's the Dirk Adolf, two flat tyres plus another flat tyre car that he shared with Ricky Collard, Jethro Bovingdon and Jörg Weidinger.
The Cup 3 category for Caymans, that was the 307 7 car in 31st position.
Yeah, that was Teichmann Racing's MSC Adenauer entered car, Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
Cup 5, which is the M235. 235 is the 249 car.
Oh, that's on the very same page, and that is ADAC Team Vaser's car, and that's the 235i Racing.
Then the AT in 47th position, 320. That makes sense?
Yes, I think so. 320, Class AT is Care for Climate's Porsche Cayman GT4.
V8 class was 133, I think. Go and take that microphone, David, from Graham Goodwin.
133.